A security guard hurried into the room, his voice steady but urgent. Professor Cosmo, Mr. Steven is here and wishes to see you.
Steven.
Gary and Solons exchanged surprised glances. Neither of them had expected him to arrive. Solons's face lit up with relief. Despite no longer holding the champion title, Steven was well respected for his integrity and dedication. During his tenure, he had made remarkable strides in advancing the Mossdeep Universe Center to its current prominence. Gary, Solons said with a hopeful tone, Mr. Steven might be able to help.
Should we let him in?
Gary nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, bring him in.
Steven's presence could be a game-changer. Even if we can't recover the meteorite, he might help resolve Zinnia's other issues. Moments later, the security guard returned, leading Steven into the monitoring room. His composed demeanor filled the space with quiet authority. Professor Cosmo, what's going on? Steven began but stopped mid-sentence as his gaze landed on Gary and Zinnia. His eyes widened in astonishment.
Gary? Zinnia?
What are you two doing here? Zinnia stepped forward, her voice trembling with urgency. Mr. Steven, you have to help me. A terrible woman stole my meteorite. Steven blinked, momentarily at a loss. The meteorite stolen? His confusion deepened as he tried to piece together the situation. In truth, Steven had been resting at his villa in Mossdeep City, planning a quiet excursion to Shoal Cave. The alarms from the Universe Center had drawn his attention, and he had come to ensure nothing catastrophic had occurred. Finding Gary and Zinnia at the scene was an unexpected twist. Zinnia, Steven said calmly, raising a hand to steady her, take a deep breath and tell me everything. Encouraged by Steven's composed manner, Zinnia recounted the events surrounding her meteorite and her connection to the Draconid tribe. Gary chimed in occasionally to clarify details. Steven listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. I see, Steven said after a moment of silence. This is indeed troubling. What do we do now? Zinnia asked eagerly. How do we catch that awful woman? Steven exhaled, his expression serious. If the thief has fled, finding her will be difficult. However, I'll handle this personally. I'll do everything I can to recover your meteorite. Zinnia's eyes lit up with determination. Then I'm coming with you. Steven hesitated, his gaze shifting to Gary for support. Zinnia, this could be dangerous. I think it's best if you stay. If you won't let me come, Zinnia interrupted firmly, I'll go to the Zijin company and confront them myself. Steven sighed, rubbing his temples. He had learned enough about Zinnia's spirited nature to know she wouldn't back down. Turning to Gary, he pleaded silently for advice. Gary shrugged helplessly. You know how she is. She won't change her mind. Honestly, she might even be useful. She has unique abilities tied to dragons, and she follows instructions well in critical moments. Steven nodded reluctantly. All right, but you're both coming with me. I'll need all the help I can get. Zinnia didn't wait for Gary to respond.
Deal.
Gary suppressed a groan. He had hoped to avoid being dragged deeper into this mess, but he couldn't abandon Zinnia, not after promising her grandmother to see her safely to Sky Pillar. What's our next move, Mr. Steven? Gary asked, trying to focus on the task ahead. We're heading to Rustboro City, Steven replied, already dialing a number on his advanced phone. Gary glanced at the sleek device with mild envy. It was far more sophisticated than his own. Outside the space center, a sleek black helicopter awaited them, its rotors slicing the air with precision. Zinnia gaped in astonishment. What is that? She asked, her voice brimming with childlike curiosity. Gary smiled faintly.
It's a helicopter.
It's like an airplane, but smaller and more maneuverable. Steven climbed aboard first, followed by Gary and Zinnia. Once everyone was strapped in, the helicopter lifted off, heading west toward Rustboro City. By mid-afternoon, they arrived at a coastal research base near the West Sea. Steven led them into a high-tech control room bustling with activity. Researchers in white coats moved with practiced efficiency, their eyes fixed on various monitors displaying complex data. Professor Brock, Steven called out as they entered, any progress on detecting infinite energy? A tall man with sharp features turned to face them. Nothing definitive yet, but we're monitoring closely. If they attempt to test the energy, we'll detect it immediately. Keep up the good work, Steven said, his tone resolute. Let's push through today. Brock nodded, returning to his station. Zinnia watched the researchers, her expression a mix of awe and frustration. The screens were incomprehensible to her, a swirl of symbols and numbers that might as well have been written in a foreign language. What's infinite energy? Gary asked, breaking the silence. Steven's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and concern. Infinite energy is a revolutionary concept tied to Rayquaza's power. It has the potential to change everything, but in the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. Infinite energy is a recent discovery, Stephen began, his voice steady as he addressed the room. It's a form of energy found within meteorites. Not only is it environmentally friendly and pollution-free, but it also has the potential to provide an immense energy output. However, he added, his expression tightening, the technology to convert meteorite energy into usable infinite energy hasn't been perfected yet. Gary leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. What does this have to do with the Great Purple Jasmine Company? Stephen clasped his hands, his tone growing more serious. The Great Purple Jasmine Company is an energy development corporation. For years, they've relied on traditional energy sources, but with global trends moving toward sustainability, they're under immense pressure to innovate. Infinite energy represents their hope for a successful transformation. That's why they stole Zinnia's meteorite. It must be tied to their efforts to harness this energy.
Gary frowned.
But the Draconid tribe gave that meteorite to Rayquaza. It's enormous, hardly something that could solve their problems alone. Stephen nodded thoughtfully.
You're right.
The Draconid tribe has always been shrouded in mystery, and their connection to meteorites isn't fully understood. It's possible there's something unique about this one.
Gary turned to Zinnia.
Do you know anything about its purpose? Zinnia shook her head, looking frustrated.
I don't.
My grandmother only told me to deliver it to Lord Dragon God.
That's all.
Gary sighed inwardly. How is she supposed to be the successor of the Draconid tribe if she knows so little? Stephen, sensing the tension, smiled faintly.
Let's take a break.
You've been through a lot. Why don't we grab something to eat? Gary's stomach growled in agreement. That sounds like a good idea. Zinnia and I haven't eaten all day. Stephen led them to the research base's cafeteria, a modest but well-stocked facility designed to accommodate the staff working far from the city. The aroma of freshly prepared food filled the air, and trays of high-quality meals were laid out for the workers. Despite the gravity of their situation, Gary and Zinnia ate with hearty appetites, their energy slowly returning. Zinnia marveled at the flavors, occasionally asking Stephen about the ingredients, to which he replied with amused patience. As they finished their meal, Gary glanced at Stephen.
Is there a teleporter here? Stephen nodded. Of course.
If you need to use it, I'll arrange for someone to take you. Soon after, Gary was led to the teleporter room, a high-tech chamber equipped with cutting-edge communication tools. He dialed Professor Oak's laboratory, and moments later, Xiao Jian's face appeared on the screen.
Gary!
Xiao Jian exclaimed, visibly surprised. It's been ages.
What's going on?
Not much, Gary replied with a grin.
How have you been?
Busy learning from Professor Oak, Xiao Jian said proudly. What about you? Calling from a teleporter must mean you need to send or receive Pokémon. Exactly, Gary confirmed. I'm sending a few of my Pokémon back. In return, I need the 3 sacred birds, Blastoise, Charizard and Tyranitar.
Xiao Jian's jaw dropped.
You're pulling out your strongest team. What are you planning? Gary's tone was firm.
Something important.
Just prepare them for me. Got it, Xiao Jian said, rushing off to gather the Pokémon. The Pokémon Gary requested weren't kept in Pokeballs. They roamed freely in Professor Oak's expansive backyard, making the process slightly time-consuming. While waiting, Gary released the Pokémon he intended to send back. He spoke to each one, explaining the situation and asking them to stay at the lab until he returned. Once Xiao Jian completed his task, the Pokémon were teleported, and Gary's requested team arrived. Blastoise, Charizard, Tyranitar, and the 3 sacred birds, Zapdos, Articuno and Moltres, materialized in pristine condition. Gary quickly checked their levels. Blastoise, LV 72. Charizard, LV 67. Tyranitar, LV 70. Zapdos, LV 70. Articuno, LV 61. Moltres, LV 59. These 6 Pokémon represented the pinnacle of Gary's strength. With them, he could challenge even the Elite Four, though defeating Lance or the other veterans of the Kanto Alliance would still be a formidable task. Back in the dormitory, Zinnia wasted no time voicing her frustration. Gary, are we just going to sit around and wait? Gary shrugged. What else can we do? We don't have the resources to track them down on our own. Zinnia crossed her arms defiantly. Why not just capture the president of the Great Purple Jasmine Company and force him to talk? Gary chuckled at her suggestion. Zinnia, companies like that don't operate the way you think. The president isn't all-powerful. There are shareholders, investors, and layers of bureaucracy. He might not even know about the theft. Besides, Gary added, without proof or a warrant from the Alliance, we have no legal grounds to act.
Zinnia scowled.
The outside world makes everything so complicated. Can't anyone just adapt to the situation? Gary softened his tone. I get your frustration, but for now, we have to wait. If you have a better plan though, I'm all ears. Zinnia huffed but didn't argue further. The room fell silent as both of them contemplated their next moves, knowing the road ahead would only grow more challenging.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Zinnia was sulking. Although she wanted to do something, she couldn't do anything. Even if she wanted to arrest the president of Zinnia Company, she didn't even know where he was. Humph. Rest. Zinnia decisively gave up the struggle and ran to the bed to rest. The only thing she could do now was to get enough energy and prepare for the next action. Gary also lay on the bed to rest. The next morning, after Gary and Zinnia got up, they went to the control room to inquire about the situation after breakfast. Stephen was also in the control room. Mr. Stephen, is there any news? Zinnia saw Stephen and asked hurriedly. No. Stephen shook his head. No news. Zinnia frowned. It had been a day, but there was still no news. Zinnia, don't worry. The other party wants to study energy. As long as they conduct energy experiments on meteorite, I can determine the location in the first place. Moreover, meteorite was lost yesterday. I think even if they want to conduct experiments, it is impossible to do it so quickly. Let's wait a little longer. Stephen said. Okay. In the following time, Xiao 753 Mao and Zinnia basically stayed in the control room to wait for news. When it rained, they stood up and walked around. There was no movement until the evening. In the cafeteria of the energy research base, Gary and Zinnia sat at the dining table to eat. After waiting for a day, there was still no news. The pigs begging for food were gone. Looking at Zinnia, who was absent-minded, Stephen comforted her. Zinnia, don't worry too much. Even if meteorite is really lost, people have to look forward. I know, but I failed this trial. I don't know how to explain to Grandma. Zinnia said. Zinnia, if you are worried about this, you can take me to Meteor Village. Yin Yu said. Hearing this, Zinnia immediately became alert. After experiencing the theft of meteorite, Zinnia is now extremely sensitive, especially knowing that companies outside are researching the use of meteorite as energy, and the rainbow meteorite in the village will definitely be coveted by these people. Zinnia, you can rest assured, if the people in your village don't want to, I won't force it. Yejin Shangnan kept the existence of Liu Ki secret from the outside world. Dalian put on a 10-point friendly smile. Okay. Gary believed Stephen's words 5 points. Indeed, Stephen would not use force against the Draconid tribe, but if he knew that there was rainbow meteorite in Meteor Village, he would definitely ask the other party to take it out for research, but the method would be softer, and he would give Draconid tribe various benefits in exchange for rainbow meteorite. Gary thought it would be better to hand over the rainbow meteorite, otherwise the Draconid tribe would have to worry about being thieves all day long, so it would be better to give it to Alliance for safekeeping. Zinnia, rightward arrow_rightward arrow. Zinnia is not going to trust Stephen now, unless Stephen can find meteorite back. Mr. Stephen, we found the energy signal. At this time, Professor Brock suddenly ran into the cafeteria and shouted. Stephen, Gary, and Zinnia stood up at the same time. Let's go to the control room. The three hurriedly followed Professor Brock to the control room. Just 15 minutes ago, we detected the appearance of infinite energy in Waterway 108, but it was only a flash, and the infinite energy quickly dissipated. Professor Brock said. Are outsiders allowed to enter there? Stephen asked. Gary looked at the map on the screen. The area above Waterway 108 was on the sea, and there were no islands around. No problem. Gary and Zinnia agreed. Kennedy went to investigate immediately. Wallace is the Alliance champion, but isn't Mr. Stephen the Alliance champion? Can there be two Alliance champions? Zinnia asked in surprise. Because Wallace is the Hone Alliance champion, he has temporary investigation rights. If we want to investigate the offshore energy platform of Zinnia Company, we must have the Alliance wholesale procedures, and only Wallace can help. Stephen said. And Stephen resigned when he was still a young man before he reached adulthood, which was quite surprising. To create infinite energy, a large research base is absolutely needed, but the place where infinite energy appears now is on the sea, and there should be no islands nearby. This was actually said to Zinnia, hoping that Zinnia could stay calm and not act rashly. Could it be that the Great Purple Violet Company built an energy research base on the sea, but Stephen didn't hear any wind? Yes. Hehe, this is my personal reason, I resigned. Stephen smiled awkwardly. As a former champion, Stephen knew every place in the Hone region, including the sea. No, Mr. Stephen is the former Hone Alliance champion, and Wallace is the current Hone Alliance champion. Gary said. Wallace. Stephen said. Wallace is the Alliance champion. Gary quickly explained. I see. You go down and prepare. We'll go there tomorrow to take a look and pick someone up by the way. Stephen said. Kennedy, go investigate what actions the Big Violet Company is taking in the nearby area. Stephen said. Stephen also frowned and looked at the screen. Although he does not understand the retirement system in the outside world, Steven is so young that there is no need to retire. It's not clear yet. We need to investigate it in person to find out. Kennedy said. Mr. Steven, who are you going to pick up tomorrow? Gary asked. Master Steven, the Big Violet Company did invest in Route 108. It invested in building an offshore energy collection platform 3 years ago to collect submarine energy. Kennedy said. Yes. When introducing the champion to Zinnia, he only introduced Steven and not Wallace. Gary, Zinnia, go there to search tomorrow. No matter what you encounter, I hope you can stay calm. Steven reminded. Steven's early retirement shocked many people at the time. After all, Steven became the Hone Alliance champion at the age of 16, the youngest champion. Why? Mr. Steven is so young, why is he the former champion? Zinnia asked puzzled. Steven was stunned for a moment. Zinnia knew that he was the champion, so why didn't he know Wallace? After a while, Kennedy investigated the matter of Area 108. Then why do you want to find Wallace? Zinnia asked. Wallace? Who is he? Zinnia asked in confusion. Okay. Kennedy immediately stepped down. After all, this matter is related to the meteor village behind Zinnia, so Gary needs to find out who is involved in this matter. Is that so? Then Wallace is the same as Mr. Steven. Because of preconceived notions, Zinnia felt that Wallace was the same as Steven, a reliable person. It's just the same position, we are different. Steven said. Gary knew Steven and Wallace very well. Although they were good friends, they were different. Wallace was strong, but not very strong. He was at the bottom of the champions. He might be stronger than Alder, but Alder was old. Trump card Pokemon died in the mission. Pokemons are old. Steven was very strong, ranking 3rd in the world, second only to Dante and Cynthia. Wallace's ranking in the World Championship was not even in the top 10, which shows how bad he was, especially when Wallace was the champion, he really had no achievements. The Magma Team and the Water Fleet triggered a battle between Groudon and Kyogre. No one knew where he went, and Lance had to take action to solve it. Even when 3 ancient Pokemon competed for the Rainbow Meteorite, Steven intervened. Wallace was nowhere to be found. He was a completely unqualified champion. Wallace's only appearance was related to the Coordination Conference. You, a coordination trainer, should not join in the fun as a champion. Then you should have a good rest. We will fight early tomorrow morning. Steven reminded. Gary and Zinnia nodded and got up to go to the dormitory to rest. Now that they had a clue, Zinnia felt more at ease. After a night. The next day, just after dawn, Steven took Gary and Zinnia on a helicopter to Violet City. At 10 a.m., they arrived in Violet City. Wallace received Steven's message yesterday and was waiting at the airport here. Wallace was similar to Gary's impression. He wore a purple belly-bearing tank top, showing off his abdominal muscles. He looked very sexy. Zinnia was also shocked when she saw Wallace. She nudged Gary's arm with her elbow and whispered, "Is he Wallace?" Yes, Wallace is a coordination trainer, and his aesthetics are more inclined to contest. Don't be prejudiced. Gary reminded. Although Gary also looked down on Wallace, he was a champion after all, and his strength was not weak. Although he was the last champion, he could still keep pace with most Elite Four. Steven, why did you bring 2 children here? Wallace asked with a puzzled look. Yesterday on the phone, Wallace knew that Steven was going to investigate the offshore energy collection platform of the Great Purple Violet Company, so why did he bring 2 children here? Wallace, this is Gary, the grandson of Professor Oak. This is Zinnia, from the Draconid tribe, and the victim of this incident. Steven introduced the identities of the 2. Oh, Draconid tribe, it actually exists. Hearing about Draconid tribe, Wallace was immediately shocked and looked at Zinnia carefully. Zinnia was also frightened by Wallace's stare. Although Wallace is a handsome guy, his fancy dress is really shocking. It makes Zinnia feel like a weirdo. Now being stared at by a weirdo, how can she not panic? Wallace, have you got the search warrant? Steven asked. It's done, but are you sure there is really a problem with the Big Purple Violet Company? If nothing is found, I will be responsible. Wallace said. Although the Alliance champion has the right to conduct a temporary search, it cannot be used recklessly. If something can be found, it's fine, but if nothing is found, Wallace's privileges will also be affected. If Steven hadn't asked for this matter, Wallace would not agree. Don't worry, I have sent people to investigate secretly. When there is a result, the group will go into search. Yunwu said. I approved the search warrant because I trust you, but when do you plan to come back as the champion? Wallace asked. Wait a little longer, there are a lot of things to deal with at the company. Once things are stable here, you can resign. I promise not to bother you, Steven said. Gary and Zinnia were confused. What does that mean? What's the matter? Steven let Wallace be the champion. Gary only knew that Steven and Wallace were good friends, but looking at Wallace's performance during his time as the champion, he really did what he could. Compared with the responsibilities of the champion, Wallace cared more about the conference. Asking for flowers. It seems that Wallace is willing to be the champion, which is completely Steven's request. Do you need my help this time? Wallace asked. It would be best if you can help, after all, your Pokemon are all water type. Steven said. Then I'll accompany you, Wallace said casually. Steven smiled slightly and nodded. Gary always felt that something was wrong. Who is the champion between you two? When a theft happened in the center of Moss Deep Universe, it shouldn't be you, Wallace, who should solve it. Why is Steven the champion now, and you, Wallace, an insignificant person? It's like Wallace is a puppet champion supported by Steven. Then, everyone waited for news in the presidential suite of the hotel and solved the lunch problem. At about 1 p.m., Kennedy hurried into the room. Everyone looked at Kennedy, waiting for Kennedy's report. Master, I have news. That offshore platform is called Zinnia. Since it was built, anglers are prohibited from approaching. I sent people to observe it remotely. The platform of Zinnia is very large. It is completely possible to build an energy research base on it. According to my investigation, there are ships departing from Slateport City every day to deliver supplies to Zinnia. The amount of supplies is quite a lot, which completely exceeds the number of people on an energy collection platform. Kennedy reported all the information he had investigated. From the information reported, Zinnia is not an energy collection platform. Some unknown experiments are still being carried out on it. Strange, with the qualifications of Zinnia Company, it is completely possible to build an energy research base on land. Why build it on the sea? Wallace asked in confusion. In its heyday, Zinnia Company could challenge Devon Company. Even if it is a little declining now, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. What the other party wants to do, hone the top management of Alliance will definitely support it. However, Zinnia Company has created a false name and used the skin of the energy collection platform to build an energy research base on the platform. What they want to do is definitely against the rules. Because the establishment of an energy research base must meet the standards and needs to be strictly reviewed. If the other party deliberately conceals it, then it is not normal. That's why we have to investigate. Steven said. Now that we have a search warrant, can't we just go in and search? Zinnia asked puzzledly. They clearly have a search warrant, but the other party is acting strange, so we just force our way in and search. Wallace stared at Zinnia with a puzzled look. Why are you staring at me? Zinnia asked puzzledly. No, I just think you're not very smart. Wallace said. What? You're not smart, I'm very smart. Zinnia immediately felt insulted. She was the best child in the village, otherwise she wouldn't have become the inheritor. Then you broke in by force. Do you think the people on the Zinnia have no backup plan? The offshore platform there is very large. Do you know where they are conducting research at 9:30? And the platform can also conduct research on the seabed collection. If we can't find evidence of their research on energy, we can't do anything to them. If we don't alert them, it will be even more inconvenient to act. Wallace is right. After all, this is a society ruled by law. It is not so easy to move the big Zinnia Company. Even the Alliance champion must investigate secretly. There is no way to do it openly. I didn't know there were so many rules outside. Zinnia complained in a low voice with dissatisfaction. Wallace then remembered that Zinnia had lived in a closed existence since childhood and didn't know much about the outside world. Then how should we act? Gary asked. The main thing now is to find illegal research on the Zinnia. As long as we can find evidence, we can forcibly block it and conduct a search. No hurry, let's investigate the specific information around before making plans. Let's go to Slateport City first, it's convenient there. After that, Steven brought everyone to Slateport City and stayed in a hotel under the Devon Group. It was not until the evening that Kennedy figured out the situation around Zinnia, and even the routes of communication and transportation with the outside world. Then, everyone began to discuss how to act. Everyone, what do you think of this plan? Yin Yu asked. According to the transportation route of Zinnia, supplies will be replenished once a week, and the cargo ship will be sent from Slateport City to Zinnia. If you want to enter Zinnia, you can pretend to be a crew member transporting cargo and sneak in. At that time, put the detection equipment on the platform of Zinnia, and it will automatically record the general appearance of Zinnia, and you can also detect the energy fluctuations emitted from it. After Zinnia conducts energy research again, it can be searched as soon as possible, so that they will have no time to cover up. Judging from the infinite energy detected before, the other party conducted the experiment at night, which means they don't have the courage to do it during the day. Okay, I have no objection. Wallace said no problem. Gary and Zinnia also nodded in agreement with the plan. Then there is a problem now. We need to send someone over. Wallace and I are definitely not good enough. The city will go on board to check every time it receives supplies. Dalian said. Steven and Wallace are both champions of the Hone Alliance. People in the Hone region know each other, especially those in the Zinnia Company. They are very familiar with Steven. After all, he is the son of the president of the hostile company. We need a stranger to carry out this mission. I think you, Gary, are very suitable. Wallace said. I have won the Alliance Conference champion twice. Are you sure you want me to go? Gary is not afraid of taking risks, but his popularity is not as good as the champion, but he still has some knowledge. As long as they are people who love Pokemon battles, they are likely to know him. If Gary has not won the Alliance Conference champion, it would be better. Because most people only remember the champion, not the runner-up, unless that person has always been the runner-up. Now it was Steven's turn to be embarrassed. It was obviously not appropriate to send an adult over, because the other party would be wary of adults, but if it was a child, the other party could be confused. I'll do it. Zinnia volunteered, standing up and said. Zinnia, stop it, this is not something you can do. Gary immediately pressed Zinnia down. This guy didn't even know how to use a mobile phone. Asking her to put the scanner on was a recipe for failure. Gary, I think Zinnia is not impossible. Steven said. Mr. Steven, don't joke. Zinnia doesn't understand the rules of society. She will get into trouble if she goes there. Gary said. It is because of the lack of understanding that we can deceive the people on the sea. Purple Violet. Zinnia is very suitable. Wallace interrupted. Gary wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zinnia. Gary, don't say anything. I have made up my mind. I lost the meteorite, so I should find it back by myself. This is also part of the trial. Zinnia said. Gary was silent, because he felt that what Zinnia said made sense. Sending meteorite to Rayquaza was originally Zinnia's own test, and the loss of meteorite was also caused by Zinnia's own negligence. Now Zinnia wants to make up for this mistake, and Gary has nothing to say. Since Zinnia asked for it yourself, I have no objection. Gary said. Then Miss Zinnia, I will tell you how to do it in detail. Kennedy began to tell Zinnia the specific action plan. The captain who specializes in delivering goods has been bribed by Devon Company. 2 days later, it will be the day to deliver supplies. Zinnia will be arranged to board the ship at that time. After helping to carry the supplies, she only needs to press the scanner in a hidden area on the platform. The guards on the High Zygen side are not strict. They just don't allow outsiders to approach. The crew members who deliver supplies can still carry the ingredients into the warehouse. Zinnia's task is also very simple. Just put the scanner on the platform of High Zygen 2.9. For the sake of safety, Steven prepared 3 scanners for Zinnia. And the 3 scanners are made into decorate objects, and even magic props. People who don't understand will only think they are ordinary decorate. Zinnia knows how to use them after a simple operation. Steven and Wallace also found professionals to tell Zinnia where these scanners are best hidden on the platform. After 2 days of training, Zinnia also mastered how to install scanner, can already be installed in a designated hidden location without anyone noticing. This morning, Zinnia, be careful along the way, take this Pokeball, and release it when you encounter danger. Gary took out a pink Pokeball from his pocket and handed it to Zinnia. This is. Zinnia was stunned when she saw the Pokeball handed over by Gary. Traveling with Gary, Zinnia knew that this pink Pokemon was called Heal Ball. Among Gary's Pokemon, only Latios was in the Heal Ball. Gary actually gave Latios to her now. Zinnia was a little flattered by his concern. I can't help it. None of the Pokemon you have are good enough. If you encounter any danger, you won't be able to deal with it. Gary said. Don't underestimate my Pokemon. They are very strong. Zinnia said unconvinced. Well, I know. I'm just giving you a guarantee. I hope you don't need to use it. Gary patted Zinnia's head and stroked it twice. Zinnia immediately shrank her neck, like a kitten subdued by a cat stroking artifact. Don't touch my head. Zinnia slapped Gary's hand away and adjusted her hair. Don't worry, I won't be in trouble. Zinnia said and went to the dock. Gary watched Zinnia board the transport ship from the spot until the transport ship started 12 and disappeared from sight little by little. Then Gary returned to the hotel. The hotel is Devon Company. After 2 days, the presidential suite has been converted into a command room and a machine that can detect infinite energy has been moved here. As long as there is a fluctuation of infinite energy on High Zygen, it will be detected immediately. At present, there is a map on the screen in the command room. There is a red dot moving on the map. This red dot is very close to Slateport City and is moving towards Waterway 108. This red dot is the transport ship. There is GPS positioning on the transport ship, which is normal. Even the guards of High Zygen cannot remove the GPS of the transport ship. On the sea. On the High Zygen platform on Waterway 108, the machine on the platform is collecting data on the seabed. A transport ship full of supplies is coming here. Several staff on the platform also know that it is a ship transporting supplies, and they all come to meet it. After waiting for the transport ship to stop, the staff who came to pick them up, led by a man, immediately jumped onto the deck of the transport ship and shouted excitedly, Lucci, I finally got you here. Have you bought everything I want? Yes, the goods you wanted. Lucci was prepared and threw a black plastic bag to the man. Lucci was the captain of the transport ship, who was responsible for delivering supplies to High Zygen. Ah, good, we have food for this week. The man immediately took out a long paper box from the bag, which was full of cigarettes. The man tore open the box, took out a pack of cigarettes, and quickly smoked one for himself, and the gloom on his face dissipated a lot. The staff on High Zygen were all familiar with Lucci, and they had a good relationship with Lucci, because there was nothing to sell on the sea, especially since High Zygen was conducting a secret research, so the workers here also lived on High Zygen. In addition to providing accommodation and 3 meals a day, the company did not have anything else. So when ordinary employees on the Sea Zygen need cigarettes and other things, they will ask Lucci to help buy them. Lucci will buy a bunch of cigarettes every week and send them over. After a while, the relationship between the two sides became familiar. Zinnia also came out of the cabin at this time and followed other crew members to carry supplies. Because she was too short, she was soon discovered. The smoking man saw Zinnia and asked in confusion, that little girl, wait a minute. Zinnia was startled and stood there. Is there anything, uncle? Zinnia pretended to be calm. Seeing this, Lucci hurriedly said, Aben, she is my niece, she came to help me. Niece, are you willing to let your niece come to work on the sea? The man named Aben was surprised. Working on the sea is very hard. Normal sailors are all men, and there are very few female sailors. Just come here to experience it, and then I will definitely transfer to logistics, Nigia, then you go and do it, Lu Ji said indifferently. Dit. Zinnia immediately followed the crew and left. Abin also looked at Zinnia and found that Zinnia was dark and skinny. He looked like a child who grew up in the village, so he didn't pay much attention to her. And Zinnia successfully boarded the platform of Shanghai Zaijian. After boarding Shanghai Zaijian, Zinnia immediately looked at the buildings on the platform and immediately noticed a cylindrical tower-like building on the platform. The exterior of the building was all made of Orberg. It looked very strange, and there was a little difference compared to the resource-collecting building next to it. Strange, why do I feel that there is a familiar smell in that building? Zinnia thought to herself. Zinnia, what are you doing? Hurry up and follow me, the crew reminded him. Oh, Zinnia nodded and quickly followed him into the warehouse of the cafeteria. Zinnia was also in the passage leading to the warehouse. She attached a scanner under a fire hydrant and continued to move other things. Because they were delivering supplies, passers-by didn't think it was strange and basically kept watch over them. After Zinnia came out of the cafeteria, she looked at the round tower building in the distance and felt that there was something in it. So she saw that there were no people around and went in immediately. The guard is so lax, how can it be as strict as Steven said? Zinnia looked at the round tower in front of her. She approached it and didn't find anyone along the way. 120 Zinnia looked at the round tower building in front of her, found the safe passage, and sneaked in. After entering the safe passage, Zinnia immediately looked around to see if there was any surveillance. She found that there was no surveillance in the safe passage, so she felt relieved, took out 10 Pokeballs from her pocket and opened them. Great! Crack! Noibat came out of the Pokeball. Noibat, use your ultrasonic wave to sense if there is anyone in the channel. If there is, tell me immediately. Zinnia said. Chuck. Noibat nodded and emitted ultra-low sound waves. Through the feedback of the sound waves, he determined whether there was anyone in the safe channel. Only when he confirmed that there was no one, Zinnia would continue to move forward and then stick an energy detector on the inside of the pipe. At this time, in Slateport City, Steven, Wallace, and Gary were all in the room. They were also waiting for Zinnia to complete the mission successfully and return. They didn't know that Zinnia did not act according to the plan, but started to act on her own. Mr. Steven, Mr. Wallace, something bad has happened. There are traces of Kyugra in the 124 waters, and Kyugra has caused the climate in the area and is causing a tsunami. Kennedy suddenly broke into the room and told the shocking news. What? Why would Kyugra do this? Wallace stood up in shock. Compared to the matter of the Sea Violet, the matter of Kyugra is more important. The last time Kyugra showed his power, it submerged many islands. Every champion of the Hone region basically deals with things around the two Pokemon Kyugra and Groudon. It's not clear yet. The information found from the Alliance Special Search Team should be what the Valley Water Fleet did, but the specific situation is unknown. Song knows that Kyugra is active frequently in Area 124. Kennedy responded. Gary immediately knew what was going on. It should be that the plot between the Magma Team and the Water Fleet broke out. They wanted to exchange the super ancient Pokemon in the hands of the hostile organization. Kyugra has been controlled by Archie, but Groudon has not been controlled yet. However, Groudon will wake up later and will deal with Kyugra, so this matter is not so worrying. But the key is that Steven and Wallace don't know the final result of this matter. Now they only think that solving Kyugra is the most important thing. Wallace, I'll leave this to you. I'll go. Steven immediately stood up and said, Kennedy, prepare the helicopter. Yes. Kennedy immediately went out to prepare. Steven, can you do it alone? That's Kyugra. Wallace said worriedly. As a citizen of Pseudopolis, Wallace knew very well how powerful Kyugra was. It was not a Pokemon that humans could deal with, even the champion. It has to work even if it doesn't work. Don't worry, I will act according to the situation and won't do anything reckless, Steven said, and then he stood up and left. It's a troublesome time. Seeing Steven leave, Wallace shook his head helplessly. The matter of Dezaigen Company is enough to be a headache, and now Kyugra is also making trouble. It's really a lot of trouble. Wallace is a little depressed now. As the champion of Alliance, he can't do anything. The main reason is that Dezaigen has not caught any evidence, so he can only wait. Now Kyugra is making trouble again, Wallace can only worry. Even if he believes in Steven's ability, it is Kyugra after all. Huh? Why is this kid so calm? Wallace was feeling melancholy, but found that Gary looked calm, as if he didn't care about Kyugra at all. Could it be because people in other regions don't know the horror of Goajeo? Gary. Wallace shouted. Huh? Something. Gary asked. Gary, do you know Kyugra? Wallace asked. I know. Gary responded. Kyugra is a super ancient Pokemon, and it is said that it created the ocean. Then you should also know the dangers of Kyugra. I have some understanding, but now that things have happened, we can only bite the bullet, Gary said. Gary is not worried about the matter of waters number 124 at all. With Groudon as a backup, there is no need to go. Especially where Kyugra and Groudon fought, there was no one living around, and the scale of the battle was not large. Kyugra was only hit by a sunlight spell and returned to normal, so there is no need to worry about anything. Maybe the real big thing may happen to Hyzaigen in front of him, because Gary remembered that at the beginning of a certain movie version, Rayquaza was captured by humans, but Gary was not sure who captured him. And the infinite energy mentioned by Steven before, this thing is related to Rayquaza. To put it bluntly, infinite energy is converted from life energy, and Rayquaza can convert life energy into infinite energy. Not only can life energy be used for conversion, but the energy in meteorite can also be converted into infinite energy, but only Rayquaza can do it. Considering that Rayquaza in the animation world has been captured by humans, Gary couldn't help but wonder if it was Rayquaza captured by the big company Xiao. Just when Gary wanted to say something, suddenly, Gary felt a huge change in the surrounding environment, and he suddenly came to an environment surrounded by iron defense, and happened to see a middle-aged man wearing a black rocket uniform standing in front of him. The middle-aged man faced Gary, with a fierce look on his face, his mouth opened and closed, but Gary couldn't hear what the other person said, but he could tell that this guy had a bad tone. Then, the picture turned to the right, and he saw Zinnia, who had been tied up by an iron ring, and a green body that looked like a flying dragon beside Zinnia, which was Rayquaza. Rayquaza was in a coma, with steel rings all over his body, and mechanical arms grabbing Rayquaza's various places where he could exert force. No, something happened to Zinnia. Gary sat up in shock, and the illusions around him disappeared immediately. Gary, what did you say? Wallace said in surprise. Just now Gary was stunned, and Wallace thought that Gary suddenly thought of something, so he didn't bother him. Now Gary suddenly said that Zinnia was in trouble, which made Wallace a little confused. I just saw the picture sent to me by Lashios. Zinnia was captured by the people on the Sea Purple Jasmine, and the people of Team Rocket were also on the Sea Purple Jasmine. They also captured Rayquaza. Gary said hurriedly. What did you say? They captured Rayquaza. Wallace was shocked. Rayquaza is a Pokemon stronger than Kyogre and Groudon. The Great Purple Jasmine Company actually captured Rayquaza. Yes, I gave Lashios to Zinnia for self-defense this morning, and Lashios just sent me an illusion. Gary said. Wait, how come you still have Lashios? Wallace didn't know that Gary had captured Lashios. Not to mention Wallace, even Steven didn't know that Gary had captured Lashios. Don't worry about this for now, we have to hurry to Hyzaigen. If we go too late, Zinnia will be in danger. Will you come with me? Gary said. Let's go, let's take a helicopter. Wallace said. It's better to get some money, why take a helicopter? Just ride a Pokemon there. Gary said. Wallace said awkwardly, I only have water Pokemon in my hands, none of them can fly. Don't you have Pelipper? Gary asked in confusion. No. Oh my god, you don't even have Breeder, the god of rainy days, what kind of champion are you? Gary complained. The god of rainy days. Wallace was confused. Could Pelipper be worthy of this title? It was Kyogre and Kamaba who were the god of rainy days. Let's go to the balcony. Gary came to the balcony, took out 3 Ultra Balls from his pocket and opened them. Great! 3 brilliant figures of red, yellow, and white appeared in soaring in the sky. 3 sacred birds. Wallace stared at Gary with his eyes wide open in disbelief, thinking to himself, who on earth is this Gary? He can easily release legendary Pokemon. Gary didn't care about Wallace's surprise, and jumped onto Articuno's back, urging him, Mr. Wallace, what are you waiting for? Choose one and jump on it. Oh. Wallace looked at Zapdos and Moltres, and finally chose to sit on Moltres. As for why he chose Moltres, although it was a bit hot, it was better than being pricked by a needle. Zapdos' body electricity is very huge, and the feathers on his body are all erected, like needles. Although you can do it along the hair, as long as you move a little bit, your butt will be pricked. Gary took this into consideration and rode Articuno, especially the tropical climate of Hone region. It was so cool to sit on Articuno. Take off and go over there. Gary pointed to the southwest, which was the direction of the Sea Purple. The 3 sacred birds immediately flew southwest, and 3 gorgeous contest figures also passed through the Slateport city sky. Many people saw it. It's so beautiful. Wallace, as a coordinator, as the leader of trainer, he naturally likes beautiful Pokemon very much, and the 3 sacred birds are definitely very beautiful Pokemon among legendary Pokemon. Mr. 443 Wallace, you should focus on the Sea Violet. Rayquaza was captured by the people of the Great Violet Company, and it also involves the Rocket Team. Gary reminded. Wallace immediately came to his senses and asked hurriedly, tell me the details. Wallace did not see the illusion transmitted by Lashios. This illusion can only be transmitted between Lashios tribes, and if the intimacy with Trainer is very high, the illusion can also be transmitted to Trainer. The specific situation is that the Great Violet Company and the Rocket Team jointly captured Rayquaza and used Rayquaza for some experiments. Gary said. How is Rayquaza now? Wallace asked. Rayquaza was trapped by steel rings and was in a coma contest condition, said Gary. Wallace was shocked when he heard it. The Great Purple Jasmine Company actually mastered the technology to capture Rayquaza. Even the Hone Alliance couldn't do this. How did they do it? What? Moltres and Articuno. Gots was shocked. Attack, Agron, use Stone Edge. Gets ordered, and his men also ordered their Pokemon to attack. Wallace no longer had a cynical look on his face, and immediately took out a high-end communicator. Melodic, Blizzard. Wallace ordered. LV-74 Melodic 2/Champion. They captured Zinnia and naturally understood that they were discovered here. They had already started to plan to retreat, but before retreating, the last experiment had to be continued, otherwise this operation would be a big loss. After all, Rayquaza has been captured, which is the best evidence. They definitely dare not let Rayquaza go. Once Rayquaza is released, they will have to bear Rayquaza's anger. Unfortunately, the other party would never have thought that Latios has the ability of telepathy. Even if they knew that the research on the sea purple jasmine had been discovered, they would not have time to evacuate. There was actually someone on the back of the 3 sacred birds. Gots immediately picked up the telescope and looked in the northeast direction, and saw 2 red and white figures appearing on soaring in the sky. Melodic groaned and blew out a large piece of ice and snow. Blizzard covered the Pokémon below, and half of the Pokémon were frozen. Getz and his men also saw Wallace jumping off Moltres. Although they didn't know what Wallace was doing, he was the champion. Ugh. Gary was confused and didn't understand what Wallace was doing. There were a bunch of Pokémon below. Now the entire Hone Alliance has been mobilized. Something related to 3 super ancients happened today. I guess the president of the Hone Alliance is going crazy. Gary also took a look at Wallace's melodic, which was only level 74. It seems that Wallace's strength is indeed not very good. More than an hour later, the 3 sacred birds came to the sky of Sea Zygen. From a distance, they could see a group of people wearing Rocket Team black uniforms standing on the platform of Sea Zygen. There were about 10 people. It's not clear. The images Latios sent to me showed that there were already many members of Team Rocket, but they are definitely not strong enough. They must have used some technology to trap my Latios, Gary said. Zapdos took the lead and rushed to sky. In an instant, most of the entire 108 area was covered by dark clouds. The magnetic field in the area became chaotic, and all electronic products were affected. Go inform Professor Sage. If the machine failure cannot be repaired, just disperse directly. Got it. Gott's men immediately ran back to ask, because the surrounding magnetic field was broken, all electronic equipment was broken, and the communicator could not be used, so they could only walk. Gary and Wallace also came to the top of the Sea Violet platform, looking down, and saw that the members of Team Rocket had already released Pokémon and were ready for battle. Wallace, your Pokémon are all water Pokémon, how about letting Moltres take you to the waterway? Gary suggested. No, this distance is enough. After saying that, Wallace jumped off Moltres' back. Lance, who met 2 years ago, his Dragonite was level 75, while Wallace's Melodic was only level 74. Obviously, his strength is far lower than Lance's, and he deserves to be the weakest champion. This is Wallace. The Big Zygen Company illegally captured Rayquaza. Now all of Big Zygen's industries are under a complete blockade. Please send someone to High Zygen for assistance. Zapdos, give me, BCFJ, control of the nearby magnetic field. Gary ordered. Wallace saw the attacking skills and opened the Pokeball in his hand, and a contest Melodic appeared. I know. What? How could this happen? Gotts was shocked. This is a specially selected location, and this problem should not occur. Captain Gotts, the internal electronic equipment has failed, and the experiment has been suspended. A member of the rocket team immediately reported. Gary's Latios is at the elite level. To be dealt with by the other party, they must have used some high-tech specifically for dragon Pokemon. After saying that, Wallace hung up the phone. Does the other party have many trainers? Wallace asked. Captain, someone is riding a Pokemon in the northeast and is flying here. At this time, another member of the rocket team came to report. Melodic flew into the air, holding Wallace up, and a green energy barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all attacks from below. On the platform of High Zygen. Agrin, Mega Evolution. Getz took out the key. The keystone and the Mega Evolution on Agrin reacted, and it instantly evolved into Mega Agrin, with a heavy metal body, as if no creature could break its defense. LV65 Agrin 3/champion. Gary also saw Getz's Agrin and was surprised. He didn't expect that Team Rocket had a Pokemon with champion potential. Even though this Agrin's strength has not reached the champion level, but with Assist Mega Evolution, it has the strength to compete with champion level Pokemon. Mr. Wallace, do you need my help here? Gary asked. No, leave the people here to me, you go and rescue Zinnia. Wallace said. Okay. Gary didn't say much, and rode Articuno to the round tower not far away. According to the illusion that Latios conveyed to Gary, Rayquaza was imprisoned in a large space, and only the more than 10-meter high tower on the entire sea purple flower could accommodate Rayquaza. Don't try, Agrin, Stone Edge. Gotts won't let Gary pass. Bang! Just as Agrin was about to attack, a hydro pump attacked and instantly repelled the wave King Laren. Damn it, you go over and help, leave this to me. Gotts urged. There is no powerful trainer guarding the round tower. The rockets were about to go over, but 2 figures blocked their way. Swampert. Walrein. The 2 figures were naturally Pokemon. Everyone looked at Wallace and found that Wallace had 2 more Pokeballs in his hand. Obviously, Swampert and Walrein were Pokemon released by Wallace. I said, you are not allowed to leave here. Wallace said in a deep voice. The rockets felt a great pressure, that is the pressure of the champion. Although Wallace is the weakest champion, he is still a champion after all, and it is not something that normal people can deal with. Found it, it's here, Articuno, let's go down and take a look. Gary said. Because the electronic equipment on the Sea Purple Violet is very tricky, it is necessary to use a strong magnetic field interference to affect the electronic equipment here. Zapdos must focus on changing the magnetic field in this area. Otherwise, the experiment here will continue. The key is that the rocket team and the people of the Big Purple Violet Company were able to capture Rayquaza, which must be due to high-tech products. As long as these electronic equipment cannot function normally, their strength can be greatly limited. It seems that it can be opened. After landing on the top of the round tower, Gary looked around and confirmed that the top of the round tower could be opened. It is estimated that Rayquaza was transported in from here. Bangala, destroy this hatch. Gary threw the Pokeball. Ban. Banjura punched the metal plate under his feet. Dang! The metal plate dented directly, making a loud noise. Inside the round tower, Dr. Zagar and another professor were staring at the values on the instrument in panic. Because the instrument was interfered with, all the equipment in the round tower could not be used, including the device that restrained Rayquaza. The device that restrained Rayquaza would spray sedatives all the time, so that Rayquaza could be quiet. Now the device cannot be used. Rayquaza will wake up soon. Sparky, the experiment failed. I'm leaving. Dr. Zagar was reluctant, but he had no choice but to leave. Eevee immediately cast Psychic, freezing himself and Gary in the air and slowly descending. Gary felt his scalp tingling when he saw Rayquaza's level. Please give me flowers 0. Gary and Eevee were both startled and shuddered. Chai, we are just partners, and do you think our Team Rocket is afraid of alliance? Zagar said indifferently. Boom! Gary also saw the restrained Rayquaza. Fortunately, Rayquaza's mouth was also covered with an iron ring, otherwise Gary would really worry. Rayquaza used a destructive ray on himself. LV-115 Rayquaza Top God. Sparky punched the table to vent his rage, but he had no choice. In order to keep the company alive, this was something he had to do. After Banmu became the leader of Team Rocket, the nature of the entire Team Rocket changed. It was no longer an organization that only knew how to make money, but was trying to dominate the world. The Great Purple Jasmine Company faced the problem of energy transformation. They needed to study infinite energy, so they cooperated with Team Rocket. Now Rayquaza has been caught, and they are currently planning to experiment with using Rayquaza to convert infinite energy. As a result, this kind of thing happened at the last minute. Boom, boom, boom. It seems that gets failed. Goodbye. Dr. Zagar didn't care about Sparky. He still had a lot of experiments to do, and immediately took the Rocket's members away. Although Rayquaza is a dragon, it is more like a flood dragon. Its pupils are similar to those of a snake. Being stared at by it will make you feel very nervous. Come in. Don't forget that you, Team Rocket, are also involved in this matter. Do you think you can get away? Sparky said dissatisfiedly. This was the highest level Pokemon Gary had ever seen, bar none. Damn it. However, Rayquaza didn't seem to be completely restrained, and his body began to twist, and he let out a low moan. Ban. 0. Rayquaza's body was trapped by a steel ring, and his 2 dragon claws were also locked. His eyes were closed and he looked like he was asleep. Boo. With a muffled sound, the whole round tower trembled. AFK. However, just as Gary and Eevee landed on Rayquaza's head, Rayquaza's eyes suddenly opened, and its golden pupils stared at Gary and Eevee. There were continuous sounds from above again, and soon, the metal plate above the round tower was torn open, and the crack gradually spread outward, and a dark green body could be seen. Hone Alliance has strict regulations that prohibit the use of super ancient Pokemon. Now Alliance already knew that this was definitely a heavy blow to the Great Violet Company. Banjura used superpower to tear a hole in the ceiling of the round tower. It must be said that the quality of this metal plate is very high, and Banjura took a lot of effort to tear such a big hole. Banmu's method of dominating the world was also very simple, which was to assist the power of legendary Pokemon, so this time he sent Zagar to cooperate with the Great Purple Jasmine Company. Gary took back Bangala and jumped out of the crack directly. Hone Alliance had already discovered what was going on here, and the experiment could no longer proceed. Seg and Sparky looked up. It seemed that someone was forcing. Eevee, go to the corridor, let's go find Zinnia. Gary urged. Chai. Eevee immediately took Gary to the corridor and began to look for Zinnia. Gary didn't have any idea about Rayquaza, and the main thing was to rescue Zinnia and Latios. As for Rayquaza, this guy will leave after he gets angry, just don't take the initiative to provoke it. Eevee remembered the smell of Zinnia, and took Gary to the door of a room, using the water flow to break the door. Through the cut, you can see Zinnia and Latios inside. At this time, Zinnia has been tied up and her mouth is blocked. Latios is no exception, wrapped in a layer of glue net, and is in a coma contest condition. Woo woo woo. Zinnia saw that the person at the door was Gary, and immediately struggled with second 3 kingdoms. Gary hurried in and pulled the cloth out of Zinnia's mouth. Gary, go and save Lord Dragon God, these bad guys have captured Lord Dragon God. Zinnia said hurriedly. Gary was speechless. Rayquaza doesn't need you to worry, you'll still worry about whether you can leave here smoothly. Although Rayquaza's destructive power is not as good as Groudon and Kyogre, if you provoke it, it's not certain whether this area can be intact, especially there are people on the Sea Zygon. Although these people are all from the Big Zygon Company, there must be many people who don't know about the research on the Sea Zygon, and they will have to face Rayquaza's anger later. What innocent. Rayquaza doesn't need to be saved, save you first. Gary took a knife and quickly untied Zinnia. Eevee was also untying Lashio's, using water to split and cut the gelatinous substance on Lashio's body. After untying Zinnia, Gary asked, "Where is Lashio's Pokeball?" Lashio's is now in a coma contest condition, and it is definitely impossible to carry him away, so he must be put into a Pokeball. They took all the Pokeballs on me, Zinnia said. Gary suddenly felt a headache. Without the Pokeball, how could he take Lashio's away? It seems that it's time to show the real Mega Rookie. I know where the Pokeball is hidden, and I can feel the location of the Pokemon, Zinnia said. Then go and find it quickly. Gary and Zinnia left the room immediately. For the time being, Eevee let Lashio's carry it with Psychic. After all, Eevee often used Psychic to lift the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus during normal training. Somehow, Zinnia's special ability seemed to have become stronger. She took Gary directly to a room not far away. Zinnia's Pokeball was placed in a box, including Lashio's Heal Ball. How did you find it so accurately? Gary asked in surprise. I don't know, I just feel that my Pokemon is here, Zinnia said. Then we can go, Gary said. The Pokeball has been found, and as for Team Rocket, it is likely that Wallace has already dealt with it. Now we just need to escape from here. No, I still have to save Lord Dragon, Zinnia said. Boom! As soon as Zinnia finished speaking, an explosion sounded, and the room was shaking. What happened? Zinnia was shocked. After Zinnia was captured, she had been locked in the room and didn't know what was happening outside. Even if Gary came to rescue her, she didn't ask about what was happening outside, and thought Gary had sneaked in. It should be caused by Rayquaza, because the people of the Great Purple Company captured it. It is very rage after waking up, and it will definitely destroy this place crazily at that time. Gary said. Impossible. This. Zinnia wanted to say that Lord Dragon would not do this, but thinking about it, there are bad people here, and Lord Dragon was captured. It is normal to anger Lord Dragon and be punished. It is a question whether we can escape now. Rayquaza will definitely destroy this place. Gary said. I have a way. Zinnia said. What do you have a way? Gary asked. Meteorite, the meteorite my grandma gave me. As long as I take meteorite to Lord Dragon God will definitely understand. Zinnia said. Can you find meteorite? Gary asked. Of course, I can feel where meteorite is now. Zinnia said. Eevee, you follow Zinnia to find meteorite. Gary said. Chee. Eevee nodded and walked to Zinnia. Gary, won't you come with me? Zinnia asked. I'm going to save people. Gary said. Save people? Save who? Zinnia was confused. In her opinion, there was no good person on High Zygon. They should be punished for daring to capture Lord Dragon God. You forgot the uncle who sent you here. There are many workers here who don't know that research is being conducted here. They are all innocent. Gary said. Zinnia was slightly stunned. She really didn't think so much. Even if she didn't want to save the people on High Zygon, Uncle Lucci who sent her in was innocent. Okay, I will find meteorite as soon as possible. Zinnia said. Yeah. Gary nodded and walked out of the round tower along the passage. Roar. Soaring in the sky, Rayquaza's rage's growl came. From a distance, Rayquaza could be seen fighting with 3 Pokemon, Melodic, Swampert, and Walrein. Although they couldn't do anything to Rayquaza, they could still assist with ice skills to deal with Rayquaza for a few times. After all, as long as they were not hit by Rayquaza's skills, they would basically be fine. Roar. Rayquaza was also very rage, with black light coming out of his mouth, and a huge black beam gushed out, attacking Melodic. Swampert, protect Melodic. Wallace ordered immediately. Where's the swamp? Swampert immediately rushed to Melodic and used Protect. Boom! With a blast, Swampert and Melodic were blown away together. Protect didn't completely block Rayquaza's attack, but it still blocked most of the damage. So powerful. Gary was shocked. Only Z moves and Dynamax moves can break Protect's defense. Rayquaza broke Protect with a single move. It can be said that the power of Rayquaza's single move is comparable to Dynamax moves and Z moves. Roar. Rayquaza saw that Swampert and Melodic had not fallen yet, and roared. Colorful light came out of his mouth, and a dragon-shaped energy wave gushed out and fell downwards. Not good. Wallace was shocked. His Pokemon had used up all the Protect times. If they were hit, Swampert and Melodic would fall. Blastoise, use Protect. Gary threw the Pokeball towards Melodic. Great. Crack. Blastoise came out of the Pokeball and used Protect. Boom. With a bang, Blastoise was blown away. Like Swampert, Blastoise's Protect can only block most of the damage and cannot completely block it, but it can be regarded as blocking this attack. Rayquaza immediately looked at Gary who released Blastoise, and immediately thought of Gary when he just woke up, and roared. Roar. Rayquaza waved Dragon Claw, and an air blade slashed at Gary. Oh my god. Gary didn't expect Rayquaza to attack him. What kind of hatred is that? Gary was about to release Bandura, and soaring in the sky cried. The 3 holy birds fell from the sky, and Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and Flamethrower were fired at the same time to disperse the air blade. Gary's 3 holy birds have been staying outside all the time. When they saw Gary being attacked, they immediately took action. Roar. Seeing the 3 sacred birds appear, Rayquaza became even more angry. It knew the status of the 3 sacred birds. They were all legendary Pokemon, but they actually helped humans. Rayquaza didn't say anything, straightened his body, and rushed towards Moltres as straight as a pen. 12. Moltres immediately used Flamethrower to counterattack, but the flames could not hurt Rayquaza at all. A green shadow passed by, and Moltres was directly smacked down and fell on the platform, losing consciousness. Articuno, use Hail. Zapdos assist Articuno, Gary ordered. Although Zapdos can't hail, it can create rain clouds, so it can create a larger hail weather. The air temperature dropped several degrees in an instant, and hails fell from the sky one by one. Roar. Rayquaza really hates cold weather. With a roar, soaring in the sky instantly cleared the clouds and turned into 10 white clouds. It's useless. Rayquaza has the strongest ability to change the weather. No weather can take effect. Wallace reminded. I know, I'm just stalling for time. Gary said. Rayquaza has the airlock ability. Groudon and Kyogre can't change the weather under the airlock. Blastoise uses Hydro Pump. Bangala, Stone Edge. Blastoise and Bangala used their skills to attack Rayquaza in the sky. Rayquaza saw the attack coming and didn't use his body to resist. His extended body danced in the air, flexibly avoiding Hydro Pump and each Stone Edge. He believed that Rayquaza, a Pokémon of such a large body, could be so flexible. Rayquaza opened his mouth proudly, as if he was mocking Blastoise and Bangala's attacks for not reaching him. However, Rayquaza's pride did not last long, as 3 cold beams shot from below and hit him instantly. The powerful ice energy froze Rayquaza. His whole body was covered with 10 layers of thick ice. Use your strongest moves to attack. Gary ordered. Blastoise used Hydro Cannon. Bangala used Stone Edge. Zapdos used Zap Cannon. Articuno used Blizzard. Roar. The body of the sky-splitting dragon shook, shattering the ice on its body, but it was too late to dodge. Boom. All skills hit, causing a huge explosion. Rayquaza's unshakable body fell heavily on the platform of Seamovely. Bang! Bangala was not afraid of 973 at all. He used Iron Defense and was going to use his body to resist Draco Meteor. Rayquaza was extremely raging at the moment. He was actually smacked down by a group of ordinary Pokémon. What a shame. Gary immediately looked for his Pokémon. Zapdos and Articuno had fallen down. Bangala did not fall down, but he was seriously injured. Even if the power of Draco Meteor was not as strong as a single attack skill, it was not something that ordinary Pokémon could resist. Wallace fought with Rayquaza to protect the workers. Wallace was the champion and he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. The explosions continued, and the entire platform of High Zygon was shaking violently. Fire and smoke continued to emerge from the building. The entire High Zygon turned into a sea of fire. Roar. The dragon roared all day, and the clouds in the sky of the whole Sea Zygon were all scattered, soaring in the sky outside the fence. The energy ball flew high in the sky and exploded, turning into dozens of meteors like meteorite normal falling in all directions, and the whole Sea Zygon was covered by the attack range of this move. Mr. Wallace, wake up. Gary shook Wallace, but Wallace did not respond. He reached out and sniffed his breath, and he was still breathing, so he should have fainted. Mr. Wallace, what are you looking at? Why don't you hide? Gary shouted. Kami. Roar. What are you afraid of? Rayquaza has already been defeated by you, said one of the workers. The platform where he fell could not bear the weight of Rayquaza at all, and the platform began to collapse. The whole platform was shaking violently. Gary. How could Rayquaza be defeated by these Pokémon in his hands? He was just attacked and fell down. What kind of skirmishers are these? Draco Meteor is not something he has never seen before. Even if it is a champion-level dragon Pokémon, a Draco Meteor can split 7 or 8 meteors, and at most 10. Gary looked at the messy platform. Many of the workers had died before, and almost all the workers on the platform fainted. Fortunately, Protect can block Draco Meteor, otherwise it would depend on luck whether he could survive with just one blow. When everything calmed down, the dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and a green extended body soared from the platform of the Sea Purple to the sky. Cheers came from behind. And Rayquaza can split dozens of meteors directly with a Draco Meteor, and the power of each meteor is extremely terrifying. Be careful, get out of the way, this is Draco Meteor. Wallace shouted in horror. Gary looked around again and found Wallace's 3 Pokémon. All 3 Pokémon were defeated, but there were workers around them. It was obvious that they were defeated to protect those workers. Blastoise immediately came in front of Gary and used Protect to protect himself and Gary. Gary saw Wallace and found that Wallace was lying on the ground, his clothes were tattered, and he was obviously injured by the impact of the explosion. Great. Good job. Gary looked back and found that it was the staff on the Sea Purple. Boom, boom, boom. Rayquaza flew high in the sky, with red light in the air, and spit up an energy ball containing huge energy. Zapdos also rushed to Articuno and used Light Screen to help resist the damage of Draco Meteor. Is this the strength of Rayquaza? This was the first time Gary saw Rayquaza's strength. Although he had seen it in the animation, he felt even more powerless after experiencing it in person. Facing the top beasts, humans were obviously very weak in front of them. Roar. A dragon roar sounded, and the smoke surrounding the sea violet dissipated. Rayquaza stayed in the sky, looking down at everything below. Rayquaza looked at the burning sea violet and the Pokémon that he defeated. His rage was slightly reduced, but when he thought of his previous experience, he became angry again. He decided to completely wipe out the sea violet from the earth. Is it not over yet? Gary looked at Rayquaza, who did not leave, and felt helpless. Gary only had Blastoise and Charizard left in his Pokémon. The rest of the Pokémon were all defeated. Blastoise and Charizard alone were not Rayquaza's rival. Run away. Gary couldn't do anything to Rayquaza now, so he could only run for his life. Rayquaza, wait for me. I'll settle with you after I capture Deoxys. Just as Gary was about to take back the defeated Pokémon, he heard a noise behind him. Gary looked back and saw the round tower behind him turned into ruins. Salamence with a pair of blood-red wings flew out, and he could vaguely see a person sitting on Salamenki's back. LV45 Salamence 3/champion. Level 45. Zinnia. Seeing that Salamenki's level and potential were the same as Zinnia's Shelgon, it evolved ahead of time. Gary said in surprise. Shelgon needs to be level 50 to reach the conditions for evolving into Salamence, but it evolved ahead of time. Are you okay? Gary didn't know if Zinnia could communicate with Rayquaza. If they couldn't communicate, Zinnia might die. Think about it. Groudon and Kyogre are both thoughtful. Rayquaza is no exception. It should know that there are people among humans who worship it. Rayquaza did not launch an attack, just watched Zinnia fly more than 10 meters in front of him on Salamence. Lord Dragon God, I am the inheritor of the Draconid tribe. This is the meteorite that our tribe offers to Lord Dragon God. Zinnia took out a piece of meteorite from her arms, which was the stolen meteorite. Rayquaza's eyes stared at the meteorite in Zinnia's hand. The next moment, the meteorite in Zinnia's hand, the pits on the surface of the meteorite emitted rainbow light. The light became stronger and stronger. The rock layer on the surface of the meteorite disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the meteorite, which was a stone emitting colorful light. It is indeed a rainbow meteorite. Gary below also faintly saw the rainbow light of the sky. The next moment, the rainbow meteorite turned into a particle-sized energy, floating towards Rayquaza, and was absorbed by Rayquaza. Songjian saw the golden ring on Rayquaza's body emitting golden light. Roar! Rayquaza's whole body burst out with surging life energy, and the whole body exuded rich life energy. After these life energies were converted by Rayquaza, they instantly evolved into Mega Rayquaza. Why Mega Evolution? Gary had a question mark on his face. Did Rayquaza master Mega Evolution after obtaining the rainbow meteorite? If that's the case, it's too bad. It's not as good as Groudon and Kyogre, who can enter Mega Evolution independently. Lord Dragon God, some of these people below don't know that you have been arrested. They are also used by bad people. I hope you can forgive them. Janna asked. Rayquaza looked at the sea violets below, and the Pokémon and humans that fell under his Draco meteor. His anger gradually dissipated. Then he looked at Zinnia, exited the Mega Evolution form, and flew towards soaring in the sky. Zinnia even prayed devoutly and watched Rayquaza leave. It's finally over. Seeing Rayquaza going away, Gary's heart was relieved. Just now, Gary was planning to jump into the sea with Wallace and escape from the water. Fortunately, Zinnia appeared in time and did not let Gary lose face. Gary, I finally completed the trial. Zinnia rode down Salamence, looking excited. Because it was the first time she saw the dragon god in her heart and completed the trial, Zinnia was very excited now. Don't be happy, save people quickly. Gary said. Oh. Zinnia remembered to save people and hurried to save people. After Gary sprayed potion on his defeated Pokemon, he put it into the Pokeball and helped Wallace put the Pokemon into the Pokeball. Because of Rayquaza's Draco meteor, many workers on the Sea Purple Violet were injured or killed. Anyway, the Big Purple Violet Company is finished this time. Not only did they illegally capture Rayquaza, but they also caused so many casualties. It must be close to bankruptcy. Gary, what happened during my coma? Gary was busy here, and Wallace woke up. After Wallace woke up, he found that Rayquaza was gone and his Pokemon were all put back into the Pokeball. Seeing Gary directing Blastoise and Eevee to put out the fire, he asked about the situation. Mr. Wallace, you finally woke up. Are you okay? Gary asked. Everything is fine. I was just stunned by the impact of the explosion. Tell me first, what happened during my coma? Wallace asked. I told you before that Zinnia escorted Meteorite to Rayquaza. It seems that the Draconid tribe can communicate with Rayquaza. After Rayquaza got Meteorite, he forgave us and left. Gary said. That's great. Gary, can you take care of this first? I'm going to Lily Cove City to check it out. Wallace was still thinking about his brother's situation. 3 super ancient Pokemon, Kings, appeared in one day, which was enough to give people a headache. Is your body okay now? Gary asked. Although Wallace was not injured, he urgently needed to rest, not to mention that his main Pokemon were defeated and there were no Pokemon available. I'm fine. After that, Wallace also joined the rescue and released Ludicolo to help. Before rushing to Hyzaigen, Wallace notified the Hone Alliance. Not long after, the Hone Alliance search team came and joined in. And Wallace also learned from the people who came that the matter of Waterway 124 had been resolved. Groudon and Kyogre did fight, but it was just a minor friction. With Lance's mediation, the 2 Pokemon stopped fighting and evacuated from Waterway 124. Gary was not surprised by this. He knew the final outcome of the battle there. The Alliance will take full responsibility for the Sea Purple Jasmine. Gary, Zinnia, Wallace, and others returned to Slateport City to rest before night. Arrived at the Pokemon Center, Gary handed the defeated Pokemon to Joy for treatment. Gary, Wallace. A familiar voice came from behind, and Steven came in. Stephen was originally going to check on water route 124, but just as he flew to the side, he received a notice that the matter on water route 124 had been resolved. He also knew that the matter on the sea purple jasmine was related to Rayquaza, so he immediately rushed back, but not long after flying, he received another notice that Rayquaza had left and was in the process of handling the formalities. Stephen was on the road all day today and did nothing. Stephen, I'm injured, I think I need a 2-month vacation to rest. Seeing Stephen, Kelly immediately said that he wanted to take a vacation. Gary was dumbfounded. You were not like this on the sea purple jasmine before. After Wallace woke up, he asked about Zijan's condition. After confirming that there was no danger, he prepared to go to waterway 124 to see why 863 had become so lazy and cunning. Oh, where are you injured? Stephen looked worried. He heard that Wallace and Gary had a conflict with Rayquaza. Hearing Wallace say that he was injured, Stephen immediately became worried. It's okay, just the impact of the explosion, just take a 2-month vacation. Wallace said indifferently. Hearing Wallace's request, Stephen realized that he was deceived, but he could do nothing about it. Who asked Wallace to be the champion? Stephen asked him to be the champion. Wallace himself didn't want to be the champion. Okay, then you take a rest. Anyway, there is nothing big in the near future. Yin said. Gary felt something was wrong the more he listened. Who is the champion between the two of you? Why does the current one ask the former one to approve the leave? Gary, Zinnia, are you two okay? After calming Wallace's emotions, Yin also asked about the conditions of Gary and Zinnia. It's okay, I'm fine. Zinnia waved her hand to show that she was fine. She was still very excited. She had met Rayquaza, completed the trial, and trump card Shelgon had evolved into Salamence. She was so happy. I don't have much to do, but I need Mr. Stephen's help. Gary said. Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Yunwu said. Gary helped Hone Region so much. Stephen must thank him. Even if Gary asked him to give him a megastone now, Stephen would agree. It's like this. You all know Zinnia's identity. She is an illegal resident. It's more troublesome for her to live outside. I hope you can solve Zinnia's household registration problem. Gary said. Hey, Gary, is this what you want to help with? Wallace looked surprised. He was just curious about what Gary asked Stephen to do for him, but this was the result. Yeah, what's wrong? Gary didn't think much about it. The key point was that this time it was just a hand-in-hand. If we really want to say that the person who played a key role was Zinnia. Without Zinnia, everyone on the Sea Purple Violet would have died at the hands of Rayquaza. Nothing, this is what the Hone Alliance should do. After all, the Draconid tribe is also a member of the Hone region, and it is our job to manage the household registration. Stephen said, Gary, you have helped us so much, we need to thank you very much. If you need anything, you can tell me. I didn't help much, in fact, Zinnia contributed the most. If you really want to thank me, just give me a megastone. Gary said modestly. Wallace, surprised face? Wallace originally thought that Gary was a humble and polite person, it seems that he misjudged him. That's no problem. Stephen agreed, then you should know that the megastones I have collected here are limited, and I may not have the megastone you need. Does Blastoise have megastones? Gary asked. No. Stephen shook his head awkwardly. Remember that the last time Gary exchanged megastones with him, he also asked for Blastoise's megastone. What about Charizard's? Can Charizard mega evolve? Stephen has not done much research on mega evolution so far, and he is not sure how many Pokemon can mega evolve. Realizing that he has said too much, Gary explained, when I was traveling before, I saw a mural in a ruin. The Pokemon on it looked very similar to Charizard, but not completely the same. It should be Charizard's mega evolution form. Is that so? Stephen nodded thoughtfully, wondering whether he should expand his search range and look for other regions. By the way, Mr. Stephen, can you tell me which Pokemon megacloths you have collected so far? Gary asked. This is a company secret, I can't tell you. Gary, can you tell me which Pokemon you want to mega evolve? Stephen said. Bangala, Scizor, Gyarados, Gengar, Swampert. Gary gave the names of 5 Pokemon. In fact, many of the Pokemon in Gary's hands can mega evolution, but the mega evolution forms of those Pokemon are not very powerful, so Gary will definitely give priority to Pokemon that are more powerful after mega evolution. Originally, I wanted to add Blaziken, but after thinking about Blaziken mega evolution, the ability is acceleration. And Blaziken's own hidden ability has acceleration. Knowing that there will be an ability plaster in the future, after using it, the ability of Pokemon can be turned into a hidden ability, so there is no need to get the Blaziken Megastone now. Scizor Megastone, I have it here. Yunwu said. Can you give it to me? Gary asked. Stephen really chose Scizor. Because of the 5 Pokemon Gary mentioned, Scizor is naturally ranked at the bottom, and after Mega Evolution, Scizor is not as powerful as the other 4 song Pokemon. No problem, Gary, come with me to Rustboro City tomorrow, and solve Zinnia's household registration problem by the way. Stephen said. Oh, are you going back? Hearing that they were going back to Rustboro City, Anna knew that Meteor Falls City was not far away. Zinnia has now completed the trial, and she should go back, but this time she told the story of the Draconid tribe in order to retrieve the stolen meteorite, and she didn't know how to explain it to her grandmother. Zinnia, we can talk about the Draconid tribe, you don't mind? Stephen said. After all, the Draconid tribe has been exposed, especially this time High Zygen's action was mainly caused by Zinnia. Now that the matter has been resolved, the problem of Meteorite Kong should also be dealt with. Mr. Steven, my grandmother doesn't know about this. Can I go back and inform her first? Zinnia said. After coming to the outside world, Zinnia also knows a little about how the human society outside works. It must be said that the outside world is very developed, much more developed than the village. If Zinnia really returns to live in the village, she may not be able to stay. Moreover, the matter of the Draconid tribe has been exposed, and there is no need to continue to hide from the world. But the key is that there is a piece of rainbow meteorite hidden in the meteor village, which is related to the birth of Megastone. No problem, I will give you enough time. If your elders disagree, I have no objection. Steven said. Steven only heard about the meteor village from legends and did not know that there was a rainbow meteorite in the meteor village. But in this world, Meteor Village is not the only hidden village. Many regions have hidden villages. These villages have their own traditions and never have too much contact with the outside world. If the Draconid tribe is unwilling to contact the outside world, Steven will not have any requirements, as long as they do not commit any crime. Even if the Draconid tribe wants to come out and obtain an identity, it is no problem. After experiencing the incident with High Zygen, Steven knew that the Draconid tribe can communicate with Rayquaza. Just for this special ability, he must pay attention to the Draconid tribe. After dinner, Gary checked the injuries of the 3 sacred birds and Bangala. After seeing that they were not seriously injured, he teleported them back to the Oak Research Institute. Professor Oak's laboratory has a living environment specially built by Professor Oak for the 3 sacred birds, so that the 3 sacred birds can rest there and recover faster. When he came to the teleporter, he dialed the number of Professor Oak's laboratory. When the call was connected, he saw Professor Oak's serious expression appear on the screen. Grandpa. Seeing Professor Oak, Gary was also surprised, mainly because he was shocked by Professor Oak's serious expression. Gary was very confused. It seems that he did not do anything to make his grandfather unhappy. Gary, what's wrong with you? I can't get through to your phone. Why did you send so many powerful Pokemon over there? Professor Oak asked sternly. Gary immediately realized what was going on. It must be Xiaojian who was the one who told the secret. Indeed. Yesterday, Gary asked Xiaojian to help send the 3 sacred birds over. He was curious about what Gary was going to do. This afternoon, Xiaojian told Professor Oak about this. Professor Oak immediately called Gary's cell phone to find out what was going on. As a result, the phone could not be dialed. It was always displayed that the phone was out of service area. This made Professor Oak very anxious, worried that Gary would have an accident. Although Professor Oak is very famous, his connections are only in Kanto and Johto region. It is still very difficult to get information in Hone region. However, with Professor Oak's connections, he still got some information and knew that Groudon and Kyugra had a fight today. Professor Oak still knew about Gary's travel progress. Gary was going to Moss Deep City to challenge Moss Deep Gym. In addition, he couldn't get through to Gary on the phone, so Professor Oak was very worried about Gary's condition. Nothing, just encountered some things on the way. Gary said. What happened? Tell me. Professor Oak said. Actually, it's like this. Gary told Professor Oak the whole story. Before, it was because the Draconid tribe had to be kept secret, but now Steven and Wallace knew about it, and the top leaders of the Hone Alliance must also know about it, so it's okay to tell Professor Oak. It's just to help keep this kind of thing secret. Why do you interfere? Professor Oak was still a little angry and felt that Gary was too reckless. Professor Oak originally thought that Ash was more reckless, but now it seems that Gary's recklessness is not much worse than Ash. Grandpa, after all, I have received a favor from him, so I have to help, and I didn't expect this matter to be related to Rayquaza. Besides, I'm fine, so don't be angry. Gary said. You can let me calm down, just send me your majestic fang. Professor Oak said. Gary was stunned for a moment. He had never told Professor Oak the name of Majestic, and was surprised. Grandpa, have you found the information of that Pokemon? Yes, that Pokemon is called Majestic Fang. It is a Pokemon that appeared in the Padaya pit in the Padaya region. Professor Oak said. Gary was very surprised. He didn't expect his grandfather to contact people in the Padaya region. Asterisk. The Paradox Pokemon live in the Zeroth area of the Padaya pit. The Zeroth area is divided into the upper layer, middle layer, lower layer, and bottom layer, and the Paradox Pokemon appeared there. Moreover, these Paradox Pokemon were discovered about 5 years ago. The Padaya Alliance is studying the suddenly appeared Paradox Pokemon itself and has not announced it to the public. Therefore, the information about the Paradox Pokemon has been kept very secret, and people in other regions don't know about it. Only a few Pokemon professors in Song know a little bit about it. Even Professor Oak had to ask around before he found out the name of Majestic Fang. I see, so does Grandpa know the specific information about Majestic Fang? Gary asked. I don't know about that, I just found out the name, and I'm curious why this Majestic Fang appeared in the Hone region. Professor Tien said. After asking around, Professor Oak also found out that the Paradox Pokemon only lives in the Padaya Giant Crater, but he doesn't know why it appeared in the desert of the Hone region. I asked Majestic Fang about this, and it said that it was originally patrolling the territory in the cave, and then the surrounding environment became distorted, so it came here. Gary said. Gary was also curious about this question at first. After asking Majestic Fang, Gary felt that it should be related to the two professors, Orin and Futo. There is a chance that wild Pokemon in the Pattaya region will be crystallized, but people have not been able to find the reason why Pokemon are crystallized. Until the appearance of Orin and Futo, the principle of crystallization was explained, and the crystal bead was invented. At present, the technology of crystal bead has been put into practical use, and crystallization can be used in battles in the Pattaya region, but crystallization has not yet been introduced into the World Championship. Calculating the time, Orin and Futo also invented the crystal bead 10 years ago, and the two are also restless scientists, and they also study time machines and travel through various different time and space. Because the two want to create a world where paradoxical Pokemon and modern Pokemon live happily together, they use their own AI Heli to create a time machine device that can transmit Pokeballs to capture Pokemon in different timelines and call them to the present. Majestic Fang appeared in Hone region. There must be something wrong with the time machine, so the Majestic Fang was transported to Hone region 6. I don't know what's going on in Area 0. Gary was curious about how many Pokemon could be sent from other time and space if the time machine was always running. And according to the plot in the game, Olin and Professor Futo died accidentally at the 4th observatory, and the time machine was activated by the AI created by Olin and Professor Futo. Even the AI used the images of Olin and Futo to deceive people outside. Whenever someone came to ask, there would be images of the two Boshangs to deceive the people who came to ask. Until more and more paradoxical Pokemon appeared, AI found that the paradoxical Pokemon were not as kind as they thought. The paradoxical Pokemon sent from ancient times have primitive and root powers, which are too violent. The paradoxical Pokemon sent from the distant future are all evolved to the extreme form, and the unknown power 090 they possess is too powerful. After the AI realized the danger of the paradox Pokemon, it wanted to shut down the time machine, but because the two professors set an instruction to protect the time machine when setting up the AI, anyone approaching the time machine will be challenged by the AI in the strongest battle contest condition. The Pokemon used by the AI are naturally the paradox Pokemon captured from the future and the past. After defeating them, the time machine device will also activate the Paradise Defense Program, and the Paradise Guardian Dragon Golden must be defeated before the time machine can be completely shut down. Gary is not in a hurry. Anyway, the Paradox Pokemon is still pretty good. Although it is a bit fierce, it can still be subdued. It depends on the ability of the trainer. As long as the Paradox Pokemon is not wandering in the wild, the impact should not be too great. Then Grandpa, I can send Majestic Fang to you for research, but Majestic Fang has a very bad temper. When I normal let it out, I always stay by its side so that it can be quiet. Gary said, you forgot that I was also a very strong trainer when I was young. I still have a Dragonite. You can rest assured. Professor Mimu said. Okay, but I have also studied some information about Majestic Fang recently. Do you need it? Gary asked. Yes, tell me quickly. Professor Oak said hurriedly. It is very easy to control Professor Oak. Just take out a new Pokemon. Based on my observations in the past few days, I found that Majestic has both ground and fighting attributes, but I still don't know what its ability is. It is certain that it is a brand new ability. Grandpa, you can focus on this aspect of research. Gary told. Brand new ability. It is really worth studying. Then you should quickly send Majestic Fang over. I will definitely take good care of it for you. Professor Oak urged. Okay. Gary took out the Pokeball with Majestic Fang from his pocket, sent it over, and asked Professor Oak to send back the Pokemon he had captured in the Hone region. Majestic Fang will have to meet Gary's Pokemon sooner or later, and needs to get used to modern life. As for Majestic Fang's bad temper, it's nothing to Gary. Powerful Pokemon all have bad tempers. Gary's main Pokemon are all placed in Professor Oak's laboratory, and I believe Majestic Fang will clearly understand his position in the team. After the exchange, Gary was about to go back to his room to rest, and just as he walked to the door, he saw Zinnia guarding the door of his room. Zinnia also heard the movement in the corridor, and saw that it was Gary, so she immediately came over and said, Gary, I have something to tell you. Do I need to go into the room to talk? Gary asked. Well, I want to ask you to go back to Meteor Village with me. I don't know how to explain to my grandma alone. Zinnia said. You helped Rayquaza, your grandma won't blame you, and in my opinion, you Draconid tribe will sooner or later face people from the outside world, and seeking common ground while reserving differences, and harmony in diversity is the ultimate destination of the Draconid tribe. Gary said. What do you mean? Zinnia didn't quite understand the fancy words. It means that you and the people outside should have the same goal, so that you can maintain a peaceful and friendly relationship and live in peace. Gary explained. What is the same goal? Zinnia asked. Gary had a headache. Zinnia was too young and didn't know much about the conflicts of interests. You have to ask your grandmother about this. I don't know the situation in Meteor Village. This is not something you can decide. Go back and let your grandmother talk to Mr. Steven. I believe that they will come up with a satisfactory result for both parties. Gary said. Then can you go back with me? Zinnia said. Gary didn't understand why Zinnia was so afraid of her grandmother. She was obviously fearless outside, but she was very confident when she met her grandmother. Maybe this was the blood suppression. Okay, I'll go back with you, but I have to go to Mr. Steven to get the Megastone first. Gary said. Well, no problem. Zinnia nodded and agreed immediately. She didn't dare to face her grandmother alone, so she had to get someone to face it together. After a night's rest in Slateport City, early the next morning, Gary and Zinnia took Steven's helicopter and headed for Rustboro City. Heading west, they arrived in Rustboro City before noon. Steven took Gary into the Mega Evolution Laboratory in the Devon building and handed Caesar's Megastone to Gary. Gary took the Megastone and looked at it. The surrounding of Caesar's Megastone was grey-blue, and the willow leaf logo in the middle was composed of 3 colors, red, grey, and brown-red. It can be confirmed that it is Caesar's Megastone. Gary, do you want to test it? Steven suggested. Test. Then there is no need. Gary said. Gary was in a hurry. He was fine in Moss Deep City before, and now he is back to Rustboro City. He will go to Meteor Falls later, and then go back to Moss Deep City. Even if he takes public transportation, it will take a lot of time. There are only 2 months left before the start of the KO conference. Gary has to collect the remaining 2 badges and rush to KO City. The key is to see what kind of tasks the system will issue this time. Gary also needs to spare some time to adjust his Pokemon team. No, I'm worried that this Megastone may have a problem, and I still need to test it again. Steven said. Problem? What problem? Gary was stunned. Steven, this guy, won't give himself a problematic Megastone, that would be too unethical. When testing this Megastone before, the trainer Caesar successfully Mega Evolved, but it was very unstable after Mega Evolution and would quit at any time. Steven said. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Gary was shocked. Although he had never seen a problematic Megastone, he thought that the Megastone was ultimately bursting with life energy to stimulate the cells in the Pokemon's body to complete Mega Evolution. Since it needs life energy to evolve, where does the energy in the Megastone come from? There must be an energy source. If a Megastone from 1,000 years ago survives until now, whether it can still be used is unknown. Gary, please rest assured. If there is really a problem with the Megastone, I can replace it for you. Steven smiled. Okay, where is the teleporter? I want to teleport Caesar here. Gary said. Please follow me. Professor Ward brought Gary to the teleporter. In order to facilitate the research of Mega Evolution, a teleporter was prepared in the laboratory here. After such a long period of research, Devon Company also realized that not all Pokemon can complete Mega Evolution. It requires sufficient connection between trainer and Pokemon to achieve Mega Evolution. If you randomly find a Pokemon 1-2 to test, the result will definitely fail. You can only find those powerful trainers to do it. So the research of Mega Evolution is still very difficult. If the bond is not enough, even if you wear the right Megastone, you can't complete Mega Evolution. Even if Mega Evolution is successful, Pokemon may go berserk, not obey the trainer's command, and attack randomly. Gary called Professor Oak's laboratory, and the person who answered the phone was Xiaojian. As for Professor Oak, he naturally went to spend time with Xian Guia. Xiaojian, help me teleport Caesar over. Gary said. Okay, no problem. Caesar does not have high requirements for the environment. As long as it is not a hot environment, it can survive. Just keep it in the yard. Xiaojian quickly found Caesar and teleported it over. After getting Caesar, Ward and Steven took Gary to the battlefield of the laboratory. There are many testing instruments here, all used to study Mega Evolution. Mr. Gary, you can release your Caesar. After Professor Ward was ready, he signaled Gary to release Caesar. Old man, come out. The Pokeball in Mao's hand. Great. A red Caesar with steel armor appeared. LV64 Caesar Quasi Legend. After a while, Caesar's level has reached 64. If it weren't for the late improvement of potential, it should have almost reached the champion level. However, Gary is not in a hurry. He will give Caesar another half year. As long as the level reaches 67, Gary will use high-level rare candy to upgrade Caesar to level 70. Not bad. Steven's eyes lit up when he saw Gary's Caesar. As a Steel-type trainer, he naturally knew about Caesar. Among Steel-type Pokemon, Caesar is definitely one of the best. Steel-type trainers will basically consider breeding one. However, Caesar has a disadvantage. Because it is a bug-type Pokemon, its lifespan is too short. In simple terms, its peak period is short. Although its lifespan is higher than that of bug-type Pokemon such as Butterfree, it is still too short compared to Pokemon such as Charizard. Breeding Caesar to its peak period can last for about 10 years. After that, Caesar will start to age and its strength will gradually decline. Gary doesn't have to worry about this. The higher the level of Pokemon, the longer its lifespan will naturally be. As long as the strength of the Pokemon can be brought to the level of quasi-legendary, its lifespan will also increase. Caesar saw Gary and immediately came close to Gary. Knowing from Xiaojian that Gary needed him, Caesar was very happy. Long time no see, you have become much stronger. Gary patted Caesar on the shoulder. Yeah. Gary activated the keystone. Instantly, a circular rainbow light emanated from Caesar's chest, and it could be clearly seen that it was the shape of Megastone. As Gary said, Megastone burst out with huge life energy, ignoring Caesar's steel armor, and directly drilled into Caesar's body. The cells in the body were watered by the life energy, and instantly emitted colorful rainbow light, covering Caesar's entire body. As the rainbow light disappeared, the mantis appeared in front of everyone with a brand new posture. It succeeded, and it is worthy of being the trainer that Mr. Steven has chosen. Professor Ward was very excited. He was worried that Gary's Mega Evolution would fail, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After Caesar Mega Evolution, there is not much difference between before and after. The biggest change is that the double 357 pliers have become longer, and the inner side of the pliers has become 2 rows of serrations, which has the power to tear anything into pieces. But compared to using the pliers to clamp, Mega Caesar is better at using the pliers to hit rival. Professor Ward, is the energy fluctuation detected stable? Gary asked. Let me see. Professor Ward immediately stared at the screen on the instrument, which had a wavy line chart on it, and the ups and downs of the wavy line were completely stable. The energy fluctuation detected is very stable at present, so let Caesar release skills to see. Ward said. Release skills, even if it means, find a rival for my Caesar. Gary said. Is it okay? Professor Ward was immediately delighted. Compared with testing alone, the data from the battle test would be better. Yes, but my Caesar is very strong. You have to find Pokemon at least above the gym level, otherwise you will be killed instantly by my Caesar. Gary reminded. Caesar is now at the elite level, and with the blessing of Mega Evolution, it can already compete with Pokemon at the champion level. This, Professor Ward said with some difficulty, it's really hard to find. Such a powerful trainer will definitely not be on standby here at all times, and Professor Ward couldn't find anyone for a while. Let me do it. Steven said. Mr. Steven, you come. Ward was surprised. He didn't expect Steven to be the Caesar's rival. There's no one more suitable than me here, right? Steven smiled. Professor Ward thought it was okay, so he asked, then Gary, do you have any objections? Ding. Issued task, 1v1 defeat Steven/reward, Master Rare Candy X1. Gary was stunned. The system actually issued a task and only rewarded 1 Master Rare Candy, but it was already very good. It takes 1 or 2 years to upgrade Pokemon above the champion level. 1 Master Rare Candy can reduce 1 or 2 years of hard training. No objection. Gary naturally had no objection. The system had issued a task, and this battle must be taken. Steven didn't hesitate and walked to the opposite command. My Pokemon is this, go ahead. Steven threw a Pokeball elegantly. Great. A large monster Pokemon appeared. LV7 to Agrin 3/champion. Agrin. Gary was shocked. He was ready to fight Metagross, but he didn't expect Steven to send Agrin out. Although Agrin is not Steven's trump card Pokemon, it is definitely the Pokemon second only to Metagross. It is very powerful. Steven will take it with him when he goes out to dig stones. In addition, in the future World Championship, this Agrin was defeated by Ash's Jengar. Gary, let me see the strength of you and Caesar. Steven made a gesture of invitation, meaning that Gary should attack first. I won't hold back. Gary reminded. This battle is about the task reward, and Gary will take it seriously. Of course, after all, this is a battle, there is no need to hold back. Yin Yu said. After the words fell. Caesar, use Brick Break. Gary ordered immediately. Whoosh! A red phantom swept across the field and came to Agrin in an instant. Dang! With a loud bang, Agrin retreated, his feet left a scratch on the ground, and the claw mantis appeared at Agrin's original position. Dora. Agrin showed a painful expression. Although he blocked Brick Break, he was also seriously injured. Oh, he was injured. Steven was very surprised. He knew how strong his Agrin's defense ability was. Even if fighting skills restrain Agrin 4 times, Agrin can still resist rivals' attack with his powerful steel armor. The power of Brick Break is only 75. Without the attribute bonus, it is not a powerful skill. Unfortunately, Steven didn't know that Gary's Caesar was a bit special. The ability was X-Technical Master. Skills with power below 80 have their power increased by 60%. Even without the attribute bonus, Gary's Caesar can still hit 120 power with Brick Break. After Mega Evolution, Caesar's physical attack is greatly improved. It seems that we can't underestimate you. Steven's eyes condensed, and he immediately ordered, Agrin, use Rock Tomb. A lot. Agrin roared, and pieces of rock with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared out of thin air and flew towards Caesar. Bullet punch to break through Rock Tomb. Gary ordered. Crack. Caesar swung the pliers and swung them quickly. The area more than 1 meter in front of him kept flashing silver light, and all the rocks that flew over were crushed into slag. Hiss. Such a strong force, and the energy fluctuations have become more intense. This is the normal Mega Evolution energy curve. Professor Ward stared at the screen on the instrument while watching the battle, with a look of surprise on his face. Caesar powdered Rock Smash Stone and quickly rushed towards Agrin. Protect. Steven ordered immediately. Agrin immediately used Protect to block Caesar's attack. Then, the steel horns on Agrin's forehead flashed silver, waiting for the protective barrier to break, and then suddenly extended out. Dang! Dang! Taken off guard, Caesar was knocked more than 10 meters away by Smart Strike, but this move did not cause much damage to Caesar. After double team, use Brick Break to attack. Gary ordered. Ja. Caesar rushed towards Agrin again. During the charge, red phantoms emerged one after another. The number of Caesars increased to dozens, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Iron Defense. At the command, Agrin used Iron Defense, and the steel armor on his body glowed with metallic light, and blue energy waves appeared around his body. Dang! A Scizor attacked from the side, swung his pliers and hit it, and Agrin's heavy body slid 2 or 3 meters away. After Mega Evolution, the offensive is really strong. Steven sighed inwardly. Although it was successfully discovered that Scizor could Mega Evolution before, because the Mega Evolution of that Scizor was unstable, it was impossible to measure the specific strength change of Mega Scizor. Agrin, use Stone Edge. Steven ordered. A large fist-sized stone blade condensed around Agrin and shot forward in a diffuse manner. The wide attack range destroyed all the clones of Scizor, including the original body of the Claw Mantis was also killed by the Stone Edge. But Scizor used Iron Defense to easily resist the Stone Blade. The scattered Stone Edge, if the Stone Blade does not focus on attacking one target, but is hit by several Stone Blades, the power is very low. Such an attack has no effect on my Scizor. Gary said. I know, then try this trick. Agrin, use Flamethrower. Ingo ordered. Agrin spit up flames at Scizor. Gary was a little surprised. He didn't expect Steven to let Laren learn fire skills. Special attack is so low, is it necessary to learn Flamethrower? It's better to learn Fire Punch. Use Sword Dance to resist. Gary countered. Scizor turned in a circle and performed Sword Dance. The centrifugal force generated by the rotation of assist blocked the flames outside and completely separated them. Stop the flames and use Smart Strike. Steven ordered. Duola. The steel horn on Agrin's forehead shot out again, trying to stop Scizor's Sword Dance, but just when Smart Strike was about to hit, directly put on a pair of serrated pliers and gave Smart Strike to Vice Grip. What? Duola. Steven and Agrin were both shocked. Scizor exerted force with both pliers, and the steel horn constructed by steel energy could not resist and directly broke into pieces. Smart Strike. Strike was crushed. Ward said in shock. Brick Break. Smart Strike was broken. Scizor rushed towards Agrin, and with the help of Sword Dance, Scizor's next attack would be stronger. Use Protect to block it. Steven waved his hand calmly. Agrin immediately condensed a protective barrier to block Scizor's Brick Break, and then waited for the barrier to disappear. Agrin spit up, and the flames devoured the mantis. Scizor was extremely afraid of fire, and retreated violently, retreating from the flames, but even so, Scizor was also seriously injured. Fortunately, after Scizor Mega Evolution, his special attack was also improved a lot, and Agrin's special attack was not good, so the damage caused by this flamethrower was also limited. It won't kill Scizor in seconds. It actually resisted it. It seems that the special attack moves are still not good. Steven thought to himself. Agrin's protect times are gone, and Double Team uses Brick Break to attack continuously. Gary ordered. Scizor created dozens of clones and surrounded Agrin. Steven saw this and immediately ordered, protect your body and use Iron Defense. Agrin curled up his body and lay on the ground, his arms covering his eyes and his whole body covered with transparent silver light. Dang, dang, dang. Scizor's Brick Break kept falling on Scizor's body, and each attack would stir up some dust. Agrin did not fight back, and just resisted Scizor's Brick Break. Even though Agrin's physical defense was very high, it was 4 times weaker than fighting. If he continued to resist like this, he would lose sooner or later. Although Scizor currently had the upper hand, Gary was not very happy. He did not believe that Steven could not deal with this situation. Gary looked solemn, and kept thinking about what he would do if he were Steven in this situation. But no matter how he thought about it, Agrin seemed to have no chance of turning the tables. Agrin was a large Pokémon, and he often suffered in battle with a flexible and explosive Pokémon like Scizor. As Scizor continued to attack, he did not know how many times he attacked, and then when Scizor was about to launch the next attack, Agrin moved. Dora. Agrin stood up, and a silver cal emanated from his mouth, and then a giant pincer shot out. Scizor was stunned for a moment. This was naturally Scizor himself. He wanted to attack, but he didn't expect Agrin to aim at him. Faced with the sudden situation, Scizor also stopped attacking and blocked his 2 pincers in front of him. Boom! Scizor was hit by the silver white beam, and his body retreated out of the field. A puff of smoke burst out. When the smoke dispersed, Scizor stood on the ground panting. On the other hand, Agrin's contest condition was also very poor after launching an attack, not much better than Scizor. So amazing. Professor Ward was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Gary to be able to fight Steven until now. During his research on Mega Evolution, Professor Ward had seen Steven fight with Pokémon after Mega Evolution, but most of the time it was used to test Pokémon Mega Evolution. Various data after evolution. Moreover, as long as Steven is serious, Steven's Pokémon can easily defeat the test Pokémon. But this time, Steven's Pokémon did not defeat the test Pokémon. The key is that Agrin is still the third of Ino's main Pokémon. I actually won. Ward looked incredulous. Although the battle was fierce, Ward always thought that Steven was the final winner. There was a loud bang. The World Championship is a competition for the world's mightiest trainer. The top-ranked trainer is the world's mightiest. Steven explained. Come back and rest. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back Scizor. Gary, I didn't expect your main Pokémon to be so strong. It seems that it won't be long before we can see you in the World Championship. Steven said. The skill Agrin used just now was Metal Burst, and only Metal Burst has such power. But Gary was curious about how Agrin determined Scizor's position. Dang, what is the World Championship? Zinnia asked curiously. Gary also chose to use Steel-type Pokémon. The final battle naturally required the bonus of attribute. Oh, then can I participate in the World Championship? Zinnia asked curiously. Gary did not refuse. Agrin does not have the ability to distinguish smells, nor does it have the ability of sharp eyes. With so many clones on the field, it shouldn't be able to find the real mantis. Good. Gary won. Zinnia was very happy. She didn't have a deep understanding of the champion song, felt that Gary defeated a very powerful trainer. Of course, but you must first win the Alliance Conference champion to be eligible to participate in the World Championship. Steven said. After the battle, Caesar also knelt on the ground and gasped. A rainbow flashed across his body, and he withdrew from the Mega Evolution Contest condition. That move just now was Metal Burst. How did you aim at Caesar? Gary was suspicious. Ja. Oh, who is the top-ranked trainer in the world now? Zinnia immediately became interested and asked. The two issued commands at the same time. But it doesn't matter at the moment. The lives of Caesar and Agrin are like candles in the wind. The final victory will test the will of the two Pokemon. Agrin and Caesar rushed towards each other. The bodies of both Pokemons were surrounded by silver steel energy, and the two sides collided directly. What a terrible young man. Steven looked at his Agrin. He also knew that Agrin's stamina was running low. The next attack would basically decide the outcome. Gary, how about a showdown? Yunwu said. Dora. Although he won, Caesar had reached his limit. Agrin wailed faintly, and his heavy body leaned forward and fell to the ground. Okay. Agrin, heavy slam. Ja. It's Dandy, who has won the World Championship for 8 consecutive times. Yunwu said. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Dora. The stamina of both Pokemons had reached the limit. Caesar still wanted to burst out the speed like before the start, but now it was difficult to do so. Caesar, Iron Head. The collision between Orberg and Orberg caused the two Pokemons to stagger back a few steps. Neither side fell down, and their eyes confronted each other. Ah, so troublesome. Zinnia thought she could directly participate in the World Championship, but she didn't expect there would be such a requirement. The World Championship has such rules. Otherwise, anyone can participate and the battle will become meaningless. Steven said. Text. Zinnia nodded. If the World Championship does not set some rules, anyone can participate. How can it be played? Gary didn't care about this. Anyway, the rules will be changed after the World Championship. As long as you are a trainer, you can sign up for the competition, but the rules will be changed to grades. Rookie trainers can only start from the normal level and can only challenge normal level trainers. When they enter the top 1000, they will be promoted to the Mega level. The top 100 will be the advanced level, and the top 8 will be the highest master level. The master level competition will be held once a year, and 8 master level trainers will compete for the championship and the title of World's Mightiest. Then Mr. Steven, you should have participated in the World Championship. Zinnia asked. Yes, I participated. Then what is Mr. Steven's ranking? Gary had a headache. Zinnia really doesn't understand the ways of the world. Although Steven ranks 3rd in the future, that is the future. Steven's current World Championship ranking is definitely good enough, probably around 5th place. I'm currently ranked 5th. Steven said. So amazing, Mr. Steven is actually the 5th strongest trainer in the world. Zinnia exclaimed. Before, I didn't know Steven's strength, but after knowing Steven's ranking in the World Championship, I looked at Gary in even more disbelief. Gary just defeated Steven, so Gary is ranked 5th in the world. What are you thinking? It's just a normal one-on-one battle, and I used Mega Evolution, otherwise it's not Mr. Steven's rival at all. Gary reminded. Although he won, Gary didn't think he was better than Steven, and he won only because of Mega Evolution. That's right, you used Mega Evolution, it's not fair. Zinnia nodded in agreement. Let's go treat the Pokemon. Steven changed the subject and took the two to treat the Pokemon. Then, Steven and Zinnia discussed the matter of Meteor Village. To show his sincerity, he did not let Zinnia take anything back to avoid unnecessary class meetings. After lunch in Devon Building, Gary and Zinnia left from the roof of Devon Building, and the two rode Pokemon to Meteor Falls together. With Latios's invisibility ability, Gary did not have to worry about being discovered by passersby. It only took a few dozen minutes for the two to arrive at Meteor Falls. With Zinnia leading the way, they took a shortcut and soon arrived at Meteor Village. The people in the village were surprised to see Zinnia come back. It had been 3 months since Zinnia left, and everyone missed Zinnia very much. Zinnia, have you completed the trial? You are back so soon. Simon asked when he learned that Zinnia had returned. It was not that there were no inheritors who went out to participate in the trial before, but they would be out for a year or two. Zinnia came back after only 3 months, which was too fast. Of course. I have completed it. Zinnia affirmed. Although the trial was completed, the process of completing the trial was too embarrassing. If it weren't for someone's help, Gianna would never have thought that Chen Yu would be sent to Hai Tong. If it weren't for Gary, Zinnia would have to go back to Meteor Village for help. But you completed it too quickly. Zyman said. Aunt Zyman, the humans in the outside world have changed a lot. They have invented all kinds of tools that are easy to move. They can move quickly on land, sea, and soaring in the sky. So I'm so fast. Gianna said. Is that so? Then you should go see your grandma. Your grandma is over there at the altar. Zyman said. Well, I'll go now. Zinnia didn't talk about the old times with the villagers anymore, and took Gary to the village altar. Zinnia's grandma was very calm when she saw Zinnia return, and she was not surprised at all that Zinnia came back so soon. $35.03. Zinnia hadn't seen her grandmother for a long time, so she ran over immediately and showed her deep affection for her grandmother. Zinnia, has meteorite been handed over to the dragon god? Zinnia's grandmother asked. Yes, it has been handed over to the dragon god, but there was a small accident. Zinnia said tremblingly. Please give flowers 0. What's the accident? Zinnia's grandmother frowned. That. Gary, why don't you help me tell me? Zinnia asked Gary for help. Facing her grandmother, Zinnia was not at a loss for words. Okay, I'll do it. Gary said. Zinnia's grandmother looked confused, not understanding what kind of accident had happened that made Zinnia dare not tell her in person. Okay, then Gary, you tell it. So, Gary told Zinnia's grandmother what happened on the Sea Violet, and also explained Steven's meaning. That's the thing. The Draconid tribe has been exposed. Hone Alliance is still willing to contact you. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Gary said, but I suggest you agree. After all, meteorite is hidden in Meteorite Village. Currently, all the Grand Duke companies in the outside world are studying meteorite energy, even mega evolution. Once a company like Grand Zygon knows the existence of Meteorite Village, it will not be safe for Meteorite Village. After listening to this, Grandma Zinnia looked very calm, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Seeing that Grandma Zinnia did not move, Gary continued, Grandma, you may not know that there is a refining tower in Sala City in Kalos region Car Mega Evolution secret. The person guarding the refining tower, Mr. Kokobol, may also be the Draconid tribe. He cooperates with the Kalos Alliance, and no one has touched the megastone in the refining tower. Kokobol is actually a descendant of the Draconid tribe. His ancestors left Meteor Village with a large number of megastones and came to the Kalos region. Is there such a thing? Zinnia was surprised that there were descendants of the Draconid tribe in other regions, and even a large number of megastones. It seems that it was the tribesmen from 100 years ago, Grandma Zinnia said. Grandma, do you know? Yeah. Grandma Zinnia nodded and said, 500 years ago, there was a dispute within the tribe, and a group of people in the village wanted to go out to develop, so they left the village with the fragments of rainbow meteorite. 11. Is that so? It seems that the tribesmen who left are living well. Why don't we also establish diplomatic relations with Alliance? Zinnia said cautiously. Grandma Zinnia stared at Zinnia immediately after hearing what she said. Grandma, I know I was wrong, and I didn't want to do that. Feeling guilty, Zinnia immediately admitted her mistake. Grandma Zinnia took a deep breath and said, it seems that the Draconid tribe alone can't keep the secrets here after all. Gary, I want to meet Mr. Steven, can you take me there? Said Higanono. Grandma, you agreed. Zinnia, who was lowering her head, was immediately delighted. Grandma Zinnia was willing to meet Steven, which meant that she agreed to negotiate with the Hone Alliance. Don't worry, I need to meet the people in power outside, and I haven't agreed to establish diplomatic relations yet. Grandma Zinnia said with some regret, I thought this trial would make you calmer, you are not the same doctor as before. Haha. Zinnia could only use a 300 laugh to cover up her embarrassment. Okay, then should we go now or tomorrow? Gary asked. Tomorrow, it's getting late. And thanks to you, Zinnia wouldn't have been able to complete the trial. I have to thank you. Grandma Zinnia thanked. You're too polite. I just escorted you all the way. After all, it was my fault. Otherwise, meteorite wouldn't have been stolen. If you want to thank me, just thank me casually. Gary said politely. Zinnia, I know you want a megastone. Tell me, what Pokemon megastone do you need? Grandma Zinnia said. Gary was shocked. He was just talking casually. After all, he had received a Latios megastone before, so it was his duty to help. I didn't expect to get 10 megastones at the last minute. Do you have a Blastoise megastone? Gary chose Blastoise megastone without any hesitation. After all, Turtle is Gary's Pokemon that got into trouble. Yes, I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Zinnia nodded. Thank you so much, Grandma. If you need my help next time, just tell me. I will not refuse. Gary said. I got 2 megastones for free for taking an escort mission, which is a great deal. Gary really hopes that he can escort the next successor trial. Gary still has a lot of Pokemon that can mega evolution, so it would be best if he can escort more times. Zinnia, take this. Grandma Zinnia took out an anklet from her cloak. The anklet was streamlined and ring-shaped, with a keystone embedded on the top. Mega anklet? Gary recognized this anklet at a glance. It was Zixie's exclusive keystone prop. Keystone. Zinnia was immediately delighted and took the mega anklet immediately. This was made by Croissant for you personally. Grandma Zinnia said. Uncle Croissant is so nice. He knows that I like anklets and made this style for me. Zinnia was more and more satisfied with it, and immediately put the mega anklet on her right leg. As long as you like it, this is Salamenki's megastone, take it. Zinnia's grandmother then took out Salamenki's megastone. Great. Gary also wants the Salaman's megastone, but since he has already taken the Blastoise megastone, he is embarrassed to ask for it. After getting the megastone, Gary was no longer sleepy. In particular, the Draconid tribe has mastered the method of making megastone. For this reason, it will sooner or later become an indispensable part of the Hone Alliance. Zinnia's grandma also gave Gary the Blastoise megastone. In addition, Meteor Village is close to Rustboro City, so it is not impossible for Steven to find a job as the owner of the Draconid tribe. Zinnia's Shelgon evolved on the Sea Violet. At that time, Rayquaza Draco Meteor attacked indiscriminately, causing the entire Sea Violet platform to collapse, and the round tower was naturally affected. In order to protect Zinnia, Shelgon evolved into salamins. This means that the Draconid tribe has breeder dragon Pokémon from 300 to 500 years ago. These Pokémon are at least champion level, and there may even be quasi-legendary dragon Pokémon. This matter is not Gary's business. After all, this is the business of the Hone Alliance. Gary is an outsider, and it is good enough to get 2 Megastones. Zinnia's grandmother looked over 60 years old. Although she was well-maintained, an elderly person's body might not be able to withstand riding in the air. The Draconid tribe cultivates Dragon-type Pokémon, and Dragon-type Pokémon has a huge advantage, that is, long lifespan. As long as the trainer is normal, the level will definitely grow to the limit. Zinnia took the Salamence Megastone, and she was already imagining what Salamence would look like after Mega Evolution. The 3 of them came out of the Meteor Village. "Grandma, can you adapt to flying in the sky?" Gary said worriedly when he came outside. Seeing the Pokémon released by Grandma Zinnia, Gary was also shocked. He didn't expect Grandma Zinnia to have a champion-level Pokémon. "Don't worry, my Pokémon can fly." Grandma Zinnia smiled and took out a Pokeball from her pocket and opened it. What a pity. He stayed in the village for one night. LV70 Altaria/champion. If Gary knew that Zinnia had such an idea, he would definitely tell her that she was dreaming. Gary immediately realized that he had underestimated the power of Meteor Village. Maybe the elderly sleep less, and the elderly get up early. After all, dragon Pokémon, such as Dragonite and Salamence, have quasi-legendary potential in 2.1, and 100 years is enough to upgrade their level to the quasi-legendary level. Especially after watching the battle between Gary and Steven, she was still worrying that if she had Mega Evolution, she could also fight Gary. "Whether you evolve or not, you have completed the trial, and this is a reward for the inheritor," Zinnia's grandmother said. Steven's matter has been conveyed, and Grandma Zinnia also agreed to negotiate. Next, it depends on whether tomorrow's negotiation can come up with a plan that both parties agree on. "Thank you, Grandma." In addition, the Draconid tribe is now willing to contact the outside world. With the help of Steven, the Draconid tribe will soon become a powerful force in the Hone region. In this way, the strength of the Draconid tribe should not be underestimated. It is definitely not weaker than the dragon family in the Johto region, and may even be stronger. The Draconid tribe has been passed down for thousands of years. Even if the dragon-type Pokémon cannot live for 1,000 years, it will have no problem living for 300 to 500 years. "Grandma, you know my Shelgon has evolved." Zinnia was shocked. She didn't say her Shelgon had evolved. The next morning, Grandma Zinnia woke up Gary and Zinnia and prepared to go to Devon Company for negotiations. "Oh my, champion level?" The only weakness of the Draconid tribe is that it has been isolated from the world for too long. It is very weak in high technology, but very strong in other aspects. A few dozen minutes later, the 3 arrived at the rooftop of the Devon building. Steven had received a call from Zinnia early in the morning and had been waiting here. Seeing the 3 people coming, Steven introduced himself with great joy. "Hello, my name is Steven, and I am the acting president of the National Alliance." Gary was shocked. It was the first time he knew that Steven was the acting president of the Alliance. Then why did Steven ask Wallace for help in the previous action? The power of the Alliance president is greater than that of the champion. Could it be that he is in a temporary position? Gary just thought about it in his mind and didn't ask much. "Hello, I am Zimi, the elder of the Draconid tribe," Grandma Zinnia said. Gary also knew Grandma Zinnia's name for the first time and found that there are only 2 surnames in the Draconid tribe. The female surname is She and the male surname is K. "Will Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh Alliance, also be from the Draconid tribe?" "Elder Zimi, please follow me." "Yes." Steven took Elder Zimi and Zinnia into a room for negotiation. "Gary, don't listen to what's coming next," Steven suddenly said when he came to the door of the room. Gary was stunned, thinking that this was the family affair of the Hone Alliance, and it was not appropriate for him to listen. "Okay." Gary nodded in agreement. "Kennedy, please entertain Gary." Steven asked Kennedy to take care of Gary, and he went into the room with Elder Zimi and Zinnia to negotiate. Gary was taken to the VIP room by Kennedy for entertaining. After having breakfast in Meteor Village, Gary just ate something casually. About 2 or 3 hours later, the negotiation between Ingo and Elder Zake ended. From the expressions on the faces of the 3 people, it should be that the negotiation went smoothly, and then they would act on their own. "It's noon, I'll entertain you well." Steven also showed his hospitality and entertained them well. All kinds of Rustboro City's specialties were served, with the main theme of waste. After lunch, Gary looked at Steven and others and said, "You have all finished the negotiation, so I should leave." "You are leaving now, won't you wait?" Zinnia said reluctantly. "I still have to attend the KO conference, and I don't have time to wait for you," Gary said. Zinnia will have to deal with follow-up matters later. After all, Elder Zimi is training Zinnia as a successor. This time, Draconid tribe and Hone Alliance have established contact, and Zinnia, the future helmsman, must participate. At this time, it is impossible to travel with Gary. Although Zinnia was reluctant, she also knew the priorities and said helplessly, okay, then you have to work hard and strive to win the championship of the KO conference. Also, don't lose to Xiao. If you meet Xiao in the game, you must beat him hard. Don't worry, I won't lose, let's go. After saying that, Gary, under Kennedy's leadership, came to the roof of the Devon building. What? Haven't you challenged Moss Deep Gym yet? Ash said in surprise. Hiss. The two had been competing together since they were young, and they wanted to beat each other in everything. This time, Ash's badge number was ahead, and he must be very happy. Solric and Lunatone have lost their ability to fight, and the winner is the challenger Ash. The female referee on the side announced. It's not even 2 o'clock yet, let's challenge the gym. Gary rode his mountain bike over and saw a gold-plated Swellow in the sky from a few dozen meters away. There was also a gold-plated Pikachu on Swellow's back. Solric and Lunatone fell to the ground and lost consciousness at the same time. Hiss. Could it be Ash? Gary guessed. Gary rode Latios and flew eastward. Latios flew at a speed of Mach 1 in less than 10 hours and arrived at Moss Deep City. Pikachu also seized the opportunity and used Thunder Iron Tail to smack down Solric, and then Swellow also used Aerial Ace to smack down Lunatone. I won, Pikachu, Swellow, well done. Ash said excitedly. 130. Gary was enjoying the scenery along the way while hurrying on his way. When he was about to arrive at Moss Deep Gym, a thunder was heard. Hehe, that's also ahead. Ash said proudly. Latios' flying speed is extremely fast. At full speed, it can reach a speed of Mach 2. Mach 1 is 4,900 km per hour, which shows how fast it is. In Ash's mind, Gary is always one step ahead of him. Unexpectedly, Gary was one step behind him in collecting badges this time. Swellow. Gary looked in the direction of the thunder and saw a figure soaring in the sky not far away, but because it was too far away, he could only see a black shadow. Swellow used Quick Attack, a golden light flashed. Swellow rushed towards Solric. Solric used Solar Beam to counterattack, but Solar Beam was useless in front of Swellow. It was the first time for May and Pete to see Ash's smug look, and they all felt incredible. I was just delayed by something on the road, and you happened to be ahead. Gary could tell what Ash was thinking. What? Gary. Swellow flew back to Ash with Pikachu, and Ash gave them a warm hug. Unfortunately, Swellow was still charged, so Ash experienced some Thundershock joy. If Latios Mega Evolution, the full speed can reach Mach 4, it can circle the Earth in more than 2 hours, while Dragonite takes 16 hours to fly around the Earth, which shows how big the gap is. Okay, now, Swellow, use Quick Attack. Ash shouted. Gary originally wanted to challenge Moss Deep Gym tomorrow, but seeing that it was still early, it would be a waste of time to continue waiting, and the Pokemon in his hand were all full of contest condition, so he challenged the gym. Gary took out a mountain bike from his backpack and rode it to Moss Deep Gym. Swellow forcibly resisted Solar Beam, which directly hit Solric, and then Swellow continued to rush towards Lunatone. Seeing this, Lunatone immediately used Light Screen to resist, but Light Screen was directly smashed by Swellow wearing Thunder. Ash immediately became energetic and looked around. When he found Gary, he exclaimed, "It's really Gary, Gary, why are you here?" "Of course I'm here to challenge Moss Deep Gym," Gary said. The fight between Groudon and Kyogre happened at the same time as the Sea Purple Violet incident. At that time, Ash and his friends were going to Moss Deep City. If you calculate the time, they also arrived in Moss Deep City at about this time. Ash doesn't seem to be this kind of person usually. Hey, Gary. At this time, Pete suddenly found Gary riding a bike and called out. Moss Deep Gym is located on the outskirts of Moss Deep City, quite close to the center of the Moss Deep universe. Bang, bang. Ash has been competing with Gary since they were young. This time, Ash has the most badges, so Ash is like this. Xiaogang explained. Xiaogang has been traveling with Ash since the Kanto region, and he knows Ash's personality very well. He also knows that the person Ash wants to surpass the most is Gary. Gary didn't compete with Ash for these. Only children compete for winning or losing, because people want to have a good relationship. Gary pushed the cart to Xiaofeng and Xionin and asked, "Hello, my name is Gary. I am from Kanto region like that guy. I want to challenge the gym. I wonder if Maynard can do it." Xiaofeng and Xionin were stunned. They just finished a game, and another trainer came to challenge. Especially this trainer also knew Ash. His strength must be not simple. Especially looking at Ash's attitude towards Gary. This Gary is obviously not an ordinary person. Their strongest Solric and Lunatone were defeated, although there are other Pokemon fighting, but it is not necessarily Gary's rival. "Sister, what do you think?" Xiaofeng asked. Xiaofeng and Xionin are a pair of twins. The sister is Xionin, the brother is Xiaofeng, and their gym is also a doubles match. "Then let's have another game," Xiaonan said. "Sister, are you sure?" Xiaofeng said with some surprise. Gary knows Ash, and the opponent is quite strong. Without Lunatone and Solric, it may be difficult to defeat Gary. "Xiaofeng, do you plan to only use Solric in future gym battles?" Xiaonan said. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Xiaonan meant. As a trainer, he certainly can't rely on only one Pokemon. "I understand, then let's have another battle," Xiaonan said. Ding! Posting tasks, 1 get Moss Deep Gym badge/rewards, intermediate rare candy x5, Zen Headbutt permanent skill learning device, top quality bending spoon x1. 2. Use Hone Region Pokemon to get Moss Deep Gym Badge / rewards, Intermediate Rare Candy X5, Psychic Type Permanent Skill Learning Device of your choice X1, Random in Battle Effect Item X1. Seeing that the two agreed to fight, Gary asked, should we go to the gym to fight, or do it here? There's nothing special about the Moss Deep Gym venue, it's just an indoor battlefield, and it's actually not much different from the outside. Let's do it here, Zionin said. Before, they were fighting outside. When they were fighting in the gym battle with Ash, Team Rocket came out to make trouble, so they chased him out and ended the unfinished gym battle outside. And the venue in the gym was also damaged and needed to be repaired later, so they continued to fight outside. Okay, then let's have another gym battle. Xiaofeng and Zionin's mother introduced. Let me introduce the rules of Moss Deep Gym. The battle rules are 2-on-2 doubles matches. Is that okay? No problem. Gary nodded slightly. Okay, then please send out your Pokemon. Because it was a doubles match, both sides sent out 2 Pokemon to fight directly. There was no need to replace Pokemon, and the winner could only be determined in a fair manner. Watch me, come on, Lily King Doll. Zayto, I leave it to you. Xiaofeng and Zionin both threw Pokeballs. Great. LV41 Claydol / Quasi Elite. LV42 Zeta / Gym. Claydol is Xiaofeng's Pokemon. Zayto is Zionin's Pokemon. When Ash and May saw these two, they took out their Pokédex to scan them. Ash Pokédex, Claydol, a Claydol Pokemon, is the evolved form of Baltoy. It is said to be a clay doll from ancient civilization. After being exposed to strange light, life attached to it. It will float in the air and move, and its hands will also shoot beams of light. May Pokédex, Zayto, a mysterious Pokemon. It is said that Zayto's divination is very accurate, but is it correct? There is no way to know. Leave it to you. Gary took out 2 Pokeballs from his waist bag and threw them out. Great. LV44 Agrin 3 / Elite. LV38 Gardevoir Female Sign / Elite. What kind of Pokemon is that? Ash looked at Gardevoir in surprise and surrounded the Pokédex to scan. Pokédex, Gardevoir, a tolerant Pokemon, can even use up illusion energy to create a small black hole as long as it protects the trainer. Gardevoir, a Psychic-type Pokemon. Ash looked at the detailed data of the Pokédex and was surprised that Gary would send out a Psychic-type Pokemon. After all, this was a gym battle, and Ash didn't believe that Gary didn't do any research and came to challenge Moss Deep Gym. It seems that like Ash, he uses Pokemon from the Hone region to fight. Zionin said. Agrin and Gardevoir are both Pokemon unique to the Hone region. In addition, after fighting with Ash, he knew that the Pokemon used by Gary were all Pokemon captured in the Hone region. Claydol, use Earthquake. Xiaofeng ordered immediately. Hearing the voice, Zayto immediately took off. Confusion Breakthrough landed towards the ground, and hit the ground hard to trigger Earthquake. Gravity. Gary ordered. What? Gardevoir's eyes glowed blue, and the surrounding space instantly became heavier. Zayto, who had just taken off, immediately fell to the ground and was the first to be damaged by Claydol's earthquake. Then, the earthquake wave spread, hitting Gardevoir and Agrin, but the impact was not great. Agrin, use Stone Edge on Zayto. Gary ordered. More. Agrin stomped the ground, and stone blades broke out of the ground and extended towards Zayto. Claydol, use Extra Sensory to block it. Xiaofeng ordered hurriedly. Claydol lay on the ground, and the eyes on his head emitted confusion light, and an invisible confusion wave spread out, blocking Stone Edge. Thunderbolt. However, Extra Sensory, Good Money Zhao, had just blocked Stone Edge, and Gary gave an order, and Gardevoir shot a golden thunderbolt, which quickly shot towards Zayto and hit him directly. Squeaky. Zayto was baptized by Thunderbolt, and his whole body was covered in golden thunder, and he howled in pain. Rock Slide. Gary took advantage of the victory and defeated Zayto in one go without giving him a chance to breathe. Agrin condensed a large piece of rock and threw it at Claydol and Zayto. Claydol was very sad. It had no feet, and usually moved by floating with confusion. Under the cover of gravity, Claydol could not move at all. Claydol, use Primal Calendar to resist. Xiaofeng Yuan ordered Dayu. Zayto, use Psychic. Zionin ordered hurriedly. Zayto was attacked twice in a row and had not recovered yet, and could not follow Zionin's instructions at all. Bang, 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 the rock formed by ancient power collided with Rock Slide. Although it blocked some of the rock, most of the rock still fell on Zayto, causing damage again. Squeak. Zayto wailed continuously, but still did not lose consciousness and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Thunder Punch to kill Zayto. Gary did not believe that Zayto could withstand Thunder Punch again. Don't give Gardevoir a chance, use Psychic. Zionin immediately counterattacked. Zayto's eyes flashed blue light, and a pink and purple spiritual light shot out to attack Gardevoir. Whoosh! Gardevoir disappeared directly from the spot. What? Teleport. Xiaofeng and Zionin were shocked at the same time. As psychic trainers, they naturally knew how unsolvable the teleport move was. The next second, Gardevoir appeared on Zayto and punched Zayto on the back. Squeaky. A strong sense of paralysis swept through his body, causing Zayto's body to tremble violently. Claydol, imprison. Xiaofeng ordered. Agrin, use Heavy Slam to attack Claydol. Gary ordered. Although Claydol was lying on the ground and unable to move, it had many eyes and a 360-degree field of vision. It immediately used Imprison to hold Gardevoir to imprison, so that Gardevoir could not use Teleport. Bang, Bang, bang 873. Agrin rushed over, with thick steel energy lingering all over his body, rushing towards Confusion Breakthrough. Bang! Claydol was knocked away by Agrin. Although this attack caused considerable damage, Confusion Breakthrough was also knocked out of the coverage of gravity and escaped. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Because Zeta had been defeated, Confusion Breakthrough now needed to fight 1 against 2, but it was obviously impossible. Xiao Feng, I'm counting on you, Xiao Nan said, and immediately took Zeta back to the Pokeball. The rest was up to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt a huge pressure. Gravity. Gary did not hold back, but Gardevoir suddenly used Rejuvenation. Obviously, Claydol knew gravity, so Gardevoir could not use it. If Claydol had used the seal earlier, he would not be in a 1-on-2 situation now. Agrin, use Stone Edge. Gardevoir, Future Sight. Even though most of Gardevoir's Pokemon were imprisoned, he also mastered skills that Confusion Break could not. Agrin used the Scattered Stone Edge, but unfortunately, Confusion Break could teleport and easily dodge the attack. Gardevoir sent Confusion to a certain moment in the future, ready to attack at any time. Even if Claydol knew Teleport, it would be difficult to dodge Future Sight's attack. Claydol, use Earth Power to attack Agrin. Xiao Feng decided to get rid of Agrin first. Ground-type moves can cause 4 times the damage to Agrin, so it naturally became Xiao Feng's main target. Read it. Claydol used the power of the Earth to attack Agrin's ground, and the Earth Power broke through and engulfed Agrin. Dora. Agrin was fatally attacked and seriously injured by the Earth Power. Xiao Feng saw that Agrin was seriously injured, and immediately saw the possibility of a comeback. However, Gary's order directly made Xiao Feng's dawn of victory disappear. Gardevoir, use Heal Pulse on Agrin. Gary ordered. What? Gardevoir moved behind Agrin, and an energy ball formed by healing energy condensed out. The energy ball was attached to Agrin, and the healing energy inside entered Agrin's body and recovered Agrin's injuries. What? Xiao Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect Gardevoir to not have healing skills. After being hit by 2 effective attacks in a row, Confusion Breakthrough couldn't hold up. If it weren't for the floating ability, he would have fallen from the sky. Dora. The 2 beams collided with each other, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner for a while. Although Gardevoir's level was low, his special attack species strength was much higher than Claydol. Gardevoir, use Future Sight. Gary ordered. Bayu, Xiao Feng, you must defeat Gardevoir first, otherwise you can't defeat Agrin. Zionin reminded. Agrin, Ruo Diao. Rock Slide hit nothing, and Claydol used Teleport to dodge in time, but at this time, Agrin's injuries had been completely healed. What? Future Sight. Xiao Nan was surprised. Not good. Xiao Feng and Xiao Nan exclaimed at the same time. Fortunately, Claydol restrained Agrin, otherwise I really don't know how to beat him. But even so, Claydol couldn't get an advantage against such a combination. Dazzling Gleam. Claydol and Gardevoir were fighting each other. At this time, neither side could move. This was a big deal. Gardevoir knew Claydol's actions with telepathy, and immediately turned back, put his hands together in front of him, and a ball of pink energy condensed turned into 10 pink beams to fight against Claydol's mental beam. Then what should we do? Ash asked. Bang, 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 more. Claydol immediately used Teleport to come behind Gardevoir, aimed his gun-like arm at Gardevoir, and fired a mental beam. Claydol, use Psychic to interrupt Gardevoir. Xiao Feng ordered hurriedly. Agrin summoned Rock and threw it towards Confusion. Gardevoir is not only powerful, but also can play the role of Chinsi in other regions. Agrin condensed the stone blade and headed towards soaring in the sky. Swoosh! Agrin roared, don't forget there are more. Gardevoir once again sent Confusion to the future. Use Teleport to dodge. Xiao Feng ordered hurriedly. What? Bang, 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 great. Gardevoir uses Future Sight to assist Agrin. Whenever Agrin is injured, Gardevoir will heal him. The 2 complement each other. Xiao Gang praised. I understand. Xiao Feng nodded and immediately ordered. Claydol, use Sicehawk to attack Gardevoir. Group. It was also the first time that Ash saw such a doubles tactic, a combination of a nurse and a meat. Claydol was about to deal with Gardevoir when a lightning-like energy beam descended from the sky, hitting Claydol and smacked down to the ground. Claydol was hit by the stone edge, and the pain made him stop the skill. The magic shined and hit Nianli Gengu again. Agrin and Gardevoir saw that Claydol was about to die, so they used Stone Edge and Dazzling Gleam again. Swoosh. Just as the 2 skills were about to hit, Claydol suddenly disappeared from the spot and came to the back of Agrin and Gardevoir. Now, use the power of the earth to kill them all. Xiao Feng ordered hurriedly. Agrin and Gardevoir happened to be standing together at this moment, and the attack range of earth power was enough to attack 2 Pokemon. Think about it. Claydol just started to communicate with earth power, and the next moment, a lightning-like spiritual energy fell from the sky. Snap! Think about it. Claydol cried out in pain, and the energy was interrupted. Deal with Claydol. Agrin used Stone Edge, Gardevoir used Destruction Death Beam. Gary ordered. Agrin summoned the Stone Blade to attack. Gardevoir also condensed the orange energy ball, and instantly turned it into a thick beam of light and shot it out. Boom! Stone Edge and Destruction Death Beam both hit. Claydol fell towards the ground, but did not land on the ground. He kept a distance of more than 10 centimeters from the ground, and his eyes were spinning. Claydol and Zayto lost their fighting ability, Agrin and Gardevoir won. Zionin and Xiaofeng's mother announced, the winner of this gym competition is the challenger Gary. Thank you for your hard work. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back Agran and Gardevoir. This was the first time that Agran and Gardevoir teamed up to fight. The cooperation effect was not perfect, and there were still many areas that needed to be coordinated, but it was enough to deal with the gym battle. The battle was over. Everyone also returned to Moss Deep Gym. Due to the destruction of Team Rocket, the venue in Moss Deep Gym could not be used for at least a week. Gary, Ash, this is the Mind Badge. After returning to the gym, Xiaofeng and Zionin also took out their own gym badges and gave them to Gary and Ash. Gary looked at Ash. Although Ash won first, he still got the badge with Gary. It seems that this lead is meaningless. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. After getting the badge, the mission was also prompted to be completed. Then, Gary and Ash left together and prepared to return to the Pokemon Center. On the way, Ash asked, Gary, are you going to Pseudopolis City next? Yes, but I plan to train Pokemon in Moss Deep City before going there. Gary said, there are only 2 months left before the KO conference. Pseudopolis City is very far from Moss Deep City. Gary, aren't you in a hurry? Xiaogang asked in confusion. As the guide in Ash's team, Xiaogang is very accurate in planning the route and time. Ash and his team will not take the water route, but will pass through the surrounding archipelago. It will take a month just to walk to Pseudopolis City. Gary was surprised. I didn't expect that all the reward items this time were Z crystals. Ding! Skill exchange successful. And the biggest feature of Z moves is that they can break protect skills. Skills like protect can't block it, let alone light screen. The Firium Z Pure Crystal rewarded by the system is no different from the ordinary Firium Z Pure Crystal in appearance. They look exactly the same, but the Pure Crystal given by the system is better looking in color. Z moves originated in the Alola region, so if Gary wants a Z-ring, he can just ask his uncle for one. Z Crystal. Okay, I'll call teacher over. Xiao Jian left with an embarrassed look on his face. Yes, that's what you want to ask. Professor Oak was a little suspicious and didn't understand why Gary asked this. System, exchange psychic. 0. Is that so? I was overthinking. Gary's uncle is Professor Oak's cousin, Samson Oak, who lives in the Alola region and runs a school. What psychic skills should I exchange? Gary thought about what psychic skills to exchange. Gary could understand Xiao Jian's embarrassment, because after sending the Majestic Fang back to the laboratory, his grandfather must have focused on studying the Majestic Fang and didn't want to be disturbed. After the skill exchange, Gary went downstairs, took Gardevoir back from Joy, taught Psychic, and then went to the video phone to call Professor Oak. Seeking Flowers 0. Gary wanted to choose one from Light Screen and Reflect, but thought that there were more Pokemon covered by non-psychic. After arriving at the Pokemon Center and handing the injured Pokemon to Joy, Gary returned to the room to see what the reward for this mission was. Gary also wanted to try out how powerful the Firium Z Crystal rewarded by the system is. The power of Z moves is increased by 50%, which is equivalent to an additional attribute bonus. Since Xiao Jian became Professor Oak's assistant, the work of answering the phone was basically given to Xiao Jian. Grandpa, did my uncle open a school in the Alola region and study Z moves? Gary said. But Gary doesn't have a Z-ring now, so it's useless for him to get this Z crystal. However, it's easy for Gary to get a Z-ring, just ask his uncle for one. I can fly over on a Pokemon and reach Pseudopolis City in an hour. Gary said. For example, if Gary's Charizard uses Z moves, and uses Blast Burn as a primal move to use Z, the power will be as high as 200. With the combination of Z Crystal and attribute bonus, I have something to say to my grandfather, let my grandfather answer the phone. Gary said. Actually, Ash and his friends could take a boat to Pseudopolis City, which would take at most a week to get there, but since they wanted to visit the islands in the eastern area, they could only walk. The power is as high as 400, which is a bit scary. Hello, it's Gary, what's up? The person who answered the phone was Xiao Jian. Gon always walked with Ash and forgot about the transportation. Among the psychic skills, skills with a power of more than 100 are exclusive skills and cannot be exchanged. The psychic skills that can be exchanged have the highest power only psychic, and the rest of the attack skills are very low in power. The remaining skills are some skills that change the field. Don't worry now, think about what psychic skills to exchange. It's like this, I picked up this thing. Gary took out the Pure Crystal. Top grade Z Crystal Fire, use Firium Z moves, power increased by 50%. Oh, Z Pure Crystal? You picked it up. Professor Oak was surprised and said, could it be that someone from the Alola region accidentally lost it when passing through the Hone region? After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Professor Oak finally came and asked impatiently, Gary, what do you need to tell me? Z Crystal was discovered in Alola region and has always been a specialty of Alola region. So far, no one knows how Z Crystal was born, and it has never been seen in other regions. Professor Oak suspected that someone from Alola region passed through Hone region and accidentally lost it, and Gary happened to pick it up. I don't know about this. Grandpa, you should tell me if my uncle is also studying Z Crystal. Gary said. You want Z-ring? Professor Oak also saw Gary's thoughts. Yes, can uncle give it to me? Gary asked. You should ask your uncle yourself. I'll give you your uncle's phone number and you can call him directly. Professor Oak told Gary the phone number of Oak Samson, then hung up the phone and continued his research. Professor Oak is not 300 interested in Z-Crystal, because Z-Crystal is a prop that enhances Pokemon skills. Although it is greatly improved, it has no effect on the refinement itself. Professor Oak is only interested in the research of Pokemon itself, and he is less interested in external objects such as Z-Crystal. After getting Oak Samson's number, Gary called him directly. The call went through, and after waiting for more than 10 seconds, someone answered the call. A black version of Professor Oak appeared on the screen, but this Professor Oak had white hair and was still different from Professor Oak. "Uncle, long time no see," Gary greeted him. As for Oak Samson, Gary had seen him when he was a child, but later Oak Samson went to Alola region to open a school. When Gary was 5 years old, he left Kanto region without hesitation and went to the distant Alola region to open a school. Calculating the time, it has been 7 years since they last met. "Uncle, are you Gary?" Oak Samson hadn't seen Gary for a long time, but he would call back every new year to greet him. In addition, Gary's appearance was not much different from when he was a child, so he could still recognize him. "Yes, I didn't expect that you still remember me, Uncle," Gary said. "Oh, what a rare visitor, Gary, why did you suddenly call me?" Oak Samson often said. Gary and Oak Samson were not close at ordinary times. They would greet each other during the New Year and other festivals, and they didn't contact each other much at ordinary times. "It's like this, Uncle, I picked up a piece of Z-Pure crystal in Hone region. I don't have a Z-ring. Can you send one to me?" Gary said and took out Firium Z-Pure White. "You are so lucky to have picked up a Z-Pure crystal." Yinshu Samson did not doubt the truth of Gary's words. After all, most of the Z-Pure crystals in Alola region are picked up. Although Z-Pure crystals have not been found in other regions, the Z-Pure crystals picked up by Gary are most likely lost by others. "It's okay, but without a Z-ring, this Z-Pure crystal is useless," Gary said. "Z-ring is fine, I can send you one, but why did you go to Hone region?" Tianmo Samson asked in confusion. "I'm going to challenge the Hone Alliance's KO conference, so I came here," Gary said. "Then how can I give you the Z-ring? Should I send it directly to Professor Oak's laboratory?" Oak Samson said. "Just mail it directly to the Pokemon Center in Moss Deep City, I'm right here," Gary said. Although Hone region and Alola region are far apart, the speed of express delivery is still relatively fast, and it can be delivered in half a month. "Okay, then I'll send it to you tomorrow." Oak Samson knew that Gary was going to participate in the Alliance conference, so he sent it quickly and didn't delay Gary's time. "Thank you, Uncle," Gary thanked. "You're welcome, come to Alola region to play when you have time. The trainer school I founded here has many outstanding students, and you happen to have won the Alliance Conference champion, come coach them," Oak Samson said. Alola region is underdeveloped, and currently even the Alliance has not been established, and there is not even a gym leader, so Oak Samson has devoted himself to Alola region without hesitation to help the development there. "Okay, I will definitely go there when I have time," Gary said. "Then it's settled, bye." "Goodbye, Uncle." Hang up the phone. Gary went to the cafeteria to eat. He met Ash and the others in the cafeteria. During the chat, he also learned that Ash and the others planned to leave Moss Deep City tomorrow. Because they were in a hurry, they couldn't stay in one place for too long. And Gary had to wait for Oak Samson's delivery, so he stayed in Moss Deep City to train Pokemon during this time. It just so happened that Gary also planned to give his Pokemon a good special training, and Marshtomp was already level 33, and it was only 3 levels away from evolution. Half a month of special training was enough to raise the level. The next day, Gary found a place to train in the suburbs. Because the Pokemon captured in the Hone region had evolved, and they were weak before, so they could be trained in public places. But now their strength has broken through to the gym level, and the actual combat trainer is no longer suitable for public places, so it can only be carried out outside. Of course, the morning is still performance training, practical training in the afternoon. At 2 p.m., practical training began. "Today your practical training partner has changed," Gary warned. The Pokemon in the Hone region were all confused. Their usual practical rival in the afternoon was either Eevee or Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus. Today, they had to change rival. They were all curious about who it was. "Banjura, say hello to your new partner." Gary threw out the Pokeball. Ban. Gary's Banjura appeared. Chow. What the hell? When the Pokemon saw Banjura, they were all shocked by Banjura's arrogant eyes. "Everyone, this is Banjura, who is your predecessor. He is stronger than Eevee. He will train you later," Gary said. 2.0 Ban. Banjura looked at the Pokemon that Gary had captured in the Hone region. There were 7 Pokemon. Except for Slaking and Agrin, Banjura could look at them. The other 5 Pokemon were not taken seriously by Banjura. There was nothing he could do. Pokemon were like this. They only thought that the taller Pokemon were powerful. Banjura has rock and evil double attributes. "I can tell you that it is only this big. Your task for the next half month is to defeat Banjura. Let's start now." After saying that, Gary chased to the side to watch. "Ban. Rookie, let Ban see your strength." Dora. Agrin was the highest level among the 7 Pokemon, but he couldn't stand the power trip of Banjura, so he used Heavy Slam to rush towards Banjura. Bangala smiled evilly, looking at the Agrin rushing towards him, without any defense, waiting for Agrin to get close, and then arm thrusted out. Bang! Bangala withdrew his palm, his elbow slightly bent, but he stopped Agrin abruptly. "Dora, Sigma, 4. Agrin couldn't believe that he was blocked by Bangala's hand. In the previous actual combat training, even Eevee couldn't do it. Ban. Rookie, you need to practice more. Bangala grabbed Agrin's armor and threw Agrin out like a chicken, without using any skills, just relying on his own strength. Bangala's body has the terrifying power to change mountains and rivers. Even Agrin with the heavy metal ability is nothing in front of Bangala's power. Where's the swamp? Marshtomp suddenly launched an attack, spit up and fired a water gun, instantly hitting Banjara. The parts hit by the water gun were cleaned up a lot, but it did not cause any damage to Banjara. The other Pokemon were all shocked. You know, when the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was training, it didn't dare to resist Marshtomp's water skills casually, but Banjara dared to resist the water gun. Dora. Agrin immediately reminded everyone that Banjara was not rival who could deal with it alone. Everyone had to work together to attack together to have a chance to defeat rival. The Pokemon nodded and prepared to use their own long-range attack skills to attack. Ban. Do you want to dance too? Banjara smiled evilly, and a huge sandstorm blew around, trapping all 8 Pokemon in the sandstorm. All the Pokemon were dumbfounded. This was not a sandstorm. The sand grains were the size of marbles. They hurt when they hit their bodies. Moreover, there were too many sand grains. The vision was terribly reduced. They could not see the figure of Bangala clearly. Boom, bang, I see. Shell gone, boom, QAQ, boom. I really don't know what to say to Solans. Currently, only Shelgon and Marshtomp have not evolved. Gary then realized that Bangala's sandbag was too large. Although it was controlled, the range was still not small, so it was discovered by Sospo. My father gave me a Shelgon before. After Breeder became Salamence, he exchanged it with my friend Solrek. But I still have this. Since you have a Shelgon, you will definitely be able to use it in the future. Solans opened the box in his hand, and there was a round stone inside. It was a megastone, and it was Salamanke's megarite. Professor Cosmo, you're too polite. That's what I should do, but if Professor Cosmo wants to thank me, that's fine. Gary said. Gary's Banjara has a very arrogant personality. Although its temper is as bad as that of wild Banjara, it doesn't like to fight with weak Pokemon. Normal will just ignore weak Pokemon. If it wasn't for Gary's sake, it definitely wouldn't want to be a sparring partner. Banjara turned its head to one side, and it wasn't known whether it agreed or not. Gary smiled, knowing that Banjara was being arrogant, and didn't say much. Gary. A voice came from behind. Gary immediately turned around and saw Professor Cosmo in a white research suit. Professor Cosmo. Gary was surprised. Why are you here? At this time, Solans should be at work, and Gary found a place in the suburbs to train Pokemon, and few people come here. I'm taking a break today. I saw that the weather in sky here has changed, so I came to take a look. Solans said, looking at Bangala, pointing at Bangala, and asked, was the sandstorm weather just now caused by Bangala? Yes, I am training Pokemon here. Gary said. Little 007 Mao looked at the box in Solans's hand and wondered what was in it. If a girl saw it, she would probably think Solans was proposing. Gary, why are there a bunch of Pokemon lying on the ground? There were various sounds in the sandstorm, including explosions, collisions, and the sound of ground breaking. Is this really training Pokemon? No, I still have to thank you. Solans said, last time, it was because we didn't know people well that so many things happened later. I heard from Mr. Steven that if it weren't for your help, more people would have died. Solans looked at Gary and found the Shelgon beside Gary. He suddenly thought of something and took out a box with a positive direction from his pocket. 1 day of actual combat training is enough, and they will be sent for treatment later. However, Gary did not expect Shelgon to level up normally on his own. When he gets the 8th badge, Gary will use Rare Candy to raise Shelgon's level to level 50 and directly evolve into Salamence. Because Shelgon needs to accumulate power to evolve, fighting will lose accumulated energy, so Gary did not let Shelgon participate in actual combat training. It's actual combat training. They were all defeated by Bangala. Professor. I'm sorry. After that, Gary took back the 7 defeated Pokemon. You already have Salamanke's Megastone, and you exchanged Salamence. Your friend is really a jerk. You exchanged Solrock for Salamence. What kind of friend is this? Banjara looked at the rookie that he defeated and felt that it was boring. It was more exciting to fight Blastoise and the others in Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Cosmo looked around. There were traces of battles, and there were 7 Pokemon lying on the ground, and he was confused. LV55 Solrock / Quasi Elite. I understand what you mean, but I won't lose anything. Professor Cosmo said, taking out a Pokeball and opening it. Professor Cosmo can become a professor. Even if he is not a Pokemon researcher, he should know the value of Salamence. He knows that he is willing to leave when he goes to exchange Solrock. Don't feel bored. Although they are not strong now, they will catch up with you sooner or later. You should train them well. Gary comforted. When the sandstorm dissipated, Shelgon looked at his fallen companion and was stunned. Great. Gary was speechless at first when Solans exchanged Salamence for Solrock, but when he saw Salamanke's Megastone, he was dumbfounded. Professor Cosmo, you are willing to exchange Salamence? Gary asked. Professor Cosmo, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Gary said. Professor Cosmo was stunned. He thought Gary would be humble. He didn't expect that he would thank him directly. The color of the Solrock released by Professor Cosmo is different from that of ordinary Solrock. It is a red body, and the protruding rock corners around the body are all olivine, not saffron. Damn, Gary wanted to curse, but for the sake of the Salaman's megastone, he couldn't. Having owned Shiny Charm for more than 2 years, Gary also knows the probability of Shiny. The shiny Pokemon he encounters every time is not necessarily wild, but may also be someone else's Pokemon. So every time he sees a passerby with a shiny Pokemon, Gary wants to slap himself, secretly cursing himself for looking at it when he has nothing to do, and now he has to encounter Pokemon again. Gary estimated that he would encounter a shiny Pokemon during this period, and now he saw Solrek. Gary also understood why Solans felt unworthy. Shiny Pokemon are very valuable. If you really like them, it is possible to exchange them for Salamins. At least Professor Cosmo is a person who cares about the universe. Solrek comes from the universe. In Professor Cosmo's mind, the value of the different colored Solrek is far higher than that of the quasi-god Pokemon. It turns out to be a different colored Solrek. No wonder Professor Cosmo is willing to exchange it with Salamins. Gary said with a heartache. This megastone was a birthday present given to me by my father when I was 18 years old. Unfortunately, my Salamins was exchanged with someone. Anyway, I can't use it, just take it as a thank you present. Solans handed the megastone to Gary. Then I won't be polite. Gary immediately took the megastone. He wanted as many of this thing as he had. It didn't matter if it was duplicated. He could ask Steven to exchange it. I hope to see your Shelgon appear in the world in the future. If you can get a good ranking, I will be very happy. Professor Cosmo said. Professor Cosmo, don't worry, I will definitely reach the top. Gary said. Today is a good day to get a Fen. Back at the Pokemon Center, Gary was very happy. He didn't expect to get Salamanki's megastone for free. It was great. In the following time, Gary stayed in Moss Deep City to wait for the delivery. He supervised Pokemon training every day. In the afternoon, he let the Pokemon in the Hone region conduct actual combat training with Bangala. His schedule was full. After letting Bangala conduct 3 days of actual combat training, Gary also teleported Blastoise and Scizor to conduct actual combat training with the Pokemon in the Hone region. Because the prediction system will let Gary use the Pokemon in the Hone region to participate in the KO conference, Gary must strengthen the newly captured Pokemon, otherwise what will happen in the subsequent competitions? Although Ash is very martial, if he really meets Gary, there is still a chance that he will use the old Pokemon. Ash's previous Pokemon were all between the semi-elite and elite levels. Gary's current Pokemon, except for Latios, are only at the gym level, and there is no semi-elite Pokemon. Although Gary has a lot of rare candy, these rare candy are still very useful, because there is a legendary man at the Lily of the Valley conference in the Sinnoh region. If the task issued by the system is the same as the one in the Hone region, only the Pokemon in the Sinnoh region can be used to challenge the Lily of the Valley conference. It will be a headache. Ash used all his former Pokemon to fight against Darko, and only defeated 2 Pokemon of Inkto. From this, it can be judged that Darko's strength is close to Elite 4. He has no idea what the remaining 4 Pokemon are, and he doesn't know if there are stronger Pokemon. Gary feels that he should prepare at least 3 champion-level Pokemon to be safe when facing Darko. The specific situation can only be determined after the encounter. Half a month has passed. Gary's Pokemon have grown a lot under the devilish training. Pokemon levels: Breloom LV42, Sceptile LV46, Agron LV50, Slaking LV39, Blaziken LV42, Gardevoir LV44, Swampert LV39, Shelgon LV40. Marshtomp successfully evolved into Swampert. Except for Swampert and Slaking, the strength of the other Pokemon has entered the gym level. Agron has entered the quasi-elite level because Gary used 3 intermediate rare candies to upgrade it. Swampert's level can be improved before the KO conference, but Slaking can't. Because Slaking needs to rest for 3 days after training for 1 day, Slaking only has 4 days of training in half a month, and the rest of the time is all rest. At this rate of improvement, Gary estimated that it would take Slaking 3 or 4 years to reach the top of the gym level, not to mention that it is more difficult to level up as you advance. At the elite level, it may take half a year to level up by 1 level. For Slaking, it takes 2 years for other Pokemon to level up by 1 level every half a year. This rate of improvement is too slow. Gary decided to capture a Pokemon with Gastro Acid skills, because Gastro Acid can put the target into a no ability contest condition, which means that the Pokemon's ability can be eliminated, so that Slaking can get rid of the constraints of the lazy ability and train normally, but this is all for the future. Breloom did awaken the Worry Seed, which can change the target's ability to Sleepless, but it is a pity that it is useless for Pokemon with lazy ability. Today, Gary has received the express delivery from Oak Samson, and it is time to leave Moss Deep City. Gary took the package from the front desk of the Pokemon Center and opened it. Inside was a black bracelet, which was exactly the Z-ring that Gary needed. Uncle is so stingy. He only gave me a Z-ring and didn't give me some Z-crystals. Gary complained. I thought Oak Samson would also give me a few Z-crystals. Anyway, Z-crystals are not valuable in the Alola region. The key is that the Tapu tribe also has the ability to make Z-crystals, which can be mass-produced. If he doesn't want to give it, then don't give it. Gary quickly took the Z-ring and put the Z-crystal rewarded by the system on the sparkling stone of the Z-ring. Only Lucas could trigger the power in the Z-crystal. Z-crystals can only be used for 1 Z move. If you want to use it again, you can only wait until the Z crystal is fully charged before you can use it again. The way to charge Z crystals is also relatively simple. You just need to absorb enough light. The stronger the light, the faster the charging speed. In the case of sufficient sunlight, it can be fully charged in 1 hour. Although Z moves are a bit weaker than Mega Evolution, the advantage of Z moves is that they are faster to use. In the game, if you choose Mega Evolution, Pokémon needs to carry Mega Stone and cannot carry props, but if you choose Z moves, Pokémon can still carry props to fight, and its strength will be stronger. In reality, Z moves have the same advantages as in the game. Pokémon can also carry props to fight, but compared with Mega Evolution, they are still slightly inferior. However, Z moves are faster to use. As long as there are enough Z crystals, Z moves can be used continuously, which is much more powerful than Mega Evolution. After getting the Z-ring, Gary came to the suburbs where he had trained before, released Blaziken, and decided to try Z moves. Shamu. Blaziken thought he was going to start today's performance training, but found that there was no partner around, and immediately looked at Gary in confusion. Blaziken, are you going to give me a special treatment? Blaziken, I'm going to try to use a Z move later. I'll activate the Z crystal on this bracelet. You will feel an extra energy in your body. Integrate this energy into the skill to change the skill form. Do you understand? Gary reminded. The process of forming a Z move is that the Z energy changes the corresponding element energy to build a new skill. The way to build the skill is also recorded in the Z crystal. As long as the energy in the Z crystal is activated, Pokémon will know how to build and release the Z move. Chamu. Blaziken nodded to show that he understood. Okay, then I'll start. Gary crossed his arms and made a Firium Z move. Instantly, the Z crystal on the bracelet was activated, and the Lucas on the Z-ring shone with golden flames. As Gary continued to make moves, he exuded a stronger aura. Gary made the last move, and the stimulated Z energy was poured into Blaziken's body. Shamu. Blaziken was shocked. It felt full of power at this moment. The golden Z energy flames lingered around Blaziken. Go, Inferno Overdrive. Blaziken immediately released the strongest fire blast, and a fireball with a diameter of nearly 5 meters condensed in front of him. This is not Inferno Overdrive, it is clearly a big fireball technique. Fire. Following Gary's order, Blaziken fired the pyro ball. Wherever the pyro ball passed, the ground was cracked by the high temperature. Boom! The pyro ball hit a huge rock, and the rock was instantly detonated, and a black cloud mushroom opened up. When the smoke dissipated, the huge rock had turned into pieces and scattered everywhere. The power of this Z move is still quite terrifying, equivalent to a hydro cannon of Blastoise. It seems that the Z move has been greatly improved. Gary exclaimed. Blaziken is currently only at the gym level, but with Z moves, it can actually deliver a champion level Pokemon attack, which means it can kill rival of the same level in seconds, and even fight with quasi-elite Pokemon. And there is still room for improvement in Z moves. After all, in addition to the fixed 18 skills, Z moves can also be upgraded. For example, Ash's Pikachu uses this move to upgrade to Volt. Since Pikachu can be upgraded, other Pokemon can certainly be upgraded. As for how to upgrade, it depends on the luck of the Pokemon and the trainer. Come back. Gary took back Blaziken. After testing the Z moves, Gary released Latios and flew in the direction of Pseudopolis City. Pseudopolis City is a very old city that existed in ancient times. It is said that 1,000 years ago, a huge meteorite fell into the ocean, forming a huge meteorite pit, which later became the current Pseudopolis City. According to the legend heard from Meteor Village, Groudon and Kyogre first fought for meteorite 1,000 years ago, but there is more than one meteorite that fell on the earth. In addition, there is an ancient nation in Pseudopolis City, the Pseudopolis people. The descendants of this tribe are actually the same as the Draconid tribe, but they were left in Pseudopolis City. In order to protect the Draconid tribe, they changed their name to Pseudopolis people. Wallace is a descendant of the Pseudopolis people, but this guy is not interested in the responsibilities passed down in the tribe and basically ignores them. When you come to the sky of Pseudopolis City, you can see that Pseudopolis City is in the mouth of a white volcano. As for why the volcano is white, it is because the magma inside the volcano disappeared 1,000 years ago. The reason why the volcano rock is white is that it has been eroded by seawater and rain for a long time, so it has become white. It's really artistic. Gary walked in Pseudopolis City. The architectural style inside was very artistic. No wonder it could breed so many excellent coordination trainers. Seeking flowers. The most powerful trainer in Pseudopolis City is naturally Wallace, followed by his master Juan. The two are both trainers and coordination trainers. It can be said that the trainers in Pseudopolis City are basically coordination trainers, and they pay great attention to the coordination and contest of Pokemon. Enjoying the scenery in Pseudopolis City all the way, Gary found a restaurant near the lake and sat down near the lake. Sitting here, you can see the big tree in the center of the city. This big tree has existed in Pseudopolis City for hundreds of years. In the game, this tree was given by the giant in Kalos region, and there is an eternal flower under the tree. This eternal flower was naturally left by Floette, and the giant was the East King of Kalos Empire. In order to revive the dead Floette, the East King sacrificed the enemy kingdom and many innocent lives, resurrected Floette, and even gained eternal life himself. Because too many innocent lives were sacrificed, Floette left the East King. The East King, who lost Floette, was in great pain, and could not die. He could only wander in the Kalos region, and then wandered around the world, becoming a homeless man named Az. Although he said he was wandering, Az was actually always looking for Floette's traces. The big tree given by the city to Pseudopolis City is also Floette's favorite tree. However, the plot of this world is different from Mikey. The final weapon created by Az has never appeared in the Kalos plot. Gary even learned that this final weapon existed, but it had been destroyed 300 years ago. At that time, the people of Kalos region were collectively overthrowing the imperial system. The final weapon was destroyed during that period, and the imperial system was also disintegrated at that time. The Kalos alliance was established later. In this way, the weapon will be destroyed in the end. Az must have taken action. Floette should have forgiven Az, and the two may have lived happily together. After filling his stomach and resting in the park for a while, Gary came to the Pseudopolis gym. The Pseudopolis gym was built like a cathedral, with a blue roof and white stone pillars around it. The patterns on each stone pillar were carefully carved as if it were a work of art. Let's see one's strength first. Gary was not in a hurry to challenge the gym, but he still wanted to see one's strength. Juan was Wallace's master, and his strength should not be underestimated. Ash fought with Juan, and finally Pikachu won by a narrow margin. It can be seen that Juan would send out Pokemon with quasi-elite or even elite strength. Walking to the door of Pseudopolis gym, the system task was released. Ding! Task released. 1. Obtain Pseudopolis gym badge/reward. High-level rare candy X5, Rock Tomb permanent skill learner, top quality mystic water X1. 2. Use Hone region Pokemon to obtain Pseudopolis gym badge/reward. High-level rare candy X5, water type self-selected permanent skill learner, random in-battle effect item X1. High-level rare candy. Seeing that the task reward is high-level rare candy, it can be confirmed that Juan 407 melodic strength is definitely above the elite level, and it is even possible to be at the elite level. Forget it, use Latios. Gary originally thought that Juan's Pokemon level was too high, so he upgraded his Pokemon, but he thought that the other Pokemon, except Melodic, were not very high in level. In this case, with Latios as a trump card, he could still play directly. After thinking it through, Gary came and pressed the unique Pokeball-shaped doorbell next to him. Young man, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. A voice came from the speaker at the door. Since the other party asked to wait, Gary waited silently. After about a few minutes, the door opened, and inside the door was an elderly man wearing a butler's uniform, who looked to be in his 60s. Juan's gym and home are in the same place, so he specially hired a gym owner who is also responsible for the work of gym assistant. Hello, I am the butler and gym assistant of Pseudopolis gym, Sebastian. What can I do for you? Sebastian asked. Hello, I'm trainer Gary from Kanto region, and I'm here to challenge the Pseudopolis gym. So you're here to challenge the gym, please follow me. Knowing Gary's purpose, Sebastian took Gary into the gym, and after confirming Gary's identity, he notified Juan. When they arrived at the gym, they saw Juan was already there. Juan was a very elegant man, wearing a blue evening dress, and dyed his bangs white, which made him stand out. This is the characteristic of a coordinated trainer. He likes fancy bangs. Wallace is so showy, obviously he got Juan's true teachings. Hello, I'm Juan, the follower of the Pseudopolis gym. Juan introduced himself politely. Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge your gym. Gary said. Gary, have you met Wallace? Juan suddenly asked when he heard Gary say his name. Gary was also surprised. It seems that Scully told Juan about his own affairs. Yes, I have met him. Is there any problem? Gary asked. No problem, I just heard Wallace say that he met a very good junior. I heard Wallace tell me about what you experienced on the Sea Purple Jasmine. You saved Wallace. As Wallace's master, I naturally have to thank you. Juan said. That's what I should do. Mr. Juan is too polite. Gary said. Although I don't know what one's social status is in the Hone region, I think he should be in a high position to build such a gym. Maybe he can get another megastone for free. Then after the gym battle is over, Gary can have fun in Pseudopolis City. All expenses will be on me. Juan said. Gary, it's just the cost of the trip. I really think I'm as easy to deal with as Ash and the others. I can get rid of it with a few meals. Haha, when will the battle be? Gary immediately changed the subject. It can be seen that Juan will not give him anything good, so let's fight quickly. We can start now. Then let's start. After that, the two came to the command area and stood. Gary looked at the venue in front of him. It was a water venue. There were two floating platforms on the half of the venue close to him, which was convenient for challengers to use. Sebastian stood in the referee area and announced, now let's start the gym challenge between gym trainer Juan and challenger Ash. There are 5 Pokemon used in this gym challenge. Please choose 2 Pokemon to play doubles in the first battle. The first round of the game will be over if both Pokemon of the gym owner and the challenger lose their combat ability. Then, use the Pokemon that won the doubles game to continue the second round. The second round is a one-on-one duel. If all Pokemon of one of the two sides are defeated, the game will be over. In addition, Song has the right to replace the elite slaves. Sebastian gave a long introduction. Anyway, there are 2 ways to play in the Pseudopolis gym. First, doubles will be played. Both sides will send 2 Pokemon to fight. After the 2 Pokemon of rival Pokemon are Pokemon, the game will be suspended and then a one-on-one singles match will be held. Gary, do you understand? Sebastian said so much, of course, for Gary to hear. I understand. Gary nodded. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was all to test the trainer's reaction ability. Then the gym challenge officially begins. After speaking, Juan took out the Pokeball. Then let's start. Go, Sea Lion, seeking. Juan threw 2 Pokeballs. Great. A plump, blue-haired sea lion appeared in the pool, and next to it was a horn seeking. The 2 Pokemon looked fat and cute. LV40 Sea Lion 3/Gym. LV45 Seeking 3/Gym. The levels of the 2 Pokemon were not very high, both at the gym level. Gary really wanted to send out a Grin, but such a venue was obviously not suitable. Gardevoir, Swampert 2.7, you guys go. Gary threw a Pokeball. Hashtag LV44 Gardevoir female sign/elite. LV39 Swampert/elite. Gardevoir and Swampert landed on the platform. Gary, just come on. Ying said calmly. Okay. Gardevoir uses Future Sight to attack Goldeen. After Swampert approaches the Demon Sea Lion, use Power-Up Punch. At the command, Gardevoir's beautiful eyes radiated blue light, sending telekinesis to a certain point in the future. Swampert jumped directly into the water and swam quickly towards the Demon Sea Lion. Gary's first target to defeat was the Demon Sea Lion. The Demon Sea Lion was Ice-type, afraid of fighting skills, and had not evolved to its final form, making it the easiest to deal with. Seeking attacks Gardevoir with Waterfall. Magic Sea Lion, wait for Swampert to approach, use Ice Ball to block. Hearing the sound, water flow appeared around Seeking, and he jumped into the water and rushed towards Gardevoir quickly. Swampert and Seeking moved sideways and came in front of the Magic Sea Lion. Ugh! The Magic Sea Lion had already condensed an ice ball the size of a yoga ball, waiting for Swampert to rush out of the water, and immediately launched it. Bang! Swampert broke all laws with 1 punch, and smashed the ice ball with 1 punch. The broken ice fragments scattered and splashed on the Magic Sea Lion, but they were all blocked by the Magic Sea Lion's thick fat. Swampert's offensive did not stop, chasing after it, and hitting Power-Up Punch again, knocking the Magic Sea Lion back into the water with 1 punch. Looking at Seeking, it has already rushed out of the water and rushed straight towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir looked calm and teleported directly to the floating platform opposite, and then used Psychic to restrain the Magic Sea Lion. Good opportunity? Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Where's the swamp? Swampert swung his arm and punched the Magic Sea Lion's head. Bang! Ugh! The Magic Sea Lion was hit by Dynamic Punch 19, and its body flew backwards and fell into a chaotic contest condition. Not good. Juan immediately realized that he had chosen the wrong target. He should have let Seeking and the Magic Sea Lion act together. He forgot that Gardevoir could teleport. Seeking, come back quickly to support the Magic Sea Lion and use Waterfall to drive away Swampert. Juan ordered hurriedly. Don't worry about Goldeen, use the Destruction Death Ray on the Magic Sea Lion. Gary ordered. What? Where's the swamp? Gardevoir put his palms together in front of him, and an orange light ball condensed between his palms. Swampert did the same, and an orange light ball condensed in front of his mouth. The 2 light balls turned into an orange beam and rushed towards the Magic Sea Lion quickly, leaving no room for the Magic Sea Lion to dodge. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and a cloud of black smoke engulfed the Magic Sea Lion. The impact of the explosion made the water surface ripple, but this did not affect Seeking's charge. I saw Seeking wrapped in water elements all over his body, rushing towards Swampert quickly, knocking Swampert into the water. Swampert was unable to move because he used the Destruction Death Ray, and Gardevoir was the same, and Seeking could attack again, so Gardevoir and Swampert had no chance to dodge. Seeking uses Horn Drill on Gardevoir. Juan took the opportunity when the 2 Pokemon could not move and decided to kill Gardevoir first. Puff. Goldeen immediately rushed to the platform where Gardevoir was, and the horns on his head spun rapidly, and he rushed all the way. Gary watched Seeking approach Gardevoir, but he didn't give any instructions. Just when Gardevoir was about to be hit by the horn drill, a blue wave of confusion fell from the sky and hit Goldeen, smack down directly to the underwater. What? That's Future Sight. Juan reacted immediately. At the beginning, Gary asked Gardevoir to use Future Sight on Seeking, but Future Sight never landed. Where's the swamp? At this time, Swampert had broken free from the negative contest condition and jumped onto the platform. Now the situation is 2 against 1. According to the rules, the gym owner does not have the right to replace Pokémon, even if the Magic Sea Lion is defeated. Even if Seeking is higher than Gardevoir and Swampert, Gardevoir and the Magic Sea Lion will not be hit by Seeking's Horn Drill. Seeking, attack Swampert, use Horn Drill. Juan has not given up yet. Knowing that Gardevoir can teleport, he will target Swampert. Don't even think about it. Gardevoir will use his mind to bind Seeking. Gary ordered. Gardevoir released Psychic, but Juan immediately ordered, go underwater. Seeking immediately dived into the underwater, and saw that the water surface suddenly sank. It was caused by the telepathy. Unfortunately, the telepathy would encounter great resistance when entering the water, and it could not catch up with the Seeking swimming underwater. Swampert, attack Seeking with Waterfall. Wait for Seeking to come out of the water, and then Gardevoir, you attack. Gary ordered. What can I do? Gardevoir nodded. Swampert was wrapped in the water flow and rushed into the water. He collided with Seeking in the underwater, and bubbles kept coming out of the water. Although the two Pokémon were underwater, they could also see the collision of the two Pokémon below through the water surface. Swampert's level is not as high as Seeking, but he carries the best Mystic Water, which can compete with the gym level Seeking. The two sides collided several times underwater, but Seeking did not gain any advantage and was suppressed by Swampert. Bang! After another collision, Seeking was exhausted and was knocked out of the water by Swampert. What? Gardevoir waited for this opportunity, and his mental energy turned into telekinesis, freezing Seeking in the air. Now, Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Swampert jumped out of the water and punched Seeking. Dynamic Punch hit, and Seeking immediately fell into a chaotic contest condition. All is over. Deal with Seeking, use Psychic and Liquidation. Gary ordered. Gardevoir condensed his mental energy, transformed it into invisible and colorless confusion, and hit Seeking. Swampert put his palms together, condensed a 5-meter-long water blade, and slashed forward. Bang! Dab! Seeking was hit by Liquidation first, and then Psychic knocked him out of the arena. Seeking fell on the shore, his round eyes spinning. Both of one's Pokémon in the gym have lost their ability to fight. The first round of the game is over. After a 10-minute break, the second round of 1v1 singles will begin. Sebastian announced. You've worked hard, come back and rest. Gary took back Gardevoir and Swampert's Pokeballs. Ahahaha, this is the first time I've lost so badly. In you, I can see the brilliance of overcoming all skills. Do you want to consider becoming a coordination trainer? Juan suddenly laughed. Gary was stunned for a moment and said, then there's no need. I'm not interested in the contest. Coordination is very important for Pokémon. With your strength, you should understand this. Juan said. Coordination is very important, but I personally don't like contests. Gary said. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Contests also involve fighting. If you're willing, I can give you a set of cool clothes. Juan said. Gary? When Gary heard about giving away clothes, he thought of the clothes Wallace was wearing. They were really too hot to appreciate. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding you. Have a good rest. I'll take the next battle seriously. Juan said. Okay. Gary nodded and sat aside to rest. Juan is Wallace's master, so he is naturally strong. Although he is not as good as the Elite Four, he definitely has elite-level Pokémon. Thinking of the high-level rare candy as the reward for the mission, Juan will definitely use elite-level Pokémon in the battle later, and that Pokémon should be one's Melodic. Gary was not panicked at all. One's Melodic was defeated by Pikachu, and Gary felt that his Latios would not be a big problem. The 10-minute break was over. Gary and Juan came to the battle site again. At this time, the battle site was no longer a pool, but a place that could be used on land and water. The middle area of the site was a pool surrounded by land. There were some small areas of land in the pool, but the pool occupied a larger area. Sebastian stood on the stage in the referee area and announced, now we will start the one-on-one singles match. Please ask the challenger Gary to send out the Pokémon first. Because Gary was the winner of the previous round, in the second round, Gary sent out the Pokémon first. Breloom, it's your turn. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV42 Breloom 3/Gym. A Breloom with orange-red stripes appeared. Oh, it's a different colored Breloom. Dang exclaimed. As coordination trainers, they love different colored Pokémon very much. Often, different colored Pokémon participating in the contest can get very high scores. And among the current young generation of coordination trainers, the more famous ones all have a different colored Pokémon in their hands. Unfortunately, Breloom is not a water-type Pokémon. Juan said helplessly. Although Juan is a coordination trainer, he prefers water-type Pokémon. If Gary sends out a water-type Pokémon of a different color, he will definitely go crazy. Please, Kingdra. Juan put away his admiration and threw out the Pokeball. Great. A Kingdra that looks like a seahorse appeared. LV45 Kingdra 6/Quasi Elite. It's actually Kingdra. Gary was quite surprised, thinking that Juan would send out Love Disc. However, Kingdra was only level 45, so Juan didn't take it too seriously. However, Kingdra, which has both water and dragon attributes, only has two weaknesses, dragon and fairy. It's really hard for Breloom to beat it. Kingdra, use Bubble Beam. The battle began, and Juan attacked first. Kingdra's nostrils spit up a lot of bubbles and quickly shot them at Breloom. Kingdra endured the pain and created Whirlpool to cover himself, blocking the light of Dazzling Gleam. Kingdra also controlled Whirlpool to attack Gardevoir. With a slight collision, Kingdra cried out in pain, and his body sped backwards on the water, being knocked more than 10 meters away. Psychic. What? Breloom, come back and rest. Gary decisively took Breloom back. The sharp claws touched the bubble again, and the bubble was directly punctured. After blocking the bubble beam, Breloom accelerated with the assist skill, rushed to Kingdra quickly, punched Kingdra, and knocked him back several meters. What a strong spiritual power. Juan was also shocked. He thought Gardevoir was only at the gym level, but he didn't expect the psychic he used to be so powerful even Whirlpool can be broken. Gary's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately realized that it was not good. At such a close distance, and in the water, Breloom had no room to dodge. Kingdra, with 540 species strength, has no ability value exceeding 100, Wang Xiaoxiao, and both attack and defense are 95, with 75 physical strength and 85 speed points, which is too balanced. Juan calmly took back Kingdra and sent out the next Pokemon. Kingdra surfaced, his eyes spinning. Gardevoir, you deal with Kingdra. Gary sent Gardevoir again. Snap, snap, snap. In such a field, Breloom was really difficult to deal with Kingdra. Kingdra stayed in the water all the time. If Breloom wanted to hit Kingdra, he had to enter the water, which would be very passive. What? Kingdra was illuminated by dazzling gleam and showed a painful expression. Gardevoir teleported in front of Kingdra, his eyes glowed blue, and hypnotic waves spread out. Kingdra was attacked by the hypnotic waves, and his eyelids began to fight, but he didn't fall asleep. He just struggled for a few seconds and then smelling salts came over. What a difficult Pokemon. Kingdra uses agility to approach Gardevoir. Although Gardevoir is difficult to deal with, Juan, as a gym player, certainly cannot admit defeat. It's a pity for Kingdra, a Pokemon. Its attributes are excellent, with only 2 weaknesses, and its ability is also very good. Its 540 species is also very high, but its distribution of species is too poor. Gardevoir, use Dazzling Gleam. Gary ordered. Blizzard. Juan suddenly ordered. Kingdra loses his ability to fight, Gardevoir wins. Sebastian said. Kingdra moved quickly on the water, his figure flashing constantly, not giving Gardevoir the chance to lock on himself. Gardevoir immediately used Dazzling Gleam, and the pink light shone on the entire field. Kingdra's nasal cavity spit up Blizzard, and the place where it passed was instantly frozen. Breloom was also repelled by Blizzard, and some ice cubes were also formed on his body, but it did not affect his movement. Whoosh! Kingdra, come back. Then, my 4th player is here, go ahead, Whiscash. Juan threw out a Pokeball. Great! LV43 Whiscash/Gym. A fat catfish fell into the water. Whiscash, which has both water and ground attributes, is pretty good, but Gary has used Breloom before. Juan actually dared to send out Whiscash, really not taking Gary's Breloom seriously. Gardevoir, come back. Seeing Whiscash, Gary decisively took back Gardevoir. Juan was still very calm, but he knew in his heart that Gary would definitely send out Breloom, but Juan was wrong. Sceptile, leave it to you. Gary threw out a Pokeball. Breloom, use Mach Punch to smash all the bubble beams and then attack Kingdra. Gary ordered. Hypnosis. Gary ordered. Use Whirlpool to block Dazzling Gleam. Juan ordered immediately. Breloom's red claws were covered with a layer of white energy, and he punched quickly. Juan watched Gary take back Breloom, and immediately thought of Gardevoir, and he had a headache. Gardevoir's eyes glowed blue, and a great spiritual energy burst out. The whirlpool was instantly broken open, and Kingdra, who was hiding inside, was directly knocked out. Gary didn't expect hypnosis to take effect, mainly to buy time. In these few seconds, Gardevoir's dazzling gleam had been condensed, and his whole body was emitting pink fairy light. Then, Gardevoir directly hit Kingdra LV46 Sceptile 3/Elite. Sceptile. Juan frowned. He didn't understand why Gary sent out a new grass-type Pokemon when he had clearly sent out Breloom before, and Breloom was only hit by Blizzard and could continue to fight. Gary, why don't you use Breloom? Juan asked. Because Breloom is not easy to move in such a place, I don't like to waste time, it's better to fight quickly. Gary replied. I see, then let me see how fast your Sceptile is, come on, Juan said. Gary glanced at Whiscash, who looked unfriendly, and ordered, Sceptile, use Energy Ball. Sceptile opened his mouth and spit up a green energy ball to attack Whiscash. Whiscash, use Surf. Juan ordered. Whiscash slapped the water with its fins, and the water seemed to be manipulated by confusion, and turned directly into a 10-meter-high wave. Whiscash rode on the wave and rushed towards Sceptile. Energy Ball did not automatically chase, but hit the wave straight, smashing a hole in the wave, but did not stop the wave, and the wave fell towards the lizard. Now, Aqua Tail. Whiscash jumped off the wave, with a layer of water curtain wrapped around its tail, and chopped down at Sceptile's head. Leaf Blade. Sceptile 227 heard the sound, and the leaves on his wrists turned into green blades of light. His legs suddenly exerted force, and he splashed high, swinging Leaf Blade at the falling Whiscash. Whoosh! Leaf Blade collided with Whiscash's tail. Because of gravity, Sceptile was a little weaker and was knocked back to the ground. The water wave also fell at this time, and Sceptile was rushed several meters away. Juan has been a trainer for decades, so he is quite capable. At least Gary doesn't know how to crack Whiscash's wave-riding attack mode for the time being. Whiscash can ride the waves to rival Sky to launch an attack, so rival will not only have to face the attack of Whiscash, but also the attack of Surf, and Sceptile will jump up to attack Whiscash. Without the power to fall, he will not be able to gain an advantage in the fight. Whiscash, Surf. When he launched an attack again, Whiscash slapped his fins and rode the waves again, rushing towards Sceptile, and wanted to do the same. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade to cut off Surf, don't worry about Whiscash. Gary ordered. Ja. Sceptile rushed to the waves alone, and with a stroke of his hands, an X-shaped gap appeared in the waves. Sceptile passed through the gap and successfully cracked Whiscash's attack mode. The wave was broken open, unable to move forward, and began to fall. Whiscash also fell from the wave. Gary seized this opportunity and ordered, use Quick Attack to approach Whiscash, then use Double Team, and then use Leaf Blade to attack. 1. Swoosh! Septal turned into a green light and rushed towards Whiscash. Juan saw this and immediately ordered, use mud bomb to stop it. The falling Whiscash immediately spit up mud bombs, but none of the mud bombs could hit Septal. Septal passed through the attack range of the mud bombs and came under Whiscash. Whiscash was stunned, looking at the clones below, and he didn't know which one was Septal's real body. Whiscash now wished he could fly. The Septals below, green blades of light appeared on their wrists, and they all splashed towards soaring in the sky. Countless leaf blades chopped Whiscash, but only one leaf blade hit Whiscash's abdomen. Bang! Catfish. Whiscash cried out in pain. The abdomen is the softest part of fish Pokemon, especially Whiscash is very afraid of grass-type skills. Leaf blade hit the vital part, and Whiscash lost the ability to fight back. Plop! Whiscash fell on the water, splashing a lot of water, and his body quickly floated out of the water. His eyes were already spinning. Whiscash lost the ability to fight. Septal won. Sebastian said. Although Sebastian was expressionless, he was still very surprised. The Pseudopolis gym is the strongest gym designated by the Hone Alliance, and it is the last level to the KO Conference. One's strength is naturally needless to say. It is still very difficult to defeat Juan. Most trainers will only win incompletely even if they win. And Gary has not defeated even a single Pokemon so far. This is the rhythm of shutting out Juan. As expected of a trainer favored by Wallace, then for the last Pokemon. I will fight you with my main Pokemon. Juan said. Okay, I'm looking forward to Mr. One's main Pokemon appearing. Gary said. The big one is coming. I want to see how powerful Melodic is that can make Pikachu suffer. The Pokemon I'm going to take out is my best partner who has accompanied me through countless battles. Destroy NAS, it's your turn. Juan threw the Pokeball. Great! A breathtakingly beautiful Melodic appeared. Seeing Melodic appear, Septal was immediately amazed by its beautiful appearance. You know, although Septal and Melodic are not dragon type, their egg groups have dragon groups, and the appearance of both sides actually grows on the aesthetic point of each other. Septal, calm down, the other party is male. Gary reminded. Septal, QAQ, what? Male? Septal rarely fell in love, but it turned out to be a male Pokemon, because of the injury of the lizard. Come back. Gary quickly took back Septal and observed one's Melodic. LV62 Melodic 3/Elite. One's Melodic is indeed elite level. Rookie trainer doesn't have elite level Pokemon, so he basically can't beat this Melodic. Mr. Juan, since you use Melodic, I'll use my main Pokemon too. Gary said. Really? Let me see. Dang said. Gary came from Kanto region, and the strongest Pokemon he had was naturally the Pokemon of the former breeder. I found a good rival for you this time, come out. Gary took out a pink heel ball and threw it out. Great. Wow. Latios, which has a streamlined shape like a jet, appears. LV66 Latios 3/Legend. Latios. Juan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Gary to be able to send out a Pokemon like Latios. This is a phantom Pokemon. Even Sebastian, who always had a blank expression, showed a look of astonishment on his face. I didn't expect that there would be a chance to fight with legendary Pokemon. Gary, let me see the strength of Latios. At this moment, he also became excited. There are not many opportunities to fight with legendary Pokemon. Juan really wants to see how strong Gary's Latios is. Mr. Juan, I'm going to attack. Gary reminded. Come on. Juan's originally calm expression also revealed a fanatic look. Okay, Latios, use Psychic. Gary ordered immediately. Latios' eyes radiated blue light, emitting a powerful confusion to attack Melodic. Melodic was huge in size, facing the invisible and colorless Psychic, and was directly hit, but relied on its own powerful special defense to resist this attack. Juan also deliberately let Melodic bear Psychic, mainly to test Latios' strength. Seeing his Melodic showing a painful expression, he realized that this Latios' strength was definitely not weaker than his Melodic. It's our turn to fight back. Melodic, use Blizzard. Juan ordered. After dodging, use Dragon Pulse. Gary ordered. Latios immediately flew into the sky to dodge. Melodic twisted his neck and chased with Blizzard, but he couldn't keep up with Latios' speed. This was still in a closed space. Latios' speed was limited. If it was in a more open place, Latios' speed could be increased. What a strong explosive power. Juan also discovered this. There are many Pokemon that can be so fast, but it takes time to accelerate to reach this speed in an instant. After dodging Blizzard, Latios spit up Dragon Pulse. Boom! The Dragon Pulse hit Melodic and exploded instantly, and the water in the pool spread out crazily. The smoke dissipated, Melodic stayed in the pool intact, and his beautiful eyes stared at Latios in the sky. Gary, smoke but no injuries? Protect. Seeing that Melodic had no new injuries, it should be that Protect blocked the Dragon Pulse. Latios changed Melodic's ability and used Simple Light Rain. Gary ordered. Latios immediately sent a mysterious thought wave to Melodic, and the rainbow thought wave quickly rushed towards Melodic. Aqua Tail. Melodic's tail was wrapped in a layer of water and pulled forward, but Aqua Tail touched Simple Beam and went straight through it. Simple Beam hit Melodic, but did not cause any damage. Should we start reducing Melodic's ability? Juan thought to himself. Simple Beam is a transformation skill that can change the target's ability to a simple one. The effect of a simple ability is that the ability change is twice the original, whether it is an increase or a decrease, it is twice. As for why Gary did this, it is naturally because the ability transformation skills that Melodic can master are only Coil and Dragon Dance. These two ability transformation skills both increase physical attack, and Melodic is a special attacker, so they are naturally useless. Only Coil can increase the hit rate, which can be used, but I don't know if one's Melodic can Coil. Melodic, use Coil. Juan ordered. The slap in the face came so quickly, but it's okay. Coil increases physical attack, physical defense, and hit rate. Latios is a special attacker, but with a higher hit rate, Melodic's skills can easily hit Latios. Take advantage of Melodic was improving his ability, Gary quickly ordered, use Thunderbolt. Ugh. Latios used Thunderbolt and hit Melodic who was improving his ability. Melodic used his strong special defense to resist Thunderbolt. Juan looked calm and didn't care about Melodic's injury, but the next second, Juan panicked. Heal block. Gary ordered. What? Juan was shocked, but it was too late. Latios used recovery block, and his body emitted light. These rays did not cause any damage, but a circle of light was generated around Melodic, surrounding it and blocking Melodic's recovery skills. I was really tricked. It seems that Gary knows my Melodic very well. Juan thought to himself. Juan was not worried because Melodic could recover, but now under the influence of heal block, recover, and other recovery skills could no longer be used. Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. Ice beam. Juan immediately counterattacked. Both Pokemon used their skills. The Golden Thunder collided with the Cold Beam, and the Violent Thunder Force easily suppressed the Ice Beam, but it could not defeat it. It exploded during the suppression process. Melodic was only affected by the impact of the explosion and was not seriously injured. Blizzard. With the improvement of Coil, Melodic analyzed the best attack route and blew Blizzard towards soaring in the sky. Luster Purge. Gary ordered. That's for sure. Latios used Thunderbolt just now, without attribute bonus and item bonus, so it was naturally a tie. Fly around Melodic flying. I'll use Thunderbolt. Keep attacking. Luster Purge. Gary continued to order. Last blow. Fight for the light. Gary ordered. Woo. Latios used his superb flying skills to confuse Melodic, and came under Melodic, and shot a Golden Thunderbolt. A mushroom cloud covered the stadium. Just now, Thunderbolt and Ice Beam both turned into ice hands. Why was Blizzard directly crushed in this skill match? The two skills met in midair, and both sides tried their best to release the skills, pouring all the energy in their bodies into the skills. _0. Boom, boom. Latios rushed to Melodic quickly, and flew around Melodic flying. Although Melodic had the ability to fly, his speed was not as fast as Latios. Latios spit up a shining beam. Melodic rode the waves and jumped into the air to avoid the attack of Luster Purge. Melodic, use Hydro Pump. Juan also saw that this was the last fight, and asked Melodic to use Hydro Pump. Melodic wailed and was blown away several meters. The Golden Thunderbolt ordered Melodic to smack down into the water. After being attacked continuously by Latios, Melodic was also seriously injured and was obviously dying. Melodic, use Surf to go to the sky. Juan knew that he couldn't fight, so he immediately asked Melodic to dodge. Melodic spit up a violent stream of water. Carrying the top-grade Twisted Spoon, Latios Luster Purge can hit 185 power. Melodic is a single water type, and Blizzard has no bonus, so it is naturally no match. How did the power suddenly increase so much? Juan frowned. Latios ejected a dazzling pink energy beam, which instantly penetrated Blizzard in front of the cold wind and hit Melodic's body. Bang! Gary and Juan both watched the situation in the field calmly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the lineup of two Pokemon, Latios floated in the air, looking down at the pool below. The water in the pool was spread to the outside due to the impact of the battle, and the water inside was visibly reduced. In the middle of the pool, Melodic floated on the water, his eyes spinning. Melodic lost his ability to fight. Latios won. Sebastian announced, all the Pokemon of the gym leader won lost their ability to fight, and the winner of this gym match is the challenger Gary. The last gym battle in the Hone region finally fell to Veilstone. After fighting so many gyms, Gary felt that this time was the most difficult, even more difficult than the finals at the Alliance Conference. I lost to you in both battles, you are amazing. Juan praised. Mr. 501 is polite, you are also very strong, except for Melodic, your other 4 Pokemon are not your main Pokemon. Gary said. You are the same, Latios is probably not your strongest Pokemon. Juan said. Gary nodded slightly, admitting it. This is the Rain Badge, proof of defeating the Pseudopolis gym. You have collected all the badges. Have a good time in Pseudopolis City. Juan handed his own gym badge to Gary. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed, the reward has been sent to the space backpack. Yes, then goodbye. Gary responded, turned around and left. Sebastian came out to see Gary off. Let me see what the random item is this time. Gary looked at the space backpack expectantly. Top quality King's Rock. When using this item with an attack that does not cause the contest condition and causes damage, there is a 20% chance to make the target flinch. King's Rock, it's okay. Although King's Rock is not very useful, the 20% chance of being wretched is still quite high, and King's Rock is also an evolution item. It can be used by Poliwhirl and Slowpoke to evolve into Politoed and Slowking. What water skill should I exchange for? There are still many water skills. The skill device rewarded by the system before has many water skills, but they are basically physical attack water skills. Gary wants a special attack water skill. Forget about Hydro Cannon. There are not many Pokemon that can learn Hydro Cannon. For Hydro Pump, most water Pokemon have it in their racial skills, and speed can be awakened. System, exchange the skill of pouring cold water. Gary said. Ding! Skill exchange successful. Cold water, water type special attack skill, power 50, damages the target, 100% chance to reduce the target's physical attack by 1 level. Gary came to the public area near the Pokemon Center, released Slaking and Swampert, and taught them cold water. Although Slaking does not have the water type, it can master cold water, and Latios can also master it. I will teach Latios when I return to the room. System, badges are collected. Is it time to release tasks related to the KO conference? Gary asked. Ding! Release tasks. 1. Get KO Conference Champion / Rewards, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Advanced Rare Candy X10, Bronze Crown X1, Silver Crown X1, Gold Bottle Cap X1, Ability Strengthening Stone X3. Use Hone Region Pokemon in all games, and the rewards will be doubled. Sure enough, there are restrictions. I can only spend candy. Since we can only use Pokemon from the Hone region, it is not enough to just eat intermediate rare candy. We also need to use some high-level rare candy. Gary decided to breed 2 Pokemon from the Hone region to level 60, so that with Latios, there will be 3 elite-level Pokemon as trump cards, and the rest of the Pokemon will be upgraded to level 50, which is more stable. However, there is still more than a month before the KO conference, so there is no need to eat candy for the time being. We will do special training first and eat more when the KO conference is about to start. After a brief rest in Pseudopolis City, Gary took Latios to Pseudopolis City the next day. Gary planned to do special training for Pokemon in Pseudopolis City, so he didn't have to rush. A month passed in the blink of an eye. KO City is a huge island, and the headquarters of the Hone Alliance is located here. Although KO City has Hone Alliance headquarters, but on the other side of the island is a dangerous place. There are very powerful wild Pokemon here. Even locals will not easily approach here. But even in such a dangerous place, a teenager is commanding a group of Pokemon for special training. Gary looked at the Pokemon defeated by Bangala. This is the 30th defeat this month. Although it has been a constant defeat, the levels of the Pokemon have been greatly improved. The current level of Hone region Pokemon: Breloom LV 45, Slaking LV 45, Sceptile LV 51, Agron LV 53, Gardevoir LV 50, Shelgon LV 43, Blaziken LV 46, Swampert LV 44. The current levels of these Pokemon are similar to those when Gary first participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, but this time at the KO Conference, with Ash, Gary had to save some cards. Everyone come in and rest. Gary collected everyone's Pokeballs, then returned to the city and handed the Pokemon to Nurse Joy for recovery. There are so many trainers who arrived early. Along the way, Gary saw many powerful Pokemon, adjusting the Pokemon contest condition on the public ground. Sinnoh Conference is about to be held, and many trainers have come to Sinnoh in advance to prepare. Because the Hone region has a tropical climate, not all Pokemon can adapt to the climate here immediately, so Pokemon need to be raised and trained here for a period of time in advance, otherwise they will not be able to adapt to the local climate if they are directly transferred here to fight. After lunch, Gary rented an indoor venue and released all 2.8 Pokemon in the Hone region. Gary is not in a hurry to breed elite-level Pokemon for the time being. He will first raise the level of Pokemon to level 50. If he encounters Ash, he will consider raising the level. After all, Dakoto of Sinnoh Alliance Conference puts a lot of pressure on Gary, and Rare Candy still has to be kept to deal with that guy. After the Pokemon came out of the Pokeball, they looked at Gary one after another because they were indoors. I don't know what is Gary going to do. 1 month of special training is over. Today is the day to give you rewards. One by one. First is Shelgon. I plan to let you evolve. Gary said. Dongbei. Shelgon excitedly ran to Gary. It had been waiting for this day for a long time. Especially when it saw that Zinnia's Shelgon evolved into Salamence, it was so greedy. Bang! Shelgon kept rubbing Gary's calf. Although the scene looked very warm, Gary's leg was really painful. Shelgon's shell was very hard. It would be strange if it felt good after being rubbed by such a hard object. This will make you evolve. Gary held down Shelgon and used 7 intermediate rare candies to upgrade Shelgon to level 50. LV 50 Shelgon 3/Elite. When Shelgon reached level 50, he immediately responded. The cells in his body began to change, and his body glowed with white light. Shelgon's body continued to grow in the light of evolution. First, the carapace on his back fell off, revealing a pair of huge dual wing beats, and then a long tail grew out of his buttocks. The whole body gradually grew larger. Gary looked at the shell that fell on the ground. This was Shelgon's original shell. This shell was very hard and could be used to make some modern tools. It was also very rare. Because Salamanque's attribute itself was rare, Shelgon's shell would only fall off when it evolved into Salamence, so the number was limited. This shell could be sold for a lot of money in the market. Roar. A low roar sounded, and the light of evolution on Shelgon dissipated. Shelgon's figure disappeared, and a Salamence took its place. Roar. After evolving, Salamence immediately hit his new body, especially when he saw the blood-red dual wing beat. He was very excited. Let's fly indoors for a while, and then I'll let you fly outside. Gary said. Roar. Salamence nodded and immediately flew into the air. It had been waiting for this day for a long time, and today it finally came true. Seeing Salamence flying so happily, Qin Mao also took the opportunity to see if Salamence had awakened any new skills. Pokémon, Salamence 3. Attribute, Dragon, Flying. Level, 50. Potential, Elite. Ability, Intimidate. When appearing, intimidate rival and reduce rival's item level. Skills, Leer, Ember, Headbutt, Scary Face, Protect, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Zen Headbutt, Flying, Flamethrower. Teaching skills, Shadow Claw, Body Slam, Rest, Rock Slide, Dragon Pulse, Fire Blast, Risk It All. Intimacy, 255, max value 255. After the evolution, Salamence has mastered the flying technique and flamethrower, which is pretty good. Salamence still needs special training for a while. After all, the difference before and after the evolution is too big, especially during the Shelgon period. Gary basically did not let Shelgon train and fight, just let it accumulate strength, and it has not fought for a long time. There is still half a month before the start of the KO conference, and Salamence still needs to accelerate training for a week to get familiar with the evolved body. Then, Gary spent the intermediate rare candy, except Breloom. All other Pokemon were upgraded to level 50. As for why Breloom was not upgraded, it was naturally because Breloom only had gym potential, and its level could only grow to level 49 and could not rise any more. After the KO conference competition is over, Breloom will be able to level up the remaining 4 levels by itself when placed in Professor Oak's laboratory. There is no need to upgrade, and Breloom at level 45 is also enough to participate in the KO conference. Breloom's strength is not its own strength, but its ability. I believe that Dulibeo can perform well in the competition. The levels have been upgraded, and Gary decided to strengthen the abilities of 2 Pokemon. Slaking and Gardevoir's abilities have been enhanced. Among the remaining Pokemon, only Salamence and Agrin are worth strengthening. Gary is actually very curious about the effect of strengthening the Intimidation ability, but he still lets Salamence fly for a while and strengthens Agrin's ability first. Agrin's ability is heavy metal, and its weight doubles. It is unknown what will happen after strengthening. Gary thinks that after the heavy metal is strengthened, the weight should not be increased, and there should be other effects. After all, Agrin's own volume remains unchanged, but the increase in weight means the quality is improved. If the quality is improved, the defense ability will also increase. Gary walked up to Agrin and used an ability enhancement stone. Ding! Ability enhancement successful. Gary immediately checked Agrin's data. Pokemon, Agrin. Attribute, Steel, Rock. Level, 53. Potential, Elite. Ability, X Heavy Metal, weight quadrupled, damage from any move reduced by a quarter, speed halved. Skills, Tackle, Dig, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Protect, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Metal Sound, Takedown, Autotomize, Heavy Slam. Professor skills, Rock Slide, Destruction Beam, Stone Edge, Rest, Shadow Claw, Body Slam, Iron Tail, Dragon Pulse, Thunderbolt, Dynamic Punch, Mega Kick, Fire Blast, Power Up Punch, Thunder Punch. Intimacy, 255, full value 255. It has a filtering effect. Gary was quite surprised. This is quite powerful after being strengthened, even more powerful than the filtering ability. The filtering ability can only defend against moves with excellent effects, while X Heavy Metal can reduce damage from any move, directly raising Agrin's defense ability to a higher level. Unfortunately, the speed is halved, which is a bit of a pitfall, but Agrin itself is not fast, and Agrin's special defense is too low. If the physical defense species strength is moved 40 points to special defense, it will be powerful. It is really a perfect shield. The only weakness is that it is afraid of fighting and ground skills. Dora. Agrin also felt that his body was 107 heavier, and his movements gradually became slower. Do you feel your body is too heavy? Gary asked. Dora. Agrin nodded. His movements had indeed become slower. If he wanted to move faster, he would have to spend more energy. It was very stamina consuming. It seems that the resistance of the X Heavy Metal ability is very high, but the price he paid is also not small. In the future, if Agrin faces a flexible Pokemon basically not rival. But this is not a big deal. It is not a big problem for Agrin to move quickly. Agrin, try Autotomize. Gary said. More. Agrin nodded and used Autotomize. The weight began to decrease. After using it once, Agrin returned to normal. After using it again, his movements became faster. Not bad. After all, the defense ability has been improved so much. At most, he will use Autotomize first and then fight. Anyway, Agrin has thick armor, so it doesn't matter if he hits the opponent a few times. Salamence, come down. After strengthening Agrin's ability, it's Salamance's turn. Roar. Salamence reluctantly came down from soaring in the sky and landed in front of Gary, urging Gary to go faster, as it still needed to continue flying. There will be plenty of opportunities to fly in the future. I'm not stopping you from flying. Why are you so impatient? Gary said helplessly. Salamence looked like he was obedient and just looked forward to flying. Gary decided to wait until the KO conference was over, and then let Salamence carry him back to the Kanto region, so that he could fly as much as he wanted. Gary put his hand on Salamanque's neck and touched Salamanque's dragon scales. He found that Salamanque's dragon scales were very thin, shiny, and delicate, and they felt very slippery. Salamence shrugged her nose, thinking that Gary was not doing his job and always touching her. Gary smiled and used an ability enhancement stone on Salamence. Ding! Ability enhancement was successful. Gary looked forward to checking Salamanque's data. As for the intimidation ability, Gary was very curious about what the effect would be after the enhancement. Pokémon, Salamanque 3. Attribute, Dragon, Flying. Level, 50. Potential, Elite. Ability, X Intimidate. When in use, intimidate rival, lower rival's physical attack, physical defense, and special defense by 1 level. Skills, Leer, Ember, Headbutt, Scary Face, Protect, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Zen Headbutt, Flying, Flamethrower. Teacher's skills, Shadow Claw, Body Slam, Rest, Rock Slide, Dragon Pulse, Fire Blast, Risk It All. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Gary Sigma, 2A, AV-K, this. Gary was dumbfounded. X Intimidate is too strong. Both attack and defense are lowered by 1 level. No matter what kind of thugs rival sends, their attack ability will definitely be weakened. Even both defense are lowered by 1 level. It's so scary. Roar. Salamence didn't feel that he had become stronger, but he felt that his dragon power seemed to have improved a little, but he didn't know what kind of improvement it had. After all, the intimidation ability is external, and the Pokémon with the intimidation ability cannot feel the impact of its own ability on the enemy. Let's go, fly, Gary said, and put all the Pokémon back into the Pokeball, leaving only Salamence on the ball. 1 man and 1 dragon came outside, and Gary became a weight and sat on Salamence. Carry me to fly, and practice your flying ability. In half a month, the KO conference will start, and you must be fully proficient in your evolved body, Gary said. Salamence nodded, flapped the dual wing beat, and took off into the air, activating the flying technique, carrying Gary around the island where KO City is located. Roar. Salamence roared excitedly. Although he had been taken to the sky by Latios before, this was the first time Salamence flew to the sky by himself. The feeling was completely different. Gary also kept observing Salamanque's flying speed and stability. Although it was the first time to fly, Salamanque's flying skills could be described as being at ease. It didn't feel like the first time to try flying. Of course, this was mainly because when Salamence was still Shelgon, Gary often asked Latios to take Shelgon to experience flying. Although he couldn't fly, Shelgon also understood what it felt like to be carried in the sky. Salamence had plenty of physical strength and didn't stop until dusk. It was Gary who forced it to stop, otherwise it would have continued to fly until it was exhausted. Half a month later, more than 600 trainers gathered in KO City, all of whom were players participating in the Kazong Conference. This number is more than the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Johto Region Conference combined. It's not that Hone, the gym owner of the region, is not responsible, but the Hone region is popular with formal Pokemon battles, and there are coordination conferences. There are many trainers who come to travel, and they also participate in the Alliance Conference. You don't have to collect badges to participate in the Alliance Conference. You can go to the Alliance Center to participate in the assessment. As long as you pass the assessment, you can participate in the Alliance Conference. It is estimated that more than 80% of the more than 600 players participate in the Alliance Conference through the assessment. There are 3 types of competition systems for the Alliance Conference: 2 preliminaries and a final tournament. In the first round of preliminaries, 256 players will be selected from the contestants to participate in the next round. Each player will have a one-on-one battle. If they lose, they will be eliminated directly, and the winner will advance to the preliminary tournament. The competition system of the preliminary tournament has been changed to a doubles match. Each player will have 3 doubles matches. Only the winners can advance. If they lose one, they will be eliminated directly. In the end, 32 players will win and participate in the final tournament. Starting from the final tournament, the full battle, there are 4 types of venues: grass, rock, water, and ice. The venue to be used is determined by a roulette wheel. When 3 Pokemon on one side lose their ability to fight in the middle of the game, they will take a temporary break, change the court, and then play the second half of the game. To become the KO Conference champion, you have to win all 5 battles in the final tournament. The previous Indigo Plateau Conference and KO Conference started the full battle from the top 16, while the KO Conference started the full battle from the top 32, which is quite difficult. After the opening ceremony, Gary came to the player village to draw lots to see which venue he would be assigned to tomorrow. The KO Conference's competition venue is built on a huge lake. The platform built on the lake, all the venues are placed on the platform, the middle one is the platform used for the official competition, and the preliminaries and qualifying championships are held in the outer venues. Because there are many contestants, there are a total of 19 preliminaries. When she came to the counter, Joy saw Gary coming over and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with? I'm a contestant, I want to ask which stadium I'll be playing in tomorrow." Gary asked, "What's your name?" Gary. Joy quickly tapped on the keyboard twice, found Gary's information and told him, "Gary, you will be playing in the venue tomorrow." "Thank you." Gary thanked him and was about to leave, but when he turned around, he saw a boy behind him. "Gary." The boy immediately recognized Gary and looked surprised. It's you, Xiao, Gary said unexpectedly. The boy was Xiao, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He hadn't seen Xiao since he was defeated by Gary in Verdanturf City last time. Of course it's me. I said a long time ago that I would participate in the KO conference. I will definitely not lose to you again this time. Xiao said. This is the Alliance conference. If I use the old Pokemon, are you sure you can beat me? Gary said. Xiao was silent immediately. After so long, Xiao is no longer a rookie, so he naturally understands some things. Although the potential of Pokemon determines the growth of Pokemon, trainers like Gary must pay attention to the potential of Pokemon. The potential of the first batch of breeder Pokemon must be good. If they are put into the present, their level must be very high. If Gary really uses the Pokemon that he had breeded before, Xiao doesn't think he has a chance to win. Seeing Xiao silent, Gary smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will only use the Pokemon captured in the Hone region to fight. Give me 3 years, I will definitely be able to compete with your main Pokemon." Xiao said. "Okay, then see you at the World Championships in the future. I will wait for you. I will go to prepare for tomorrow's game. Goodbye," Gary said, and turned to leave. Xiao went to the front desk to ask which venue he would play tomorrow. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Gary went to the restaurant in the players' village to eat. Gary asked for a portion of the allocated fast food and came to a seat near the window. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw a group of familiar people at the table opposite. This group of familiar people is naturally Ash and his group. At this time, Ash was desperately stuffing food into his mouth, competing with Morrison to see who can eat more. Still the same. Gary was in a headache. It has been almost 3 years since he became a trainer, but Ash's personality is still the same. Once he competes with others, he must win. Woo-woo. Gary. Ash, who is as hungry as a glutton, also found Gary, but his mouth was full of food and he couldn't hear what he said clearly. "What are you talking about?" Morrison saw Ash looking behind him, so he turned his head and saw Gary. Although he didn't know him, he knew that Ash must know him. "Gary. Hey, it's really Gary." May and Pete also saw Gary. "Hey, long time no see." Gary stretched out his hand to greet him. Xiaogang, May, and Pete also responded politely. "Ash, I will definitely beat you in this KO conference." Ash issued a sonorous challenge. "This is the 3rd time you've said this. I'm a little tired of it," Gary complained. Since the Indigo Plateau Conference, every time he met Ash in the athlete village, Ash would say this, but he was always slapped in the face. Wait. Ash knew that he was just talking and not practicing, so he decided to wait until he defeated Gary before saying anything. "Hey, do you know each other?" Morrison suddenly interrupted. Morrison was a trainer that Ash met in the Hone region, and he didn't know the relationship between Ash and Gary. "Morrison, Gary is my friend since Arnold, and we are also a rival," Ash said. "Oh, rival." Morrison is a very righteous person. After knowing that Gary is Ash's rival, he immediately walked to Gary. Gary was also stunned, not knowing what Morrison was going to do. Gary didn't act rashly. Morrison, apart from his loud voice, is not a bad person by nature, and even a little soft-hearted. At the KO conference, Ash met Morrison in the 2nd round. Morrison treated Ash as a friend, so he let Ash win in every match and lost the match. Although Morrison would not necessarily beat Ash even if he did not let Ash win, he let Ash win anyway, making himself a nobody. "Hello, my name is Morrison, and I'm Ash's friend. Since you are Ash's rival, you are also my rival, and I will defeat you in the match," Morrison said. "Okay, do your best. I'm afraid that you and Ash will lose to me together," Gary said. "That will definitely not happen. I will beat both you and Ash," Morrison said narcissistically. "What are you talking about, Morrison? I should defeat both of you," Ash retorted. Gary shook his head helplessly, took the plate and left, ran to a farther place to eat, so as not to be disturbed by the two of them. The next day, the preliminaries of the KO conference officially began, and the game time was 9 o'clock in the morning. Gary arrived at Venue 7 before 9 o'clock, because the preliminaries did not tell the players who the rival was, and who they would play against was completely random, so the players had to get up early, otherwise their names would be called and they would play within 5 minutes. Even if they lost, they would be eliminated directly. Arriving at Venue 7, all the players who would compete here were here, and the players were all sitting in the area designated by the players, and the audience had already entered waiting for the game to start. Sitting in the player area, Gary looked around to see if there were any familiar trainers. After looking around, there was no one he knew. As soon as the time reached 9 o'clock, the host announced, "Thank you for coming to Venue 7 to watch the game. Without further ado, let's start today's game. Please invite players Xiaolong and Genkan to enter the game." A match started, and the two players whose names were called by the host entered the game. The Pokemon sent by the two players were Golduck and Golbat, and the two sides fought back and forth. In the end, Golduck defeated Golbat and successfully advanced to the preliminary tournament. It was just a one-on-one match, plus the time for repairing the venue. A game lasted 6 or 7 minutes, and if it was faster, it could be over in 5 minutes. Normal. Gary looked at the Pokemon sent by the previous players and felt that he had overestimated the level of the KO conference. The Pokemon sent by the previous players were all between levels 40 and 45, and they were all Pokemon at the level of entering and leaving the gym. Not even a Pokemon above level 45 was seen, which showed that these players were very water. But there was no way. Hone region was the most enthusiastic about Pokemon battles among all regions, and naturally there were many participants. Please invite players Gary and Amamiya to enter the game, the host suddenly announced. Finally, it's my turn. Gary was very glad that it was his turn, otherwise he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Although the game was not boring, Gary would rather stay in the air-conditioned room and watch it on TV. Hone region has a tropical climate, and the long road of the game is open air, without any shade. If you don't apply sunscreen, you will definitely get sunburned. Gary and Amamiya walked down the aisle quickly, followed the referee's instructions, stood in the command area, and waited for the referee to announce the start of the game. Now let's have a one-on-one game between Gary and Amamiya. Please release Pokemon at the same time. The referee finished speaking. Go ahead. Explode. Slaking, the first game is up to you. Gary and Amamiya both threw out Pokemon. Great. LV45 Explode/Quasi Elite. LV50 Slaking 3/Champion. The Pokemon sent by both sides were of high level, and Gary finally saw level 45 Pokemon in Field 7, which shows that Amamiya has some skills, but not much. Both players sent out Pokemon, and they are all normal type. Player Amamiya sent out Explode, which is a very aggressive Pokemon. The Pokemon sent out by player Gary is Slaking. Although Slaking has amazing power, it is too lazy. I don't know if Gary can command it. The host introduced the basic situation of the two Pokemon. The audience around him were also not optimistic about asking for Leave King. Slaking? It looks big, but it lies still all day long. Can it really fight? I don't know. I feel that Gary will lose. Yay, who can Slaking beat? Gary listened to the complaints around him and didn't care at all. After all, Slaking's laziness is famous in the Hone region, and it is normal for others to be pessimistic. What do you know? That trainer is Maoya. Maoya, do you know? At this time, an opposing voice came from the audience. It was a middle-aged man in casual clothes. It's just a child. Isn't it a bit too much to call him Maoya? You know nothing. Maoya is a two-time Alliance Conference champion. His Pokemon must be very strong. If Hone region was not too far away, you would not know how terrifying Maoya's support group is. This middle-aged man is from Kanto. His name is Koji. He owed a lot of high-interest loans because of his failed business. When he was in despair, he used all his savings to buy lottery tickets for the battle. He bet on Gary to win, and his bicycle turned into a Panamera, and he became rich overnight. From then on, Gary became Koji's favorite. As long as Gary participated in the game, Koji would watch it in person and bet on Gary's victory. Gary never let him down. The audience around were mostly locals. They didn't usually watch the Alliance Conference in other regions. They were skeptical about what Koji said. On the field, Koji looked at Slaking with great doubt. As a local of Hone region, even if he had never seen Slaking, he had seen Lazy Man. He didn't understand why Gary used it in such an important game. Slaking. Although it was a preliminary round, if they lost, they would be eliminated. The referee saw the two send out Pokemon and announced, the game begins. Amamiya ordered first, Explode, use Uproar. Explode sent out a huge sound wave attack. Slaking crossed his arms to protect himself, and resisted the sound wave. Dynamic Punch. Gary immediately issued an order. Tack. With amazing explosive power, Slaking rushed to Explode quickly and swung his fist to hit him. Thunder Punch. Amamiya shouted hurriedly, and Explode also immediately used Thunder Punch to fight back. Bang! The fists of both sides collided, and Explode could not match Slaking's strength. The fist was bounced away, and Slaking's fist continued to charge and hit Explode on the cheek, and his body flew backwards and fell to the ground. Explode, are you okay? Amamiya looked at Explode. Explode was already in a mess, but Amamiya was not worried at all. Slaking had already taken action once and needed to rest for a while before he could move again. Explode still had a chance to recover. Explode fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Having hosted so many games, he may not know about Pokemon in other regions, but he still knows a lot about local Pokemon. Dynamic Punch. Oh my god, Slaking actually ignored the lazy ability and moved continuously. How is this possible? The host was also shocked. Amid the discussion of the audience, Gary left the number 7 stadium, returned to the player village, handed Slaking to Joe, and went back to his room to watch the game. Pokemon Sports Lottery is not stupid. Naturally, they have conducted research on all the players. They know that Gary has won 2 Alliance Conference champions, so the probability is naturally not too high, but even so, it is just giving money to number 2. There is a guessing game over at Pokemon Sports Lottery. It is about which of the more than 600 players can advance to the preliminary tournament. Koji guessed that Gary could advance to the final tournament, and he went all in directly. Gary was watching the games in other arenas and happened to see Ash's game. According to the original plot, Ash planned to fight with the Pokemon captured in the Hone region and Pikachu in the KO conference. So Gary chose to use Slaking in the preliminary round today, just to give Slaking 3 days of rest. It can be used once in the preliminary tournament and twice in the final tournament. Explode lost his ability to fight, Slaking won. The referee announced, the winner is Gary. What's going on? Amamiya was puzzled. Normally, Slaking should lie on the ground to rest, why is he still standing? What? Why can you move? Amamiya looked incredulous, watching Slaking fall in front of Explode, and a dynamic punch hit Explode. Please give me flowers. Bang! Slaking jumped up. The 256 players who advanced gathered in the Pokémon Center in the players' village. Gary also saw Xiao there, and it seemed that he had successfully advanced. It's normal. Norman, the owner of the Petalburg gym, can move continuously with his slaking. Joy began to announce the contest category, first introducing the rules of the preliminaries, and then announcing the contest category. This is unscientific, unbelievable. But if he faced Gary, Ash would most likely use the old Pokémon. When he advanced to the final tournament, Gary planned to test Ash's attitude. Amimiya immediately looked up and found that Slaking was looking at Exploud with a bad look in his eyes, and he did not lie on the ground to rest. What's going on? Why can Slaking move continuously? Bang! Group B. 2 days later, the preliminaries were over, and the preliminaries of the Hone Alliance KO conference would start today. Hey, I told you, Mr. Mao is not a normal trainer. Only Koji smiled, because he bet that Gary could successfully enter the final tournament. The contest category table appeared on the big screen, and all the contestants looked for their own avatars on the contest category table. It was 8 o'clock. When Gary arrived at the Pokémon Center, he saw the conspicuous Ash and his group. After all, the 4 of them were moving together and were easily discovered. Rival used Hitmonlee Pokémon. Ash was very cautious and sent Pikachu to fight in order to avoid any accidents. Naturally, there was no accident and Ash won. There is only one preliminary round, and if you win, you can advance to the preliminary tournament. Now Gary only needs to wait for the end of the preliminary round, which will take at least another day to end. In the chaos, Exploud only felt his body numb and lost consciousness, but he could still feel that his body flew out. A contest category table for the preliminary tournament. Gary was assigned to Group B. Xiao was assigned to Group A. Ash and Morrison were assigned to Group C together. Luckily, they were not assigned together. Gary would not bump into them before the final tournament. Ash and Morrison were both in Group C, so they might meet each other in 3 doubles matches. Okay, all players, please get to your venue before 9 o'clock. I wish you good luck and good results, Joy said. After the contest category was determined, the players left the Pokémon Center and went to the venue they were assigned to. Gary also came to the B venue. The venue for the preliminary tournament is larger than the preliminaries venue, and the audience seats are also larger. There is no player lounge, and the contestants can only sit in a fixed area in the audience seats. It's really troublesome to play 3 doubles games in a 4-6-3 manner. Gary looked at the crowded audience seats and couldn't help complaining. Gary is not interested in doubles, but doubles in the game are quite interesting. Doubles in real life are more troublesome. The key is that the Pokémon Gary captured in the Hone region are not suitable for doubles. If he is to form a special double team, Gary must capture a small Kyogre, Pelipper, no matter what. The time came to 9 o'clock, and the preliminary tournament officially began. Please invite players Obara and Ag to enter the game. The players whose names were called by the host immediately went up to compete and released Pokémon at the command of the referee. Obara's Pokémon, LV43 Ludicolo 3/Gym, LV42 Zangoose 3/Gym. Ag's Pokémon, LV40 Swellow 3/Gym, LV42 Ninjask 3/Gym. The strength of the Pokémon of both sides is similar, but Ludicolo with Grass type is restrained by Ag's 2 Pokémon, which became the breakthrough point for Ag's victory. But this is only analyzed from the attribute level. The battle began. Ludicolo performed Rain Dance, which increased his speed and easily avoided rivals' attack. In addition, the rain would wet Swellow and Ninjask's wings, thus reducing their speed. After a fierce battle of 3 minutes, Obara won at the cost of Zangoose's defeat. After the venue was repaired, the second game continued. The battle was in full swing until the 12th game. Please invite Gary and Shiriki to enter the game, the host announced. The 2 players came to the venue, stood in the command area, and looked at each other from a distance. Baimu is a young man. He looked at Gary and said disdainfully, "What kind of competition is this kid coming to? You should admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid your Pokémon getting hurt." Gary just smiled and said nothing. The players who participated in the Alliance Conference are generally young. People of Baimu's age should participate in the World Championship. It is obvious that he has never won a championship and is not qualified to participate in the World Championship by participating in the Alliance Conference. You little brat, you really power trip. I will teach you a lesson later. Baimu decided to teach Gary a lesson later. He really didn't know how to respect his seniors. Seeing that the 2 were on edge, the referee announced, "Please release your Pokémon, both players. Come out, Hariyama." Ursaring. Shiriki threw 2 Pokeballs. Great. LV47 Ursaring 3/Gym. LV48 Hariyama 3/Gym. Both of Shiriki's Pokémon are at a decent level, which shows that he has bred these Pokémon for a long time, but their levels are so low only because of their low potential. Although it is somewhat lower than Gary's expectations, Shiriki's strength is stronger than most of the participating players. Shiriki and his Pokémon were stunned, and they didn't expect Breloom to dig. Ursaring stared at Breloom with wide eyes, and his expression was so scary that he wanted to kill rival. Iron. Breloom sprays poison powder. Salamence uses Hurricane. Gary gave the order first. Great. Before Shiriki and the others could be surprised, Salamence fanned the blood-red dual wing beat, and the wind gradually rose, from the initial light breeze to the wild hurricane. Hariyama's big hands kept hitting the air, and the friction produced the vacuum wave that blocked the wind blades in the hurricane. Although the wind blades were blocked, the poison powder that came with the wind could not be blocked. What? Ugh. LV45 Breloom 3/Gym. Ugh. LV50 Salamence 3/Elite. Gary was very calm, waiting for the two Pokemon to run across half the field, and then ordered, Breloom, use Dig. Poison powder floated, and Hariyama and Ursaring were poisoned one after another, and accepted the baptism of Poisonous Hurricane, causing them considerable damage. Salamence, which has the X Intimidation ability, is obviously more advantageous in doubles battles. It reduces the abilities of two Pokemon at once, and both attack and defense are reduced by 1 level. Ursaring suddenly roared, his eyes turned red, and dense bloodshot appeared in the whites of his eyes. A red aura emanated from his body, surrounding Ursaring. There is Salamence. Vaimu was shocked. As a local of Hone region, he naturally knew what kind of existence Salamence was. Oh my god, perseverance. Gary was so excited about the battle that he forgot that Ursaring had the perseverance ability. Just now, Vaimu asked Ursaring to use a terrifying look on Breloom, obviously to facilitate counterattack later. Ursaring used horrible face on Breloom. Ugh. Iron. Hurricane. Breloom directly digs into the ground. Vaimu glanced at his Pokemon, although confused as to why the injury was a bit serious, didn't care, and hurriedly ordered, you all use Fire Punch to attack Breloom. Iron. Hariyama and Ursaring rushed towards Breloom together, with flames covering their iron and bare paws, and rushed towards Mushroom with great momentum. 2.9. Ugh. Oh my god. What kind of combo is this? Poison powder plus hurricane, Shiriki's Pokemon can't dodge it at all. Host exclaimed. As soon as Salamence appeared, he burst out his dragon power, and his huge momentum instantly intimidated the big and strong Ursaring and Hariyama. Ursaring and Hariyama were unable to move. Ursaring could still move with his willpower, but Hariyama was completely unable to move. His fat body swayed in the strong wind, and wind blades formed in the strong wind, falling on the two Pokemon like raindrops. I'll leave it to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. The battle began. Breloom was like a poison grenade, and a large amount of poison powder burst out of his body. The poison powder did not attack anyone, but floated towards soaring in the sky, rising into the air. Salamence flapped her blood wings, and a gust of wind blew past, blowing all the poison powder to the opposite side. Wind blades formed in the gust of wind and rushed towards Ursaring and Hariyama. Hariyama used Force Palm to hit poison powder away. Roar. Bang. Iron. Hariyama could no longer resist the attack of the wind blade. His body was thrown out by whirlwind and fell to the ground. He could not stand up for a while. Now, Breloom attacks Hariyama. Gary ordered. Hariyama, stand up quickly. Vaimu shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the ground under Hariyama broke, and Breloom broke out of the ground and directly knocked Li Tian out with the iron palm. Bang! Hariyama fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Hariyama lost his fighting ability. The referee immediately announced. What? Ugh. Vaimu and Ursaring were both stunned. They didn't expect that Hariyama, who had always been able to resist a beating, would fall first. Even if Hurricane restrained Hariyama, he would not suffer such serious injuries. Hariyama was indeed not so easy to be defeated, but its double defense was reduced by 1 level each. It was already very good to be able to withstand 3 moves. Now there is only one Ursaring left with the perseverance ability. Anyway, it won't be a problem if you can fight close combat in 19 circles. Gary can slowly kill it. It's bad. Hariyama was defeated by Salamence and Breloom. Now Ursaring is alone. How can we solve the current situation? Host explained. Damn it, Ursaring attacks Breloom. If Breloom drills into the ground, use the arm hammer to attack the ground. Bien also tried his best. Ugh. Ursaring roared and rushed towards Breloom. Boom! A dragon-shaped wave fell down and exploded at Ursaring's feet, blocking Ursaring. Breloom, use Worry Seed. Gary ordered. Breloom rushed towards Ursaring and threw a bunch of seeds with green fluorescent light. The seeds fell on Ursaring. The bloodshot in Ursaring's eyes disappeared, and the ability became sleepless. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Breloom, Mach Punch. Swoosh! The two Pokemon rushed straight towards Ursaring. Breloom attacked first and punched, but was blocked by Ursaring's paw. However, Salamence came over the next moment and hit him with Dragon Claw. Ursaring stretched out his other paw to block, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Facing Breloom's punches and Salamance's Dragon Claw, Ursaring had no way to resist. He was exhausted and soon defeated. Ursaring lost the ability to fight. The referee announced, both of Shiriki's Pokemon were defeated. The winner of this game is Gary. Gary won the first qualifying tournament with ease. The process was quite easy and not too difficult. Mr. Mao is awesome. He's totally suppressing us. Mr. Mao is really something. He always uses Pokemon I haven't seen before. I'm worried. Gary's turn is so cool, and his pants are so hot. Gary left the stadium amid the cheers of the audience. The preliminary tournament is over. There is only 1 game left on the first day. The remaining 2 games will be held tomorrow, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Trainers need to prepare at least 4 Pokemon to cope with the doubles match of the preliminary tournament. Anyway, Gary doesn't plan to expose too many of his Pokemon. After all, there are only 9 Pokemon in the Hone region. If he exposes too many, he will be easily targeted when he enters the final tournament. Anyway, in the 3 doubles matches of the preliminary tournament, Salamence won all 3 games. It would be a big loss if he didn't use the X intimidation ability in the doubles match. After Gary's match, Gary did not stay in the stadium to watch the game. He returned to the player village and watched the game in his room to see the games in other venues. Unfortunately, Gary wanted to watch Ash's game, but Ash's match was over, but Xiao won the first promotion match. Gary was curious about Xiao's current strength, and so far, Gary had only seen 4 of Xiao's Pokémon, and had no idea what the rest of his Pokémon were. Xiao in the anime was quite strong, and he would travel to Sinnoh region later, and had fought against Minghui, the protagonist of Sinnoh region. The next morning, the preliminary tournament was on schedule. Gary came to Venue B early in the morning. Because he didn't know who rival was, the players were randomly arranged during the game, and they had to come early to avoid being eliminated due to lateness. After yesterday's round of games, there were only 32 players left in Venue B. Only 16 doubles matches were needed in the morning, and another 8 in the afternoon. In the end, only 8 people from each venue could advance to the final tournament. Come and take a look, there are new products. In the corridor, many vendors were shouting and selling snacks and drinks brought in. Brother, what's the change in the new goods? A spectator asked casually. Which player's change do you want to know? The vendor asked. Gary and Xiaofeng. Gary 1.36, Xiaofeng 1.5. The vendor said. I'll pay 100,000, bet on Gary to win. The spectator immediately took out his bank card. Okay, please wait. The vendor took out the card machine with a smile, and gave the spectator a note, asking the spectator to find him after the game. Gary saw all this, and he was surprised but not surprised. This vendor was arranged by the outside, because the odds of sports lottery are fixed, while the odds of the outside will fluctuate depending on the situation during the 877 game, and the odds are also higher than the odds of sports lottery. Many people will buy outside in order to make a fortune. It's too blatant. Gary also admires these people. Buying outside bets is illegal. After all, sports lottery is allowed by Alliance. If you do outside bets, you are competing with Alliance for business. This is Chaos City, the headquarters of Hone Alliance. These outside bettors are really bold under the nose of Alliance. It seems that Hone Alliance also turns a blind eye to outside bets. As soon as the time came to 9 o'clock, the vendors in the corridor left and hid in the corners to watch the game. The second round of the preliminaries officially begins. Please invite players Gary and Yang Er to enter the game, the host announced. Surprisingly the first one. Gary was happy to be the first to go on the field. He stood up and walked into the field. His rival followed him down. The two stood in the command area and confronted each other. Yaji looked at Gary and said, Gary, I know you are the champion of the Alliance Conference for 2 times, but you will eventually become a stepping stone on my victory road. Gary's eyebrows jumped. Why are all the players in the KO Conference so power trip? Does your mother know that you are so power trip? Both players entering the venue are very strong players in this conference. Yaji is a trainer from Johto region. He participated in the Silver Conference 3 years ago and won the runner-up. He is the dark horse of this competition. The host began to introduce the basic information of the players. Runner-up. Gary was slightly surprised. A crazy person must have a good character. The reason why Yaji dared to do such a power trip is because he won the 2nd place in the Silver Conference 3 years ago. In this way, Yaji's previous breeder Pokemon was very strong. If the potential of Pokemon is enough, in 3 years, he will definitely enter the quasi-elite level. Gary is from Kanto region, and his resume is even more exciting. He has won the championship of Indigo Plateau Conference and Silver Conference. This game will definitely surprise him. Yaji is from Johto region, so he naturally watched last year's Silver Conference, although he just knew Gary. Gary was not too worried. Although Yaji was a veteran trainer and had won the runner-up of the Silver Conference, if he was really that good, how could he not advance to the finals? You know, Ash used the Pokemon captured in the Hone region to fight Tyson, and Tyson only won by a narrow margin, which shows that Yaji's strength is not that good. Gary, with your pride, you will not use the Pokemon you used to breed, but this time I will prepare the Pokemon I used before. Yaji said coldly. Seeing Yaji's confident attitude, Gary also wondered whether Yaji would use the Pokemon captured in the Hone region in the KO Conference like Ash. That's why he was eliminated. It's just talk, let's see the truth in the competition. Gary took out 2 Pokemon from his waist. That's exactly what I want. Yaji also took out 2 Pokeballs from his waist. Seeing that both players were ready, the referee immediately announced, the doubles match will begin. Please release your Pokemon. My strongest Pokemon, come on, Inari, Heracross. Yaji threw the Pokeball. Great. LV54 Feraligatr 3/Quasi-Elite. LV52 Heracross 3/Quasi-Elite. Gary, oh. Gary thought Yaji's Pokemon were very strong. Although their strength reached the Quasi-Elite level, it was just that. However, Raptor and Heracross were both very good Pokemon. You guys go. Gary also threw the 2 Pokeballs in his hand. Great. LV50 Salamence 3/Elite. LV53 Agrun 3/Elite. Roar. Salamence released the Dragon's Might, and a shocking aura spread out, which immediately made Feraligatr and Heracross nervous. Yaji was also stunned. He knew that Salamance's ability was to intimidate, but there was no need for his 2 trump card Pokemon to be so nervous. They were both a little scared. Feraligatr and Heracross were not scared, but they felt that their abilities had declined. Unfortunately, they couldn't communicate with their trainers and couldn't say it. The game begins, the referee announced. Heracross uses lunge to attack Heracross. Feraligatr uses Ice Fang to attack Salamence. Yaji was the first to issue the order. Heracross deployed dual wing beat and rushed towards Agrin. Feraligatr also rushed over. The speed of the two Pokemon was not too fast. Agrin, use Autotomize. Salamence, Hurricane to stop them. Agrin used Autotomize to reduce his weight. Salamence flew above Agrin's head and flapped dual wing beat. Hurricane was quickly generated, stopping Heracross and Feraligatr. Heracross flew over, and the mighty Hurricane whirlwinded it out, and Feraligatr was still struggling with his body. More. Agrin also completed Autotomize, and his body could finally move normally. Agrin, Feraligatr is in your hands, heavy slam. Gary said. More. Agrin was wrapped in steel energy, and strode towards Feraligatr. Every step he took made a roaring stomp sound, and wherever he passed, he left a few centimeters deep footprint. Feraligatr was also a veteran, and he saw that Agrin's body was extremely heavy. If he hit it hard, it would most likely be broken. Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump. Yaji also followed his heart and immediately changed his special attack moves. Puff. Feraligatr opened his mouth and spit up Hydro Pump, and Hydro Pump hit Agrin, but Hydro Pump was isolated outside by the steel energy outside Agrin's body, and could not stop Agrin's advance. What kind of power is this? Yaji also saw such a reckless Agrin for the first time, and immediately ordered, Heracross, use Pin Missile to attack. Hera. The big horns of Heracross shone with white light, and a series of bright white pin missiles flew out and fell towards Agrin. Flamethrower. A flame came from the air, burning the pin missile to ashes. The hot flame fell on the field and quickly moved to Heracross. The flame instantly engulfed Heracross. Heracross, rush out of the flame quickly. Yaji shouted. Heracross rushed out of the flame. Bang! B9. Feraligatr was knocked more than 10 meters away by Agrin and fell heavily to the ground. The power of heavy slam is calculated based on weight. The heavier the weight, the greater the power. In the game, the maximum power can only reach 150, but it is definitely not the same in reality. Didn't you see that meteorite could smash an alpaca to the point of death? So the power of heavy slam can be increased infinitely as the weight increases. Heracross, attack Agrin, high horsepower. Yaji quickly asked Heracross to rescue the great crocodile. Heracross was covered with golden earth elements, and, dead, used all its strength to hit Agrin. Stone Edge. Agrin twisted its body and swung its tail towards the ground. Stone blades pierced up from the ground and extended towards Heracross. Several rocks were broken by Heracross, but in the end they were still pushed out and did not hit Stone Edge. Yaji's Heracross was very powerful, but its physical attack was reduced by 1 level, so it naturally could not break Stone Edge. Fire Blast. Gary took the opportunity to order Daoka. Salamence spit up a ball of flame towards Heracross, and the flame formed a large word while flying, like a large net, trying to catch Heracross. Hydro Pump. Feraligatr had already stood up, and spit up Hydro Pump to block the large word of flame. The flame collided with the water, producing a large amount of water vapor. Salamence, use Hurricane. Roar. Salamence flapped the blood-colored dual wing beat, and a sharp whistling sound came, blowing away the water vapor on the field, revealing the figure of Heracross. Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump to attack Salamence. Yaji ordered hurriedly. Stone Edge scattering. Gary immediately fought back. Feraligatr spit up Hydro Pump, but was blocked by the Stone Edge released in time by Boscodo. The wind blade in Hurricane condensed and quickly fell on Heracross. Heracross wailed, and his body was thrown out of the field by whirlwind, hitting the wall outside the field, and lost consciousness. Heracross lost his ability to fight. The referee announced immediately. Under Gary's fierce attack, Yaji's Heracross fell first. Now Feraligatr has to face a 1-on-2 situation. How can he turn the tables? The audience in the audience also breathed a sigh of relief. This Gary is really something. Can't he use the old Pokemon? Why must he use the new Pokemon? Mr. Mao, I know you want to train new Pokemon, but please don't play with fire, otherwise I will no longer recognize you as my grandfather. That's right, can't you kill it quickly? This is the character setting of the protagonist. Where is your arrogance at the Indigo Plateau Conference? Yeah, where is the courage at the Silver Conference? What's the point of this evenly matched duel 607? You have to be a real man for 5 seconds and kill rival in at most 3 moves. The audience made all kinds of outrageous noises. Agrin, heavy slam. Gary ordered. Dora. Agrin mobilized the steel element in his body, covered his whole body, and rushed towards Feraligatr. Feraligatr, use superpower. Yaji ordered. He did not hold back because Feraligatr was the only one left, but chose to face the steel head-on. Sturgeon. Feraligatr burst out with full strength and rushed towards Agrin. When approaching, Feraligatr hit his palms and slapped the steel element energy on Agrin's shell. The terrible superpower smashed the steel element energy, and his palm slapped on the steel armor. With a sound of dang. Feraligatr smashed the steel element energy with superpower, but failed to shake Agrin's body. Feraligatr wanted to lift Agrin up, but it didn't move at all, and Agrin didn't even move at all. It was too heavy. Metal Claw. Gary ordered. Dora. Boss, jab. Laren's palm slapped Feraligatr's head, one on the left and one on the right. Feraligatre's palm still held Agrin's body and he couldn't defend himself at all. Snap! Feraligator was hit by 2 Orberg 13 slaps, his eyes turned white, his head was buzzing, and his body unconsciously fell towards Agrin and fell on Agrin. Duo LA. Agrin took a few steps back in disgust, leaving Feraligator lying on the ground. The referee took a look at Feraligator and immediately announced, Feraligator has lost his ability to fight, and both of Yaji's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight. The winner of this game is Gary. Congratulations to Gary for winning the second round of the qualifying tournament. Host congratulated. Come back. Gary took back Salamence and Agrin, and looked at Yaji. Yaji turned away unwillingly. After all, at the beginning, he was confident that he would defeat Gary, but he didn't even defeat a single Pokemon of Gary, not to mention defeating Pokemon, and he didn't cause any effective damage. Although Agrin was attacked several times, it didn't hurt at all. Even in the afternoon battle, Agrin could still continue. After the game, Gary didn't continue to watch the rest of the game. He went to the Pokemon Center in the players' village and handed Agrin and Salamence to Joy for treatment. Salamence will be used in the afternoon game. Don't ask why X Intimidation is invincible. Ash, this guy, is still the same. Back in the room, Gary watched the game at Venue C. Ash still used Pokemon from the Hone region to compete, just like in the original plot. He won the second round by a narrow margin, but almost lost. Because there were not many venues for today's competition, all 16 games were finished before 11 o'clock, and the fastest ones finished after 10 o'clock. There were only 8 games in the afternoon, which started at 2 p.m. and were estimated to be finished in less than an hour. After that, the players would be given a day to rest before the final championship. It was afternoon, and the players came to their respective venues to gather. At 2 p.m., the third round of doubles competition officially began. Please invite players Otome and Taro to enter the game. The first match of the afternoon began. The game between the two sides was very intense, and the two players used all their skills. In the end, player Otome won the final victory and successfully advanced to the final championship. After 2 games, please invite players Gary and Yuta to enter the venue. The third match was Gary's turn. Gary and Yuta stood up from the player area and walked into the arena through the passage. The next 2 players to appear, Gary is from the distant Kanto region. He performed very well in the first 2 matches without losing any Pokemon. Yuta is from Slateport City. He defeated 1 Pokemon in the last match. I wonder how the third match went. The host briefly introduced the information of the 2 players. Gary and Yuta stood in the command area. Both sides stood in the command area and fought each other without saying a word. You two, are you ready? The referee asked. All right. Yes. Both nodded, holding the 2 Pokeballs that had been prepared. Seeing that both players were ready, the referee announced, now, the doubles match between Gary and Yuta begins. Please release your Pokemon. Whether you can win depends on you. Yuta threw the Pokeball. Great. LV45 Torkoal 3/Gym LV45 Camerupt 3/Gym 2 red Pokemon appeared. Camerupt and Torkoal are both Fire-type Pokemon. When Torkoal appeared, the sunlight on soaring in the sky became more dazzling. Obviously, this Torkoal has the Sunshine ability. Gary sent out the Pokemon Salamence and Blaziken. LV50 Salamence 3/Elite LV50 Blaziken 3/Elite. The Pokemon sent by Yuta is Torkoal and Camerupt, a combination of Fire-type Pokemon. The Pokemon sent by Gary are Salamence and Blaziken. Salamence has appeared in 3 consecutive games. It seems that Gary likes to use Salamence very much. Unfortunately, it's just a doubles match, so the Sunny team can't be established. Gary was surprised when he saw Torkoal at first, but he was not worried when he saw the other one was Camerupt. The Sunny team's fighters are Charizard or Venusaur. Although Camerupt has Fire type, it can only get bonuses when performing Fire skills, and its abilities in other aspects have not been improved. The battle begins. Roar. Salamence releases his own X Intimidation ability to reduce rivals' double attack and double defense. Use Rock Slide to attack together. Yuta ordered. Yuta actually let his 2 Pokemon use Rock Slide together. Looking at this posture, it is obvious that he is targeting Salamence. Only Salamence is afraid of rock skills. Blaziken quick attack, approach Camerupt, and then use power-up punch. Salamence, use defense resist. As soon as the command came out, Blaziken immediately rushed out, and in a breath of time, he ran out of the range covered by the rock slide. Salamence looked up and faced the descending rock. A green circular barrier protected Salamence in it. Whoosh! Blaziken took the lead and came in front of Camerupt. The fire energy in his body gave Blaziken a very strong burst. He punched out and hit Camerupt's head head-on, knocking Camerupt back more than a meter away. Torkoal, attack Blaziken with Body Slam. Yuta ordered hurriedly. Torkoal immediately jumped towards Blaziken and used his body to suppress Blaziken. Because the distance was too close and he had just attacked Camerupt, he could not retreat and was directly suppressed by Torkoal. However, Blaziken was not overwhelmed. He grabbed the edge of Torkoal's shell with his claws and lifted Torkoal up in one fell swoop. Woo! Torkoal was stunned and immediately shook his limbs and began to struggle. Blaziken, throw Torkoal to Camerupt. Gary ordered. Ja. Blaziken put his waist and horse together, exerted force with his arms, and threw Torkoal to Camerupt. Camerupt moved slowly and could not dodge at all. He could only catch Torkoal with his body first. But Gary would not miss the opportunity to attack. He looked up at the sky and immediately ordered, Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Salamence had already flown to the sky above Camerupt and Torkoal, lowered his head and spit up the dragon-shaped wave. Boom! Dragon Pulse hit Camerupt's hump, and the impact of the explosion knocked Camerupt and Torkoal out. Yuta did not expect that the start would be so unfavorable, and Camerupt and Torkoal were also seriously injured, which made Yuta very confused. Could it be that the level gap between the two sides was too big? No matter how Yuta thought, he could not imagine that Salamanki's intimidation could not only reduce attack, but also defense, and both defenses. Front attack, use Stone Edge together. Gary ordered. Roar. Ja. Salamence and Blaziken jointly released Stone Edge, and sharp stone blades emerged and shot quickly towards Camerupt and Torkoal. Torkoal, use Overheat. Camerupt, Eruption. Yuta also counterattacked immediately. Torkoal spit up red beams. Camerupt's hump spit up and shoots lava blocks one by one. Flames and stone blades clash. Boom! The two side skills clash, generating explosions, and the heat waves generated continue to hit the Pokémon on the field, and the two sides unexpectedly tie. The weather. Gary looked at the weather. On a sunny day, the power of fire skills is increased by 1.5 times. If it weren't for Salamanki's intimidation, this fight might not be a rival. Attack Camerupt, Dragon Claw, Brave Bird. Gary ordered. Chirp. Blaziken jumped up and leaped to a height of more than 20 meters in the air, with a layer of blue elemental energy covering his body. Then, Moltres rushed straight to Camerupt, and the blue energy on his body instantly turned red, forming the shape of a bird. Roar. Salamence also leaned forward and rushed towards Camerupt, with his claws covered with a layer of dark green energy, forming a pair of dragon claws. Overheat. Eruption. Facing the fierce attack launched by Gary, Yuta could only counterattack head-on. As for dodging, Camerupt and Coalhorn could not do it. Torkoal and Camerupt both used skills, but the overheat performed by Torkoal was obviously weaker than before. Overheat has a negative effect. Every time it is used, the user's special attack is reduced by 2 levels. Salamence is faster and rushed towards Overheat first. Dragon Claw leaned forward. The energy on Dragon Claw blocked the Overheat beam. Although Salamence moved forward, the beam was torn apart. Ask for flowers. Blaziken was surrounded by violent wind power. All the lava that approached was chopped up by the violent wind blade. Blaziken broke through Eruption and tackled Camerupt head-on. At the same time, Salamence smashed Overheat and came to Camerupt's side, hitting Eruption almost at the same time as Blaziken. Bang! Camerupt's heavy body was directly knocked out, hit the wall outside the field, and then fell to the ground. Camerupt has lost his ability to fight. The referee announced hurriedly. Good job, only Torkoal is left, you can beat him at will. Haha, I really didn't disappoint you, it would be great if I could kill him instantly. What do you know, if I really use such a powerful Pokémon, there is no way I can make money with such odds. You're right. Everyone was really conflicted. They wanted Gary to kill rival in 1 second, but they also wanted the lottery to give high odds, which was obviously impossible. On the court. Now Yuta only had a Torkoal whose abilities were reduced. Although he still had the strength to fight, there was no possibility of a comeback. Salamence, use Hurricane. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Gary launched an attack directly. Salamence flapped his blood wings, and a strong wind gradually rose and blew forward. Blaziken spit up the flames in the strong wind. The flames were blown by the strong wind and were pulled into long strips of flames, like fire snakes. As Blaziken continued to Flamethrower, a flame hurricane suddenly formed. Although Torkoal had a high defense, it was only physical defense. Special defense was still not good. After being baptized by the flame hurricane, Torkoal was like a little turtle in the sea. It didn't resist for long before being whirlwinded out. Bang! Torkoal hit the wall outside the field, and then fell to the ground with his back facing the ground. His head could no longer be retracted into his shell, and his eyes were spinning. Torkoal has lost his ability to fight. The referee announced, both Pokémon of Yuta have been defeated, and the winner of this game is Gary. After the 3 preliminary tournaments, Gary successfully advanced to the final tournament and took a place. After the game, Gary left the arena directly and returned to the player village. After handing the Pokémon to Joy, he went back to the room to watch other games. Although Gary felt that the only noteworthy rival in this KO conference was Ash, he still had to do some homework to see what Pokémon the players who could advance to the final tournament had. Because there were only 8 game venues in each arena in the afternoon, when Gary returned to the room, more than half of the games were over, and he didn't watch many games at all, not even Ash and Xiao's third game. 5 p.m. The players gathered at the Pokémon Center in the player village, waiting for the list of the finals the day after tomorrow. The match list of the KO Conference final tournament is not released in the form of a battle list, but is released randomly, and will be released on the night of 933 before the start of the next day's game. The advantage of doing this is that it can prevent players from customizing tactics for the next game in advance and deliberately leaving some Pokémon unused. The players don't know who the next rival will be. In order to ensure that they don't lose the game, they can only take the enemy in front of them seriously, which is quite a test for the players. Gary, Ash and his group also came to the Pokémon Center, accompanied by Morrison and Tyson. Ash met these 2 people before the beginning of the KO Conference. During the KO Conference, he played against them. Ash also simply told them that he would use those Pokemon to participate in the competition. Fortunately, Tyson and Morrison are both very decent people. They didn't specifically target Ash. If he met a trainer with a personality like Paul, Ash would lose miserably. Ash saw Gary and immediately came over to say hello. Yeah. Gary nodded slightly. Hello, my name is Tyson. It's our first meeting. Please give me your advice. Tyson greeted politely. Hello, my name is Gary. Gary responded and looked at the special Meowth next to Tyson. I remember that in the modified version of the game with gems, the Pokemon held by the last boss was a Meowth wearing boots, which was exactly the same as Tyson's Meowth. LV62 Meowth 3/Elite. Elite potential. Gary was shocked. Gary originally thought that Tyson's Meowth would have championship potential. After all, he defeated Pikachu. It seems that this Meowth has only lived for a long time and its level has been gradually improved. Gary, we all advanced to the final tournament. What about you? Morrison asked. Gary, if I didn't advance, what would I do here? But thinking that Morrison was a bigger person than Ash, I didn't blame him. Morrison, if Gary didn't advance, he wouldn't have to come here to wait for notification. Pete reminded seriously. Oh, that's right, I neglected it. Morrison said embarrassedly. Gary. At this time, a voice came from the door, and Xiao ran over and said, Gary, I also successfully advanced to the final tournament. Xiao, why are you here too? Mei said in surprise. Hey, do you know each other? Ash said in surprise. It was the first time he saw Xiao. Yes, Xiao is Professor Birch's son. He used to live in Petalburg City for a while. He has been playing with Arnold since then. Mei said. Is that so? Hello, my name is Ash. Hello, my name is Xiaogang. Brother Xiao, long time no see, I didn't expect you to participate in the Capital Conference. Since he is Mei's good friend since childhood, Ash and others naturally want to get to know him well. Hello, but, Mei, have you also advanced to the final tournament? I remember you said you wanted to be a coordination trainer when you were a child. Xiao asked in confusion. I didn't participate in the competition. I was traveling with Ash and the others. Ash was going to participate in the KO conference, so he followed along. Mei explained. I see, how did you get to know Gary? Xiao was outside just now, but saw Mei and the others chatting with Gary. Gary and Ash both came from Kanto region to challenge the KO conference. They have been friends since childhood and are also strong rivals. Pete explained. Xiao looked at Ash with some surprise. He knew how strong Gary was. He knew that Ash was a strong rival of Gary, so he was worth noting. Gary looked at the electronic screen calmly. The list has been released. A player suddenly said, and everyone looked at the big screen. It showed the list of the day after tomorrow's game. The headshots of the 32 players were paired with each other, with the letters VS in the middle. When Gary found his headshot and saw who his rival was, his eyebrows jumped and he immediately looked at Xiao. And Xiao also stared at Gary. That's right, in the first round of the decisive tournament, Gary and Xiao's rivals were each other. Ash and the others were all paying attention to their own games. When they confirmed who their rivals were, they found that Gary and Ash were looking at each other. Gary, Xiao, what's wrong with you? Misty was slow to react and thought something had happened. Sister, look, Gary and Xiaoka are rival. Pete shouted. Mei immediately looked at the big screen and found that Gary and Xiao were actually rival. It seems that your wish has come true. We really met at the KO conference. Let me see your recent progress tomorrow. I'm leaving first. Gary left a word and turned away. What's wrong with him? Hot and cold. Morrison looked puzzled. He originally thought that Gary was a very cold person, but sometimes he was very enthusiastic, but now he suddenly pretended to be cool. It's okay, Gary is like this. Although he sometimes has problems with his words, most of the time he means well. Ash defended Gary. Seeing Ash helping Xiao 2.5 Mao, Morrison felt a little jealous, so he encouraged Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you should do your best and you must beat Gary. Oh, I'll try my best. I'll take my leave first. Xiaoyu also responded calmly, and then left. Hey, what's wrong with Xiaoyu? So silent all of a sudden. Morrison looked puzzled. When Xiaoyu came in to find Gary just now, he spoke loudly, like a bull. I don't know, Xiaoyu is usually very cheerful. Pete looked puzzled, thinking that Xiaoyu seemed to have changed just now. It should be because he was facing Gary, and the national calendar was too big. Ash said, too much pressure? No way. Mei didn't believe it. He knew that Xiaoyu was a positive person, and no pressure could make him depressed. You don't understand how much pressure there is when facing Gary at full power. Ash put on the posture of a veteran, with a feeling of past events. Ash, it's not like you haven't played against Gary before. I don't think you have any pressure. Pete said. Yes, you played against each other last time in Petalburg Woods, and you lost. Mei agreed. Being exposed in front of Morrison and Tyson, Ash was directly red hot, and immediately defended. It was just a private competition. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Then you were defeated by Gary in the Indigo Plateau Conference and Silver Conference, so you must have fought seriously in the competition. Pete said. When this was said, Morrison and Tyson were very surprised. They hadn't watched these two competitions, but Ash lost to Gary twice in a row. This Gary is not normal. No more talking, let's go to dinner. Ash wanted to tear Pete's mouth to pieces. This little BD always exposes Ash's past. 2 days later, the final tournament officially started. The venue was in the stadium in the center of the stadium. There was a special player lounge in this 19-room, which could accommodate 50,000 people to watch. The players also had a special lounge to rest. There were 16 games in the first round of the final tournament, 8 in the morning and 8 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, Gary's game was in the first game in the afternoon, so he could only be a spectator and take a look at the Pokémon levels of the other players to have a better idea. And it was Ash's turn to play in the morning game. Ash's rival was a woman named Xiaofang. Her specific strength was unknown, but she was obviously a very strong trainer. Gary had no interest in Ash's game. He knew exactly how strong Ash was. The game Gary wanted to watch the most was Tyson's game. In addition to the Meowth, Tyson had a Metagross, which should be quite strong and probably had elite level strength. Among Gary's Pokémon, only Latios has elite level strength. Gary originally wanted to save the rare candy for the Lily of the Valley conference, but now it seems that he still needs to use some high-level rare candy. Of course, all this will have to wait until Tyson's specific strength is seen before making a decision. 20 minutes later, the first game ended and Ash won. Just like the original, Ash did not use the Pokémon from the previous breeder. All 6 Pokémon appeared, and in the end Gravel defeated Xiao Meng's Walrein with speed. An hour later, it was finally Tyson's turn to play. After a fierce battle, Tyson successfully advanced, and Gary saw Tyson's Metagross as he wished. LV55 Metagross/Elite. Tyson's Swampert did not reach the elite level, only the quasi-elite level, and the potential of the rest of the Pokémon was not too high. There were 2 gym potentials. Pokémon, but the level has reached 49, the peak level of the gym, which is considered a strong enemy. After seeing Tyson's Pokémon level, Gary also left the stadium and returned to the room in the player village. Which Pokémon should be upgraded? Gary touched his chin, thinking about which Pokémon in the Hone region should be upgraded to level 60. According to the cost effectiveness, it is naturally the most cost effective to upgrade the Pokémon that can Mega Evolution first, but the competition rules of the KO Conference prohibit Pokémon from using Mega Evolution, Z moves, and Gigantamax. So we have to think about Ash and Tyson and upgrade the Pokémon that can target these 2 people. Ash and Tyson's trump card Pokémon are Pikachu and Meowth. If they want to target these 2 Pokémon, Swampert is the best choice. After all, Swampert can ignore electric skills. However, Tyson's Earl Dervish Pokémon Sceptile is not weak either, and Swampert doesn't know Rain Dance, so it's still a disadvantage against Sceptile. If you want to target Meowth, you can consider Blaziken, but Ash and Tyson both have Pokémon that can restrain Blaziken. Forget it, let's upgrade Gardevoir. Gary thought that it would be better to not be targeted by Ash and Tyson as planned. Gardevoir has X telepathy ability, which can dodge skills very well, and Ash and Tyson don't have Pokémon that can restrain Gardevoir. Gardevoir, come out. Gary took out the Pokeball, opened it, and released Gardevoir. Trademark what? Gardevoir saw that he was in Gary's room and was released alone. His eyebrows jumped immediately, knowing that Gary was going to secretly make a deal with him. Come here. Gary smiled and hooked his fingers. Gardevoir immediately moved over and knelt down for Gary's convenience. LV50 Gardevoir 9/Elite. Gary put his hand on Gardevoir's head. High-level rare candy -10, Gardevoir LV50 LV60. Gardevoir, what? QAQ. Gardevoir could naturally feel such a big improvement. Although Gary also improved Gardevoir's strength at the KO conference, the details of the improvement were not as many as now. Especially the higher the level of Pokémon, the slower the improvement speed will be. Gardevoir was quite shocked that Gary could still improve so much. Gary also took a look at Gardevoir's data. Pokémon, Gardevoir female sign, Flash. Attribute, Psychic, Fairy. Level, 60. Potential, Elite. Ability, X Telepathy, read rival's attack, increase dodge rate by 40%. Skills, Growl, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Confusion, Hypnosis, Psybeam, Water of Life, Wish, Dazzling Gleam, Heal Pulse, Double Team, Psychic, Mystical Fire, Calm Mind, Moon Blast. Teacher's skills, Thunderbolt, Rest, Dream Eater, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Body Slam, Aura Sphere, Gravity. Intimacy, 255, max value 255. After leveling up 10, Gardevoir awakened 2 new skills, Calm Mind and Moon Blast. Skills like Calm Mind that enhance abilities are quite useful. Moon Blast is a fairy skill with a very high power, which can be regarded as enhancing Gardevoir's output. Let's go and try Moon Blast, Gary said. The newly awakened skills still need to be practiced and familiarized. Gary only let Gardevoir practice for half an hour, and then he didn't let Gardevoir continue to practice. After all, it was Gary's turn to play in the first game in the afternoon, and there was not much time. After lunch, at 2 p.m., the second half of the decisive tournament began. The first game, Gary vs Xiao. Gary and Xiao were already standing in the command area in the arena, quietly waiting for the referee's announcement. Gary, I will definitely beat you, Xiao said silently in his heart. Let me introduce the information of the 2 players. The players in this game are Gary and Xiao. Xiao is from Mabai Town and is a local of Hone region. He is also this year's rookie trainer. It is not easy for him to enter the final tournament. Gary is from the distant Kanto region. According to the information we have investigated, Gary has won 2 Alliance Conference champions and is one of the hottest players to win the KO Conference. The host introduced the basic situation of the 2 players in detail. After the introduction, the referee asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." "No problem." Gary and Xiao both nodded in response. "Okay, decide what the venue is for the first half," the referee said. A roulette wheel appeared on the big screen in the venue, and the roulette wheel began to rotate, and finally the roulette wheel stopped at the green grass symbol. The venue for the first half of the game is the grass venue, and then it will be handed over to the players to play for us. The huge venue opened from the center, and a huge grassy terrain rose. The venue was ready, and the referee announced, "Now, Gary and Xiao will have a full team battle. In this battle, Solation can replace Pokémon until one side's 3 Pokémon are defeated. The game will be temporarily over and enter the halftime break. Now, please release Pokémon at the same time. Then, Mytaina, you take the lead. Breloom, you go." The 2 threw the Pokémon in their hands at the same time. "Great. LV44 Mytaina 3/Quasi Elite. LV45 Breloom/Gym. Ouch." Mytaina bared his teeth and let out a low roar. A wave of intimidation spread out, impacting Breloom's spirit and reducing his physical attack ability by 1 level. Mytaina. Gary was a little surprised that Xiao would have a Mytaina. But think about it, there are Poochyena everywhere in the Hone region, which is the most suitable Pokémon for rookie trainer to capture. Xiao has Mytaina, which is not a big deal. The main reason is that Mytaina's species strength is too low. Apart from the intimidation ability, it has no outstanding ability and can only sit on the bench in the later stage. The battle begins. The referee announced. Mach Punch. Gary took the lead. Whoosh! Breloom rushed to Mytaina at a rapid speed and punched it. Bang! Mach Punch hit, and Mytaina flew several meters away with the force of the repulsion. Although it was restrained by the fighting skills, Breloom's physical attack was reduced by 1 level, and the power of Mach Punch was only 40, so the damage was not great. "Chase, continuous power-up punch," Gary ordered. "Fight." Breloom chased after it in 1 step. Seeing this, Xiao immediately ordered, "Use Fire Fang." Mytaina showed a fierce look, opened his mouth slightly, exposed his fangs, and a ball of flame covered his teeth, and rushed forward. Seeing Mytaina rushing forward, Breloom did not punch, but blocked his left arm in front of him, letting Mytaina bite. Although Mytaina was surprised, it was impossible not to bite, and bit Breloom's left arm that was stretched out. Breloom endured the pain and punched with his right fist, and the fist landed on Mytaina's forehead. Bang! After a punch, Mytaina did not let go. Dog Pokémon have a characteristic, copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. The head is the hardest part of dog Pokémon. Power-up punch can't hurt Mytaina, but it arouses Mytaina's ferocity. He bites harder and keeps shaking his head trying to tear Breloom's arm off. Xiao was overjoyed. He didn't expect Mytaina to have the upper hand, but the surprise didn't last long. Mytaina, who was tearing Breloom's arm, suddenly stopped moving, and his body suddenly froze. Dynamic punch. Gary took the opportunity to order, "Fight." "It's my turn after biting?" Breloom's right fist shone with bright white energy, and he punched out. Bang! Dynamic punch hit Mytaina's head, and a strong sense of dizziness hit his head. Mytaina immediately let go and flew backwards. What could it be, this? Xiao was confused. He could see what was going on, but he didn't believe his own judgment. Xiao knew that Gary's Breloom was a spore ability, but he felt that the probability of triggering the spore ability was very low. How could it be effective at once? This luck was too bad. Power-up punch hit continuously. Gary seized the opportunity and quickly asked Breloom to use power-up punch to increase his own physical attack, and then directly push the team. Breloom rushed forward, his fists covered with golden fighting spirit, and punched Mytaina hard, making Mytaina wail continuously. He hit her with a series of combos, and ended with a hook dynamic punch. Bang! Mytaina flew into the sky, then fell to the ground, motionless. Mytaina lost her ability to fight. Breloom wins, the referee announced. Host exclaimed, "What a smooth combo, a set of continuous attacks defeated Mytaina. Now Breloom's physical attack has been raised to the limit. If Xiao doesn't solve this problem, he may be directly pushed out. Mr. Mao is awesome, he defeated 3 in the first half. What kind of tricks is this Xiao playing? Not only can he not win, but he also let Breloom get a boost. Don't you want to take Mytaina back?" "That's right, taking it back is better than giving Breloom a boost. If I don't buy Gary, I will lose like a Pokemon in the first half." Xiao said that he felt very wronged. He also wanted to take Mytaina back, but Mytaina was hit by the status condition, and taking it back would not be able to cope with the subsequent battles. "Mytaina, come back." Xiao took back the defeated Mytaina and then sent out the second Pokemon. "Flygon, leave it to you." "Great." LV48 Flygon 3/Elite. A dragon-type Pokemon that looks like a bug appears. No-nos, Gary was quite surprised. He didn't expect Xiao to have a dragon-type Pokemon like Flygon. It seems that he has hidden a lot of trump cards. This Flygon was not used during the preliminary tournament. Xiao sent Flygon, obviously intending to play an aerial battle. Breloom's special attack ability is not good. The only physical attack skill that can hit Flygon is Stone Edge. The key is to fill in. The hit rate of Stone Edge will not be very high. Flygon, Stealth Rock. The little command changed. Flygon condensed a piece of rock and slapped it with one palm. The rock was instantly shattered and turned into countless rock smashes floating in the air and hiding. Stone Edge. Gary quickly counterattacked. Breloom condensed stone blades around it and shot towards Flygon. Flygon immediately took off and successfully avoided Stone Edge. Breloom, come back. Gary saw that the fight would be a protracted battle if it continued like this, so he directly took Breloom back. Oh, Gary took back Breloom, what a loss. Host commented. Breloom relied on power-up punch to increase his physical attack to the limit. If he took back the Pokeball, the ability increase would disappear. It was a big loss. Mr. Mao, can you stabilize my blood pressure? Yes, can't you let Breloom fight for a while longer? My danger. After taking back Breloom, Gary took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Gardevoir, you deal with Flygon. Great. LV60 Gardevoir 3/Elite. Bang, what the hell? As soon as Gardevoir appeared, he was immediately attacked by Stealth Rock. Gardevoir, who was hit, patted his arm that was hit, with an indifferent expression. Oh my god, the blue hair is Gardevoir. Wow, Gardevoir looks so good, what should I do? I want it so much. I envy you, it would be great if I could be Mr. Mao's son, so I can inherit his Pokemon. The appearance of Gardevoir immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Pokemon with different colors are rare in themselves, and if they are rare Pokemon, they are rare among the rare. Flygon, use Earth Power. Xiao didn't show any mercy and attacked directly. Woo. Flygon lowered his altitude and mobilized 300 energy in the field. Earth Power condensed under Gardevoir's feet. Gardevoir looked at the grass under his feet that was emitting saffron light, and his body disappeared instantly. At the same time, a beam of light surged from where Gardevoir was originally. Not good. Be careful behind you. Xiao shouted. Flygon was startled and turned his head quickly, but he saw nothing. A sound came from below, and he saw Gardevoir under Flygon, his whole body shining with strong light. Woo. Flygon, who was exposed to the strong light, fell directly to the ground. Bang! Flygon fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Flygon lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir won, the referee announced. This. Xiao was speechless for a long time, and he couldn't say a word. He couldn't believe that his Flygon was killed instantly. At present, Xiao is only a trainer with 1 year of experience. He has no knowledge of powerful trainers and has never fought with trainers of the level of Elite Four. This is his first time to experience being killed instantly. Is it about to start? Quick, show off your one-shot kill. Mr. Mao, keep using Gardevoir and defeat Xiao. If you win, I'll give you my daughter. Brother, you look less than 30 years old. How old is your daughter? Although my daughter is only 7 years old, she can be used in 7 years, so Mr. Mao will not lose out. Shocked. What's wrong with this Gardevoir? It's so strong. Mei asked in confusion. It's normal. Gardevoir has fairy type, and its attribute restrains dragon type Flygon. Pete said. So that's the case. Pete, you know a lot. Mei praised. Pete looked proud. No, that Gardevoir is of a high level, otherwise it wouldn't be able to kill Flygon in one shot. Ash interrupted. That makes sense. Pete thought about it and felt that what Ash said was correct, and then asked, which one has a higher level, this Gardevoir or Pikachu? Of course it's my Pikachu. Ash said affirmatively. Pikachu has traveled with Ash for 3 regions, and its level is the highest among all Ash's Pokemon. Gardevoir is a Pokemon that Gary captured in the Hone region, and it was bred during the Ralts period. If its level is higher than Pikachu, Ash should not be a trainer. I don't believe the gap is that big. Xiao gritted his teeth and sent out the 3rd Pokemon. Agrin, please. Xiao threw out the Pokeball. Great. LV47 Agrin 3/Quasi Elite. Xiao's Laren has also evolved into Agrin, and has been trained to level 47. The speed of level increase is very, fast. If Gary didn't use Rare Candy, the level of the Pokemon in the Hone region breeder would be the same as Xiao's Pokemon. Xiao sent out Agrin as the 3rd one. Agrin with Steel type has high resistance to Psychic and Fairy skills. Host introduced. After Xiao sent Agrin, he did not act rashly, because he knew Gardevoir could teleport, and it would be disadvantageous for him to attack first, so it was better to defend. Seeing that Xiao did not take the initiative to attack, Gary knew that the other party was afraid, so he ordered, end the battle. Aura Sphere. What? Gardevoir condensed a blue energy ball and quickly fired it. No, Agrin uses Metal Claw. Xiao ordered hurriedly. Dora. Agrin waited for the Aura Sphere to approach him, and slapped out the steel claws, but the Aura Sphere was not knocked away or shattered, and it kept rushing forward. Agrin's arms were shaking. Boom! Finally, the Aura Sphere bounced Agrin's claws away, hit Agrin's body, and exploded directly. Dora. Agrin is 4 times weaker in fighting skills, especially the special defense is still low. This Aura Sphere drains all of Agrin's physical strength. Looking at the fallen and unable to get up again Agrin, the referee announced, Agrin lost the ability to fight. Xiao's 3 Pokemon were all defeated, and the halftime break began. The first half of the game ended, Gary shut out Xiao, and 1 Pokemon remained undefeated. Maoya is awesome, keep it up in the second half. Complete victory? Must be a complete victory. This Xiao really has no face left, He was shut out, will he be shut out in the second half as well? Brother, calm down, Xiao is just a rookie, it's not shameful to be shut out by Gary. Go to hell, my money is gone. 10 minutes later, the halftime break ended. Gary and Xiao returned to the court. Gary looked calm and composed. Xiao looked heavy, obviously worried. Being shut out in the first half put a lot of pressure on him. Okay, the second half of the game is about to start. Let's see what the venue will be. A roulette wheel appeared on the big screen, and the cursor rotated on the wheel, finally stopping on the Osiris logo. The venue for the second half of the game is the ice field. The field began to move, opening from the middle, and a support made entirely of ice appeared. Gary didn't expect it to be the ice field. None of the Pokémon he captured in the Hone region were suitable for fighting on such a field. After waiting for the ice field to rise completely, the referee asked, "Are you ready?" Gary and Xiao nodded and took a Pokeball from their waists. Next, Gary and Xiao will play the second half of the game. This game will end until all Pokémon of one side are defeated. Both players can replace Pokémon at will. Now, please release Pokémon at the same time. The words foul. Melodic, please. Slaking, you go. Both threw Pokeballs. Great. LV46 Melodic 3/Elite. LV50 please leave King 3/Champion. The Pokémon sent by Gary is Slaking, and the Pokémon sent by Xiao is Melodic, the host exclaimed. Melodic is a water-type Pokémon. Xiao didn't use it in the previous games. This is the first time he used it at the KO conference. Although Melodic is a water-type Pokémon, it is also suitable for fighting in ice-type venues. The ice surface can help Melodic move well. Oh my god, Melodic, what luck is Xiao, he can actually capture Melodic. No, Mr. Mao, what are you going to do? Let's say you can be more stable and use Gardevoir. Can Slaking fight? The audience who supported Gary were all confused, not understanding why Gary had a Pokémon like Slaking. Gary had only used Slaking once in the preliminaries. Although there were spectators at the time, they were not many, and most of the spectators did not know the specialness of Gary's Slaking. Xiao was also confused, and carefully observed Gary's Slaking. He always felt that the demeanor of Gary's Slaking was somewhat similar to Norman's Slaking. The game begins. Melodic attacks with Water Pulse. Xiao attacked first and tested Slaking first. Melodic condensed a water ball and fired it quickly. Power-up punch. Slaking heard the sound, waited for Water Pulse to approach, and punched out. With a snap, Water Pulse was smashed by Slaking's punch. Xiao Slaking took action and immediately ordered, Melodic, use Hydro Pump. Melodic spit up Hydro Pump to attack Slaking. Thunderbolt. Gary countered. Tack. Slaking used Thunderbolt. What? Xiao was shocked. What he was worried about really happened. Ash's Slaking, like Norman's Slaking, could ignore the laziness ability. Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump fought against each other. The electric current was not blocked and flowed to Melodic along the water. The pain of Thunder Shock made Melodic interrupt Hydro Pump. Thunder Punch. Gary chased. Bang! Slaking burst out with amazing speed, slid on the ice, and lightning flashed on his fists. Melodic, use Aqua Tail. Xiao immediately counterattacked. Melodic recovered from the pain, twisted his body, wrapped his tail with a layer of water, and pulled forward. Snap! The fist and tail collided with each other. Melodic's tail was bounced away by Slaking's punch, and then another punch hit Melodic's body. Ugh! The electric current on Thunder Punch made Melodic felt his body go numb, and the part hit by Thunder Punch had lost consciousness and was completely unable to move. Dynamic Punch. While Melodic was still not able to recover, Slaking punched Melodic with a heavy punch, and the Dynamic Punch hit, causing chaos in the inner period. Very good, power-up punch hits continuously. Gary ordered. Come back. Without saying a word, Xiao immediately picked up the Pokémon and aimed it at Melodic. With an infrared ray, Melodic was taken back before Slaking's fist fell. It was a close call, Melodic almost lost. The host was also worried for Xiao. The second half started badly, what would he do next? Am I seeing right? Why is Slaking acting continuously? I don't know, did he take medicine? How is that possible? This Slaking must be special. Yes, Mr. Potential of Petalburg Gym, his breeder's Slaking can act continuously. The audience was surprised that Slaking could act continuously, but some knowledgeable audiences knew what was going on. Although they didn't know the specific reason, they also found a trainer to compare with. Xiao looked at the spotless white field, thought for a few seconds, decided who to send, and took a Pokeball from his waist. Septal, I'm counting on you. Xiao threw the Pokeball. Great. LV47 Septal 3/Elite. Seeing Septal's level, Gary recognized Xiao's strength. It took nearly a year to breed the Pokemon in his hands to this level. He was already very strong, even vaguely surpassed. Xiao sent Septal, I don't know what tactics he will arrange. The host couldn't understand how Septal would beat Slaking. Septal, use Double Team, and then approach Slaking. Xiao took action. Septal created more than a dozen clones and surrounded Slaking. It was impossible to tell which one was Septal's real body. There was also an ice rock on the field, which could help block it. After waiting for Septal to surround Slaking, Bayou immediately ordered, use Bullet Seed. Instantly, green energy seeds shot from all directions, like machine guns, and shot at Slaking. Turn Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Tack. Slaking stood upside down, with his back against the ground, and his arms exerted force, his body rotated, and the flames in his mouth were spit up. The power of the rotation turned the flames into a series of protections to block all the bullet seeds outside. What is this? Xiao was also confused. It was the first time he saw such a defensive method. Oh my god, Slaking actually turned around and used flamethrower to resist bullet seed. What a novel defensive method. Host said in surprise. The audience around were all amazed. They didn't expect Gary to have such a skill. Oh, Gary is so amazing. Pete exclaimed. Gary's command of Pokemon in combat is more varied. Xiaogang commented. This move is quite interesting. May's eyes were also brightened. She thought this move could be added to the performance of the coordination conference. Ash was very calm and watched the game silently. On the field, Slaking assist turned the flames and melted the ice rock on the ice field, leaving no other cover on the field. It also defeated all the clones of Sceptile. Sceptile himself was also forced back by the flames. Xiao frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking about how to defeat Slaking. Without this smoke, Sceptile's speed would be difficult to play. If he fought hard, he would probably not be rival of Slaking. Sceptile, use Screech. Xiao ordered. Ja. Sceptile made a piercing sound, and felt a buzzing pain in his head when he heard Screech's Slaking. Fire blast. Gary ordered. Tack. Slaking covered his ears, faced Sceptile, and spit up a ball of fire. Sceptile saw the fire coming and immediately slid to the side. Boom! The fire blast exploded on the ice, and the ice melted instantly, turning into a puddle in the pit. In addition to Slaking's previous fire defense, the ice on the field melted, and a lot of water accumulated in the field. As Slaking continued to chase with fire, the ice began to melt wherever he passed, but he still couldn't catch up with Sceptile's speed, until the entire field was filled with water, and the water was already flooding Sceptile's ankles. The accumulated water greatly affected the Lizard King's footlifting movements, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Slaking saw the problem Sceptile encountered and immediately spit up and attacked with fire. Sceptile, come back. At this moment, an infrared ray hit Sceptile first and took Sceptile back. Again, Gary could see that Xiao was struggling hard. In order to win, he really did everything he could, and frequently replaced Pokemon to win. His will to win was very strong. Manectric, please. Xiao threw the Pokeball. Great. LV45 Manectric 3/champion. The last Pokemon Xiao prepared was Manectric, and it had champion potential, but its level was a little low, but there was no problem with the others. Gary looked down at the water surface of the venue. Now there was water everywhere, which was very convenient for the use of electric skills. Body slam. Gary ordered immediately. Tack. Slaking jumped up and fell towards Manectric. Thunder. Xiao did not let Manectric dodge, but met it head-on. Ouch. Manectric's body radiated blue electricity, and the lightning gathered into a beam of light that looked like a giant snake, which went straight into the sky and hit the falling Slaking. Bang! Slaking pressed on Manectric and directly pressed Manectric down. Electric currents emerged from Manectric's body, but this could not repel Slaking. Tack. Slaking's huge palm grabbed Manectric's head, and the other palm grabbed one of Manectric's hind legs and lifted Manectric directly above his head. Manectric also panicked and kept releasing the electricity in his body, but Slaking just didn't let go and let the electricity wash over his body. Oh my god, Slaking actually held Manectric up and was not afraid of Manectric's lightning. What on earth is he trying to do? Host exclaimed. Gary deliberately waited for a while before ordering. It's almost done. Use Endeavor to throw Manectric out. Tack. Slaking used Endeavor to throw Manectric out. Manectric hit the ground with a painful look on his face, and his physical strength instantly dropped to the same level as Slaking. Xiao was not too panicked. Since his physical strength was reduced to the same level, Manectric had a chance of winning. Manectric, release the painting. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, Gary ordered, rest. Slaking fell asleep and let Thunder Shock fall on it. It only took a few Thunder Shocks, and the damage caused was definitely not much recovery. Slaking, come back. Gary took out the Pokeball and took Slaking back. Seeing Slaking being taken back, Xiao felt uncomfortable. Although Slaking did not defeat any of his Pokemon, it forced him to use 3 Pokemon. Gary definitely knew which Pokemon to use to fight. Xiao, since you've worked so hard, I'll use the strongest Pokemon I've prepared to defeat you. Gary said. The strongest Pokemon is Gardevoir. Xiao's first thought was Gardevoir. Gardevoir was too strong in the first half, and Xiao knew that his Pokemon was still too inferior to Gardevoir. Gary took a pink Pokemon from his waist. That Pokeball is Latios. Ash in the audience exclaimed. Because the big screen in the venue was playing Gary's footage, he saw the pink Pokeball that Gary took from his waist. What? Ash, what did you say? Ash and the others were better. Morrison and Tyson were all shocked, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Latios, it's your turn. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV66 Latios 3 Quasi-Legend. After Latios appeared, it rose rapidly into the air, flew in the air for a circle, and then landed at a low altitude, about 5 meters above the venue. Latios. Latios. Xiao took out the Pokédex. Pokédex, Latios, infinite Pokemon, Pokemon with high intelligence, folded arms, and flew, and its speed can exceed that of a jet. There is actually a legendary Pokémon, worthy of the rival I agree with. Xiao said to himself. Latios, use Luster Purge. Gary ordered. Ugh. Latios spit up a shining pink beam and threw it straight at Manectric. Thunder. Xiao counterattacked. Manectric counterattacked uprightly, trying his best to release the electricity in his body, condensing a thick lightning to counterattack. The golden thunder hit the pink beam, but was directly penetrated by the pink beam, and the crystal light hit Manectric. Boom! Manectric was blown out of the field, hit the wall, and lost consciousness instantly. Manectric lost his ability to fight. Latios won. The referee said. How terrible, Latios killed Manectric in one move. Host exclaimed. What? Didn't you say that Manectric was hit by Slaking's endeavor before? It's not normal to be killed in 1 second. Gary complained. Although the instant kill is amazing, Latios's is not an instant kill. Xiao reluctantly took back Manectric and sent out the next Pokemon. 2.9 Great. Contest Melodic appeared again. Melodic was not in full contest condition either, having consumed a lot of energy before being Slaking. Dragon Pulse. Gary ordered. Latios looked down from above, energy surged in his mouth, and spit up a dragon-shaped wave fell. Ice Beam. Xiao immediately counterattacked. Melodic spit up a cold white beam, with white cold air around the beam, but when it came into contact with the dragon-shaped wave, it was suppressed and retreated step by step. Boom! Dragon Pulse hit Melodic and exploded instantly. Melodic lay on the ice with his eyes spinning in circles. Melodic loses his ability to fight. Latios wins. The referee said. Like Manectric, Melodic also consumed a lot of physical strength due to slaking and was completely unable to withstand Latios' attack. Now, Xiao only has one Sceptile left. Although Sceptile was not injured in the battle with slaking, it consumed a lot of physical strength due to frequent activities. However, even if the contest condition is met, it will not be Latios' rival. I wonder if Xiao can trigger a miracle by sending out the last Sceptile. Host said. Turning for a miracle, do you think Pokemon can become Ultraman? Accept the baptism of light, Wanglu. This Xiao is really bad. I thought he could at least take down Gary's Pokemon, but he was defeated. Gary is still too comprehensive. I remember that when he first participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, he basically defeated rival. Although the game has not ended yet, the audience knows that the winner of this game has been decided, and Xiao has no chance of turning the tables. Latios, use Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. Golden electric currents appeared all over Latios' body, and the currents turned into a lightning snake and fell towards Sceptile. Now the field was full of water, and the Lizard Master had nowhere to escape. Jump to the sky. Xiao ordered. Sceptile jumped up immediately, and the lightning fell to the ground, turning into fine electric currents that scattered everywhere, but did not hit any targets. Luster Purge. Gary ordered. Sceptile could not move in the air, and was now a living target. Ugh. Latios spit up Luster Purge and went straight to Sceptile. Let's fight, use Leaf Storm. Xiao also fought desperately. Ja. Sceptile twisted his tail, shot out a storm formed by green leaves, and attacked. The two skills collided, and Luster Purge directly penetrated Leaf Storm, but Leaf Storm did not disappear, as if it wrapped Luster Purge. Boom! 2 explosions, the skills of both sides hit each other. Soaring in the sky exploded with 2 balls of haze, and a green figure fell from the haze and fell on the ice. The figure was Sceptile himself. The referee saw this and did not rush to make an announcement. He looked up at Soaring in the Sky, waited for the smoke of Soaring in the Sky to dissipate, and saw the intact Latios, then announced, Sceptile has lost the ability to fight. Latios wins. All of Xiao's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight, and the winner of this game is Gary. The first round of the game is over. Gary defeated Xiao with a score of 0-0 and won the first victory. After the referee's announcement, Gary also took back Latios and turned to leave from the player channel. Huh? Didn't Gary say that he would only use Pokemon captured in the home region to participate in the competition? Why use Latios? Pete asked in confusion in the audience. Strictly speaking, Latios was indeed captured by Gary in the home region. Xiaogang said. Really? No way? Pete and May were surprised. That Latios lives in Odomare, which is considered to be in the Hone region, but it is quite far away. Xiaogang explained. 5 p.m. After the first round of players, there are only 16 players left in the KO conference. The 16 players who have advanced are now gathered in the Pokemon Center in the player village, waiting for the release of the list for the second round of the game. When Gary came to the Pokemon Center, the players inside cast their eyes. Gary used Latios in the afternoon battle and directly became a player who attracted much attention in the KO conference. Legendary Pokemon is the focus no matter what region it is in. Ash and others also came here, and Tyson and Morrison followed. After meeting Gary, everyone simply said hello and waited for the party to release the list. As the time came to 5.30, the list was released, and the second round of battle table appeared on the big screen. Because the number of people was reduced by half, Gary immediately found his own photo, which was a girl named Yui. After determining who the most likely rival was, Gary immediately searched in the crowd and quickly locked on Yui herself. Yui also looked at Gary. The two were 7 or 8 meters apart, but the smell of gunpowder was strong. Such eye contact between Gary and Yui continued in the lobby of the Pokemon Center. The only unusual eye contact was between Morrison and Ash, because they would fight in the next 10 rounds. Gary did not say hello to his rival, turned around and left the Pokémon Center to eat at the restaurant in the player village. After dinner, Gary returned to the room to check Yui's information. Player, Yui. Gender, female. Pokémon used, Wigglytuff, Sharpedo, Ninjask, Mawile, Raichu, Medicham, Tropius, Houndoom. 8 Pokémon. Breeder has quite a lot of Pokémon. Gary saw Yui's information. She has used 8 Pokémon since she participated in the conference. Although there is no information about Yui's past participation, she is definitely not a rookie trainer. She has been a trainer for at least 2 or 3 years. Even if she has the potential Pokémon in the gym, the levels should be maxed out, and there should be about 2 quasi-elite Pokémon. It's okay, not difficult. Gary felt that Yui was not difficult to deal with. Even Tyson's level could make it to the finals, which means that there are no powerful trainers in the KO conference. Just play casually. The next day, the second round of the Hone Alliance KO conference finals tournament begins. All the games today will be held in the morning, and the 157 game between Ash and Morrison will be held in the first game. The two are already standing in the venue at this moment, and the battle venue is the ice field. Just like the original plot, Morrison didn't want to fight with Ash. He made many mistakes in command in the first half and lost 2 Pokémon in a row. Finally, he started to play seriously near the end of the first half. However, he lost 3 Pokémon first and entered the halftime break. In the second half, Morrison resumed the original contest condition, but still lost to Ash in the end. Then it was Tyson's game. He won the game with difficulty, but Tyson didn't use Metagross. Instead, he used an Absol instead, which was a reasonable use of the Pokémon in his hand. Now, please invite Gary and Yui to play, the host announced. Gary and Yui's game was in the third game. Hearing the host's announcement, the two walked out of the player channel and stepped into the command area on both sides of the field. The 2 players are ready. Let's see what the venue is for the first half. On the big screen in the venue, the cursor on the roulette wheel moved quickly. After 3 seconds, the cursor stopped on the water drop symbol. It's decided. The venue is the water venue. The host said. The entire arena vibrated slightly, and a pool of water rose up. The water area was a huge swimming pool, and there were 2 floating platforms on both sides for Pokémon to stand on. The venue was ready, and the referee asked, "You two, are you ready?" "Yes, yes." The 2 nodded, holding Pokeballs in their hands. After receiving the response, the referee immediately announced, the first half of the game will begin between Gary and the entire team of Uniki. When one of the 3 Pokémon is defeated, the halftime break will begin. The other 2 teams can replace Pokémon with Salation. Now please release Pokémon at the same time. Go, Sharpedo. Swampert, you go. The 2 threw Pokeballs at the same time. Great. LV48 Sharpedo 3/Gym. LV50 Swampert/Champion. Facing the water venue, both sides sent out water Pokémon. The Pokémon sent by Uniki is Sharpedo, and the Pokémon sent by Gary is Swampert. Both are physical attackers. It seems that the following will be a head-to-head duel. Host said. The game begins? Sharpedo, use Night Slash. Yui ordered first. Sharpedo dived into the water, leaving only the shark fin exposed. The dark evil energy covered the shark fin, forming a black blade of light. As Sharpedo moved quickly, the black blade directly cut the water surface, and the sound of water cutting could be heard. Swampert, attack head-on, use the boost punch. Gary ordered. Swampert's fist was covered with rich golden energy, waiting for Sharpedo to fly out and hit Sharpedo's fin with 1 punch. Bang! Sharpedo thought he could suppress Swampert in terms of strength, but he obviously thought too much. Swampert felt his body stagnate, flew backwards and fell into the water. After Swampert repelled Sharpedo, he looked at his fist and found scratches on the surface of his fist. It can be seen that Yui's Sharpedo has the ability to hide the skin. If it touches Sharpedo's skin, it will also be hurt. Continue, use Night Slash. Although she was shocked by Swampert's power, Yui knew that Sharpedo had the upper hand in such a close battle. Shark. Sharpedo rushed over again, and its shark fins were covered with evil energy, turning into a black blade. Gary detected Yui's thoughts at a glance. Do you really think you don't have a more powerful move? Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Where's the swamp? Swampert raised his fist and waited. Sharpedo approached, and a dynamic punch was fired, and the dynamic punch hit Sharpedo's face, blasting it away, and the shark fin had no chance to approach Swampert. Puff! Sharpedo fell into the water, and when it surfaced, it looked confused. Use muddy water to kill Sharpedo. Gary ordered. Sharpedo looked ferocious, but its defense ability was very low. After being hit by a dynamic punch, its physical strength was basically close to the limit. Any effective attack could kill it instantly. Swampert rushed into the water, raising a turbid wave and rushing towards Sharpedo. Yui didn't give any instructions, just watched the wave rush over, watched Sharpedo being hit by the wave to the edge of the pool, collided with the wall, and then Sharpedo lost consciousness. Shapedo lost his ability to fight. Swampert wins, said the referee. Gary was a little surprised, and didn't understand what Yui meant. She obviously had the opportunity to take back Sharpedo, but she watched Sharpedo was defeated, and it was obvious that he did it on purpose. Good job, Maoya, Keep it up, and we'll win if we win another round. Come on, Mao. As long as you win the first half, he'll be yours in the future. Gary? Come on. Gary? So cool. Gary vaguely heard a familiar voice, and when he looked at the audience, he immediately found Tianming Mao's cheerleading team. Why is there one here too? Gary said in surprise. Tianming Mao is Gary's cheerleading team, a cheerleading team organized by Mao fans at the Indigo Plateau Conference, and also appeared at the Silver Conference in the Johto region, and now at the Kao Conference, which was not there yesterday. Sharpedo, your sacrifice is worth it. Yui said to the Pokeball, and then sent out the second Pokemon. Tropius, please. Yui threw the Pokeball. Great. LV46 Tropius 3/Gym. As soon as Tropius appeared, he flew into the sky. What a plump fruit. Gary looked at the fruit growing on Tropius' chin, which was quite plump and definitely a top-quality fruit. Yui sent out Tropius, obviously to deal with the water field, but if it just flew in the sky, it would not be able to do anything to the Pokemon underwater. The water field here is at least 5 meters deep. Tropius, use the sunlight technique. Yui ordered. The leaves on Tropius' back shone white, madly absorbing sunlight, and a beam of sunlight technique spit up from Tropius' mouth. Jump into the water. Gary ordered. Swampert immediately jumped into the water. Bang! The solar beam hit the water surface, and the water surface instantly sank, attracting the surrounding water to pour into the dent, but it did not hit Swampert, but the water level dropped a little, and the opponent wanted to evaporate the water in the pool. The solar beam skill is very special, because it is a move built with solar energy, and it does not consume the energy in the Pokemon itself. As long as there is enough sunlight, it will not consume mana, so use it. Swampert, come back. Waiting for Swampert to poke his head, Gary decisively took out the Pokeball and took Swampert back. Oh, Gary chose to take back Swampert. It seems that Swampert is also difficult to deal with Tropius. Host said. Of course it is not easy to deal with. One can fly, the other can't fly, and the key attribute is also restrained. If it weren't for the water field, Swampert would have almost no chance of winning against Tropius. Salamence, it's your turn. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Duh. Salamence appeared and flew directly to soaring in the sky, with a strong dragon power spreading from his body. Woo. Tropius immediately felt what blood suppression was, and fear appeared on his face. Salamence is the totem of soaring in the sky in the Hone region. All flying Pokemon in the Hone region are basically on Salamenke's menu. Tropius has so many tanky Pokemon, so naturally Salamence will not let him go. Salamence, use Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Salamence immediately rushed towards Tropius. Use Razor Leaf. Yui countered. Tropius flapped the huge wings on his back and shot 2 1-meter-long flying leaves to slash at Salamence, but Salamence spit up a ball of fire, and the 2 flying leaves were burned to ashes, and the fire also hit Tropius. Woo. Tropius showed a painful expression and immediately flew to the side to avoid it, but Salamence would not let Tropius go and immediately chased him. Don't let Tropius get away, Fire Blast. Roar. Salamence easily caught up with Tropius, opened his mouth and spit up a ball of fire, which enveloped Tropius' sky and landed on Tropius' back. Boom! Fire Blast exploded. Tropius fell downwards and fell into the pool, then floated to the surface with his eyes spinning. Tropius lost his ability to fight. Salamence wins, said the referee. Tropius was completely defeated by Salamence. How could a mere pseudo-dragon possibly be a rival of a real dragon? Yui frowned, took Tropius back, and then sent out the third Pokemon. Wigglytuff, leave it to you. Yui threw out the Pokeball. Great. LV49 Wigglytuff/Gym. The Pokemon sent by Yui is Wigglytuff, which restrains Salamence in terms of attribute, said the host. Come back. Gary took back Salamence without saying anything. He was not a master of reverse attribute. Gary took back Salamence and sent out Pokemon. Swampert, you come back. Gary sent out Swampert again, who had the advantage of home court. This guy. Yui was a little angry. Gary rarely replaced Pokemon in previous battles, and she thought Gary was a very proud person. Why did he replace Pokemon so frequently when it came to her? Although Yui also wanted to replace Pokemon, none of her remaining Pokemon could fight Swampert on the water field. Wigglytuff, you sing, Yui ordered. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-ly. Wigglytuff sang a beautiful song. The hypnotic effect of Wigglytuff's sing was much stronger than Jigglypuff. Dive underwater, Gary ordered. Swampert dived into the water. In the water, the sound was not easy to transmit, so sing naturally could not take effect. Swampert quickly swam to the surface of the water under Wigglytuff, ready to attack at any time. Iron Tail. As soon as the command was issued, Swampert suddenly jumped out of the water, curled up his body, and covered his tail with steel energy. Then, he slashed down with rapid spin. Use Defense Curl to block it. Yui could only let Wigglytuff block it, because Wigglytuff couldn't swim. Although his body was full of fat and could float on the water, he didn't know how to swim. Yui had decided to go back and teach Wigglytuff how to swim after the Kao conference was over. Bang! Wigglytuff used his bulging body to block Swampert's iron tail. After the collision, Wigglytuff was slapped out like a ball, normal, suffering serious damage. Plop! Poco. Wigglytuff landed on the water, looking painful. Although it was very reluctant, he still blocked Swampert's iron tail. However, Wigglytuff now fell into the water and floated on the surface, so it was difficult to move. Swampert, continue to use Iron Tail, Gary ordered. However, after the order was issued, Swampert stood on the floating platform without moving. What's wrong? Gary asked in confusion. Yui in the opposite command area understood what was going on. She saw Swampert staring at Wigglytuff with a perverted look on his face. Oh, Swampert is obsessed. Host exclaimed. 000. Gary slapped his forehead. Oops, forgot that Wigglytuff has the ability of attract body. Wigglytuff, good opportunity, use Hyper Voice. Yui attacked quickly. Pooh. Although it cannot move on water, Hyper Voice is a full field attack. In addition, the distance between Wigglytuff and Swampert is not far, so Hyper Voice can fully attack. Gary was not in a hurry to retrieve Swampert, and watched the sound wave smack down the Swampert into the water. Swampert, who was hit, still looked like a pervert, and had not yet been freed from the obsession of contest condition. Swampert, come back. Gary immediately retrieved Swampert. Although Wigglytuff was not defeated, Swampert did enough, and the equation to defeat Wigglytuff was completed. Salamins, the first half of the game is left to you to finish. Gary threw a Pokeball. Great! Roar. Salamins appeared again, and X-Intimidation was activated. Wigglytuff was affected by X-Intimidation, and both attack and defense were reduced by 1 level. Wigglytuff used Disarming Voice. Salamins, Hurricane. Both parties issued commands at the same time, and the enchanting voice rushed straight to the sky, but was blocked by the storm whirlwind. Countless wind blades fell on the water surface, and Wigglytuff was baptized by Hurricane and was directly hit into the water. When Hurricane calmed down, Wigglytuff surfaced again, his eyes spinning in circles. Wigglytuff loses the ability to fight. Salamins wins. The referee announced, 3 Pokemon of player Yui lose the ability to fight, and the halftime break begins. At the end of the first half, Gary defeated Yui with a score of 0-0, and both left the field, sat in the rest area to rest, and silently waited for the second half of the game. Although there are restrictions in this KO conference, Gary still has no pressure. The only player who can bring pressure to Gary is Ash. 10 minutes later, the halftime break is over, and Gary and Yui stand on the field again. Come on, Gary, and win another complete victory. Mr. Mao, please, lose a Pokemon and give Yui some face. Alas, this Yui is not good either, the gap is too big. Gary still has Latios, how can he play? Although the game still has the second half, most of the audience knows that the winner has been decided. They are now paying attention to the result of the game, whether Ash will win completely or lose 1 or 2 Pokemon. Those who can come to watch the game live, even if they have money at home, must have spare money on hand, and they all want to make a small profit through this annual game. For a popular champion like Gary, even if the odds are not high, it is basically a sure win to bet on him. The second half of the game has begun, let's see what the venue is for the second half, said the host. The cursor on the roulette wheel on the big screen kept flashing, and finally stopped at the leaf symbol, the grass venue. The venue has been selected. The referee announced, the second half of the game between Gary and Uniqlo will begin until all Pokemon on one side are defeated, and the game is over. In addition, both sides can replace Pokemon with Salation. Now please ask both players to release Pokemon at the same time. Then Gary and Yui threw the Pokemon in their hands. Great! LV49 Houndoom 3/Gym. Great! LV60 Gardevoir/Elite. The Pokemon sent by Yui is Houndoom, and the Pokemon sent by Gary is Gardevoir. This song Gardevoir was very eye-catching in the previous game. The host commented. The game is over. The strength of this Gardevoir is not something Houndoom can deal with. Haha, I bought a complete victory in the second half, making a small profit, cool. Ha 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 ha. I bought a clean sheet, 3 times the odds, it's a winner, it's a winner. Mr. Mao, if you do this, other Pokemon will have no chance to play. Is this really good? Gary sent out Gardevoir, and some people were happy and some were worried. Those who were happy were those who bet on Gary to win the second half and win the whole game. Those who were worried were the opposite, and basically bet on Gary to defeat 1 or 2 Pokemon. The battle began. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Gardevoir, Moonblast. The two issued commands almost at the same time. Gardevoir condensed pink fairy energy all over his body, condensed a pink light ball in front of him, waited for Houndoom's flame to attack, and threw the energy ball in his hand. The energy ball condensed by fairy energy touched the flame, immediately suppressed the flame and hit Houndoom. Boom! Moonblast exploded, causing considerable damage to Houndoom. Deal with Houndoom, Aura Sphere. The gap between the two sides was huge, and Xiaomao would not hold back. What? Gardevoir quickly condensed a blue Aura Sphere, which quickly locked onto Houndoom and flew out. Use Flamethrower. Yui was still fighting back. Houndoom spit up flames, but the flames could not suppress or detonate the Aura Sphere at all. The Aura Sphere penetrated the flames and smashed into Houndoom's body. Boom! Houndoom was blown away and lay on the ground with his eyes spinning. Houndoom loses his ability to fight. Gardevoir wins, the referee ordered. Yui gritted her teeth, took Houndoom back, and then sent out the next Pokemon. Great! LV46 Ninjask 3/Gym. Yui sent out Ninjask, which restrained Gardevoir in attributes, and Ninjask was extremely fast, making it a very difficult Pokemon to deal with. Unfortunately, Gary's Gardevoir is very good at dealing with Ninjask, or more precisely, very good at dealing with Pokémon that rely on flying to move. Gravity. Gary ordered. Gardevoir's eyes glowed blue, and a heavy pressure was applied to the entire arena. The accelerating Ninjask was directly pressed to the ground and could not move. Ninjask is very fast, but it relies entirely on flying to move. One move of gravity can suppress Ninjask. Come back. Yui didn't waste any words and immediately sent Ninjask back. Continuing to fight would only send her away. She would not do such a stupid thing. Yui took back Ninjask. In this case, all of Yui's Pokémon will be on the field. Host said. Yui looked at Gardevoir, feeling extremely helpless, but she had to continue fighting. She calmed down her heavy heart and threw out the Pokeball. Go, Medicham. Great. LV51 Medicham 3/Quasi Elite. Not bad, you actually have the potential to be a Quasi Elite. After fighting for so long, Gary thought that Yui didn't have any Pokémon above level 50. Unfortunately, although Medicham is at a high enough level, it is not a very powerful Pokémon. The only thing worth mentioning about Medicham is its ability, Yoga Power. Yoga Power, using non-fixed physical attack skills, increases the damage caused by twice the original, just like the Dalitian ability. It's just that Yoga Power is an ability exclusive to Medicham, and other Pokémon don't have it. And Medicsam's own physical attack is too low. If it Mega Evolves, it will be very intimidating, otherwise it will be a chicken. Dazzling Gleam. Gary ordered. What? Gardevoir's whole body is shining with colorful pink light, spreading around. Use Detect to get close to Gardevoir, and then use Poison Jab. Yui ordered. Medicham rushed over immediately, a magical energy covered his eyes, and instantly detected Dazzling Gleam, only to see that not every beam of strong light emitted by Gardevoir was offensive, and many of them were just used to confuse rival. Medicham dodged the offensive strong light and rushed to Gardevoir. Purple dirty power oozed out of his right fist, wrapped his fist, and punched Gardevoir. Gardevoir anticipated Medicsam's attack, interrupted the attack, took a slight step, and his fist almost brushed past Gardevoir's body, but just missed. Psychic. Gary ordered. Gardevoir's eyes emitted blue light, and the powerful confusion instantly controlled Medicham. Although Medicham is a psychic-type Pokémon, it uses psychic energy to strengthen its body. It is not rival at all when competing with Gardevoir in confusion. Its body cannot resist at all. It is easily thrown out by Gardevoir with confusion and hits the ground hard. Cha. Medicham covered his chest. The previous blow caused it a lot of damage and it was completely unable to resist it again. Please give me flowers. Recover. Yui ordered. Medicham used Recover, and the injury on his chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Future Sight, then use Moonblast. Gary ordered. What? Gardevoir sent a stream of confusion to somewhere in the future, and then condensed Moonblast and fired it. Medicham used Detect to avoid the attack of Moonblast, quickly approached Gardevoir, and used Poison Jab again, but Poison Jab missed again. Sunadu 10-shot Psychic knocked Medicham out. Medicham, who was badly injured, wanted to use Recover to recover, but at this moment, a wave of confusion fell from the sky and hit Medicsam's body. 0. Medicham was instantly knocked to the ground, his eyes spinning. Medicham lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir wins. The referee said. Medicham was defeated, and Yui was left with only one Ninjask. Facing Gardevoir who knew gravity, Ninjask had no power to resist. Yui's exposed shoulders kept shaking, and she was reluctant to send out Pokémon. Oh, what's wrong with Yui? If you don't send out Pokémon, you will admit defeat. Host reminded. The referee also looked at Yui and started counting. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. After 10 seconds, the referee announced, contestant Yui failed to release Pokémon within the time limit, and voluntarily admitted defeat. The winner of this match is contestant Gary. Gardevoir, you played well. Gary praised and turned away. Gary could understand that Yui had not sent out Pokémon yet. After all, there was only one Ninjask left, and sending it out would be a death sentence, but she couldn't bring herself to admit defeat. Just like the emperors in ancient times, the emperors could die but could not be humiliated. This was also the last dignity of a trainer. Instead of admitting defeat voluntarily, it was better to let the referee directly judge that she had admitted defeat. The audience did not look down on Yui. After all, it was not easy to get to this point. If Gary were in Yui's position, he would not be much better than Yui in this situation. He would probably admit defeat voluntarily. All the matches of the second round of the KO Conference Finals tournament ended in the morning. Because the match ended early, the third round of matches will be released at 2 p.m. tomorrow. After Gary finished the match, he went to the Pokémon Center in the player's village, handed the Pokémon to Joy for treatment, watched the next few matches through live broadcast, and went to the restaurant for lunch at noon. In the restaurant, he naturally met Ash and the others, and naturally sat together to eat. Ash, you won this game, but next time, I will never lose to you, Morrison said while eating. In today's game, Morrison was not in contest condition in the first half, otherwise the result of the match with Ash would be hard to say. No problem, next time we have a chance to play again, don't do this again, you must give it your all. Ash said. No problem. 603. Morrison nodded and continued to stuff food into his mouth. Seeing that the two had such a good mentality, Xiaogang and others were relieved. They were worried that the two would have a grudge because of the result of the game. There are 8 players left. In the third round, there is a high possibility that you, Ash, Gary and Tyson, will meet each other. Pete suddenly said. Pete is a Pokemon battle fanatic. He not only watches the Alliance Conference in Hone region, but also the Alliance Conference in other regions. Among the 8 trainers he knows, 3 have advanced to the quarterfinals, so there is a high possibility that they will meet each other in the third round. After saying this, Ash and Tyson both looked at Gary. Gary's performance in the Indigo Plateau Conference this time was quite strong. From the preliminaries to now, he has not lost a single Pokemon and has won every game. Ash is better, after all, he is used to it. Tyson feels Alexander and feels that if he faces Gary, his chances of winning are not high. Gary looked at Gary and Tyson who were staring at him, and complained in his heart, "Why are you looking at me? The next round will be between you two, and Ash, you better show me your strength this time. If I beat you at the KO conference this time, I will get the Megastone. Don't be eliminated by Tyson. I have a feeling that we probably won't meet." Gary said. "Why?" Ash asked in confusion. Although he wanted to meet Ash in the finals, it all depended on the arrangement of the competition organizers, and there was no way to meet him in advance. "I said it was a hunch. Anyway, we will know when the time comes," Gary Salation said. "Okay, but even if I meet you, I will definitely beat you," Ash said. "If you use the Pokemon you bred before, you should be able to beat me," Gary said. "I won't do that. In addition to Pikachu, I will only use the Pokemon captured in the Hone region this time," Ash said firmly. "What about Latias?" Gary asked. Gary watched Ash's game. Except for Pikachu, all the Pokemon he used were captured in the Hone region, but Yas has never appeared. "Latias doesn't like fighting. I won't use it to fight," Ash said. Gary was quite surprised, but thinking about the nature of that Latias, it really has no interest in fighting, and it seems that Latias is more interested in dating. "If that's the case, I won't use Latios in the battle with you," Gary said. "Okay, it's a deal." Ash was thinking about how to defeat Latios before, and since Gary said he wouldn't use it, it would be easy. Can it be like this? Pete was surprised. Isn't the Alliance Conference a stage for trainers to show themselves? Why do Gary and Ash think of Alliance as a place for fun? Alliance Conference is originally a place to test the results of trainers' training. For Gary and Ash, honing the Pokemon in their hands is important, and they don't care so much about the results. Xiaogang explained. Ash always won the championship in the original plot, naturally because every time he participated in the Alliance Conference, he only used the Pokemon captured in the region. If Ash really wanted to win the championship, he could just use the Pokemon that he had bred before. He did this because he wanted to train Pokemon. Anyway, the ranking of the Alliance Conference would not mean anything in the next few years. The World Championship was the ultimate goal. After having a full meal and drinking, they rested in the restaurant until almost 2 o'clock, and then they came to the Pokemon Center to see the battle list for the third round. In the Pokemon Center, the other 5 players who advanced were also there. Seeing Gary and his team evolve, they just took a look and didn't think it was strange. After all, every time the list was announced, Ash and his group gathered together, and the other players knew that Gary and his team knew each other. At 2 o'clock, the big screen in the Pokemon Center began to announce the list. Ash vs Tyson, Gary vs Sasuke, fate may be predetermined. Ash and Tyson still met in the third round. Although they met, the final result may be different. Sasuke. Gary didn't expect that his rival was Sasuke. This brother's name is the same as Nezuzi, but unfortunately he is not Uchiha. However, this Sasuke is a ninja and a trainer of Johto region. There are only 3 ninja schools at present, in Kanto, Johto region, and Kalos. Ash was speechless. The rival of the last round was Morrison, and this round it was Tyson's turn. Will he meet Gary in the next round? All of them are his friends. "See, I told you that you won't meet me, do your best," Gary joked and turned away. Looking at Gary leaving, Tyson and Ash also agreed that they would give their all tomorrow and not leave a regretful battle. Gary returned to the room and checked the Pokemon that Sasuke used during the KO conference on the computer. Player name, Sasuke, male. 2.3 Pokemon owned, Crobat, Tentacruel, Scizor, Arbok, Gulp, Masquerain, Marowak, Zangoose. That's a lot of Pokemon. Gary was surprised to see the number of Pokemon he owned. For ninja trainers, Pokemon are more about quality than quantity, because carrying too many Pokemon will affect the actions of ninjas. A ninja carrying 3 Pokemon is considered a lot. This Sasuke has bred 8 Pokemons. It's not known whether he has bred other Pokemons, but the number is quite a lot anyway. Be careful with Gulp, Gary said. At the previous Alliance Conference, Gary was tricked by Gulp. Gulp can master Destiny Bond. Although Gulp needs to reach a very high level to awaken, there is no guarantee that some Gulp will awaken the racial skills that can only be awakened at a high level in advance. Boom, boom. In the KO Conference Stadium, cannons roared and colorful ribbons flew in the sky, indicating that the third round of the final tournament was about to begin. Please invite Ash and Tyson to enter the game. As the host announced, Ash and Tyson walked out of the passage and stood in the command area. There are 4 games in the third round, and the first round is the match between Ash and Tyson. All 4 games will be held in the morning, and all players will stay in the player lounge. Gary is also there, and can only watch the live game on TV. The first half of the game is played on the grass field, and the starting Pokemon of both sides are Glalie and Sceptile. After a fierce battle, Glally used Ice Beam to fight Sceptile's Sunlight. The two skills are equally powerful, but because of the conflict, there is a sudden energy explosion, and the explosion impact engulfs the two Pokémon, and finally they both die. Then, Tyson 19 sent out Shiftry, and Ash sent out Torkoal. With the attribute advantage, Torkoal defeated Shiftry and helped Ash take the lead temporarily. It's still not enough. Gary looked at the evenly matched battle, and was worried for Ash. Gary didn't care whether Ash won or lost, but if Ash lost, the task issued by the system would not be completed, because it was a Megastone. However, as the battle continued, Ash's side became more and more wrong. Tyson relied on Hariyama to defeat Ash's Torkoal and Corphish first, ending the first half of the duel. Tyson defeated one Pokemon, and Ash defeated 3 Pokemon and entered the second half. What is Ash doing? Gary was also confused. Even if Ash used the Pokemon captured in the Hone region, he shouldn't have fought like this. Gary could only hope that Ash could turn the tables in the second half of the game. The halftime break was over, and the second half of the game between Ash and Tyson continued. The second half of the game was played on the rock field. Tyson still sent out Hariyama, who performed best in the first half, while Ash sent out Swellow, who was the most courageous. Swellow was the most courageous Pokemon in Ash's hands, and its level was quite high, reaching level 52. It can be seen that this Swellow worked very hard, especially Ash's Great Kingdom, which was called Bug Swallow. Swellow was also worthy of the title of Bug Swallow, defeating Hariyama and Donphan successively, taking 2 heads and turning the situation around for Ash. Tyson only had the 2 strongest Pokemon left, and sent out Metagross directly. Facing Metagross, Swellow was very weak, and any attack was blocked by Metagross's Psychic. Finally, Metagross took Swellow away with a destructive Death Ray. Ash continued to send out Grovel to fight. LV45 Grovel 3/Elite. Why hasn't it evolved yet? Gary looked at the level 45 Grovel and didn't understand what kind of magic Ash had. Why did the Pokemon around him always take so long to evolve? If it weren't for the evolution of other Pokemon, Gary would have suspected that Ash was an Everstone in his previous life. The Forest Lizard was definitely not a Metagross's rival. Rock was used as a cover on the assist field, and Bullet Seed was used to sneak attack Metagross's forehead, because Tyson's Metagross had a weakness, that is, there was a gap on the head, which should be left after the injury. Unfortunately, even if Grovel could cause damage to Metagross, it was a drop in the bucket. In the end, it was killed by Metagross's Meteor Mash. Gary also sweated. He didn't know what was going on. Was Ash slacking off? Gary sent out the last Pikachu. Although Pikachu had the strength of the elite level, it was weak in physique, which was the fatal flaw of Pikachu. Finally, Pikachu used Iron Tail to hit Metagross's weakness and defeated Metagross with Thunderbolt, which consumed a lot of performance. Tyson also sent out Meowth in the end. Both sides only had 1 Pokemon left, and the time to decide the winner had come. Didn't Ash know that he carried a light ball? Gary said seriously. Pikachu's Thunder Shock was indeed powerful, but Meowth also knew Thunderbolt. Even if they couldn't win the fight, Meowth could use Thunderbolt to guide Pikachu's Thunder Shock to hit the empty, completely blocking Pikachu's voltage. Thunder Shock was blocked, and Pikachu and Meowth started close combat. Both sides fought fiercely, and neither of them gave in. As long as they were hit by the other party, they would fight back. After a fierce fight, Pikachu finally fell, and Ash stopped in the top 8. Sure enough, the mouse can't beat the cat. Oh my god, how did I lose? How is that possible? I can't accept it. Gary was dumbfounded. He was ready to defeat Ash again, but Ash lost to Tyson. What about the mission? Ding! Since the published mission cannot be completed, the mission is cancelled. As compensation, the host completes the mission to obtain the KO Conference Champion. Extra reward, Ability Expansion Stone, for Pokemon to open the second ability and hidden ability of Pokemon. X1. Ding! Mission changes. 1. Obtain KO Conference Champion/rewards, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Advanced Rare Candy X10, Bronze Crown X1, Silver Crown X1, Gold Bottle Cap X1, Ability Strengthening Stone X3, Ability Expansion Stone X1. Use Hone Region Pokemon in all games, and the reward will be doubled. Ah, it can be like this. 953. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect it to be played like this. System. What Pokemon can activate the second ability and the hidden ability? Can a Pokemon have 2 abilities at the same time? Gary asked. It depends on the Pokemon's own situation. If the Pokemon has only 1 ability, the Ability Expansion Stone cannot be used. If the Pokemon has a second ability, the second ability can be activated. If the Pokemon has a second ability and a hidden ability, all of them can be activated. Hiss! Gary took a breath of cold air. This is quite amazing. Those Pokemon with a second ability and a hidden ability can use the Ability Expansion Stone, which is equivalent to having 3 abilities. Gary immediately thought about which Pokemon among the existing Pokemon have the first, second, and hidden abilities. As for the Pokemon Gary currently has, the Pokemon with 3 abilities are Breloom, Gardevoir, and Aggron. Breloom's first and second abilities are Spores and Poison Healing, and its hidden ability is a Technical Master. In addition, Breloom itself has an X-Spore ability. Although Poison Healing is useless, the Technical Master is very practical. It can be said that among the 3 Pokemon, it is the most suitable for using Ability Expansion Stones. The only pity is that Breloom's own potential is too low, and its species strength is also relatively low. Gary really doesn't want to use an ability expansion stone on it. Dotagrin itself is a heavy metal ability, and its first and second abilities are hard-head and strong. This ability can be used, but it is not very practical and is not within Gary's consideration. How will Gardevoir's copy ability be activated? Gardevoir is very special. Its first and second abilities are synchronization and replication. Synchronization ability means that if you fall into status condition, rival will also fall into status condition. Copy ability is very special. It can copy rival's ability. Of course, not all abilities can be copied, but most abilities can be copied, which is pretty good, but the shortcomings are also obvious. For example, rival sent Charizard, and the copied ability Fierce Fire had no effect on Gardevoir. If it was the power of the sun, it would be pretty good. System, will the copied ability change the other two abilities? Gary asked. No, the copied ability will only change the copied ability itself. That's good. Gary nodded. The only problem he was worried about was gone. Gardevoir could be selected as one of the objects for expansion. Gary then thought about his other Pokémon. In the end, he only selected a few Pokémon suitable for expanding abilities. In addition to Gardevoir, there were a total of 4 Pokémon Summoner, Heracross, Claw, and Purpose. In addition to these Pokémon, there are also some Pokémon with 3 abilities, but those abilities are very useless, such as Pidgeot's 3 abilities, Sharp Eyes, Stagger, and Strong Chest Muscles. In addition to Sharp Eyes, what are the other 2 useful for? Gary requires Pokémon with 3 abilities, and the 3 abilities must be used frequently. The 3 abilities of Forsaken are Energetic, Mental Strength, and Unyielding. All 3 abilities can be used. The 3 abilities of Scizor are Insect Premonition, Technical Expert, and Light Metal. Light Metal is just a weight reduction of half, but after the weight loss, Scizor will be faster and more flexible. It is still very practical. Heracross's 3 abilities are Bug Premonition, Perseverance, and Overconfidence. You only need to carry a Fire Orb, and when your physical strength is less than 1/3, a Bug-type skill can make the opponent cry, especially after defeating a rival. Overconfidence is activated again, which is simply terrifying. Alakazam's 3 abilities are Synchronization, Psychic Power, and Magic Defense. Although it does not greatly improve Alakazam's strength, all 3 abilities can be used in battle, and Magic Defense can also avoid a lot of unnecessary damage. Who should I give it to? Gary was very distressed. If you pursue the best cost-effectiveness, it is definitely best to give it to the above Pokémon. But unfortunately, these Pokémon are not Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Gary will challenge the Sinnoh Alliance conference later and face the legendary male Darko. What if the system sets some restrictions? Not to mention anything else, it is the same as the task requirements of the Hone region. You have to use Pokémon from the Sinnoh region to participate in the Sinnoh conference. That would be enough to give Gary a headache. Although the specific strength of Darko is not clear, from the situation of Ash and Darko's fight, Darko's Darkrai and Latios are both capable of champions, and their levels should be around level 70. After all, Pikachu is only level 63 at present, and can only grow to level 65 at most in Sinnoh region. Pokémon with champion potential, after reaching the elite level, can be trained every day, and it is very good to be able to increase by 2 levels per year. Let's talk about it after we get to Sinnoh region. Gary is not in a hurry. Anyway, it's still early. After the KO conference is over, Gary plans to challenge the pioneering area to see if challenging the pioneering leaders can trigger the tasks issued by the system. The strength of the pioneering leaders is not weak. The Pokémon in their hands have reached the elite level. If a task is issued, the reward of rare candy should be high level. Alas, it's a pity that Blastoise's hidden ability is not very good, otherwise I would have used it on Turtle. Actually, Gary really wanted to use the ability expansion stone on Blastoise, but Blastoise only has 2 abilities, and the hidden ability is the Rain Plate. The Rain Plate ability will slowly restore physical strength when it rains. If it is strengthened, the recovery will be stronger, but it needs rain to trigger, which is too useless. System, after having 2 ability Pokémon, which ability will be changed to the ability after Mega Evolution? Gary asked. The basic ability of the Pokémon will be changed to the ability after Mega Evolution, and the other abilities will remain. Then if I use the ability Plaster on the Pokémon, changing the basic ability of the Pokémon to the hidden ability, and then I use the ability Expansion Stone on the Pokémon, will the expanded ability be the same as before? Gary asked. Same, the X ability will still be the X ability after recovery. Hearing this, Gary thought he could do something. He gave Blastoise the ability Ointment, changed the basic ability to Rain Pan, and then used the ability Expansion Stone to activate the X-Torrent ability. In this way, after Blastoise Mega Evolution, the Rain Pan ability will become a Mega Launcher. However, there are too few ability expansion stones. Even if he wins the KO Conference champion, he will only be rewarded with 2 ability expansion stones. Blastoise still has to wait. Although Ash lost, the game continued, and soon, the 3rd game began. Gary vs Sasuke. The 2 players are already standing in the command area of the arena. Gary looked at Sasuke, who was indeed wearing a black ninja costume, but lacked a forehead protector. Let's see what the first half of the game will be like. After the words fell, the roulette wheel had a flashing cursor, and the cursor stayed on the rock field. The rock field was ready. the referee immediately announced, the full battle between Gary and Sasuke will begin. When one of the Pokemon loses 3, the match will be temporarily over and the halftime break will begin. In addition, both sides can replace Pokemon with Salation. Now please release Pokemon at the same time. Gary and Sasuke threw out their Pokemon at the same time. Go, Masquerain. Salamence, I leave it to you. Great. LV46 Masquerain 3/Gym LV50 Salamence 3/Elite only Masquerain's tentacles with eyeball patterns swayed, looking very intimidating. He was launching his intimidation to reduce Salamenki's physical attack by 1 level. Roar. Salamence also launched intimidation, and a strong dragon spread out. Masquerain felt the pressure and both attack and defense were reduced by 1 level. Salamence, use Stone Edge. Gary ordered first. Salamence condensed stone blades around his body and quickly shot them towards Masquerain. The dense stone blades attacked, leaving no room for Masquerain to escape. Masquerain, block with Air Slash. Sasuke ordered. Masquerain flapped his 4 pairs of white wings, and a series of wind blades attacked. The stone blades collided with the wind blades, but the wind blades were not strong enough and were defeated by the stone blades. The stone blades hit Masquerain's body, smacked down him to the ground, and he lost consciousness instantly. Masquerain loses his ability to fight. Salamence wins, the referee announced. What? Sasuke couldn't believe that his Masquerain was killed instantly. Even if the rock skills restrained Masquerain 4 times, he shouldn't be killed. Indeed, Masquerain's level was not low, and it was reasonable that he would not be killed instantly by Salamence, but Salamence had the X intimidation ability, which reduced Masquerain's double defense, so he naturally couldn't resist the Stone Edge. Come back. Sasuke had originally thought of letting Masquerain and Salamence fight for a while, but he was defeated in 1 move, which was simply a gift. Crobat, use your speed to play with Salamence. Sasuke throws the Pokeball. Great. LV52 Crobat 3/Quasi Elite. A purple long-winged Crobat appears. Come back. Gary immediately takes back Salamence and then throws the Pokeball. Great. 147. What? The beautiful Gardevoir appears. Crobat, use Sludge Bomb. Sasuke immediately attacks. Crobat immediately spit up several venom bullets to attack Gardevoir, but these attacks are too slow in Gardevoir's eyes. The longer the attack, the harder it is to hit Gary's Gardevoir. Gardevoir directly teleports to disappear from the original position, and then uses gravity. A heavy pressure instantly presses the flying Crobat to the ground. Come back. Sasuke immediately takes back Crobat. Scizor, I leave it to you. Sasuke then sent out Scizor. Great. LV51 Scizor 3/Quasi Elite. Not bad. Sasuke's Pokemon levels are all quite average, no wonder he was able to make it to the final tournament. However, Sasuke made a mistake in his decision, thinking that Scizor's high resistance could deal with Gardevoir, but Sasuke didn't know that Gardevoir had Fire-type skills. Even if Gardevoir doesn't have Fire-type, with its powerful special attack, 1 mystical fire is enough to kill Scizor instantly. Scizor, use X-Scissor. Sasuke took the initiative to attack. Ja. Scizor's pincers were covered with rich bug-type energy, and the pincers crossed and rushed towards Gardevoir quickly. Gary smiled contemptuously, snapped his fingers and ordered, Mystical Fire. What? Gardevoir stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air in front of him. Wherever his slender fingers passed, flames would appear, forming a flame ring. Then, a ball of flame shot out from the flame ring, engulfing everything in front of him. What? Ja. Scizor did not expect Gardevoir to have fire skills, and plunged into the flames, like a lamb falling into a tiger's mouth. When the flames dissipated, Scizor's whole body radiated high temperature, and his body fell to the ground. Scizor loses the ability to fight, Gardevoir wins, said the referee. Gary defeated Sasuke's 2 Pokemon so easily. Obviously, he was going to suppress Sasuke in the first half. He actually has fire skills. Sasuke did not expect Gardevoir to have fire skills. In the previous game, Gary's Gardevoir had never shown fire skills. Marowak, please. Sasuke sent out the 3rd Pokemon. Great. A Marowak wielding a bone club appeared. LV49 Marowak Male Sign Gym. It can be seen that this Marowak is quite old, and should have followed Sasuke for a long time. Gardevoir, use Dazzling Gleam. Gary attacked. Gardevoir released Dazzling Gleam, but just when Dazzling Gleam was about to be released, Marowak directly burrowed into the ground to avoid Dazzling Gleam's attack. What? Gary didn't need to command. Gardevoir's eyes emitted blue light, and used Future Sight, JA, to send a group of confusion into the future. Bang! The ground under Gardevoir broke open, and Marowak broke out, and its hard head repelled Gardevoir. Moonblast. It was just a dig, and Gardevoir didn't suffer much damage. He quickly condensed Moonblast and fired it. Boom! Moonblast hit Marowak and blew it away. Gala. Marowak, who fell to the ground, stood up in pain. Although he did not fall, his injury was obviously serious. Marowak, use Earthquake. Sasuke ordered. Gala. Marowak swung the bone club and slammed it hard on the ground, triggering Earthquake. Then, just after the Earthquake was successfully used, a lightning-like energy wave fell from the air and hit Marowak. That was Gardevoir's Future Sight. Moonblast. After bearing the damage of Earthquake, Gardevoir quickly condensed Moonblast and fired it. Boom! Moonblast hit, and Marowak fell down in frustration. Marowak lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir won. Suzuki's 3 Pokémon lost their ability to fight, and entered the halftime break. Gardevoir crushed Suzuki's dream of winning with 3 moves. The first half ended and Suzuki was shut out. The break ended and the second half of the game began. The venue was the water field. The game began. Suzuki's first Pokémon is Tentacruel. Needless to say, Gary's is Salamence, and he must use the X intimidation ability more. LV47 Tentacruel 3/Gym. Although Tentacruel has the advantage of the field, it is not Salamenki's rival. It was defeated by Salamenki's Zen Headbutt, and Salamence also suffered some minor injuries. This is Poison. This is Suzuki's usual tactic. He played Poison in the previous few games, but he was targeted in the first half, so he didn't use the Poison tactic. Gary didn't let Salamence continue to fight, but directly sent Latios, used Safeguard to break the Poison tactic, and defeated Crobat and Double Egg Gas with 1-on-2. At the end of the whole game, Gary shut out Suzuki and successfully advanced to the semifinals. After the game, Gary rushed to the Pokemon Center and quickly detoxified Salamence. Gary hates Poison trainers the most. He is simply disgusting. All Poison trainers are perverts who like to watch rival being slowly tortured by Poison. At noon, the semi-final list was released. Gary vs Songmew, Tyson vs Shuiki. Songmew didn't have any Pokemon worth mentioning. In the game the next morning, Gary defeated Songmew with a score of 0-0 and won the game, advancing to the finals smoothly. Tyson did the same and made it to the finals, which was held in the afternoon. The Pokemon had just experienced a hard battle in the morning, and the finals were held in the afternoon. The schedule was very tight. At 3 p.m., the final officially began. Because it was the final, the organizer postponed the game to 3 p.m., and then the contestants would be awarded commemorative trophies, and there would be a closing ceremony, etc. At this time, Gary and Tyson were already standing in the command area. After so many days of competition, it's finally the final. After this game, the champion of the KO conference will be decided. Next, let's see what the first half of the field will be. On the big screen, the cursor flashed and rotated on the field wheel, and finally on the leaf symbol. Grass field. The field immediately began to adjust, and the grass field rose from the bottom. You two, are you ready? Asked the referee. Yes. You can start at any time. Gary and Tyson both had Pokeballs in their hands. After confirming that both players were ready, the referee immediately announced, the next match will be between Gary and Tyson. When one side loses 3 Pokemon, the match will enter the halftime break. In addition, both sides can replace Pokemon with Salation. Now please release Pokemon at the same time. Go, Salamence. Hariyama, it's up to you. Great. LV49 Hariyama 3/Gym. The Pokemon sent by Tyson is Hariyama, which is restrained by Salamence in attribute. It's not a good start. Host said. Roar. Salamence activates the intimidation ability to reduce rivals' double attack and double defense. Hurricane. Gary ordered first. Even if Tyson is given the opportunity to attack first, his Hariyama cannot reach Salamence. Salamence flaps his blood wings, Hurricane gradually rises, and the green grass dances wildly in the air. These green grasses will be split in two by the wind blades in Hurricane from time to time. Hey! Hariyama had no chance to dodge, and could only use his fat body to resist Hurricane. After a round of Hurricane, Hariyama could only support the ground with his palms and breathe heavily. If it weren't for Hariyama's high stamina, he might have been killed in seconds. Fire blast. Gary ordered. Salamence spit up a ball of fire at Hariyama, and the word explosion quickly fell. Come back. Seeing this, Tyson took out the Pokeball and took Hariyama back. Boom! Fire blast landed on the field, instantly dyeing the field with a charred black. Gary was not optimistic about Tyson taking back the Pokemon. Hariyama had been hit by Hurricane and had little stamina. Taking it back to rest would not restore much stamina. Altaria, please. Tyson sent out the second Pokemon. Great. LV48 Altaria 3/Quasi Elite. Dragon Trader, Altaria. Come back. Gary immediately took back Salamence. Salamence was there to intimidate rival, so there was no need to force Salamence to fight just to show off his bravery. Gardevoir, you will finish the first half. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV60 Gardevoir 3/Elite. Gary sent out Gardevoir, which restrains Altaria in attributes. What will Tyson do? Host said. Altaria come back. Tyson immediately took Altaria back. Tyson has taken back Altaria, and I don't know who he will send out to fight. Tyson has watched all of Gary's games and knows the strength of this Gardevoir very well. His Altaria is definitely not rival. Metagross, you go. Koyaya threw the Pokeball. Great. LV55 Metagross 3/Elite. Bang. Metagross appears. Metagross has both Psychic and Steel attributes. Not only does it restrain Gardevoir, it also has high resistance to Psychic and Fairy skills. The level difference between the two sides is only 5 levels. Gardevoir, Psychic. Gary did not choose to replace Pokemon and attack directly. What? Gardevoir's eyes radiated blue light, and a strong wave of confusion spread and rushed over. We will use Psychic too. Tyson immediately counterattacked. Swampert also used Psychic. Bang! There was only a muffled sound in the air, and Metagross's heavy body suddenly flew backwards and fell on the field. Bang! Metagross showed a look of pain. Although the damage caused by Psychic was not enough, the damage caused by the fall was still relatively heavy. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the damage it will suffer from the fall. I can't beat it. Is the gap so big? Tyson was surprised. Ask for flowers. Although Tyson did not see the ability of the Pokémon level, he could roughly determine the strength of Gardevoir through observing the game. Tyson did not think that there was such a big gap between his Metagross and Gardevoir. The gap between the two sides is indeed not big, but Metagross is a physical attacker, and Gardevoir carries the top-grade Twisted Spoon, which increases the power of psychic skills by 50%. Metagross is naturally not rival. Gravity. Gary ordered. Gardevoir arranged gravity to directly block Metagross's actions and prohibit Metagross from flying. Metagross, use Meteor Mash. Tyson attacked head-on, and the iron arm behind Metagross burst into flames, and the front wall was covered with transparent silver energy covering the whole body, rushing over like a comet normal. After you dodge, use Mystical Fire. Gary ordered. Gardevoir looked at the rushing Metagross and disappeared on the spot. Tyson frowned. He knew very well that Gardevoir could teleport, but he didn't have a way to target him. Gardevoir appeared behind Metagross, drew a circle with one hand, and a flame ring appeared, and red flames sprayed out from the flame ring. Light screen. Metagross attacked ground with Meteor Mash, forced himself to stop, turned quickly, and condensed a transparent light screen in front of him, isolating the Mystical Fire outside and offsetting half of the damage. Consumption. Seeing Tyson's response, it can be determined that Tyson cannot limit teleport, so he wants to use the method of consuming mental energy to target Gardevoir. The idea is feasible, and Metagross can indeed consume Gardevoir's mental energy, but it is naturally impossible to exhaust Gardevoir's mental energy. Gardevoir, double team, then use Mystical Fire. Gary ordered. Trademark what? Gardevoir split into more than 20 clones, covering half of the field, and then all Gardevoir used Mystical Fire together, and the field was instantly illuminated by fire. Even with a brain comparable to a megacomputer, it was impossible to distinguish the real Gardevoir, and could only send Psychic towards the flame that it thought was most likely to be real. The flame of the Psychic attack showed no signs of being resisted, and it was obviously the wrong target. The remaining flames instantly engulfed the Golden General. Metagross is very tenacious, but he has never launched an effective attack. If he continues like this, he will be defeated sooner or later. Host explained. Metagross has been effectively attacked by Gardevoir 3 times. Even if Metagross's resistance is high enough and there is a light screen to reduce damage, it is impossible for him to keep holding on. Metagross, rotate your body and use Flash Cannon. Tyson ordered. Bang. Metagross rotated his body and used Flash Cannon, trying to sweep the field, so that Gardevoir would have no room to escape, and Gardevoir's clones would be eliminated at the same time. Use Psychic to reflect back Metagross's attack and hit the gap in Metagross's head. Gardevoir burst out a huge confusion, reflecting the Flash Cannon fired by Metagross back and hitting Metagross's forehead. Boom. What is 857? Tyson looked horrified, his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe that Gardevoir used confusion to reflect Metagross's skills back. This requires a huge amount of mental strength. Mystical Fire. Gardevoir used Mystical Fire again, and the flames engulfed Metagross mercilessly. Bang. Metagross wailed in pain. His physical strength was gradually approaching the limit, but after the flames dissipated, Metagross lay on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. Metagross lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir wins, said the referee. Finally a Pokémon was defeated. It was such a fierce battle. Host also sweated. It was almost 10 minutes into the first half, and only one Pokémon fell down. The situation was quite tense. Gary didn't care at all. If Tyson hadn't been there to replace Pokémon, a Pokémon would have been defeated long ago. Among Tyson's Pokémon, only Metagross and Meowth are worth Gary's attention. The rest of the Pokémon can be easily abused. Losing Metagross is a huge loss for Tyson. Sceptile, please. Tyson threw the Pokeball. Great. LV49 Sceptile 3/Gym. Tyson's Sceptile is his Earl Dervish Pokémon, but unfortunately it only has gym potential. The level has reached the gym potential limit and there is no room for improvement. Gardevoir, Future Sight. Gary ordered. Gardevoir immediately used Future Sight to create confusion and sent it to the future, and Tyson suddenly ordered, now, quick attack, rush over, use Leaf Blade. Swoosh. Sceptile rushed out quickly, pulling out a white light band behind him, and the Leaf Blade on his wrist flashed out, and the light blade made of plant energy slashed towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir closed his eyes, and saw that the Leaf Blade was about to hit Gardevoir. Gardevoir suddenly dodged to the side, and the Leaf Blade slashed into the air and fell to the ground. Sceptile was startled, but there was not much time to surprise it, and hurriedly swung the Leaf Blade to slash, but Gardevoir quickly stepped back a few steps and dodged again. Seeing that Sceptile was going to attack again, Gary ordered, Psychic. The Leaf Blade was about to fall on Gardevoir's head. Gardevoir opened his eyes, and the knife to his head was tied to the air. Quick, use Bullet Seed. Tyson shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. Sceptile just opened his mouth, and a powerful confusion burst out, knocking Sceptile back. Sceptile fell to the ground, and felt a pain in his back. It didn't have the high resistance of Metagross, and its defense was not as good, so the injury was more serious. Mystical Fire. Gary ordered. Gardevoir drew a circle with his right hand, and a hot flame was generated from the circle, turning into a ball of flame, rushing towards Sceptile. Double Team. Sceptile used Double Team to avoid mystical fire, and was ready to approach Gardevoir to counterattack. Just as Sceptile charged, a lightning-like energy fell from the air and hit Sceptile. Sceptile wailed, stopped running, leaned forward, fell to the ground, and his eyes rolled in circles. Sceptile lost the ability to fight. Gardevoir won, the referee announced. Tyson's 2 Pokémon were defeated, and there were still 4 Pokémon are available. Hariyama and Altaria sent out before are restrained by Gardevoir. It is highly likely that new Pokémon will be sent out. Hariyama, please come on the field again. Ganja sent out Hariyama again. Iron. After resting in the Pokeball for a while, Hariyama's breathing became much more stable, but the damage he suffered before was not recovered. I want to save my combat power for the second half, Gary commented. Tyson wanted to save his strength for the second half, but it was useless. He might as well put his strongest Pokemon in the first half. Maybe he could beat one of Gary's Pokemon. If he distributed them evenly, Tyson wouldn't even have a chance to beat one of Gary's Pokemon. End the battle. Psychic, Gary ordered. What? Gardevoir used Psychic, and the powerful confusion hit Hariyama, and the huge body was directly knocked out. Bang! Hariyama fell to the ground, his eyes swirling, and he had lost consciousness. Hariyama lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir won. Tyson's 3 Pokemon lost their ability to fight, and the halftime break began. The first half of the game ended. In the audience, Tyson is not Gary's rival at all, he didn't even beat a Pokemon. Pete said helplessly. Although Pete admired Gary, he knew Tyson after all, and hoped that Jack could perform better. Unfortunately, after the first half, he didn't even defeat Gary's Pokemon. Don't worry, Tyson's Meowth hasn't appeared yet, Ash, don't you think so? May said. Although I also hope that Tyson can perform better, but Tyson is bound to lose this game. Ash said. 2.5. Although he has not played against the Pokemon that Gary currently has, Ash is very clear about Tyson's current strength, and he doesn't think Tyson can win. Alas, Gary is still too strong. With him in the Alliance Conference, other players have almost no chance of winning. Xiao Gang sighed. Xiao Gang also watched Gary's 3 Alliance Conferences and found that Gary was really comprehensive. Even the brand new breeder Pokemon was stronger than the players in the Alliance Conference. The 10-minute break ended and the second half of the game began. In the first half of the game, Gary was completely ahead. I don't know if Tyson will make a comeback in the second half. Let's see what the venue is in the second half, the host commented. On the big screen, the cursor rotated on the venue wheel and finally stopped on the Osiris logo. Ice venue. The ice field was ready, and the referee announced, the second half of the game between Gary and Tyson will begin. The game will end when all Pokemon of one side are defeated. The other 2 players can replace Pokemon with Solation. Now please release Pokemon at the same time. Gary and Tyson threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Great. LV48 Altaria 3/Quasi Elite. Tyson's first Pokemon is Altaria. Roar. Dragon Roar. Salamence launches X Intimidation, reducing Altaria's double attack and double defense. The Pokemon of both players are Dragon-type Pokemon, and they are both Dragon and Flying attributes, which is really weird. Gary doesn't understand what Tyson means. I sent Salamence out because of X Intimidation. Why? Altaria's ability is natural recovery and has nothing to do with weather. In addition to dealing with weather teams, the ability has no other use. It can be seen that none of Tyson's remaining 3 Pokemon are suitable for fighting on the ice field. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Gary took the initiative to attack. Salamence rushed out quickly. Altaria wanted to avoid Salamenki's pursuit, but her speed was not as fast as Salamenki's, and she was soon caught up. Seeing this, Tyson 19 immediately ordered, use Dragon Pulse. Altaria turned around and spit up the dragon-shaped energy wave. Salamence did not dodge, and slapped it with one claw, cutting off the dragon's head of the dragon-shaped energy wave. What? DEXT. Tyson and Altaria were shocked. While they were surprised, Salamence came in front of Altaria and slapped it with Dragon Claw. Snap! Altaria reacted in time, and the cotton cloud-like feathers on her body swelled up, blocking Dragon Claw, but her body was still slapped to the ground, but the collision of cotton feathers reduced a lot of damage. This is Altaria's cotton defense, which can greatly improve physical defense, otherwise this attack will definitely cause Altaria to be seriously injured. Dragon Pulse. Gary ordered. But it doesn't matter. If the physical attack skills are not good, then use the special attack moves. Salamence can also be used as a double blader. Its special attack species strength is not low. Roar. Salamence spit up Dragon Energy Pulse towards Altaria. Dex. Altaria also spit up Dragon Energy Pulse. The difference between the 2 Dragon Pulses is obvious. Salamence spit up Dragon Pulse is obviously larger. It is a dragon-shaped pulse with a length of nearly 10 meters, while Altaria's dragon-shaped pulse is only 4 meters long. The 2 dragon-type energy pulses form a sharp contrast. Boom! The skills exploded after colliding, and the energy tide continued to spread outward, impacting the 2 Pokemon. Salamence just took off slightly to resist the energy tide. Altaria was not much better. It was hit by the energy tide and suffered heavy damage, and was also knocked back several meters away. Hurricane. At the command, Salamence flapped his blood wings, and the wind blew up. Countless wind blades were rewarded on Altaria, cutting a lot of Altaria's bloated cotton feathers. Just 2 effective attacks, Altaria was seriously injured. End the battle, Dragon Pulse. Gary snapped his fingers. Roar. Salamence spit up a dragon-shaped energy wave with all his strength. Use Moon Blast. Tyson fought back desperately. Altaria immediately condensed a pink energy ball and fired it, and the pink energy ball flew into the dragon's mouth of Dragon Pulse. Boom! The dragon-shaped energy wave exploded directly, and the terrifying energy tide scattered. Altaria, who was closer, naturally could not escape being hit by the wave. He was hit by the energy tide and fainted immediately. Altaria loses the ability to fight, and the flying dragon wins. The referee said. At the beginning of the second half, Gary took the lead again. That's it, Tyson only has 2 Pokemon left, a perfect victory? Perfect victory. Oh my god, Mao has never lost a Pokemon since he participated in the KO conference. He is undefeated. FK, I just realized that this is the first time since the Hone Alliance conference that someone has won the Alliance conference champion with a perfect record. Mao is so awesome. Since you entered the doubles competition, I bet that you can win the championship. I don't have to work anymore. I am touched. I look forward to Mao's participation in the Alliance conference next time. The audience has erupted with cheers. Gary's strength has also impressed the people of the Hone region. Most people have made a fortune in this Alliance conference. On the court, Tyson has taken back Altaria and sent out the next Pokemon. Ampharos, please. Great. LV49 Ampharos 3/Gym. Ampharos with yellow skin and black patterns appears. Ampharos. Gary was also surprised. He didn't expect Tyson to have an Ampharos. From the observation of the Eye of Insight, this Ampharos should also be Tyson's Pokemon that has been bred for a long time. Salamence, come back and rest. Gary took back Salamence and sent out the next Pokemon. Slaking, do well. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Crack. Slaking appeared. Oh, Gary sent out Slaking. This Slaking is the same as Mr. Norman's. It can ignore its own laziness ability. The host exclaimed. In addition to Latios, the Pokemon used by Gary in this competition is the most concerned about the 140th King of Leave. After all, Slaking with the laziness ability can Salation action, which is too scary. Ampharos, use Thunderbolt. Tyson knew he was going to lose and took the initiative to attack. Meh. Ampharos' body emitted golden arcs, which gathered into a lightning bolt and shot out. We use Thunderbolt, too. Gary ordered. Tack. Slaking also used Thunderbolt, and the 2 lightning bolts collided. In terms of guiding the current, even if Ampharos' Thunderbolt was strong, it could not take advantage, and all the current was guided to the ground. Attack, Mega Kick. Slaking rushed out, took off, and flew out, and used a jump kick to chase the lightning. Ampharos also used Discharge, and the scattered current hit Slaking, but it did not stop Slaking's attack. Bang! Slaking's Mega Kick hit Ampharos' abdomen. Meh. How could Ampharos withstand such a heavy blow? He was knocked more than 10 meters away and hit the ground hard. Body Slam. Gary chased him mercilessly. Slaking directly splashed and fell towards Ampharos. Seeing Slaking falling, Tyson was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth and said, Ampharos, use Thunder. Meh. Ampharos released the electricity in his body to the utmost and shot out a thunder snake. A lightning snake flew up to soaring in the sky and hit the falling Slaking. Although it was an effective attack, it could not stop Slaking from falling. Bang! The ice surface broke, and Ampharos was hit by Slaking's body slam, and a small hole was smashed on the ice surface. Tick. Slaking only felt numb all over. After all, he was electrocuted twice. When he could no longer feel Ampharos' struggle, Slaking stood up. Ampharos was lying in a small pit, his eyes rolling around. Ampharos has lost his ability to fight. Slaking wins, said the referee. Although Ampharos' level is not low, he still looks weak and powerless in the face of Slaking with 670 species strength. The key is that Ampharos' movement speed is slow, and it is not easy to move on the ice. If Slaking gets close to him, he can only wait for death. Tyson silently took back Ampharos and took the last Pokeball from his waist. Needless to say, the Pokemon in this Pokeball is naturally Tyson's trump card Meowth. But now all of Gary's Pokemon are there, and even the Pokemon have not suffered any fatal injuries. Meowth can't fight 7 alone, Trainer is also 1. However, this is the finals. Even if Mingzi is going to lose, he must fight on. Meowth, prepare for battle. Tyson threw the Pokeball. Great. Meow. A Meowth wearing boots appeared. It must be said that Tyson's Meowth is also a popular Pokemon at this Alliance conference. After all, Pokemon like Meowth are not as good as Pikachu. It is not easy to have such an excellent performance at the KO conference. Gary really wants to see the attributes of Tyson's Meowth, but unfortunately this Meowth already has an owner. It is not a Pokemon captured by Gary himself, so he cannot see the specific data of this Pokemon in detail. Gary doubts whether this Meowth's ability is an X-Technical Master ability, otherwise how can it fight against Pikachu? Meowth uses Double Team. Tyson ordered first. Knowing that Slaking was a reckless man, Tyson didn't dare to let his Meowth fight Slaking head-on. Meow, meow, meow. Meowth immediately split into more than 10 clones, making it difficult to tell which one was the real one. Gary didn't care at all, and calmly ordered, Slaking, use yawn. Slaking hit the Meowths with yawn. Anyway, as long as Meowth saw Slaking hit yawn, it would definitely be hit. Tyson was stunned. He forgot that Slaking could do this, and quickly ordered, Meowth, use Thunderbolt. The Meowths hit Thunderbolt together. Tack. Slaking had been electrocuted by Ampharos so many times before, and it was a bit too much for him to eat the Thunderbolt of the elite Meowth. Come back. Gary said nothing and put Slaking back into the Pokeball. Meow. Meowth suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep. Once Meowth fell asleep, all its clones disappeared into the air. Gardevoir, I leave it to you to finish the battle. Gary sent Gardevoir and ordered, use Calm Mind continuously. What? After Gardevoir came out, he followed the kitten's instructions and began to Calm Mind with his eyes closed. Meowth, wake up. Wake up quickly. Tyson tried his best to raise his voice, hoping to wake Meowth, but Meowth was sleeping peacefully. After so many consecutive days of fighting, each player's Pokemon was mentally exhausted. Now that they were sleepy, and they were not attacked, they would not wake up easily. Gardevoir continued to Calm Mind. When Calm Mind reached the third time, Gary felt that it was almost done, and immediately ordered, Aura Sphere. What? Gardevoir condensed a blue energy ball, and after the energy ball was released, it quickly flew towards the sleeping Meowth. Aura Sphere after Calm Mind 3 times, if this one hits, everything will be over. Host exclaimed. Tyson hurriedly shouted, Meowth, wake up quickly. Boom! A cloud of smoke exploded, Meowth's body flew out of the smoke and fell heavily to the ground. Meow! A shrill cat growl sounded, and Meowth woke up, but he hadn't fallen yet. Oh, you didn't fall. Gary was also quite surprised, but Meowth's contest condition was very bad at this time. Even if he didn't lose, Aura Sphere would cause very heavy damage to Meowth. Meowth, can you still fight? Tyson asked. Meow. Meowth called out loudly, indicating that he could fight, but everyone could see that Meowth was just showing off. Tyson didn't expose Meowth, but instead showed a relieved smile and ordered, okay, Meowth, use Thunderbolt. Meow. Meowth tried his best to release the strongest Thunderbolt, and lightning burst out all over his body. The golden electric current gathered into a lightning snake and shot towards Gardevoir. Use Psychic to meet it. Gary countered. What? Gardevoir also showed the highest respect, and his spiritual energy burst out. A wave of air spread out, and invisible confusion burst out from Gardevoir's body, blocking Thunderbolt in midair. Meow. Seeing his Thunderbolt being blocked, Meowth was very unwilling and released more electricity again. Even if the power of Thunderbolt was enhanced, it was far from that of Pikachu's Thunderbolt. The majestic confusion broke Thunderbolt and rushed towards Meowth quickly. Bang! Meowth's short body flew backwards quickly and collided with the wall of the arena. He didn't even send out Growl, and Meowth fainted directly. The entire venue was instantly quiet at this moment. Meowth lost his ability to fight. Gardevoir won. The referee announced, all of Tyson's Pokemon were defeated, and the winner of this game is Gary. The last match of the KO Conference is over. Gary won the KO Conference with a perfect record, and it was the first time in the history of the KO Conference that every game was a perfect victory. AFK, is this Gary a human? He won all the games. It's terrible. I guess no one can achieve Gary's record in 100 years. It's so cool. This year's KO Conference is really good. I made a lot of money. Master Mao, YYDS slave. In a KO Conference, Hone Alliance Sports Lottery also made a lot of money. After all, there were people who bought Gary's various records. I guess no one could have thought that Gary could win the KO Conference champion without losing a single Pokemon. After the game, Gary and Tyson came to the Pokemon Center and handed the Pokemon that played in the battle to Joy for treatment. Gary, Tyson, Ash and others also came to the Pokemon Center. Gary, congratulations on winning the championship, and Tyson, congratulations on winning the runner-up. Pete asked. Thank you. Gary responded to Pete's congratulations. Thank you. Tyson responded with a wry smile. Although the runner-up position was not bad, it was still a pity. After all, it was good enough to enter the Alliance Conference full-member competition. In the original plot, Ash participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference for the first time and made it to the top 16. Professor Oak held a banquet in the town, so Tyson won the runner-up, which was not a bad result. Gary, I lost this time, but I will definitely not lose next time. Tell you, which region's Alliance Conference are you going to participate in next time? Ash asked. Well, I have won the Alliance Conference champion 3 times. There is no point in participating again. Maybe I don't plan to participate. Gary said deliberately. What? How can you not participate? Ash panicked immediately. Ash wanted to beat Gary once in the Alliance Conference. How could he accept that Gary didn't participate? Beating Gary was a hurdle in Ash's heart that he had to overcome. I don't really want to participate for now. Anyway, I'll take a break first and see. If you really want to beat me, you can play 550 with me in the World Championship in the future. You don't have to rush to play with me now, Gary said. Okay, then if you still plan to participate in the Alliance Conference in the region, you must tell me. Ash said. Okay, I'll tell you. Gary nodded in agreement. After a half-hour break, it was the award ceremony, which was presented by Badge Damalanchi himself. Gary, congratulations, you won the championship again. Damalanchi smiled and presented Gary with the championship trophy. Thank you, Gary took the trophy, but he also knew in his heart that Damalanchi was actually pointing at him, because winning the Alliance Conference Championship 3 times in a row was a bit outrageous. Alliance Conference is a competition for trainer rookies after all. It's enough for Gary to win the championship once, but it seems a bit excessive to win it 3 times. Gary had no choice. He didn't really want to participate, but if he didn't participate, how could he get the props rewarded by the system, and the strength of Pokémon would also be very slow. Ding! Mission completed, rewards have been sent to the space backpack. The system prompt sounded. Gary still felt a little guilty, and immediately threw it out of the sky. This wave of BJFG rewards doubled, and he could go back and strengthen his Pokémon. After the KO conference ended, Ash and others were ready to leave the next day. May and Pete took a boat back to Mabai Town, and Gang and Ash took a boat back to Kanto region. Gary did not choose to take transportation. He rode Latios back to Kanto region early the next morning. Grandpa, I'm back. It took 3 hours for Gary to arrive at Pallet Town and landed in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. He just saw Professor Oak and Xiaojian observing the Jingli in the Zhenmiayuan. Oh, Gary, you're back. Congratulations on winning the KO Conference champion. I saw your game on TV. It was very exciting. Xiaojian congratulated. Gary jumped off Latios's back and said politely, thank you for watching my game. I'm very happy. Not bad. As expected of Latios, it flies so fast. Professor Oak focused on Latios and commented on it. Although Professor Oak has studied Latios and knows that Latios is very fast, he has never experienced the feeling of riding Latios for a long distance. Gary is no longer surprised by this. Before, Professor Oak would worry about Gary being alone outside. As time went by, in 3 years, Gary became a veteran among trainers, and Professor Oak was no longer worried. Dongu. Don Fan saw Gary and greeted him with his hands. LV48 Zion Guia/champion. Zion Guia, long time no see, are you doing well here? Gary asked with concern. After not seeing each other for a while, Majestic Fang's level has grown a bit. Gary walked to Majestic Fang, touched Majestic Fang's big teeth, and used 2 intermediate rare candies to upgrade Majestic Fang's level. Dongu. Majestic Fang said that he was very happy living here, but he was a little uncomfortable with the diet at the beginning. Xiaojian specially adjusted the taste of the feed for Majestic Fang, and he soon got used to it and got along well with the Pokémon in the laboratory. Just get used to it. Gary patted Majestic Fang. He was worried that Majestic Fang would not like life here. Now it seems that ancient Pokémon are similar to modern Pokémon, and their IQ is not too low. As long as they are well fed and the environment is suitable, they can also be raised in modern times. By the way, the Padaya Alliance sent people to study the Majestic group before. Professor Oak suddenly said. Padaya? When? Gary asked in surprise. The Padaya region is the place where the Paradox Pokémon was discovered, and it was created by 2 professors. The time machine also exists in the original plot. Ash traveled in the Hone region and met a person who traveled from the future in a ruin, which means that the time machine has been developed in the future. Olin and Futo are very likely the first creators of the time machine. Of course, they may not be, but the fact that Majestic Fang can appear in the modern era must be related to the time machine. However, the plot of the animation is different from the plot of the game, and it is not clear whether Olin and Futo in the animation died accidentally, but for now, let's find out what the Padaya Alliance sent people to do. Just a month ago, the Padaya Alliance sent a professor here, named Professor Olin. Then what? Professor Olin looked at Majestic Fang and confirmed that Majestic Fang's contest condition was very good. Let me tell you, take good care of Majestic Fang. Professor Yin said. That's all you said? Gary asked in confusion. Then Olin is one of the culprits who brought the Paradox Pokémon to the present. She didn't ask to take Majestic Fang away, but told me to take good care of Majestic Fang. What does that mean? Yes, that's all they said. Professor Oak also wondered. I thought they would ask to send Majestic Fang to the Padaya region, but they didn't. They only said this. Oh, by the way, Professor Olin asked me to give you something before she left. Gary was shocked. What did Professor Olin mean by not taking Majestic Fang away, but giving him something? Come in with me. Professor Oak took Gary into the laboratory and came to a room. Professor Oak searched through the boxes and found a white box. He put the box on the table and opened it. Inside was an item that looked like a pokeball, but the surface was black, like a bead. Taijingzu. What is this? Gary asked in surprise. This is the Tai Crystal Bead, a tool invented by Professor Oak and other husbands, which can make Pokemon Tai crystallized. Professor Oak introduced. Tai crystallization? What is it? Tai crystallization is a Pokemon's transformation form, which can change the Pokemon's own attribute. The body of the Tai crystallized Pokemon will emit a brilliant light. About 140 years ago, someone found Tai crystallized Pokemon in the Padaya giant pit, but when these Pokemon were taken outside, the light on the Pokemon would disappear. For a long time afterwards, the Tai crystallization phenomenon was shrouded in mystery. Professor Oak briefly introduced, and Tai crystallization is a tool invented by the Padaya Alliance 10 years ago. It can absorb Tai crystal energy in the air and make the spirits actively enter Tai crystallization. Since it is necessary to absorb Tai crystal energy, is it only in the Padaya region that there is Tai crystal energy? Gary asked. Just like Dynamax, Dynamax can only be used in the Galar region, and Dynamax energy is only available in the Galar region. In other regions, the Dynamax wristband is used up once, and after it is used up, it must be recharged in the Galar region. The same is true for crystallization. This crystallization energy is the energy that can only be produced by the world turtle Tai Eli Bagos. If crystallization cannot absorb enough crystallization energy, it will be a bead that can only be used for viewing. That's right, but if you go to the Galar region in the future, you can bring it with you, said the big professor. Gary nodded, looked at the crystallization bead in the box, and asked, Grandpa, is this crystallization bead so dark? Have you used it before? Haha, this is the first time I have seen a crystallization bead, so I tested it and it's quite interesting. Professor Oak laughed. Gary frowned wildly, saying why the crystallization bead is so dark. Although it has been used once by Professor Oak, now there is no crystallization energy, so it has always remained dark. Gary was just thinking about crystallizing his Blastoise to see what Blastoise's crystallization attribute is. The crystallization attribute of each Pokémon is different, but most of them are related to its own attribute. For example, when Blastoise is crystallized, the attribute is basically water. If you want to change the attribute of a Pokémon after crystallization, you need to feed the Pokémon with the crystallization fragment you want to change the attribute, and then you can change the attribute. For example, if you want to change Blastoise's crystallization attribute to fire, you need to feed Blastoise with 50 fire crystallization fragments. Crystallization fragments are naturally unique to the Pidea region. There are no such things in the Kanto region. After all, crystallization is a phenomenon unique to the Pidea region. There is no market for items related to crystallization in other regions, so naturally no merchants will transport items related to crystallization. Okay, then I'll carry it with me. Gary put the crystallization bead into his pocket. Although the Taijingsu cannot be used now, it is an item that can be used in battle in the Pokemon world. Now all that is missing is the Dynamax band. As long as Gary gets the Dynamax band, he will have collected all the items. Well, then you should have a good rest. You must be tired after traveling for so long, said Professor Oak. Okay. Gary came out of the laboratory. He was not in the mood to rest. Pidgeot, go and inform everyone to gather here. Gary came to the backyard and called out, E.T. Pidgeot flew out immediately and called all of Gary's Pokemon over. About a quarter of an hour later, Pokemon and Shigeru's Pokemon came here one after another. Gary began to teach new skills to Pokemon one by one. He taught all the new skills that were rewarded by challenging gyms in the Hone region. He also checked the changes of each Pokemon. Gary's Pokemon now have all reached level 50, and the level increase speed is very slow. In such a long 6 months, the level of Pokemon above level 50 has only increased by 1-2 levels, and the level of Pokemon with champion potential has increased by 3 levels. For Pokemon above level 60, the level of Pokemon with elite potential has only increased by 1 level, and the level of Pokemon with champion potential has only increased by 1-2 levels. The level increase speed is not fast. There are only 3 Pokemon above level 70, Blastoise, Zapdos, and Bangela. Blastoise is the highest level, level 73. Zapdos and Bangela are both level 71. Blastoise and Zapdos both have legendary potential, but they only level up 1 level in half a year. This is a really slow upgrade speed. If they train every day, it will take at least 8 years to reach level 80. It seems that the potential of Pokemon must reach the God level before the level can grow rapidly. Gary thought. This can be referred to Mutwo. After Mutwo was born, it slept for 10 years before smelling salts came up. Once it woke up, its level reached 70. This is a natural growth level. If Mutwo wakes up in contest condition for 10 years and then undergoes special training, it will definitely grow to the quasi-legendary level, or even to the legendary level. After Gary taught his Pokemon skills, he used 3 high-level rare candy to raise Charizard's level to 70. Charizard's level was very good in Charizard Valley before. Although it is only a champion potential, it still lives for a long time. 0. By the way, he spent 4 more rare candy to upgrade Latios to level 70. As for other Pokemon, Gary did not upgrade them. The remaining candy was for the battle in Sinnoh region. Moreover, if the level of Pokemon grows too fast, it will also attract the attention of Professor Oak and Xiao Jian. Anyway, most of the Pokemon in the yard will not be used in the Sinnoh Alliance conference, so there is no need to rush to raise the level. As for the potential of Pokemon, Gary was not in a hurry to improve it. He would have to see what kind of tasks the system would issue when he went to replenish the region later. If Gary was really required to use the Pokemon in Sinnoh region to participate in Lily of the Valley conference, these crowns for improving potential would definitely be used for the Pokemon in Sinnoh region. Originally, Gary wanted to strengthen the ability of the Pokemon in Sinnoh region, but the abilities of the 5 Pokemon in Sinnoh region were already worse than each other. The ability of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is the Lightning Rod. After this ability is strengthened, even if the improvement after absorbing lightning is very strong, the key is to have lightning improvement, and strengthening it is definitely a waste. The ability of Electivire is the Power Engine, which is the same as the Lightning Rod ability. It needs to absorb electric skills before it can be triggered, and it must not be strengthened. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus can use the ability capsule to change the ability to rock, but the ability capsule has not been developed yet, so we can only wait and see. The remaining 3 Sinnoh region Pokémon are Ice Pokémon, Weavile, and Magnezone. The Ice Pokémon's ability is Snowhide, which increases the dodge rate on snowy days. It is estimated that after being strengthened, it will also increase the dodge rate, which is similar to Gardevoir's telepathy. Weavile's ability is Oppression. Rival will consume twice as much energy when releasing skills. After being strengthened, it should make Rival consume more energy. This skill is very good and can consume Rival's energy. But the X-Oppression ability is obviously not suitable for Weavile. Weavile is fragile after all. Even if the opponent runs out of energy, as long as the strength is similar, Weavile can be defeated by launching 3 effective attacks. So, Weavile itself is not suitable for the Oppression ability, but some shield pets are more suitable for the Oppression ability. Magnezone's ability is to analyze and then attack, and the skill power is increased by 3810%. This skill is worth strengthening, and Magnezone has 3 abilities, and the 2 expanded abilities are Magnetism and Solidity. Magnezone's ability can attract Steel-type Pokémon, but as long as the level of Magnetic ability Pokémon is high enough, it can change the magnetic field, and the power of the Electric-type skills it uses is also greater. Solidity ability can defend against one-hit kill skills and will not be killed instantly, but Pokémon with Solidity ability are also stronger in defense than their peers. Should I build a Magnezone with 3 abilities? Gary was very entangled. But thinking of the Sinnoh Alliance Conference, it is also necessary to breed a Magnezone with 3 abilities, and Magnezone's strength is not bad. Let's build one and see. Gary decided to give it a try, and started with Magnezone. Gary found Magnezone, and in order not to be seen by other Pokémon, Gary brought Magnezone to the room alone. Magnezone, Kuai. Magneton had a silly and cute look on his face, and his unique blue pupil was full of doubts. Magnezone, I'm going to give you an epic enhancement, and I'll take you with me on my future trips. Gary said. Kuai. Magnezone nodded frantically. It was willing to follow Gary because Gary would attend the Alliance Conference, and it also wanted to appear in the Alliance Conference. But Gary has participated in 3 Alliance Conferences and has never used it once, which makes Magnezone a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I know your wish. I'm going to attend the Alliance Conference in Sinnoh region later. You must perform well then. Gary said. Magnezone, Kuai. Magnezone said that I will work hard and must make a mess at the Sinnoh Alliance Conference. Haha, I believe you will. Gary smiled, put his hand on Magnezone, and used a silver crown. Ding! The silver crown was used successfully, Magnezone's potential +1. After the potential was raised, Gary used the ability Expansion Stone on Magnezone. Ding! The ability Expansion Stone was used successfully, and Magnezone developed the magnetic ability and the toughness. Gary also checked Magnezone's data immediately. Pokémon, Magnezone. Attribute, Electricity, Steel. Level, 56. Potential, Champion. Ability, Analysis. After using a move, the power of the skill will increase by 30%. Second ability, Magnetism. Steel-type Pokémon without Ghost-type will fall into the contest condition where they cannot escape. Third ability, Toughness. When the physical strength is full, it will not be killed instantly by one hit, and the ultimate move will not be effective against the Pokémon with this ability. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Gyro Ball, Spark, Screech, Magnet Rise, Flash Cannon, Discharge, Tri Attack, Metal Sound, Light Screen, Electric Terrain, Magnet Bomb, Mirror Coat. Professor Skills, Thunderbolt, Signal Beam, Rest, Destruction Beam, Gravity, Body Slam. Intimacy, 255, Full Value 255. Second ability, Third ability. Gary saw Magnezone's new data, and the 2 extra abilities were divided into second ability and main ability. Seeing 3 abilities, Gary felt terrible. Not bad, you mastered Mirror Coat. Gary said in surprise. Before, I only saw Magnezone's level increase, but I didn't check the specific data, and then I found out that Magnezone mastered Mirror Coat. Magnezone, Kuai, ###. Magnezone was very proud. Mirror Coat is a very powerful skill. It can return the damage caused by special attack skills to rival at twice the rate. After Gary praised, he continued to strengthen Magnezone, and directly used 3 ability strengthening stones to strengthen all 3 abilities of Magnezone. Ding! Ability strengthening was successful. Ding! Ability enhancement is successful. Ding! Ability enhancement is successful. After enhancing the ability, Gary checked Magnezone's data again. Pokémon, Magnezone. Attribute, Electric, Steel. Level, 56. Potential, Champion. Ability, X Analysis. Skill power increases by 15% if the first attack is made. Skill power increases by 30% if the last attack is made. Ability 2, X Magnetism. Steel-type Pokémon without Ghost-type are trapped in a contest condition where they cannot escape, and the power of electric skills increases by 20%. Ability 3, Sturdy. When the stamina is full, the Pokémon will not be killed instantly by one hit, and one-hit kill moves are ineffective against Pokémon with this ability, and the damage caused by excellent skills is reduced by 1/4. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Gyro Ball, Spark, Screech, Magnet Rise, Flash Cannon, Discharge, Tri Attack, Metal Sound, Light Screen, Electric Terrain, Magnet Bomb, Mirror Coat. Professor Skills, Thunderbolt, Signal Beam, Rest, Destruction Beam, Gravity, Body Slam. Intimacy, 255, Full Value 255. Hiss, what a shrimp? Gary saw the 3 abilities after the enhancement. Although the improvement was not very huge, each ability 2.0 became very practical. X analysis. The ability did not increase the power of the moves as Gary expected. Instead, the power of the skills was increased regardless of whether it was the first move or the last move. However, the power of the first move was increased less, only 15%. X Magnetism has an additional entry that increases the power of electric skills by 20%, which is equivalent to giving Magnezone a magnet item, and the original effect is gone. X Sturdiness has also been greatly improved. The damage of the effect trick is reduced by a quarter, which is equivalent to adding a hardness acceptance ability. Magnezone itself has many resistances, and its weaknesses are only fighting, ground, and fire. Magnezone can fly. In most cases, ground skills are useless to Magnezone, so it can only be counted as 2.5 weaknesses. It's terrible. If I carry the best magnet, I can fire a zap cannon. Gary calculated carefully. Zap cannon has a power of 120. If I attack later, the power can reach 240. If I attack first, the power is 222. The power of one skill is almost as strong as the self-destructive normal Pokemon. The most powerful electric skill is Zap Cannon. If there is a more powerful skill, Magnezone can really kill gods. Unfortunately, Spark is the exclusive skill of Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, otherwise Magnezone can still have room for improvement. What? Seeing Gary's horrified face, Magnezone was also a little confused. Although most of the 2 abilities were strengthened, Magnezone could not feel it. After all, X Magnetism and X Analysis require Magnezone to use skills to trigger, and X Solidity also needs to be hit to feel the change. You are very strong now. After lunch, continue your practical training in the afternoon. You will feel a different self. Gary deliberately kept it a secret. Kuai. Magnezone nodded thoughtfully, wondering if he was fooled by Gary again, but then he thought that Gary had promised Pokemon and never broke his promise, so he must have felt something wrong. Let's practice with Charizard in the actual combat later in the afternoon. Charizard, Carrot. Come on, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your attribute restrains me. Charizard's level has reached 70. Even though Magnezone is very strong now, it can't cross the gap between the 2 levels. In the following time, Gary stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory, supervising his Pokemon training every day and taking care of some chores in the laboratory. His life was quite fulfilling. As for Ash, he was still on his way back. He could only reach Vermilion City by boat from Hone Region, and then he had to walk back to Pallet Town from Vermilion City. Even if he took transportation in the middle, it would take at least half a month to return. At noon that day, after preparing food for the Pokemon, Gary also went back to the house to eat. Professor Oak and Xiaojian were also there. Professor Oak saw Gary and took the initiative to greet him. Gary, please take a seat. Seeing his grandfather's benevolent smile, Gary felt strange. When Professor Oak was like this, he would ask for something. Grandpa, what do you want? Gary said straight to the point. Haha, it's like this. Alliance asked me to ask you if you are interested in being the gym leader of Viridian City. Professor Oak said. What? Gary wondered if he was hallucinating. Alliance actually asked him to be the gym leader. I know you are confused, but you are fully qualified to be the gym leader. As long as you are willing, Alliance will pay all your expenses during your tenure as gym leader. Professor Oak said. But I don't really want to be the gym leader. I want to travel to other regions later. Gary said. It's not that you are asked to be the gym leader all the time. You just need to be the gym leader temporarily for 2 months. Alliance will also pay you. Professor Oak said. Can I choose the reward myself? Gary was a little interested when he heard that there was a reward. What do you want to choose? If it's too much, Alliance can't agree. Professor Oak reminded. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything too much. Gary waved his hand and said, I only need 1 Pokemon. Pokemon? What Pokemon? Professor Oak was very confused. Gary has captured more than 40 Pokemon so far. If there is a Pokemon he wants to capture, Gary can capture it by himself with his ability. Pokemon that even Gary can't capture must be very rare. The Pokemon I want is Riolu or Gible. Gary said. Gary has not been doing nothing during this period. He often thinks about what Pokemon the Sinnoh region team should prepare. He needs to send out the 5 Pokemon he has now, and capture at least 1 or 2 more Pokemon. But for the Pokemon in Sinnoh region, Gary thought about it and realized that, apart from legendary Pokemon, the only Pokemon worth breeding are Lucario and Garchomp. But the number of these 2 Pokemon is very rare, so it is difficult to get them. Although both Pokemon are wild, the possibility of encountering them is very low. After a round in Hone region, Gary has never encountered wild Bagon and Beldum. He got Salamence from Meteor Village, and he has never encountered wild ones. Instead of going to Sinnoh region to find wild Riolu and Gible, it is better to ask Alliance directly. The power of an organization is always stronger than that of an individual. Haven't you seen those hunter organizations? As long as the employer pays enough money, they will catch all legendary Pokemon for you. The 2 Pokemon you asked for are very rare and not available in Kanto region. Let me ask for you. Professor Oak did not guarantee that the Alliance would give them to him, so he had to ask first. Okay, if there is no Pokemon from the Kanto Alliance, then forget about being a temporary gym leader, Gary said. Gary is not interested in gym trainers, because he does not have the right Pokemon. The rules of gym battles have been standardized. Gym leaders can only use gym-level Pokemon at most, and Gary's Pokemon are all above the standard. There is another rule for key gym battles, which is that the Pokemon attributes used by gym leaders are also limited. For example, for a Fire-type gym, the gym leader can only use Fire-type Pokemon. With these two restrictions, Gary can only use Water-type and Rock-type Pokemon to fight, because Gary only has gym-level Pokemon of these two attributes. They are Kabutops and Omastar, who were captured in Dasha Valley. They are both gym potentials. Their current levels are around level 45 and they have been kept in Professor Oak's laboratory. Okay. Professor Oak also saw that Gary was unwilling to take this job, and he agreed for his own sake. If the Kanto Alliance could not provide Pokemon, then he could only refuse. After lunch, Professor Oak contacted the Trainer Association of the Kanto Alliance. The gym trainers were all managed by the Trainer Association. The Trainer Association was very embarrassed when they received Gary's request. They only asked Gary to serve as a temporary gym leader. If he joined the Kanto Alliance directly, it would be fine to send him away. After all, it would absorb a very potential trainer. But Gary did not express his intention to join the Alliance, so the Trainer Association had to carefully choose its investment. The reason why the Kanto Alliance's championship has been vacant is not that there is no suitable person to take the position, but that the trainers who hold these positions must hold positions within the Alliance. Champions and Elite Four have high status, but correspondingly, they also need to bear the responsibilities of Champions and Elite Four. Champions and Elite Fours of other regions all hold important positions in the Alliance and have to shine for the development of the region. This can be seen from the Champions and Elite Four of other regions, each of whom is concerned about the development of their own region. Stephen and Wallace, whom Gary met in the Hone region, are willing to sacrifice their lives for the safety of the region. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. It is impossible to gain honor without paying. So Gary does not plan to participate in the Alliance Challenge, but plans to participate in the World Championship in the future to compete for the title of World's Mightiest Trainer, so that he does not need to bear too many responsibilities. Seeing Professor Oak hang up the phone, Gary asked, "Grandpa, what does the Trainer Association mean? They said they will consider it and give me an answer before the evening." Professor Oak said. "Oh." Gary nodded and went to the backyard to supervise his Pokemon training. At night, the Trainer Association responded and agreed to Gary's request. They were willing to take a Gible as a reward and teleported it over that night. "Gary, this is Gible's Pokeball." Professor Oak took out the Pokeball from the teleporter groove and handed it to Gary, and continued to introduce, this Gible was raised in the breeding house of the Yulong family. It was originally prepared for the younger generation of the family. Mr. Lance agreed to give it to you. Oh, Lance. Gary didn't expect that this matter could be related to Lance. However, dragon Pokemon are rare in themselves, let alone quasi-dragon Pokemon. Only the Yulong family can produce one in the Kanto region. Gary didn't rush to release Gible. He looked at Gible's data first. Pokemon, Gible 3. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Level, 5. Potential, Elite. Ability, Sandhide. Dodge rate increased by 20% in sandstorm weather. Skills, Tackle, Dig. Inherited skill, Metal Claw. Intimacy, 100. Max value 255. It actually has inherited skills, but it's just Metal Claw, which is not very useful in battle. Because Gible can learn Iron Tail, Metal Claw has only 50 power, and Iron Tail has 100 power, which is a lonely inheritance. Gible, come out. After reading Gible's data, Gary released Gible. Gible came out of the Pokeball and immediately looked around, looking at Gary and then at Professor Oak. It heard in the breeding house that it would be sent to a powerful trainer. It couldn't tell who was the more powerful trainer between Professor Oak and Gary. Gary squatted down and smiled. "Hello Gible, I will be your trainer from now on, please take care of me." Gible came to Gary, looked at Gary carefully, then jumped up and bit Gary's knee. Hiss. Gary could feel the pain, but it was not very painful. The land shark did not bite with all its strength. This was Gible's way of greeting people close to him. "It seems that you like it very much." Gary touched his head and didn't care at all that Gible bit his knee. "It seems that you have some understanding of Gible. You two should get along well." Professor Oak said a word and went to write a paper. Gary took Gible to the room. "Gible, do you want to learn new skills?" Gary put Gible on the floor and asked. Gible looked confused. It has only mastered 3 skills since it was born. It knows that skills are not easy to awaken. It doesn't understand why Gary asked this question. "Just tell me if you want to learn." "If you want to learn, I will teach you," Gary said. Gible nodded. If he could learn a new skill, he would definitely learn it. It's good to have more skills. Anyway, Gible, won't lose anything. Gary put his hand on Gible's head and taught him the skill Shadow Claw. Gible, QAQ. Gible was startled and immediately looked up at Gary with a questioning look on his face. "This is one of my abilities. You should get familiar with Shadow Claw and I will teach you other skills later," Gary said. Gible nodded frantically and immediately swung a Shadow Claw. A layer of dark energy covered his little claws, and he swung it vigorously, and he could already use it skillfully. Gary was very pleased to see Gibble waving Shadow Claw vigorously, and he felt a sense of satisfaction as a father seeing his child master a certain skill. Gary was also rested. He had to rush to Viridian City early tomorrow morning. Since he had received the benefits given by others, he naturally had to follow the rules. As for the battle frontier, he could just play it casually. There was no need to rush. The next morning, Gary had breakfast, rested at home for a while, and rode a mountain bike to Viridian City. With the development of the Kanto region, the road from Pallet Town to Viridian City was rebuilt, and the length of the road was extended, which greatly saved time. Gary arrived in Viridian City before 10 o'clock. Gary still remembered how to get to the Viridian Gym. When he arrived at the entrance of the gym, he saw the renovated Viridian Gym. Before the Viridian Gym is magnificent with its wooden construction and stone decoration. It is now much more normal, with a sense of simplicity that fits the Viridian City. Is the door open? Gary walked to the door and tried to find the doorbell, but he couldn't find it. He found that the gym door was open and there were faint sounds coming from the gym. Thinking that he would live here for the next 2 months, he went straight in and walked in the direction of the sound. Wang Qian's hypnosis. As soon as he walked out of the passage, Gary heard the command and saw someone fighting in the gym. The people fighting were Agatha and Ash, and the Pokémon sent by both sides were Gengar and Pikachu. At this time, Gengar's eyes emitted powerful hypnotic waves, and Pikachu was hypnotized on the spot and could not resist at all. Next, use Dream Eater. Agatha launched the final attack on the valley. Gengar's body floated into a transparent phantom like himself, and the phantom penetrated Pikachu's body. Pikachu, deprived of a lot of performance, wailed and fell to the ground. A fat middle-aged man standing in the referee area immediately announced, Pikachu has lost the ability to fight. Gengar wins, so the winner is orange. Is Pikachu okay? Ash immediately ran over and picked up Pikachu to check Pikachu's injuries. The battle just now was very exciting. I was so excited that my blood was boiling unconsciously. Agatha came over and praised. No, we are not Ms. Agatha's rival at all, Ash said modestly. Of course, Agatha is one of the Elite Four after all, the obese Ashita said as a matter of course. Elite Four. Ash was shocked and couldn't believe that he was fighting with the Elite Four just now. Ash, you have been a trainer for so many years, can't you even recognize the Elite Four of the Kanto Alliance? A strange yet familiar voice came. Ash has traveled to 3 regions, and has seen the Elite Four of the Kanto region, Lance, Lorelei, and Bruno. Even if he has not seen Agatha in person, he should know her. Agatha, Ashita, and Ash immediately looked to the side and saw Gary. Gary, why are you here? Ash exclaimed. Gary did not answer Ash's question, but took the initiative to come over and greet Agatha. Hello, Ms. Agatha, my name is Gary. I am here as the temporary owner of the gym commissioned by the Trainer Association. Oh, you are the trainer sent by the Trainer Association, do you know Ash? Agatha asked curiously. He and I are both trainers from Pallet Town, and we became trainers at the same time. Gary said. Wait, Ash, you're going to be a gym leader. Ash didn't react for a moment. He never thought that the news that Gary would become a gym leader was too abrupt. Yeah, do you have any questions? Gary asked. No, I just feel that I can't accept that my friends around me suddenly became gym leaders. The key is that you become a gym leader, so you can't participate in the Alliance Conference in the future, Ash said. Pikachu also nodded. What's unacceptable? Many gym leaders are held by some powerful trainers. In addition, I will only be a temporary position for 2 months and then I will leave. Gary said. Then I feel relieved. Hearing that Gary was only a temporary gym leader for 2 months, Ash immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you can be invited by the Trainer Association to be a gym leader. I think you are also a very strong trainer, Gary. Aki interrupted. Who are you? Gary asked knowingly. Hello, my name is Yoshida. Yoshida took the initiative to introduce himself. I am a person who is looking for a strong trainer. Gary, are you interested in challenging Battle Frontier? Yoshida is the founder of Battle Frontier. Because the gym competition has restrictions and is only for some ordinary trainers, the competition is meaningless. So Yoshida founded Battle Frontier and invited some powerful trainers to serve as pioneers for trainers to challenge. Any trainer who can defeat all pioneers will be invited by Yoshida to become the new pioneer and provide a lot of financial assistance. At present, there are 7 pioneers in the Kanto region, and each of them is a trainer with strength close to the Elite Four, which is very challenging. Sure, challenge again in 2 months. Gary said. Then let's leave contact information. So, the two exchanged contact information, and Yoshida also told Gary that if she wanted to challenge Battle Frontier, she should call him in advance. Ms. Agatha, is there anything else you need to tell me? Gary asked. You should know the rules of the gym trainer, but before you take over, I want to test your strength as a gym owner, said Agatha. Ashita and Ash, who were about to leave, suddenly didn't want to leave. They wanted to see how Agatha would test Gary's experience. Gary was also speechless. He had received the payment from the Trainer Association, and Agatha just wanted to fight him. Because the gym competition is mainly for trainer rookie, these people have no strength in front of Orange, Jaffe, and every battle will be boring. It seems that the battle with Ash just now did not make Orange happy. How does Ms. Agatha want to test me? Gary asked. How about a one-on-one duel? Agatha suggested. Ding. Issued task, defeat Agatha and get Master Rare Candy X1. The system suddenly issued a task. This time I have to fight. No problem. Gary agreed. Haha, then I will continue to be the referee. Ashita took the initiative to act as the referee. Ash was also looking forward to the battle between Gary and Agatha, and wanted to see whether Gary could compete with the Elite Four now. After confirming the battle, Agatha and Gary both stood on the command area. From now on, it will be a one-on-one match. Ashita said. Blastoise, this battle is up to you. Gary threw out the Pokeball. Great. LV72 Blastoise 3/Legend. Blastoise, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I didn't know how strong Blastoise is now, Ash muttered. Although Ash had never fought against Gary's Blastoise, he knew that Blastoise was very powerful, and he had never seen Ash fight with Blastoise since the Kanto Conference. Kami. Blastoise looked at the orange on the command area and immediately became energetic. When he was in Silver Town, Blastoise had experienced Lance's strength, and then he made up for it and knew who the Kanto Elite Four were. Seeing that the trainer in the command area was orange, he knew that the opponent was not inferior to Lance, and immediately the fighting spirit burned. Such a strong fighting spirit, it's really a good Blastoise. Orange commented, and took out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it out. Then I'll leave it to you, Jengar. Great. LV70 Jengar 3/Champion. Jenga. A ferocious-looking Jengar appeared. Jengar? Is it the one just now? Ash asked in surprise. Pikachu. Pikachu shook his head immediately, indicating that it was not. This was another Jengar. Another Jengar. Ash was very surprised. He didn't expect that there were two Jengars in Kiku. Because the first generation of ghost Pokemon was insufficient, Agatha had two Jengars. The rest of the Pokemon were made up by Double Eggas, Golbat, and Arbo Snake. In addition, Jengar itself has Poison type, and is jokingly called Poison Elite. Ashita also heard the conversation between Ash and Pikachu, and was also surprised. Can this Blastoise cause so much pressure on Agatha? Ashita knew very well that Jengar was Agatha's trump card Pokemon. Since the Jengar in front of him was not a deal with the one with Pikachu can only be trump card Jengar from Orange. The game begins. Gary rushed to attack and said, Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Kami. The shoulder cannon on Blastoise's shoulder was adjusted downwards, and with two sounds, two water balls were fired. The water balls were distorted in their rapid movement, but the speed was quite fast. Get out of the way. Jengar's body immediately sank and turned into a black shadow on the ground, successfully avoiding the water wave. Bang! Water Pulse did not hit the target, but a ball of water burst out when it hit the wall. Agatha looked back and was shocked. With such power, her Jengar could not withstand it for a few hits. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Agatha ordered. Genjie. Jengar returned to his original appearance, folded his hands, and quickly condensed a Shadow Ball, and rushed towards Blastoise. Liquidation cut off the Shadow Ball. Gary ordered. Blastoise covered his palms with a layer of water, which turned into two water blades. With one slash, he directly split Shadow Ball into two. Then, Blastoise combined his hands, and the two water blades turned into 10 meters long, and slashed towards Jengar. Double team. Agatha ordered hurriedly. Jengar's body flew out of a series of phantoms. After these phantoms left the body, they immediately turned into entities. The ground and the sky were all Jengar. It was unclear which one was the real gangway. Bang! The water blade slashed on the ground and exploded instantly. The water flow rushed in all directions. The Jengar on the ground disappeared without a trace, and a 10-meter-long scratch was left on the ground. Nightshade. After Agatha finished speaking, the Jengars in the sky shot out black light with their red eyes and hit Blastoise's body. Nightshade is a fixed injury, and the damage to Blastoise is not great. Use Rain Dance. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise started Rain Dance. The sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds, and it started to rain heavily. Double Team had no entity, it was just an illusion, and when it was drenched by the rain, Gangway's true form suddenly appeared. It's a good idea to use Rain Dance to block Double Team. Agatha also saw Gary's idea, but she had no solution. Jengar didn't have the skill to change the weather. Waterfall. Gary ordered. Blastoise's body was surrounded by a torrent, and he jumped towards Jengar. Jengar was in the sky at this time and couldn't land. Facing Blastoise's collision attack, it was difficult for him to dodge. Use Reflect type to take Blastoise's attack. Toxic. Agatha ordered calmly. Gary was stunned. Thinking of fighting against the Ghost Elite, he forgot that Jengar was a Poison-type Pokemon. Jengar's eyes flashed with a strange light, and changed his body attribute to the same water type as Blastoise. Bang! Blastoise knocked Jengar out with one head, and stopped only when he hit the wall. Jenga. Jengar had a painful expression on his face. Even if he changed his subordinates, he couldn't bear this blow. Kami. Blastoise was not much better. When he tackled Jengar, he was stabbed by Jengar's stinger. The toxic had already entered his body. As time went on, the toxic would become more and more violent. He had to fight quickly. Water Pulse. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise mobilized the shoulder cannon, and water balls were fired from the muzzle, flying quickly towards Jengar. In just over 10 seconds, more than 10 hydro pumps were fired, leaving Jengar no room to dodge. It's really terrifying power, but power alone is not enough. Jengar, use Phantom Force. Agatha ordered. Jengar. Jengar took a step forward, and ripples appeared in the space in front of him. Jengar walked into the ripples and disappeared. All water pulses were in vain. Phantom Force? What kind of move is that? Ash exclaimed when he saw Jengar disappear. Unfortunately, no one around answered Ash's question. Ashita is now the referee, so he can't talk nonsense, so as not to interfere with the game. Kami. Having lost his target, Blastoise also stopped attacking and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Phantom Force can hide in a different space, but when it comes out, the space will also react in advance. As long as it can be observed in advance, there is enough time to respond. The so-called different space is actually the same as reverse world. Only through objects that can reflect mirror images can the real world be observed. Therefore, when Pokémon uses Phantom Force, they must remember the location of rival in advance. Unfortunately, it was raining on the field. Jengar could see the situation outside through raindrops. Although it was not clear, it was enough for Jengar to distinguish the situation on the battlefield. Dig. Gary ordered. Bang! Blastoise rapid spin turtle shell and dived directly into the ground. What? Can dig? Agatha was surprised. She didn't expect Gary's Blastoise to be able to dig. In this case, Jengar hiding in the different space would completely lose the information from the outside world and had no idea where Blastoise was. Not long after Blastoise went underground, after Jengar came out of the alien space, he floated in the air, looking at the ground, looking for where Blastoise would appear. Attack, Hydro Pump. Gary ordered. 0. Bang! The ground in the middle of the field was broken, and 2 shoulder cannons broke through the ground, spit up 2 straight hydro pumps, and quickly passed soaring in the sky. Bang! Gengjie! Jengar screamed in pain. This hydro pump hit was too painful. Even if the damage was halved, Jengar couldn't take it. Hex. Agatha ordered. Gengjie. Jengar's eyes emitted a strange red light. Kami. Blastoise, who stared into Jengar's eyes, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, accompanied by a dizzy feeling. Rapid spin. Gary ordered hurriedly. Blastoise immediately rapid spin his body and rushed towards soaring in the sky. Phantom Force, attack faster this time, don't give Blastoise a chance to go underground. Agatha ordered. Because Jengar changed to water type, he was no longer immune to normal skills and immediately entered the different space. Blastoise, who missed the target, quickly fell to the ground, but Jengar had no chance at all. He appeared in Blastoise's path in advance and pushed Blastoise back with his fat body. Liquidation. Hex. Gary and Agatha issued orders one after another. Blastoise in rapid spin was covered with a layer of water flow, which turned into water blades and rushed towards Jengar. Jenga. Jengar's eyes flashed red. Even if Blastoise didn't look at Jengar's eyes, Hex could still launch the 8-bang. Rapid spin's water blade slashed at Jengar, and the pain made Jengar close his eyes. The 2 Pokémon fell to the ground together, and a ball of mist burst out, covering the figures of the 2 Pokémon. Is it over? Ash looked at the mist nervously. The mist soon dissipated, revealing the figures of the 2 Pokémon. Neither Blastoise nor Jengar fell down. The 2 sides were 5 meters apart, confronting each other, with fighting spirit in their eyes. However, Blastoise's face was not good, and the color was slightly purple. The signs of China were too obvious. You are young and formidable. I didn't expect you to hold on to this point, but your Blastoise is almost gone. Agatha commented. Really? My Blastoise is far from the limit. Gary said. Oh, then let me see the limit of your Blastoise. Jengar, use Thunderbolt 800. Agatha ordered. What? Ash, who was watching the battle, was shocked. He was too patient to use Thunderbolt after such a long fight. Hydro Pump. Gary immediately fired back. Blastoise fired Hydro Pump, but only one Hydro Pump hit Jengar, and the other Hydro Pump missed. Is it caused by poisoning? Gary guessed in his heart. In reality, poisoning will not only consume the body of Pokémon, but also cause contest conditions such as dizziness and nausea, which greatly affect the actions of Pokémon. Kami. Blastoise screamed in pain, and his whole body was filled with golden lightning, and he was hit by Thunderbolt. Jenga. Jengar, who was knocked away by Hydro Pump, also stood up and looked at Blastoise kneeling on the ground with a smug smile on his face. You haven't fallen yet. Agatha was also very surprised, thinking that Thunderbolt was enough to defeat Blastoise. Blastoise, don't give up, we have no limit. Ash shouted. Kami. Hearing Gary's call, Blastoise stood up, and a blue aura lingered around his body. The terrifying water energy filled the air with water vapor. Is this a torrent? Agatha looked suspicious. She had seen fierce torrents before, but this was the first time she had seen such a powerful torrent. Oh, a torrent. Ash also saw that it was a torrent. Although he had Squirtle, he had never triggered Squirtle's torrent. Ashita raised his sunglasses in surprise and exclaimed, what a terrifying torrent. This Blastoise is really powerful. Blastoise, waterfall. Gary ordered immediately. Blastoise was ready to go, and a large amount of water blue energy with white streamer stripes burst out from his body. Swoosh! A blue light streaked across the field, and Blastoise knocked Jengar out with a sweeping momentum. Bang! What a fast speed. Agatha didn't react in time and ordered, Jengar, use Thunderbolt. Gengar. Jengar endured the pain, sparks all over his body. The last blow, Hydro Cannon. Gary shouted. Kami. Blastoise's shoulder cannon gathered strong water energy, and a huge blue water column like a laser cannon gushed out. Gengar. Jengar also tried his best to shoot a thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt hit the hydro cannon. Bang! The hydro cannon penetrated the thunderbolt and hit Jengar, bursting out a huge mist, and the wave continued to spread outward, almost occupying half of the field before stopping. Agatha was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect Blastwaz to be able to shoot such a terrifying hydro cannon. Even if her Jengar was full of contest condition, she might not be able to take it. When everything was calm, she saw a big hole in the wall, and Jengar's figure had disappeared. What? The wall was penetrated. Ash was dumbfounded. This kind of terrifying attack was rarely seen by Ash. Hey, where's Jengar? Yashida was confused. He couldn't see Jengar's contest condition. How should he judge as a referee? I lost? Agatha took the initiative to say. Yashida was quite surprised. He didn't expect Agatha to admit defeat. Since Agatha took the initiative to admit defeat, Yashida announced, Jengar lost his ability to fight. Blastwaz won? The winner of this game is Gary. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Blastwaz, come on, open your mouth. After Ashida finished her announcement, Gary immediately ran to Blastwaz and took out the antidote to detoxify Blastwaz. After that, several people followed Agatha and came behind the wall, and saw Jengar lying on the ground with his eyes rolling around. Seeing Jengar's defeat with his own eyes, Ashida looked at Gary deeply, thinking about something in her heart. Come back, old friend. Agatha took out the Pokeball, and Jengar took back the Pokeball. Because the Pokemon were all injured, the four of them went to the Pokemon Center to treat the Pokemon together. Gary, you are very strong. Viridian Gym is in your hands. Agatha also generously handed the key of Viridian Gym to Gary. Gary took the key and said politely, Ms. Agatha, you are polite. It's just a one-on-one contest. It's a full member battle. I am not Ms. Agatha's rival. Although he won, Gary was not complacent enough to think that he could beat Agatha, and the reason he won was because of X-Torrent. If it wasn't for X-Torrent, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. Haha, I'm old, and you're still young. Agatha smiled. Agatha is about to retire, and she has long stopped breeding new Pokemon. There is no room for improvement in her strength. Even if Jengar still has room for improvement, it will take too long. It will take at least 10 or 20 years for a Pokemon with champion potential to upgrade its level to the champion level. Agatha's Jengar is level 70, and it takes about 2 years to upgrade one level, and it takes at least more than 10 years from level 9 to level 1.8. Agatha doesn't know if she can live to that time. Let's go, I'll take you to register. Then, Agatha took Gary to register the temporary gym owner's information at the Pokemon Center. As a gym owner, you must follow the rules of the gym battle and determine what Pokemon attributes to use. Gary was not surprised and chose the Rock-type attribute. After all, the levels of other Pokemon of the attribute were all over the standard, and only the fossil Pokemon of the ancient times were left. After the temporary gym owner's information was registered, everyone returned to the Viridian Gym. Gary, I'll leave this place to you. This is the maintenance department's phone number. If the gym is broken, just ask them to repair it. Agatha seemed to not want to stay here any longer. She came back, packed her luggage, gave Gary a maintenance phone number, and slipped away. I should have been gentler. Gary looked at the big hole in the wall. It would cost a lot of money to repair it. Looking at the dilapidated venue, Gary was also troubled. Although the damaged buildings of the gym were repaired by the maintenance department, the venue needed to be handled by the gym owner himself. Gary, then you should be the gym owner here. I'm leaving first. Ash saw that nothing was wrong and was ready to leave. Oh, you should go back soon. Aunt Delia misses you very much. Gary reminded. During the days in Pallet Town, Delia knew that Gary was back, so she would come to Professor Oak's laboratory every few days to ask Gary if Ash had come back. After all, Gary was the same age as Ash and grew up with Arnold. Every time Delia saw Gary, she would think of Ash, and it was a bit like seeing something and missing someone. Okay, I'll go back first, bye. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu said goodbye and left. Gary, remember to challenge Battle Frontier. Yashida reminded Point 19. Don't worry, I will challenge in 2 months. Gary said. Well, I'll go then. Yashida left with peace of mind. In fact, Gary would challenge Battle Frontier without Yashida's invitation for the system's task rewards. It's just a matter of time. Anyway, it's still a long time before the Lily of the Valley conference. If Gary wants, he can defeat all the pioneers of Battle Frontier and rush to Sinnoh region to collect 8 badges in 2 months. Let's clean up the venue first. Gary looked at the ruined venue and released the Pokemon he brought to help clean up the venue. Then, Gary asked Xiaojian to help him teleport Kabutops and Omastar. There are 2 Kabutops and 2 Omastar. According to the regulations, the Viridian Gym challenge requirement is that the trainer must obtain more than 7 badges in the Kanto region to be eligible to challenge. According to the latest requirements formulated by the Alliance, for gyms like the Viridian Gym that have challenge restrictions, the gym owner must at least participate in a B-3 gym match during the gym competition. 2 Kabutops and 2 Omastar are enough to deal with it. Gary also added Crobat and Majestic Fang. Although there are attribute regulations, it doesn't matter if one of them is not. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, I still took the green road. Am I destined to be with the Viridian Gym? Gary said with emotion. In the special comics and games, Qing Lu finally became the gym leader of Viridian Gym. Gary never thought of becoming a gym leader, but he became one temporarily. Let's check the gym. Gary handed over the battlefield to his Pokémon, and then visited the Viridian Gym. The rebuilt Viridian Gym is not big. The main area is the battlefield. There are also rooms for Pokémon training. In addition to the toilet and kitchen, there are 5 rooms left for people to live in. Each room is about 60 square meters in size, which is quite spacious. Gary also called the gym referee to get to know him in advance, because every gym match to be held later needs to be presided over by a professional referee, and the gym match without a referee is considered an invalid match. Hello, Gym Leader Gary, I didn't expect you to come so soon. After talking to the referee on the phone, the referee came to the gym to meet Xiao Xian. Hello, Xiao Huang, it's our first meeting. Please give me your advice. Gary took the initiative to extend his hand and fight. Hello. Xiao Huang held Gary's hand, shook it and let go. The Xiao Huang in front of him was a professional referee certified by the Trainer Association, and she was a young woman who looked less than 20 years old. When Gary first heard the other party's name on the phone, he thought that this Xiao Huang was the same person as the Xiao Huang in the special comic. Now that he saw the person in person, the two were completely different people, just with the same name. I'll leave the gym competition to you in the future. Gary said. No problem, this is what I should do. Xiao Huang smiled and responded. By the way, you came so quickly, do you live nearby? Gary asked. Yes, in order not to delay the gym competition, I rented a house nearby. If there is a gym competition, Gary can notify me at any time. Xiao Huang said. Yeah. Gary nodded, and then asked, by the way, do many people come to challenge the gym on a regular basis? How often do gym battles happen on average? Not many people come to challenge on a regular basis. Only when the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to be held, will there be trainers to challenge, but it's more frequent. There are only 3 games a week at most, and in the off-season, there may not be a game a week. Xiao Huang said. Damn, only 3 games a week, the gym owner is quite idle. But think about it, after all, Viridian Gym has challenge conditions, and there are not many trainers who can get 7 badges, especially in the Kanto region. There are only more than 200 people participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference held by the Kanto Alliance, and at most half of them are trainers who participate in the competition with badges, even if everyone has challenged Viridian Gym. There are only more than 100 battles a year, and at best, there is only a gym battle every 3 days. This strongest 887 gym owner is simply picking up money. He doesn't have to fight a few games a year, and he can eat government meals regularly, which is better than civil servants. Gary and Huang continued to talk about Agatha's time as gym leader. According to Huang, Agatha was the gym leader for more than 2 months. Because Agatha was too strong, challengers could not defeat Agatha. At most, they could only injure Jengar. During Agatha's time as gym leader, the badges she gave out were based on the performance of the trainer to determine whether the trainer was qualified to get the badge. Gary felt that Agatha was hypocritical. When she was the gym leader, she could use her main Pokémon. When it was Gary's turn, she was prohibited from using Pokémon that exceeded the level limit. This is unfair. Gary decided to ask Professor to send Super Tyrannosaurus and Aerodactyl over later. Gary had already decided that the rules of the gym competition would be a 3-on-3 battle. The first 2 Pokémon would be Kabutops and Omastar, and the third Pokémon would be Aerodactyl and Super Tyrannosaurus. It's not that Gary can't afford to lose, but he is too passive as a gym leader. Pokémon attributes are fixed, and he can't replace Pokémon, so he is just waiting to be captured by others. Although Gary is not an Elite Four, he has won 3 Alliance Conference championships. If he loses the gym competition, Gary will feel embarrassed. Kabutops, liquidation. Kabutops's 2 swords covered the water flow, Assist-Yushin accelerated, and his body crossed with Macamp. Bang! Oligi! Macamp fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Macamp lost his ability to fight. Kabutops won. Xiao Huang immediately announced, all 3 Pokémon of the challenger Fengjian were defeated, and the winner of this gym competition is the gym owner Gary. Damn, just a little bit. Fengjian clenched his fists. He had defeated Gary's Omastar and was almost able to force out Gary's third Pokémon. You are still strong, but you are still a little short. Send Macamp to heal quickly. Gary reminded. I will come back. Fengjian said unconvinced. Welcome again. Gary didn't care about it. It had been a month since Gary took over as the temporary gym leader, and Gary had participated in 15 gym matches. Because of the change of gym leader, some trainers thought that the new gym leader was not very strong, and those trainers who had been defeated before came to challenge again. Although these trainers were all defeated by Gary, these trainers saw that Gary was so young, so they made a big fuss online, saying that Gary was a novice gym leader and that he had a great chance of getting a badge if he challenged the Viridian Gym now. As a result, many trainers who did not dare to challenge the Viridian Gym came to challenge, which gave Gary a headache. Although the frequency of the battles did not catch up with the Alliance Conference, there was a battle every 2 or 3 days, and they were all some immature trainers, who could not even force Gary to use his third Pokémon, which was really boring. Gary finally understood Densi's feelings. If such boring Pokémon battles continued for several years, it would be very difficult for those who love battles. For a trainer, it must be crazy. Fengjian left with a curse. Gary looked at Fengjian who was leaving, and calculated the time. He only needed to hold on for another 28 days to complete the task. I hope no one will challenge me in these 20 days. Gardevoir, come out and clean up the venue. Gary released Gardevoir and began to clean up the venue. Gardevoir, let me help you. Xiao Huang also took the initiative to help, holding a shovel and covering the dirt that was turned over. Although Xiao Huang is not a gym assistant, he will stay to help repair the venue when he is free. In order to thank Xiao Huang for his help, Gary also paid him a salary according to the market price. When Xiao Huang was free, he would go out to do odd jobs. Although the professional referee was paid by the trainer association, the salary was not much, and Xiao Huang needed to work to supplement the family income. Finally, it's cleaned up. After working for half an hour, the venue was ready. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, the doorbell rang suddenly. Another person is here to challenge, Xiao Huang said in surprise. Xiao Huang was so sure because Gary was not a local and had no emotions in Viridian City. Usually, the people who could come here were challengers. Even if there were tourists, they would just take pictures outside and would not come in to disturb. What are you doing? The Indigo Plateau Conference has not started yet. Just because I am young, I think I can control everyone, Gary said dissatisfiedly. Even clay people have some temper. Gary usually has to train Pokémon. These trainers come to challenge without considering the time. It is almost noon now, and they are still coming to challenge. Maybe that's the case. Xiao Huang smiled bitterly. There is no way, because Gary is a new gym trainer. Those trainers know about it and naturally flock to challenge him. I'll send him away. Gary decided to reject the challenge from the trainer and asked him to come back in the afternoon. Okay, Xiao Huang nodded. It was indeed not suitable for a fight at this time. Gary came to the door, opened it, and saw a cold-faced boy in sportswear. Paul. Gary was shocked. The person who came was Paul, the most powerful rival Ash encountered during his travels in the Sinnoh region. Hello, are you the gym owner? Paul asked seriously. Paul came to Kanto region to challenge the gym. He has collected all 7 badges. Since he knew that Viridian Gym was the strongest gym in Kanto region, he naturally wanted to challenge it. Yes. Gary nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Gary admit it, Paul was quite surprised and said, I remember that the gym leader of Kanto region is a man named Ban Mu. Are you sure it's you? This is not the first time Paul has come to Kanto region. When he was less than 10 years old, he traveled to Kanto region with his brother Reggie, watched Reggie participate in Indigo Plateau Conference, and then challenged Battle Frontier. Calculating the time, Paul seemed to have traveled to Kanto region at this time before participating in Lily of the Valley Conference, and then returned to Sinnoh region to prepare for Lily of the Valley Conference. Ban Mu has resigned, and I am currently the acting gym leader of Viridian Gym, Gary explained. I know. Paul nodded, and then asked, when can we start the gym battle? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gary said, I will be there on time, goodbye. Paul said goodbye politely. Really indifferent. Gary looked at Paul going away, and was inexplicably looking forward to the afternoon gym match. Given Paul's arrogant personality, when he came to challenge gyms in other regions, he would most likely use Pokémon bred in that region. Of course, if Gary showed strong strength, he would also force out Paul's main Pokémon. 2 p.m. Paul arrived at the gym 10 minutes early. Gary and Paul were already standing in the command area. Paul, how long have you been a trainer? Gary asked. 2.5 years. Paul said. Gary, well, I didn't expect Paul to be a trainer with 2.5 years of experience. Gary nodded and said to Xiao Huang, you can start. Xiao Huang, who was standing in the referee area, announced, now, the gym match between Gym Master Gary and Challenger Paul will begin. The number of Pokémon that can be used in this match is 3. The match ends when all 3 Pokémon of one side are defeated. In addition, only the challenger has the right to replace Pokémon. Paul, do you understand? I understand. Paul nodded coldly. He is already a veteran trainer and is very familiar with the rules of the gym match. Then let's start. Gary threw a Pokeball casually. Great. LV49 Kabutops/Gym. Gary sent out a female Kabutops. Currently, Kabutops and Omastar are both level 49. After the husband finishes the fight, he lets the wife go. This is. Paul also saw an ancient Pokemon for the first time, and immediately took out Tutu to scan it. Pokédex. Kabutops, a shelled Pokemon, is an ancient Pokemon that used to swim in the water to catch prey. In order to move from the water to the ground, its gills and legs have begun to change. After reading the introduction of Pokédex, Paul threw the Pokeball at any time. Primeape, come on. Paul threw the Pokeball indifferently. Great. LV45 Primeape 3/Quasi Elite. Crack. Primeape's fists collided with each other, making a dull sound, his eyes revealing rage, staring at Kabutops. Kabutops also showed a hunting posture. Paul still abided by the rules of challenging the gym and knew to send out the restrained Pokemon, but Gary didn't expect Paul to have Primeape, and his potential is not low. Come over, let me see your strength. Gary said. Paul was a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, Gary was about the same age as him, so he was not qualified to let him go. Primeape, cross-chop. Paul ordered. Primeape crossed his arms, covered with a layer of white energy waves, and rushed towards Kabutops quickly. Water burst. Gary 500 ordered. Kabutops covered the water with his double blades and slashed out from the front. Fit, cross-chop and water burst collided. Kabutops exerted force with both arms, and the huge force pushed Primeape back. Paul frowned, and it can be seen that Primeape lost in terms of strength, so he had to change his tactics. Stone Edge. Gary was not humble and issued an order immediately. Kabutops chased after him, and stone blades appeared around his body, and the stone blades quickly shot towards Primeape. Frit, frit, frit. Primeape was also very brave, and smashed the stone blades with his fists, but facing the dense stone blade attacks, Primeape could not block every stone blade, and completely relied on not being afraid of pain to resist Stone Edge. Aqua Jet. Kabutops was covered with water and turned into a stream, rushing towards Primeape quickly. While Typhlosion was resisting the stone blade, he knocked Primeape out with a sickle. Fit. Primeape hit the wall, but he was not defeated. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and red auras were emanating from his body. This. Rage, BJFD, A cup ointment. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect that Paul's fiery ability was actually a Rage A cup ointment. Primeape, use Cross Chop. Paul waved his hand and ordered. QG. Primeape was filled with red auras, and quickly ran into the field and rushed towards Kabutops. At this time, fighting with Primeape was just seeking death. Dig. Gary ordered. Kabutops immediately burrowed into the ground. Seeing Kabutops burrowing into the ground, Primeape immediately stopped his actions and did not lose his mind because of rage, which shows that Paul is well trained. Use Focus Punch on the ground under your feet. Paul ordered with a frown. Primeape took a deep breath, condensed the golden fighting spirit on his right fist, and punched the ground. Day. A spider web crack appeared on the ground hit by Primeape's fist, and the ground was broken. Kabutops was also shaken out and indirectly hurt by the vibration force. Seeing Kabutops coming out, Paul hurriedly ordered, Cross Chop. Primeape's arms were surrounded by white energy and rushed towards Kabutops. At this distance, there was no room for Kabutops to dodge. Waterfall. Kabutops knew that he could not dodge, so he mobilized all the water energy in his body and tried his best to use Waterfall. Kabutops was surrounded by torrents of water on both sides and rushed towards Primeape quickly. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Without any surprise, Typhlosion directly slashed the water flow wrapped around Kabutops' body, and Kabutops was instantly knocked out. Fit. Kabutops tackled the wall outside the field, fell to the ground, and lay motionless on the ground. Kabutops loses the ability to fight, and Typhlosion wins. Xiao Huang announced. Kabutops, come back. Gary took back Kabutops and then sent out the second Pokemon. Go, Omastar. Great. LV49 Omastar male sign gym. Seeing Omastar, Paul immediately took out the Pokeball. Primeape, come back and rest. Gary was also a little speechless. This gym owner didn't give him a replacement Pokemon. It was really a pity. No wonder gym owners like to create a venue that is beneficial to them. Paul also saw Omastar for the first time and took out the map to scan. Pokédex. Omastar, a vortex Pokemon, uses its sharp fangs to crunch the shells of its prey and eat the meat inside. Tordera, I've decided on you. Paul threw the Pokemon in his hand. Great. LV54 Tordera 3/Quasi Elite. BA2. Tordera carrying a big tree appeared. 000. This Paul is really not a human being. He is exactly like a player. He plays the attribute Restrained to death and doesn't give the gym trainer any chance. Tordera has Grass type, and the Grass type skills can cause 4 times the damage to Omastar. Omastar was doubting Gary's identity as the gym leader in the morning, but the Pokemon he sent out now are very restrained by Gary's Pokemon. Gary seriously suspected that Paul was taking advantage of the noontime to ask around for information about him. Omastar, use Brine. Gary ordered. Omastar immediately spit up Brine to attack. Paul believed in his Tordera, this is his Earl Dervish Pokemon, and he faced it head-on, use Energy Ball. Tordera opened his mouth and spit up a emerald green Energy Ball. The two skills collided, and Energy Ball instantly suppressed Omastar, forcing him to retreat step by step. When there was only more than 1 meter left from Omastar, Energy Ball could no longer suppress him and suddenly exploded. Boom! The energy tide generated by the explosion of grass and tree energy spread in all directions. Omastar had no choice but to be affected and suffered very serious damage. Gary had no choice but to watch Omastar suffer because he could not replace Pokemon. This gym leader was really not something that a normal person could be. Gary looked at Omastar and did not intend to play any tactics. He directly ordered, use Ancient Power. Omastar summoned a large amount of rock and threw it at Tordera. Green Leaf Storm. Paul was not afraid at all and confronted him head-on. Go. The leafage on Tordera's back fell down and turned into a green long snake storm, circling forward. The rock constructed by Ancient Power was swept away by the Green Leaf Storm, and Omastar was rushed out of the field together with it. Boom! Smoke rose suddenly. The smoke cleared. Omastar lay on the ground, his eyes swirling. Omastar lost his ability to fight. Tordera wins, said Huang. Huang looked at Gary expectantly after he made the announcement. Since Gary became the temporary leader of the Viridian Gym, no challenger has ever been able to force out his third Pokemon, and Huang has never seen it before. Now Gary has been defeated by Paul for 2 consecutive times, while Paul has not lost a single Pokemon. Huang is a little concerned about whether Gary's first gym battle defeat is about to happen. Thank you for your hard work, have a good rest. Gary took back Omastar. Although Paul defeated 2 Pokémon, Gary didn't care much. Kabutops and Omastar were not Gary's main force, and he didn't care much about them. If Paul couldn't even defeat Kabutops and Omastar, he didn't deserve to be Ash's rival. Paul, your strength is not bad, but I'm going to be serious next time. Gary said. Don't brag. If you want to be serious, you should be serious right from the start. You only have 1 Pokémon left now, so I'm going to win anyway. Paul retorted. Gary was surprised. Paul was usually very serious, but he didn't expect him to open the champagne celebration in advance. Aerodactyl, you've been sleeping for so long, it's your turn. Gary smiled slightly and threw the Pokeball to Aerodactyl. Great! The Pokeball opened in midair, and a Pokémon full of ancient primal atmosphere appeared. LV62 Aerodactyl 3/champion. Roar. Aerodactyl roared, and the powerful primal pressure enveloped the entire venue. Xiao Huang and Paul were stunned. They were both seeing Aerodactyl for the first time. Tordera, come back and rest. Paul immediately took Tordera back. Tordera defeated Omastar with Leaf Storm. After using this move successfully, the user's special attack will be reduced. As long as the Pokeball is taken back, the ability reduction effect will be lifted. Paul also used the Pokédex to check Aerodactyl's information. Pokédex. Aerodactyl, a fossil Pokémon, a fierce Pokémon from ancient times, seems to be able to open dual wing beat and fly like a glide soaring in the sky. After reading Aerodactyl's information, Paul took back the Pokédex and took out a Pokeball from his pocket. You deal with Aerodactyl. Paul threw the Pokeball. Great! Roar. A Pokémon taller than Aerodactyl appeared. The Pokémon was 7 or 8 meters long and covered with blue scales. LV49 Gyarados 3/champion. Gyarados. Gary was surprised. He didn't expect that Paul had used Gyarados to fight Ash in the Journey series. Especially, the Gyarados in front of him had the potential to be a champion. It should be the Gyarados in the Journey series. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to fight this Gyarados. Paul really implemented the player's gameplay and prepared 3 Pokémon with attribute restrained. If other gym owners faced Paul, they would definitely have a headache. However, all this was useless to Gary. Aerodactyl, use Stone Edge. Gary snapped his fingers and ordered. Use Waterfall. Paul also counterattacked immediately. Roar. Aerodactyl's body was covered with a large number of sharp stone blades, which quickly shot towards Gyarados, with continuous sounds of breaking through the air. Roar. Gyarados was wrapped in a layer of water curtain, jumped up, soared into the air, and collided with Stone Edge. The sharp stone blades intersected with Gyarados' body, easily cutting through the water flow outside his body, and the subsequent stone blades broke through the water flow and hit Gyarados' body. Roar. Gyarados' waterfall was directly interrupted, and his huge body was smacked down to the ground, and he roared growl in pain. Rock Slide. Gary didn't give him any chance. Aerodactyl hovered in Gyarados' sky, condensing rocks and falling down. A cloud of dust rose up and submerged Gyarados' body. Seeing this, Aerodactyl gently flapped dual wing beat, Whirlwind. Gyarados was lying on the ground, his eyes were already spinning. Gyarados has lost his ability to fight, Aerodactyl wins, said Xiao Huang. Paul was surprised. He didn't expect that Gyarados could block even 2 moves of Aerodactyl. The gap was quite big. Come back. After being surprised, Paul regained his composure, took Gyarados back into the Pokeball, and then threw the Pokeball. Tordera, leave it to you. Great. BA2. Tordera appeared again. After releasing Tordera, Paul immediately attacked. Tordera, use Energy Ball. Tordera looked straight at soaring in the sky and spit up an energy ball towards Aerodactyl, but the energy ball did not hit Aerodactyl and was easily dodged. Flying technique. Gary ordered. Aerodactyl flew onto the roof, surrounded by violent wind power, and leaned over to rush towards Tordera. Tordera was so big that there was no room for him to dodge, so he had to face it head-on. Tordera uses Plant Frenzy. Paul countered. Go ground. Tordera stomped ground, and thick vines grew wildly, whipping towards soaring in the sky, but when the vines touched Aerodactyl, they were torn apart by the wind power surrounding them. 0. Aerodactyl rushed into Plant Frenzy, killing his way through, and slammed into Tordera. Go ground. Tordera's heavy body was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground, but even so, he did not fall down. Wing attack. Gary ordered. Aerodactyl exerted force with both feet and flew directly to Tordera. While Tordera was not able to slow down, the shining white dual wing beat hit Tordera's body. Tordera was repelled again, and his huge body could no longer stand up, lying on the ground motionless. Tordera lost his ability to fight. Aerodactyl won. Xiao Huang said immediately. Xiao Huang was very excited now. He thought that Gary's first defeat in the gym was about to happen, but he turned the tables and defeated Paul's 2 Pokémon in a row. Paul now has 1 Primeape left, but Primeape was seriously injured when fighting Kabutops, and it would not be Aerodactyl's rival if he continued to play. Paul looked at the defeated Tordera, then at Aerodactyl, and then calmly took back Tordera, raised his hand and said, "This gym made me admit defeat." Gary was not surprised by Paul's surrender. Paul was very strict in tactical arrangements. He knew that Primeape's contest condition could not beat Aerodactyl, and he would not force it and cause unnecessary damage to Pokémon. Challenger Paul took the initiative to admit defeat, and the winner of this gym match is the gym owner Gary. Xiao Huang announced Daikai after the battle. Gary came to Paul and praised, "It was a great game. Paul, your Pokémon are all well trained." Paul did not respond and asked, "Is that all you have to say? If there is nothing else, I will leave." Paul's character is really stubborn and he doesn't know how to be polite. Gary didn't care about it, but took out the Earth Badge from his pocket and gave it to Zhen Tong. "This is the Earth Badge. Although you didn't win, I recognize your strength. You are qualified to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Take it," Gary said. Paul's eyebrows jumped, and he slapped the hand that Gary handed over. The badge in his hand flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. Huh. Xiao Huang on the side was dumbfounded and didn't understand what Paul meant. The gym owner can decide whether to give the badge based on the performance of the trainer. If you lose, you still have a chance to get it. I don't want this kind of charity. Goodbye. Paul left a word and turned away. Gary watched Paul leave, thinking to himself, Paul is indeed worthy of being called such a person. He has a completely different personality from Ash. When Ash first became a trainer, most of the badges he received were gifts from gym leaders. Paul, on the other hand, refused to accept the badges given by gym leaders. It was normal for Paul to behave like this. When he challenged the Sunishore gym, he encountered a lazy Denji who could get the badge without fighting, which made him very angry. "Gary, take the badge." Xiao Huang picked up the dropped badge and handed it to Gary. "Thank you." Gary took the badge, then released Gardevoir and began to clean up the venue. "Gary, I think that Paul is very proud. He should challenge you again soon," Xiao Huang said. Maybe. Gary didn't know whether Paul would challenge him again, but he was sure that if Paul really challenged him, he would be stronger than before. Gary didn't think much about it, and handed the cleaning of the venue to Gardevoir and Xiao Huang, and went to the Pokémon Center to heal Pokémon. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since he became the gym leader. Gary originally thought that Paul would come to challenge him again, but he didn't, and it seemed that he had already left Viridian City. Today, the gym leader sent by the Trainer Association is coming, and Gary can finally be free. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell kept ringing. "Trainer?" Gary asked in confusion. The person who could ring the doorbell so anxiously might be a challenger. With doubts, Gary came to the door, opened the door and saw a boy about the same age as himself, and instantly determined that the other party was here to challenge the gym. "Hello, my name is Xiao Jin, and I am here to take over as the gym leader of Viridian." The boy introduced himself. "It's you?" Gary was stunned. He did receive a notice from the Trainer Association that the person who would take over as the gym leader was called Xiao Jin, but it did not say that Xiao Jin was a boy about the same age as himself. Xiao Jin laughed and said, "Haha, I know I'm young, but I have also fought my way out of many competitors, so don't underestimate me. Do you have an ID?" Gary asked. "Yes." Xiao Jin immediately took out his ID card from his bag. Gary took a closer look and found that it was indeed Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin was only 1 year older than Gary. "Okay, then you can go to the Pokémon Center with me to register," Gary said. Even if you look at Xiao Jin's ID card, you can't be sure if he is the Xiao Jin who will take over as the gym leader. You can find Xiao Jin's information at the Pokémon Center. Xiao Jin has been selected as the Viridian gym leader, and his information is registered in the database. At the Pokémon Center, Gary Assist's computer confirmed Xiao Jin's identity. He is really the Xiao Jin who will take over as the gym leader. What's wrong with Kanto Alliance? They are starting to get younger. Xiao Jin, the gym is left to you. After confirming Xiao Jin's identity, Gary directly handed the key to the gym door to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin took the key and promised, "Master Gary, please rest assured that I will definitely become the gym leader of Kanto region, and I will never let your expectations down." Did I say I had any expectations? Gary said in surprise. "I watched your competition at the Indigo Plateau Conference. When you were interviewed at that time, you said that the gyms in Kanto region were not up to standard." Xiao Jin reminded. "You remember all this?" Gary was surprised that Xiao Jin had actually watched his competition, and asked in confusion, "Did you also participate in that competition?" "No, after I became a trainer, I did not travel in Kanto region, but went to Hon and Sinnoh region to participate in the competitions there," Xiao Jin said. "Oh." Gary was quite surprised and said, "How was the ranking?" "Not very good, 1 quarterfinal and 1 runner-up." Xiao Jin scratched his head and said awkwardly, "If this result is not good, other trainers will die." Gary joked. Xiao Jin laughed, "Indeed, but compared with Gary, the owner, it is far behind." Obviously, Xiao Jin knows Gary and knows that Gary has won the Alliance Conference champion 3 times. If compared in this way, he is indeed not as good as Gary. "Then I'll take my leave." Gary didn't say much, and after saying goodbye, he rode away on his bike. After unloading the burden of being a temporary gym leader, Gary did not return to Pallet Town, but lived in the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. Gary teleported most of his Pokémon back to Professor Oak's laboratory, and took Magnezone, Weevil, Ice Pokémon, and Moltres with him. Moltres was used for flying, and the other 3 Pokémon needed to be brought with him for training in preparation for the subsequent Sinnoh Alliance Conference. In addition, Gary kept Blastoise and Garchomp with him. Garchomp 2.0 was naturally evolved from Gible during his tenure as a temporary gym leader. It is currently level 30, and it will take about 2 months to evolve into Garchomp. Although Garchomp is the 3rd fastest evolving among all Quasi-God Pokémon, it also needs to be level 48 to evolve. The first and second rankings are naturally Altinus and Qin Mao. There is no level requirement for aluminum steel bridge dragon. You can directly evolve it by using composite metal on Jinggong dragon. Qin Mao will evolve when Hakamo reaches level 45. After staying in Viridian City for the last night, Gary took Moltres to Pewter City early the next morning. As for why he went to Pewter City, it was because the first battle facility in the Pioneer War Zone, Battle Factory, was in the northeastern suburbs of Pewter, a no-man's land that few people would go to normally, and he also needed to pass MT Moon. The sun was blazing. Gary was wearing a sun hat and holding the latest navigator in his hand. He had called Yoshida and was going to come to the Battle Factory to challenge. Yoshida also sent Gary the location of the battle project, which could be found through the navigator. Gary looked at the flashing red dot on the navigator, which was constantly approaching, and complained, "It's really troublesome. When can all these functions be put on the mobile phone?" It has been almost 3 years. At present, the mobile phones in this world are still at the level of making calls and sending text messages. Although they have color screens and can access the internet speed is very slow, and even wireless networks have not been popularized in cities. It will probably take another 2 or 3 years for the mobile phone modem to be developed. Moltres suddenly cried, reminding Gary of a new discovery. Gary looked up and saw a large factory 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. The only factory that can build a factory in this wilderness is Battle Factory, and this factory is a heavy factory that can manufacture 19 cars and airplanes, which is quite advanced. That's it, let's land. After hearing Gary's confirmation, Moltres accelerated and flew towards the factory, landing at the factory gate. The appearance of Moltres naturally attracted the attention of a Pokémon in the factory. As soon as he landed, an Articuno with azure feathers flew out of the factory. Moltres also called out in response. Soon, a group of people ran out of the factory. All of them were staff members of Battle Factory, and an uncle wearing a peaked cap ran in front. What? Moltres. How could it be? Is it attracted by Articuno? The people in the factory were all shocked when they saw Moltres. Who is that boy? Dara was shocked when he saw the boy next to Moltres. Legendary Pokémon are very rare, and only powerful trainers can capture them. It is really surprising that a young man like Gary can capture Moltres. LV60 Articuno/Champion. Elite. Gary is very curious about Dara's Articuno. Ash's first journey to kill gods started with this Articuno. The potential of this Articuno is relatively poor among legendary Pokémon, because the lower limit of legendary Pokémon's potential is Champion. As for how Gary was sure, at least he has encountered so many legendary Pokémon, and he has never seen a potential lower than Champion. Moltres, come back. In order not to attract attention, Gary took back Moltres. The people in the Battle Factory also rushed to the door and all stared at Gary. They just saw Gary taking Moltres back, which proved that the boy in front of them was Moltres' trainer. Gary said, "Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge the battle project." When everyone came to their senses, Dara came up and asked, "Hello, I'm Dara, the pioneer of Battle Factory. Can we start the battle?" Gary asked. "Battle Frontier is not open to everyone. Do you have the qualifications to challenge?" Dara said, "Battle Frontier is different from the gym. Although it is a battle, there are no rules, and not every trainer will accept the challenge. Mr. Yoshida invited me here. Do I have the qualifications?" Gary asked. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, a car horn sounded in the distance. A high-end sports car was speeding in the distance. After approaching the factory gate, it braked suddenly, and the rear of the car slid more than 1 meter on the ground due to inertia before stopping. A perfect side parking shows that Yoshida has a very high driving skill. In the original plot, every time Ash challenged Battle Frontier, Yoshida would watch it live. Gary notified Yoshida yesterday, but he arrived the next day. He was really fast. "Great, I finally made it," Yoshida said thankfully. After receiving Gary's notification yesterday, Yoshida rushed here early in the morning. He arrived just in time. "Mr. Yoshida, did you invite Gary to challenge Battle Frontier?" Dara asked. "Yes, Gary is a very good trainer. I really want to see his Pokémon battle. Please, Mr. Dara, play a game with Gary with all your strength," Yoshida said. Full strength. Yoshida was a little surprised. To become the battle leader of Battle Frontier, their main Pokémon team can fight against the Elite Four, and some pioneer leaders are even as strong as the Elite Four. For example, Brandon and Palmer, the strength of these 2 pioneer leaders has reached the level of Elite Four. The reason why Ash can defeat Brandon is that Brandon lets him go. If Brandon directly sends out the 3 Holy Pillars to fight, Ash has no chance of winning. The same is true for Yoshida. Articuno is just a Pokémon he has captured in recent months. The battle with Ash is also the first time that Dara uses Articuno, and the level of Yoshida's main Pokémon is higher than Articuno. Yes, you heard it right. Gary has fought with Ms. Agatha and defeated her, Yoshida told. What? Beat Ms. Agatha? Dara looked at Gary in disbelief. It just happened to win once. 947 Gary said calmly. Although it was just a one-on-one challenge, but winning is winning. Who asked Agatha to challenge? It was her own choice. It seems that the battle will be very interesting. Come with me. Dara took Gary and Yoshida into an open grassland in the Battle Factory. Everyone, come out. As Dara shouted, a group of Pokémon ran out from the distant jungle. There were 12 Pokémon in total, including Venusaur, Machamp, Breloom, Radon, Ironclad Rhino, Sandslash, Camerupt, Manectric, Vibrava, Pinsir, Golduck, and Agron. Including Articuno, there are 13 Pokémon in total, but not all of these 13 Pokémon are of high level. The only Pokémon that can be on the table are Articuno, Venusaur, Pinsir, and Machamp. LV58 Machamp/Elite. LV62 Venusaur 3/Elite. LV64 Pinsir 3/Champion. The levels of the other 3 Pokémon are all very high, only Machamp is at the quasi-elite level, and the other 2 are elite level. The rules here are for challengers to choose. You can choose 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, or 3 versus 3 battles, and you can also choose the Pokémon you want to challenge. Dara introduced. Okay, Gary, you can choose now. How many matches do you want to play? Dara asked. Of course it's 3 vs 3. Gary said. Since there are choices, it's natural to choose the most difficult one, because if you choose this way, the rewards for the tasks issued by the system will definitely be very generous. Okay, then which Pokémon do you want to challenge? Gary looked at Dara's Pokémon and said without hesitation, I will challenge Articuno, Venusaur, and Pinsir. Dara's eyebrows jumped immediately. He was shocked by Gary's choice. The 3 Pokémon he chose were all the strongest Pokémon in Dara's hands. This vision is not something that a normal trainer can have. You are really good at choosing. These Pokémon are the strongest Pokémon in my hands. Dara praised, you are worthy of being a trainer who can defeat Ms. Agatha. Then let's put the battle in the afternoon. What do you think? Ding! Obtain the knowledge symbol, reward, advanced rare candy X6, ability strengthening stone X1, silver crown X1, self-selected permanent skill learning device X1. The system suddenly issued a task. Okay, the battle will be put in the afternoon. Gary agreed without any hesitation. Then let's have lunch here at noon. Dara said. Okay. Then, Inla took Gary to the restroom in the factory. The reward for this mission is very generous, and it's actually a silver crown. Gary knew that challenging the battle frontier would give him generous rewards, but he didn't expect it to be so generous. The silver crown, a potential enhancing item, can only be obtained by completing the conference champion mission. Such a generous reward should be related to Gary's self-selection of battle rules. Unfortunately, among the several battle facilities, only the battle factory in Dara has this rule, and the other battle facilities do not have such a rule. After lunch, Gary ran to the teleporter and asked Xiaojian to teleport a few Pokémon over. This time, the rival is not weak. Except for Blastoise and Moltres, the other Pokémon on Gary are all quasi-elite strength, which is not easy to deal with the afternoon rival. 2:30 p.m. Dara took Gary and Yoshida to a huge chimney in the battle project. This chimney was not used to send smoke, but a huge venue inside. This unique chimney venue really made Gary speechless. There was no point in spending money to build such a tall chimney. It was just a waste of money. But if you think about it carefully, none of Dara's Pokémon can fly except Articuno. Dara has not had Articuno for half a year, and it is impossible for him to dismantle this chimney for Articuno. Gary, go to the elevator over there. That is the command area. Downward arrow, upward arrow, Dara explained. Okay. Gary nodded and walked towards the elevator on the right. As soon as he stood on the elevator, there was a curved arc lift rod at the edge of the elevator, which rose directly to form a fence, and then the elevator began to rise, and it did not stop until it reached a height of 10 meters. The elevator on the opposite side was also rising, and Dara was already standing on it. In the referee area, the referee saw that the lifts had stopped rising, and announced, the next match will be between Dara and Gary. The number of Pokémon used in this match is 3. Both sides can replace Pokémon with Salation. Now please release Pokémon at the same time. Let's decide the winner. Go, Venusaur. Dara threw the Pokeball. Great. The giant Venusaur with a body like an African bullfrog appeared. LV62 Venusaur 3/Elite. Ice Pokémon, you go. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. A beautiful blue fox appeared. LV58 Ice Pokémon 3/Elite. Ice Pokémon has been following Gary for a long time. It is only because of its potential that it gradually fell behind the Pokémon of the first team. Although its potential has been improved now, it has been stuck in level for so long. Seeing that both sides sent out Pokémon, the referee announced, ready, go. Venusaur, test the strength of Ice Pokémon, use Razor Leaf. Dara ordered, go. Venusaur shook his body vigorously, and 2 huge palm leaves flew out from his side. The leaves rotated quickly and turned into 2 green rays and rushed out quickly. Icy Wind. Ice Pokémon spit up cold wind. The cold icy wind blew, and instantly froze the 2 flying leaves into ice and fell to the ground. The first round of confrontation was considered evenly matched. The reason why Ice Pokémon can fight like this is naturally because it carries the best ice intolerant. Otherwise, it is difficult for a quasi-elite to fight on par with an elite with its strength, unless the species strength of both sides is very different, but it is obviously impossible. The species strength of Ice Pokémon and Venusaur is the same. Use Snow Scene. Gary ordered. Ice. The Ice Pokémon used Snow Scene, and a layer of gray clouds appeared above the chimney, and snowballs the size of a fingernail fell from the clouds. Dara glanced at Sky and immediately ordered, use Power Whip. 2 fist-thick vines quickly grew out of Venusaur's side, raised them high, and then whipped them down. Facing 2 power whips, it was difficult for the ice Pokemon to dodge. Use double team to rush forward, Gary ordered. The ice Pokemon ran forward, and immediately separated into shadows. More than 10 ice Pokemon appeared and rushed towards Venusaur together. Bana. Venusaur didn't care at all, and didn't care which one was the ice Pokemon. He tried to expand the Vine Whip outward, and then landed the Vine Whip, attacking in an arc, almost locking half of the field in the attack range. Wherever the powerful Vine Whip passes, all the ice Pokemon that touch it dissipate. When there are only 2 ice Pokemon left, one of them splashes high. Bang! The 2 powerful Vine Whips collide with each other. Although they did not hit the ice Pokemon, they also eliminated all the clones of the ice Pokemon. Blizzard Tent. At a command, the ice Pokemon that fell from the sky blew out a huge blizzard, and the cold wind attacked the whole field. Barna. Venusaur manipulated the powerful Vine Whip, folded the Vine Whip together quickly, and formed a shield in front of him to resist. The cold blizzard blew over, and the shield was instantly frozen and shattered, and the blizzard hit Venusaur. Bana. Venusaur wailed, and a layer of frost covered the surface of her body, and her body fell into the frostbite contest condition. Pokemon in the frostbite contest condition will have their damage halved when using special attacks with non-fixed damage. Frostbite and burns are similar, one has their physical attack damage halved, and the other has their special attack damage halved. As for the loss of physical strength each round, that's the effect of the game. In real battles, Pokemon in the frostbite and burns contest condition will receive more damage after being attacked. Venusaur, come back and rest. Dara saw the frostbitten Venusaur and immediately took Venusaur back. Gary was stunned for a moment, then he realized that this was not a gym match, but a battle frontier. He was used to playing in gyms and forgot that there was no rule that Pokemon could not be replaced in the battle frontier. Articuno, it's your turn. Dara threw the Pokeball. Great. LV60 Articuno/champion. Gary looked at Articuno, then looked up at the weather above. This snowy day seemed to be Articuno's wedding dress, especially since Articuno could control the weather. With Articuno present, the snowy day would be prolonged. Articuno, use Water Pulse. Dara ordered. Articuno condensed a water ball in front of his mouth and fired it out. Ice Pokemon spit up Dry Freeze, directly freezing the water ball into ice, and Articuno also took advantage of the opportunity when the ice Pokemon was dealing with Water Pulse and leaned down. Steel Wing. Articuno leaned down, dual wing beak covered with thick steel energy, shining with metallic eyes. Iron Tail. The ice Pokemon's tail was covered with steel energy, and it jumped forward and rolled, and the electric tail collided with Articuno's steel wing. Dang! Iron Tail and Steel Wing collided, and the ice Pokemon's power was not as good as Articuno's, and was knocked back to the ground. Articuno himself was also bounced several meters high by the force of the collision. Air Slash. Dara said hurriedly. Articuno flapped his wings quickly, and air blades fell down and landed on the ice Pokemon. The ice Pokemon gritted its teeth and resisted the damage of the air blade, but the ice Pokemon still couldn't fight against the elite level Pokemon. Ice Pokemon, come back. Gary saw that the ice Pokemon was defeated, and took out the Pokeball to take back the ice Pokemon. Electivire, it's your turn. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV62 Electivire 3/champion. Wow, wow. Electivire shouted fiercely, and when he saw that rival was Articuno, he was stunned for a moment, but soon recognized that the Articuno in front of him was not Gary's. Send out the electric Pokemon. It seems that the 3 Pokemon you prepared have attributes that restrain my Pokemon. Dara said. Since I know what Pokemon Mr. Dara will send, there is no need for me to fight with Pokemon with the opposite attribute. Gary responded. Ha ha ha. Dara laughed. Good, then continue fighting. Articuno uses Ice Beam. Articuno spit up an icy beam at Electivire. Thunderbolt. Gary countered. Wow. Electivire has plenty of electricity in its body, and quickly condenses a Thunder Dragon, which quickly shoots towards soaring in the sky. The Golden Thunder and Ice Beam intersect, and the violent thunder force tears the cold beam apart and hits Articuno's body. Articuno cried out in pain. What? I can't beat him. Dara couldn't believe that the battle between Articuno and Electivire was not a rival. Articuno and Electivire have the same special attack species strength, but Articuno doesn't have the ultimate Never Melt Ice, but Electivire carries the ultimate Magnet. In addition, Electivire has plenty of electricity in its body, and the electricity can be released continuously. In a duel of skills, Electivire will naturally have the advantage, unless the beam Articuno fired was strong enough to explode and break Thunderbolt. Otherwise, if the fight continued, Electivire would have the advantage. Thunder. Gary pointed at soaring in the sky and ordered. Wow. Electivire shot a bolt of lightning at the dark clouds in the sky. What? Even on snowy days? Dara said in surprise. Thunder is a move that can hit rival 100% on rainy days. In fact, it does not rely on rainy days, but on clouds. As long as there are dense enough clouds in the field sky, electric Pokemon can make Thunder hit rival 100%. Wow. Electivire raised his hand, and a golden arc of electricity flashed on his hand, and he waved his hand down. Boom! A thunder first appeared in front of everyone, followed by a huge thunder. BJFG. Thunder was too fast, and Articuno could not dodge at all. Thunder hit, and the whole body was bathed in golden thunder. The clouds above the chimney also dissipated at this moment, and the snow disappeared, of course not automatically, but Articuno dispersed the snow weather after seeing thunder. Articuno was attacked by 2 skills, but he did not fall down, and opened dual wing beat to fly up to soaring in the sky. Don't let Articuno fly, discharge. Gary ordered. Wow. Electivire released the discharge flow crazily, and electric currents shot forward, blocking all of Articuno's routes. Use Roost. Dara shouted. Articuno immediately landed on the ground and used Roost to recover his physical strength. His whole body was bathed in healing energy. Although his injuries were recovering, he could not move during the recovery period. The electric current fell on Articuno. Articuno endured the pain and endured the baptism of electric current. The electricity storage in Electivire is very terrifying. Electivire usually stores electricity and waits for thunderstorms to absorb the electricity from lightning. However, Articuno still withstood the discharge. Articuno has the highest double defense among the 3 sacred birds. Special defense is the most outstanding. After taking the discharge, Articuno was about to fly to soaring in the sky. Just as he was about to launch dual wing beat, his body flashed with arcs of electricity and suddenly froze. What? Dara was stunned. Articuno was paralyzed. Good opportunity, use Thunder Punch. Gary ordered. Electivire quickly ran towards Articuno. Articuno, use Ice Beam. Dara immediately counterattacked. Although Articuno felt a strong paralysis, he also relied on his past experience to mobilize ice energy, and cold light began to emerge from his mouth, but the speed of cold light condensation was very slow. Wow. In 2 breaths, Electivire came to Articuno and punched out with a golden thunder. The energy in Articuno's mouth had just been condensed. Thunder Punch hit Articuno's chest, knocking him back 10 meters. After Articuno was hit by Thunder Punch, the energy in his mouth dissipated, and his body flew out and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Articuno lost his ability to fight. Electivire won, said the referee. What a strong Electivire. Dara took back Articuno, and sighed at the strength of Electivire in his heart. Dara took a Pokémon from his waist and threw it out. Venusaur, I'll count on you again. Great. Okay. Venusaur went on the field again, still covered with frost marks, in frostbite contest condition. Dara sent out Venusaur, obviously to make the best use of it, and as a grass-type Pokémon, Venusaur has high resistance to electric skills. Electivire, continue to fight, use Dig. Gary ordered. Dag. Electivire rotated its body and tackled towards the ground. The ground became very soft in front of Electivire, and Electivire drilled into the ground without error. Seeing this scene, Dara was immediately delighted and quickly ordered, quick, use Earthquake. Okay. When Venusaur saw Electivire dig, it wanted to use it. At this moment, it was already ready, raised its forelimbs and stumped towards the ground, and waves of shock spread out. The venue shook violently, and the ground in the center of the venue was broken. Wow. Electivire was shaken up and suffered severe damage. AFK, careless. Gary didn't expect Dara's Venusaur to be able to Earthquake. If I meet a Pokémon that can master Earthquake in the future, I will be a dog if I dig again, Gary thought to himself. Venusaur, use Energy Ball. Dala immediately attacked while you are weak. Venusaur quickly condensed Energy Ball in his mouth and spit up towards Electivire. Electivire had just stood up when Gary quickly ordered, use Light Screen. Electivire spread his palms and condensed Light Screen. Energy Ball landed on Light Screen. Boom! Energy Ball exploded. Electivire was blown away and fell to the ground, unable to stand up this time. Electivire lost the ability to fight. Venusaur wins, said the referee. Careless? Gary pouted and took Electivire back. Ice Pokémon, you go. Gary sent out Ice Pokémon again and returned to the starting point. Venusaur, Energy Ball. Dala immediately started to attack. Venusaur gathers the Energy Ball and spits up. Looking at the incoming Energy Ball, Gary ordered, ignore it, use Snow Scene. The Ice Pokémon ignored the Energy Ball and used Snow Scene. The chimney sky gathered gray clouds again. Boom! The Energy Ball exploded after hitting the Ice Pokémon, but most of the damage was blocked by the light screen left by Electivire. Let's fight it out, Blizzard. Gary ordered. Ice. The Ice Pokémon spit up Blizzard, sweeping the entire field. Dara, who couldn't dodge, could only face it head-on, and ordered loudly, Venusaur, use Petal Dance. Go. Venusaur manipulated the energy of plants and trees to condense into pink petals, turning into a sakura storm that swept the 5 doctors forward. Blizzard and Petal Dance fought fiercely. Blizzard crushed Petal Dance and beat it back step by step. The cold wind was coming towards them, and the frostbite contest condition was Venusaur was hit by an ice skill again, and the damage it received increased. Bae. Venusaur wailed in pain, and his body lost strength. His limbs collapsed, and he lay on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. Venusaur lost his ability to fight, and the Ice Pokémon won, said the referee. Ice Pokémon, you fought well. Gary praised. Ice. The Ice Pokémon responded and raised his head proudly. Although the Ice Pokémon was the first Pokémon captured by Gary, Gary had never used it in gym competitions or public competitions. When he was still Eevee, Song used it to fight against passers-by. After that, it was placed in Oak Research Institute, and carried out the training arranged by Gary every day, and usually competed with Gary's other Pokémon. This time, the ice Pokemon was very excited to be arranged by Gary, and he wanted to shut out Dara. Venusaur, come back. Dara took back Venusaur and took out a Pokeball from his pocket. The Pokemon in this Pokeball was naturally Pinsir, Dara's last Pokemon and the highest level Pokemon among all of Dara's Pokemon. There's only one Pokemon left. Let's have a showdown. Go ahead, Pinsir. Dara threw the Pokeball. Great. LV64 Pinsir 3/champion. Kaishi. Pinsir appeared, and deliberately shook the two big horns on his head to highlight his strength. Gary didn't have any idea about Pinsir. This guy's species strength was not low, but he was a melee fighter, and the key was that he couldn't fly, so his fighting style was very limited and he could only fight melee. Even if he sent a fast special attacker, he could defeat Pinsir by flying a kite. Ice Pokemon, and Blizzard. Gary ordered. Ice Yi. Ice Pokemon spit up Blizzard, sweeping the whole field. Dig. Dara ordered. Seeking Flowers 0. Pinsir immediately dig into the ground, and Blizzard hit alone, covering half of the field with a layer of frost. Gary was troubled because the Pokemon underground felt the vibrations from the ground. The location of the Pokemon. Although the Ice Pokemon can also dig, Gary dare not let the Ice Pokemon dig after the lesson of Electivire just now. The Ice Pokemon uses Swift, and then watch the landing point of Swift and use Iron Tail on the landing point. Gary ordered. The Ice Pokemon immediately spit up Swift. Swift can automatically lock the enemy. Even if it can't hit Pinsir underground, it can confirm the location of Pinsir through Swift's attack trajectory. Ice Yi. The Ice Pokemon uses Swift, and the Golden Star flies forward and falls not far to the right of the Ice Pokemon. Right there. After determining the location of Pinsir, the Ice Pokemon immediately splashes towards the landing of Swift, does a front flip, and covers the tail with steel energy and chops towards the ground. Come out, Vice grip the Ice Pokemon's tail. Dara shouted. Day. The ground under the Ice Pokemon broke, and Pinsir broke out of the ground. The pair of big horns on his head forcibly gave the Ice Pokemon's iron tail to Vice grip, and Pinsir's body sank heavily. What? Ice. Gary and the Ice Pokemon were shocked at the same time. They didn't expect Pinsir to be so fierce that he forcibly gave the Ice Pokemon's iron tail to Kingzone. Use Vital Throw to throw the Ice Pokemon out. Dara ordered. Pinsir shook his head and threw the Ice Pokemon out with force, hitting the outer wall. Ice. The Ice Pokemon screamed in pain. Fortunately, it was raining and the Ice Pokemon's physical defense was increased by 1.5 times, otherwise the injury would be more serious. Dig. Dara asked Pinsir to dig again. After a successful attack, Gary would not attack in the same way as before, so as not to be caught by Pinsir's big horn Vice grip again. You've worked hard, come back and rest. Gary took out the Pokeball and took the Ice Pokemon back. Bang! Kais. Pinsir sensed that rival had disappeared, so he came out from the ground and looked around. Seeing that the Ice Pokemon was gone, he looked at Gary and saw the Pokemon in Gary's hand, and knew that the Ice Pokemon had been taken back. Gary looked at Pinsir. Gary originally wanted to use Ice Pokemon and Electivire to defeat Dara's 3 Pokemon. Unfortunately, due to Gary's command error, Electivire was defeated by Venusaur. Now that the Ice Pokemon couldn't do anything to Pinsir, Gary could only use the 3rd Pokemon he prepared. This Pokemon was used as a backup and must win the game as soon as it appeared. Duck could force Gary to this point, and he was worthy of his last name. Mr. Duck, I'm going to win this game, Gary said. That's not necessarily true, Dara retorted. He didn't believe that Gary would definitely win this game. Among the people present, only Yoshida knew Gary's strength very well. He had seen the strength of Gary's Blastoise, which was able to defeat Gengar of Elite Four Agatha. Yoshida thought that if Gary had sent out Blastoise at the beginning of 090, he would have been able to win 3 games with 1. Charizard, I leave it to you. Gary threw the Pokemon in his hand. Great. LV70 Charizard 3/champion. Roar. Charizard roared at Pinsir. Pinsir suddenly looked nervous. He was already level 64, so he knew that he was restrained by Charizard, especially since Charizard could fly and was very targeted at Pinsir. Even if the attribute restrains me, I may not lose. Pinsir, use Dig. Dara ordered. Dag. Pinsir also knew that he would not have a chance to get close to Charizard if he attacked head-on, so he immediately went underground. Gary just watched silently without giving any instructions. Dala was also confused, thinking to herself, not commanding? Being attacked by Dig like this is extremely effective. Although Charizard can fly, Dig can still hit it when it lands on the ground. Gary dared to do this because he believed that Charizard could use Kairos Dig. Similarly, Dala also believed in Pinsir's strength and believed that Pinsir's Dig would definitely be able to severely damage Charizard. Pinsir, attack. Dala shouted loudly. Dag. The ground in front of Charizard was broken, and Pinsir broke out, and the earth energy lingering all over his body suddenly crashed into Charizard. Catch Pinsir. Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Charizard spread his arms to meet Pinsir's attack. Pinsir used his body to tackle Charizard, but Charizard resisted and vice-gripped Pinsir. What? Dara was very surprised. He didn't expect Charizard to be so brave that he actually took Dig. Take off. Take Pinsir to the sky. Gary gave an order, and Charizard spread his wings and flew high. Kai. Pinsir was stunned. He wanted to resist, but there was no place on his body to exert force. His big horns could not attack Charizard, and his hands were still tightly held. Pinsir, use the destruction death beam. Dara shouted hurriedly. Gary immediately ordered, use flare blitz. Roar. Charizard's whole body was on fire, and Pinsir was covered in the flames. Kai. The burning of the flames made Pinsir unable to condense energy, and the destruction death beam failed. A ball of fire quickly flew out of the chimney and came to the high altitude above the chimney. Gary and Dara looked up at soaring in the sky. The flames on Charizard's body turned into blue flare, and the intense high temperature made Pinsir unbearable. Roar. The dragon roared. Concentrate your strength. Charizard leaned over and fell rapidly downward, like Mars hitting the earth. Boom, boom, the earth shook, a mushroom cloud rose, and smoke rushed to the top of the chimney. When everything returned to calm, everyone looked at the center of the venue. What? Dara was shocked, and saw that the ground in the center of the venue was broken, and a deep pit was smashed out, surrounded by cracks like spider web. Charizard stood on the ground, with a lonely and indifferent look, and did not take Pinsir seriously at all. Pinsir lay in the deep pit, with burns all over his body, and could no longer fight. Pinsir lost his ability to fight. Charizard won. The referee announced, Dara's 3 Pokémon were all defeated, and the winner of this game is Gary. The first Battle Frontier game finally fell to Veilstone. The game was over. I really lost to you, your Charizard is so strong. As expected of a trainer who defeated Agatha Elite. Dara praised. Although he lost the game, Dara was still amazed at Gary's strength. Gary couldn't help laughing. He was just a Gengar who defeated Agatha, and Agatha actually let him win. Gengar's racial skills include Destiny Bond. Gary doesn't believe that the 70-level Gengar didn't awaken Destiny Bond. Agatha is an Elite 4, so she should be more graceful and won't trade Destiny Bond for one just because she is going to lose. Mr. Dara is polite. You are also very strong, Gary said. Dara used to think that he was very strong, although not as strong as the Elite 4, but after seeing Gary's Charizard, he found that he seemed to be beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind. Let's not talk about this. This is a symbol of knowledge and proof of the success of the challenge to the Battle Factory. Dara took out a golden badge with a K mark on it. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Is this real gold? Gary looked at Yoshida in surprise. This badge was heavy, much heavier than ordinary badges, and the material looked very similar to gold. Yes, these badges are made of gold, Yoshida said. Gary was surprised. This gold weighed at least a dozen grams, which was at least equivalent to a month's salary for ordinary people. In addition to the gold badge, there is also a silver badge. The silver badge is made of silver and is given to those trainers who did not win in 2.1 but performed very well. Yoshida introduced. Mr. Yoshida, you are really rich. Gary couldn't understand whether Yoshida had too much money and had nowhere to spend it. The meaning of the existence of this battle frontier, except for training trainers, there is nothing special. It's okay, it doesn't cost much, Yoshida said indifferently. In fact, Battle Frontier doesn't spend much money. These battle facilities are originally the property of the pioneer leaders. Yoshida only invites them to serve as pioneer leaders and gives them the symbol he provides, as well as annual financial subsidies. In addition to Yoshida's status in the Alliance, it is not a problem for these trainers to serve as pioneer leaders, especially since not everyone can challenge the battle facilities. Only those trainers recognized by Yoshida are qualified to challenge Battle Frontier. Mr. Dara, Mr. Yoshida, nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gary still had to go back to upgrade his Pokémon, so he quickly excused himself and left. Don't worry, which battle facility are you going to challenge next, Gary? Yoshida asked. He was still thinking about going to watch it live. Naturally, the battle stadium. Gary planned to challenge them one by one in order. Is that so? Then I'll go to the Pokémon Center of the battle stadium in advance, and you can call me when you get there. Yoshida said. Yes, I will. Gary nodded, and under the escort of Dara and Yoshida, he came to the outside of the battle factory. Gary casually opened an Ultra Ball and released Moltres. Hey, Moltres. Yoshida was stunned when he saw Moltres. When he rushed over before, Gary had already taken Moltres back, and Yoshida didn't see it. Gary, you actually have Moltres. Yoshida said in surprise. Yes, I captured it before. After that, Gary jumped onto Moltres' back. Moltres, go to the Pokémon Center we passed by before. Hearing the sound, Moltres flapped his wings, jumped up, and quickly flew to soaring in the sky, heading towards the Pokémon Center he passed by before. Ashida looked at Moltres flying away, quickly got into his sports car, and drove towards the battle stadium. Arriving at the Pokémon Center closest to the battle factory, Gary handed the 3 Pokémon to Joy for treatment, then came outside and released Gaybite. LV30 Gaybite 3/Elite. SHHH. Gaybite looked at the unfamiliar environment around him with a puzzled look, thinking that Gary released it to start training. No hurry, you don't need any training recently. Gary said. SHHH. If you don't train, why let me out? To improve your potential. Gary put his hand on Gaybite's head and used the silver crown to improve Gaybite's potential. Ding! The silver crown was used successfully. Pokémon, Gaybite. Attribute, Dragon, Ground. Level, 30. Potential, Champion. Ability, Sand Hidden, dodge rate increased by 20% in sandstorm weather. Skills: Tackle, Dig, Dragon Breath, Bulldoze, Bite. Inherited skills: Metal Claw. Skills taught: Shadow Claw, Rest, Stone Edge, Rock Slide, Dragon Pulse, Body Slam, Fire Blast, Iron Tail. Intimacy: 200, full value 255. In addition to the ability, Gary is quite satisfied with his Gay Bite. The ability of Sand Hidden is not very good, and it can only be used in sandstorm weather. Garchomp is an active offensive Pokemon at first glance. Obviously, Rough Skin is more suitable for Fanged Land Plaque. Gary was also curious about the effect of the Rough Skin enhancement, whether it could counter more damage or have other improvements. Oh, it would be great if Gaybite could master Dragon Dance. Gary said regretfully. Hiss. Gaybite tilted her head, indicating that Dragon Dance was a skill, and since there was a dragon in the name, she could definitely learn it. Haha, just listen to it. Gary said with a smile. Dragon Dance is indeed a dragon skill. Even in the game, the skill learner for Dragon Dance requires Garchomp's scales to make. Thinking of Dragon Dance, Gary was thinking about what skill to exchange for the self-selected skill learner. Gary has no shortage of attacking moves, but lacks transformation moves and defensive skills. Although Dragon Dance is good, Gary has many main Pokemon that can learn it, but the Pokemon that can be learned are not Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, and they cannot be used at the Alliance Conference even if they are exchanged. Referring to the Sinnoh region Pokemon that Gary has captured so far, it is better to choose Reflect or Light Screen. There are many Pokemon that can learn this move, and this skill is also very practical. As long as rival does not have skills such as Brick Break that can destroy energy defense, it is very practical. System, exchange Reflect for me. Ding! Skill exchange successful. After exchanging Reflect, Gary released all the Pokemon on him and taught them one by one. Only Blastoise, Magnezone, and Weevil mastered it. After Charizard, Electivire, and the Ice Pokemon were healed, Gary taught them. Only Charizard and Electivire mastered it. Gary originally thought that he could master the Ice Pokemon, but he didn't expect that he couldn't learn it. He really felt sorry for his own Ice type. Ice can reflect light. Logically, skills such as Light Screen and Reflect can be learned by Pokemon that can master light energy, but Ice Pokemon don't have them. It's really embarrassing. Then, he spent the night in the Pokemon Center here. Early the next morning, Gary took Moltres to the Battle Stadium. The Battle Stadium is just outside Cerulean City, quite close to Saffron City. Thinking of Saffron City, Gary thought of Sabrina. He hadn't seen her for almost 2 years, and he didn't know how Sabrina was doing now. Gary still occasionally sees Sabrina in some movies and TV series. After not seeing her for 2 years, Sabrina has changed a lot. Her queen temperament is even stronger. With that high-class iceberg face, she can almost seduce 90% of normal men. Sabrina does have the potential to be a superstar. After being discovered by Hangzhe, she entered Pokemon Hollywood for only 1 year and became the most popular rookie of the young generation. In just 2 years, she has occupied a place in Pokemon Hollywood in the Unova region. Gary used to talk to Sabrina on the phone frequently, but as time went by, and Sabrina was usually very busy, she rarely answered the phone calls. Basically, the two communicated through chatting. But even so, Sabrina was still very busy, and Gary himself was also very busy, but he had time at noon and in the evening, while Sabrina was busy at irregular times. Separated from each other, and with the passage of time, Gary gradually lost interest in this relationship. He was still in contact, but not as diligent as before. Sabrina was also very rational. She knew that Gary was only free at night, so she usually contacted Gary at night. It seems that Sabrina cherishes this relationship very much, but Gary knows that Sabrina is just checking up on him. It seems reasonable, but if there are girls around Gary, he will be hunted by a psychic girl. We're here. Flying along the way following the navigation, Gary arrived at the Pokemon Center near the Battle Stadium before noon. The Battle Stadium is built on the outskirts of Cerulean City. It is a relatively remote place and basically not many people come here. The Pokemon Center here is actually prepared for the traveling trainer. After all, if the trainer's Pokemon is too seriously injured in the wild, it will be very troublesome if they can't find the Pokemon Center. Pokemon Center. Gary landed at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, took Moltres back, entered the Pokemon Center, and handed Moltres to Nurse Joy for treatment. Then, Gary prepared to call Yoshida. Without Yoshida's recommendation, Gary could not challenge the Battle Stadium. Battle Frontier has only been developed for a few years, and many places are not well planned, so they are not open to the public. You need Yoshida's recommendation to be eligible to challenge. Gary. Just as Gary was about to make a call, Yoshiwo's voice came from not far away. Gary looked over and saw Yoshida wearing round sunglasses sitting on a chair in the hall, waving at him. Gary, this way, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gary walked over and asked, Mr. Yoshida, you came so early. Gary thought he was very fast, but he didn't expect Yoshida to be faster than him. You know, Yoshida usually drives a sports car. Although sports cars are fast, they can only run on roads and flat ground. Sports cars cannot run on rugged roads. It's not that early, actually. I arrived last night. I just had breakfast and waited for you here. It's only been 2 hours. Yoshida said. Mr. Yoshida, don't you think it's troublesome that you need to be there in person every time you challenge Battle Frontier? Gary suggested, why not build a database and register the qualified trainers, so that Mr. Yoshida doesn't have to run here every time to sing. It's not troublesome. Yoshida shook his head and refused, and explained, my original intention of establishing Battle Frontier was to watch higher-end competitions. If I build a database, those trainers will challenge themselves, and I won't be able to see the competition. Oh my god, how much do you like watching Pokemon battles? In order to watch more high-end games, you even specially set up Battle Frontier. The main thing is that Battle Frontier is not profitable, and it needs to provide financial support every year. Sure enough, the world of the rich is not what normal people can imagine. For the things they like, they can spend money at will without considering the issue of return on investment. Okay, let's go to the battle stadium in the afternoon, Gary said. No problem. 1 p.m. Gary took Yoshida's sports car to the entrance of the battle stadium. The battle stadium is surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall. There is a huge Pokeball icon above the gate. The sign next to it only says that this is a karate dojo and recruits apprentices. Do you want to knock on the door? Gary looked at the gate. There was not even a doorbell around, and no one was standing on the wall. He didn't know how to notify the people inside. No, look at me. Ashida took a deep breath and yelled, please open the door. Gary was stunned. He didn't expect that Yoshida had such a strong breath and such a loud voice. After a while, the huge wooden door opened, and a row of men wearing blue karate uniforms stood inside. They had yellow belts on their belts. It can be seen that they are all karate rookies, which is considered to be the entry stage. The only beautiful sight among the group of people is the short-haired blonde woman in front of the men, wearing a black outfit. She is the pioneer of the battle stadium, Mingxia Guachuchan. Guachuxiang is a fighting family, who admires Bruno and Chuck very much and dreams of becoming a trainer like them. Guachuxiang may be better than Chuck and some fighting family members in training Pokemon, but her fighting skills are far inferior to those of fighting masters. Gary and Yoshida walked into the stadium. Welcome to the battle stadium, I am the pioneer here, the main general of the stadium, Guachuxiang. Guachuxiang took the initiative to introduce herself, and made a few gestures when she reported her name. Guachuxiang, she is the challenger this time, Gary. Yoshida introduced. Hello, Miss Guachuxiang, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town. Gary said. Okay, don't be too polite, just come on, I will accept your challenge. Guachuxiang said calmly and confidently. As a fighting family, Guachuxiang is aggressive by nature. Then how do we play? Gary asked. Huangguixiang didn't answer, but shouted to himself, Battle Roulette. After he finished speaking, the ground on the right side of the training ground opened, and a huge roulette wheel made by Orberg rose up, with a lever next to the roulette wheel. You will pull the lever later. If the roulette wheel turns to 1, it will be 1 versus 1, 2 will be 2 versus 2, and 3 will be 3 versus 3. Huangguixiang introduced. I know. Then, please turn it. Gary looked at the roulette wheel. He wanted to turn it to 3 the most, so that it would be 33, and the high-level rare candy rewarded by the task would definitely be more. Gary pulled the lever, and the roulette wheel began to turn. The last stop pointer arrow area was the meadow zone, which had a black dot inside, representing 1 which was 11. The result is out, this game is 1 versus 1. Huangguixiang said. Gary pouted, unable to accept such a result. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Seeing that Gary seemed reluctant, Huangguixiang asked casually. I want to have a 3-on-3 duel, which will give me more Pokemon a fighting chance. Can you change the rules or respin 10 times? Gary asked. No, rules are rules, and Solation cannot change them. If you don't want to, Stadium will refuse your challenge in the future. Huangguixiang scolded sternly. Huangguixiang, there is no need to do this. Gary is just giving suggestions. If it's not okay, it's not okay. Don't make it so serious. Yoshida quickly came out to smooth things over. Okay, then Gary, do you accept the one-on-one game? Li Mahao, Huangguixiang asked. Accept. You said that. What can I do if I don't accept it? Ding. Obtain the perseverance symbol. Rewards. High-level rare candy X2, ability strengthening stone X1, silver crown X1, self-selected permanent skill learning device X1. Sure enough, because it was only a one-on-one battle, only 2 high-level god candies were awarded, but the other rewards did not change much, so Gary could still accept it. Come with me. Huangguixiang brought Gary and Yoshida to the semi-open fighting dojo in the back. The apprentices all knelt beside the field to watch, and Yoshida knelt with them. With Yoshida's fat body, it was really difficult for him to kneel. An apprentice came to act as a referee and announced, the match between Stadium Captain Huangguixiang and Challenger Gary will begin now. Now please send out Pokemon at the same time. This is the Pokemon I want to use. Come on, Breloom. Cucumber Fragrance threw a Pokeball. Great. LV65 Breloom 3/Elite. A Breloom the size of a kangaroo, with green and beige as the main colors, appeared. Cucumber Fragrance's Breloom looks very motivated, and it has the potential to be an elite and can reach level 65. It should take a long time and the combat experience should be quite rich. Charizard, I'm leaving this battle to you as well. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Roar. Charizard, who was all red, appeared. Oh, Charizard. Yoshida had watched the match between Gary and Dara before, and knew that this Charizard was very strong. Although Yoshida knew that Breloom was also the strongest Pokemon in Cucumber Xiang's hand, Breloom's attribute was restrained by Charizard, and this battle was not favorable for Cucumber Xiang. Charizard was naturally Gary's trump card. If it was a 3-on-3 match, Gary would use the other two Pokemon, but it was only a 1-on-1 match. In order to ensure victory, Gary had to use his trump card, Charizard. Cucumber Xiang frowned. He didn't expect Gary to prepare Charizard. After all, this was not a gym battle. Gary certainly didn't know what Pokemon Cucumber Xiang would use. It could only be said that Gary was lucky. Cucumber Xiang was not a fighting trainer in the orthodox 693 sense. She had also bred many fighting Pokemon. She also had Moon Pokemon and Gengar, and Shedinja, because Ghost-type Pokemon is a very good choice as a sparring partner for fighting-type Pokemon. Both of them have sent out Pokemon, and the referee announced, "Ready, go." After saying that, Mach Punch. Cucumber Fragrance took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Breloom rushed to Charizard and punched Charizard on the head, but Charizard's head just tilted and was not repelled. What? Fight. Cucumber Fragrance and Breloom were both shocked and couldn't believe that Charizard was not repelled. Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Charizard's mouth burst into heat, a red light flashed, and spit up flames. Breloom immediately dodged. Although he avoided the flames, his distance from Charizard was also pulled away. Seeing that the two sides had pulled away, Gary ordered, "Okay, fly to the sky and use Hurricane." Charizard spread his wings and flew high, and instantly came to the ceiling. Dual wing beat danced, BJFH, the wind gradually rose, and as the wings flapped quickly, the wind speed increased, and Hurricane gradually formed, circling the field below. Breloom had no room to dodge, and could only use his body to resist Hurricane. As the wind blades continued to fall on Breloom, Breloom could no longer withstand the impact of Hurricane, and his body was whirlwinded out and hit the wall behind. Hat. Breloom stood up with difficulty. Although he was not killed instantly, he was seriously injured. Now Breloom's contest condition wanted to fight again, which was obviously difficult. Seeing that Breloom was almost exhausted, Bullet Mao ruthlessly ordered, "Air Slash" to kill Breloom. Charizard's eyes were full of excitement. He thought Breloom was a decent rival, but he couldn't even block one of his moves. Such a rival was really boring. Charizard swung dual wing beat, countless wind blades formed, and rushed towards Breloom quickly. "Breloom, get out of the way quickly." Cucumber Xiang was still struggling. Breloom ran to the side, but because of his serious injuries, his speed was too slow, and he was soon caught up by the wind blades and died. Fight. With a wail, Breloom fell to the ground, motionless. Breloom lost his ability to fight. Charizard won. All of the Pokemon of Stadium General Cucumber Xiang were defeated, and the winner of this game was the challenger Gary. A game. The game was over before even a song was finished. Cucumber Xiang was also confused. Suddenly I thought of why Gary was dissatisfied with the one-on-one duel before the game. It turned out that it was because he was too weak. Cucumber Xiang thought that Gary didn't want to fight one-on-one because he had other Pokemon in his hands that he wanted to fight. It turned out that if it was one-on-one, it would be a game without suspense. But rules are rules, even if it's a repeat. Whatever the roulette wheel turns to is what it is. Charizard, come back. Both sides took back their Pokemon. Huangguok Xiang walked up to Gary and Yoshida, bowed and said, "I'm sorry, it seems that my strength cannot satisfy you. In addition, I am not qualified as a pioneer leader. Mr. Yoshida, you should find someone else." Gary and Yoshida were very surprised. They didn't expect Huangguok Xiang to resign as the pioneer leader. It was too unexpected. "Huangguok Xiang, it's just a game. You don't have to resign." Yoshida hurriedly persuaded. "I know it's a game, but I think as a pioneer leader, it's too insulting to play a game like this. I think my practice is not enough. I can't take the position of pioneer leader for the time being," Huangguok Xiang said. Yoshida was a little embarrassed. Huangguok Xiang was the pioneer leader he found with great difficulty. There are no rookies in the Kanto region at present. After Huangguok Xiang resigned, he couldn't find anyone else to replace him. Hearing Gary calling her name, Cucumber Fragrance looked at Ash, not knowing what Ash was going to say. "Shouldn't you give me the perseverance token?" Gary said. "Ashida? Cucumber Fragrance? No, shouldn't you come to comfort Cucumber Fragrance? Although you should get the perseverance token, it depends on the time. Miss Cucumber Fragrance, whether you resign or not has nothing to do with me. If you don't want to be a pioneer leader, there are plenty of people willing to be one. A game has destroyed your fighting spirit. You are too useless. You are not even qualified to be a junior follower. You still regard my master as a goal to surpass. It's really embarrassing for my master," Gary complained. "You, who is your master?" Cucumber Fragrance was angry, but still curious about who Gary's master was. "My master is Chuck from Kianwood Gym," Gary said. "What?" Cucumber Fragrance and Yoshida said in unison, both with surprised faces. They didn't expect that Gary was actually Chuck's apprentice. Chuck's status in the fighting world is as high as that of a leader. "Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and give me the perseverance token. I'm in a hurry to challenge the next battle facility. Don't waste my time," Gary urged. "Here you go." Huangguok Xiang was a little confused after being scolded by Gary. She took out the golden perseverance token and gave it to Gary. "Goodbye." Gary took the perseverance token and turned to leave. Ding! Mission completed, reward has been sent to the space backpack. After watching Gary leave, Huang Guixiang said to Yoshida, Mr. Yoshida, I apologize for my behavior just now. I was really irrational. It's okay. I know you lost your temper for a moment. You should think more about what you decide in the future. Yoshida comforted. I will. Huang Guixiang nodded. Gary's scolding just now has awakened Huang Guoli's stubbornness. Gary, on his side, left the battle stadium and rode Charizard back to the previous Pokémon Center. Although there was a battle, Charizard did not suffer much damage. There was no problem riding flying. Anyway, the distance was not far, so he could just let Joy heal him. Gary came outside, released the Ice Pokémon, and used the Silver Crown to increase the potential of the Ice Pokémon to the champion level. Gary planned to try his best to improve the strength of the Pokémon in the Sinnoh region before the Sinnoh Alliance conference began. Weevil, come out. Gary released Moss Sneasel. Sneasel saw the Ice Pokémon next to him and wondered what Gary was doing by releasing it and the Ice Pokémon. Weevil / amazed face / Weevil seemed to have guessed what Gary was going to do and smiled happily. Although Weevil was smiling, it was too innocent and made people feel weird. Since you guessed it, I'll give it to you. Gary put his hand on Weevil's cold head and used the ability enhancement stone on it. Gary's Weevil has the oppression ability, which will make rival consume more than 1 PU of energy to use skills. Gary is curious about the effect of the oppression ability after it is enhanced. Ding! The ability enhancement stone was used successfully. Gary immediately checked Weevil's data. Pokémon, Weevil 3. Attribute, Evil, Ice. Level, 56. Potential, Champion. Ability, X oppression, rival is oppressed, and using skills consumes double energy, and the power of skills is reduced by 1/4. Skills, Grab, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Surprise Attack, Fury Swipes, Hone Claws, Night Slash, Snatch, Punishment, Dark Pulse. Professor skills, Mega Kick, Dynamic Punch, Dig, Rest, Destruction Death Ray, Shadow Claw, Iron Tail, Ice Punch, Power Up Punch, Cold Water, Reflect. Intimacy, 255, full value 255. Energy consumption remains unchanged, and the effect of the enhancement is to reduce the power of the skill by 1/4, which is equivalent to a 25% reduction in power, which is a good improvement. It's not to increase the energy consumption, Gary said with a little dissatisfaction. Compared with reducing the power of skills, Gary hopes to increase the energy consumption. If the energy consumption is quadrupled, even if you encounter a rival of similar level, it is estimated that the opponent will not be able to release skills more than a few times, and even if they can use them, the power and scale will become extremely low. Usually, Weevil can't feel the change in ability, but he can see that Gary seems dissatisfied. It's okay, your ability has been enhanced, but for you, this enhancement is not very useful. Gary said, usually. Weevil doesn't understand why it is not very useful even though it has been enhanced. Your ability has been enhanced, and the enemies fighting against you will be affected by your oppressive aura, and the power of skills will be reduced. Gary told me. Weevil, surprised face. It's an upgrade, why aren't you happy? If you play alone, this won't work for you. It only reduces the power of skills by 1/4. If the opponent's skills hit you, you will still be seriously hurt. Gary said. Weevil looked puzzled. Why would he still be seriously hurt if the opponent's skills were reduced in power? Looking at Weevil who didn't know what was going on, Gary doubted the description of Weevil in Pokédex. You are a fragile skin, your double defense is not good, and your physical strength is not enough, said Gary. Weevil, ugh. QAQ. Weevil has a deep understanding of the fragile point. Especially in Professor Oak's laboratory, when practicing with Gary's other Pokémon, it can only rely on its own speed and double team to confuse rival, find an opportunity to launch Sucker Punch, or directly face the head-on. But as long as Weevil is hit by other Pokémon once, it will be seriously injured. Even if X-Pressure Sense can reduce some of the damage, Weevil has little physical strength and low physical defense. Special attack skills can still resist, but facing physical attack skills, a 25% reduction is really not enough. Don't feel bad, it's not bad. At least you will still be very useful in doubles in the future, especially in joint battles with defensive Pokémon. Your ability still has a great advantage. Gary said secretly. Used. Weevil was immediately delighted, and then he remembered that it relied on teamwork to survive in the wild. From this point of view, this X-Suppression is still very useful. Weevil clan emphasizes group fights, and single combat is not a skill. Prepare well, I will use you to play in the competition in the next 2 days. Gary said. Used. Sneasel was immediately delighted. Since following Gary, the only competition he has participated in is the gym competition. Weevil has never made a move in the Silver Conference. The next game is a doubles match, which is just right to verify your ability, said Gary. The third battle facility Gary wants to challenge is Battle Dome. The pioneer of Battle Dome is a man named Shi-Nan, who is a megastar and plays doubles. Gary gets a headache when he thinks of Shi-Nan. Shi-Nan's dressing style is even more beaker than Wallace's, and he is still very popular. I really don't understand what people in this world think. The more revealing a man wears, the more popular he is. The culture of the social circle here is really BT. Buzz, buzz buzz buzz. The engine blasted the street, and a red supercar drove quickly and stopped in front of Gary, raising a cloud of dust. Cough cough. Izzy. Gary and the ice Pokemon and Weevil were all coughing. Gary, I knew you were here. The person in the sports car was naturally Yoshida, who rushed here after coming out of the battle stadium. Mr. Yoshida, can you drive slower next time? Gary said, resisting the urge to beat him up. Sorry. Yoshida apologized quickly. Forget it, I forgive you? Yoshida smiled and said, Gary, the next game is Battle Dome. When do you plan to go to Vermilion City? Battle Dome is built in the luxurious Vermilion City, because Shinan is a megastar. Naturally he would not build a battle facility in a remote place. Tomorrow, I'll fly to Vermilion City after Charizard is healed. Gary said. Tomorrow. Yoshida was stunned, and then explained, Gary, Heather is not weak, and the rules of the Battle Dome are doubles. I suggest you take it easy. No need, I won't lose. Gary said. Okay, then I'll go to Vermilion City first. After saying that, Yoshida drove away and went ahead. After Gary waited for Charizard to be cured, he took Moltres to Vermilion City and arrived at the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City before nightfall. Rest at the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City for one night. The next day, Yoshida came to the Pokémon Center in person to pick up Gary to go to the Battle Dome. When he arrived at the entrance to the Battle Dome, he saw from a distance that the intersections around the huge battle are full of media reporters. Because every game of Heather will be reported by the media, and even broadcast live. When Heather received the notification of the challenge, he would naturally notify the reporters to come and report. Is Heather so popular? Gary asked in confusion. Before Gary became a trainer, he also watched the Battle Dome game on TV. To be honest, the game was more of a performance and very fancy. Of course, Heather is mega superstar, and very strong. We're here, let's get off the car, the reporter will interview you later. You have to be careful with your words, everyone here is a fan of Shinan. Yoshida reminded. Don't worry, I'm not a person who talks nonsense. Gary said. I don't believe you. Yoshida originally thought that Gary was a humble person, but he was only humble in front of Ms. Orange. If he was upset in front of the pioneering leader, he would not say anything nice. The two got off the car in the parking lot, and as soon as they entered the main road, the reporters around them surrounded them. Mr. Yoshida, is this the challenger today? What is the name of the challenger? How many pioneering leaders has the challenger defeated so far? Gary and Yoshida didn't say anything, and these reporters threw a bunch of questions. Everyone, if you want to interview, you will have a chance later. Please don't block it now, otherwise I will call the security. Yoshida warned. Although the reporters were dissatisfied, they also knew that Yoshida's identity was not simple, so they stepped aside and made way. In this way, the two of them successfully entered the Battle Dome. Although they entered, they still had to face the interviews of reporters afterwards. The Battle Dome also provided a special place for interviews. There was a table inside, and there were folding chairs in front of the table for reporters to sit. Gary and Yoshida entered the interview room and sat behind the table. Okay, reporters can come in. Yoshida said. The staff of the Battle Dome opened the door, and reporters swarmed in like ants. Various exposures flashed, making Gary unable to open his eyes. Yoshida was not afraid at all, because this guy usually wears sunglasses. Everyone, the battle is about to start. Ask as soon as possible if you have any questions. Each person can only ask one question. Start with this lady, and then go to the next one after she finishes asking questions. The woman on the far right of Yoshida said. The female reporter named by Yoshida immediately asked, Excuse me, challenger, what's your name? My name is Gary. Then how many symbols have you got so far, Gary? 2. Since Gary has already got 2 symbols and is a highly anticipated trainer, do you have any winning secrets? Secrets. Gary thought for a moment and said, No secrets, but I have never lost in a competition. This. The reporter who asked this question was stunned for a while, a little confused for a moment, and wanted to continue asking, but there was no chance. Gary, have you really never lost in a competition? The next male reporter asked. You haven't seen the Alliance Conference, have you? You are also a media in the Kanto region. The trainer of your region has won the Alliance Conference champion 3 times. You must know that. Gary said speechlessly. The reporters were stunned for a while, because they paid more attention to megastar Shinan, and really didn't investigate the situation of Shinan rival. They just thought that it was a trainer discovered by Yoshida. I'm really ignorant. The reporter who asked the question sat down embarrassedly. Another reporter stood up and asked, Since Gary is so good, what do you think of megastar Shinan? Shinan. I only saw him on TV before. Most of his matches were exhibition matches. I think he's normal. Gary responded. The reporters were shocked. They didn't expect Gary to give such an evaluation. Yoshida also had a headache. These reporters came for Shinan. Gary's evaluation would definitely offend Shinan. Even if Shinan didn't mind, Bulletin Nan's fans would not agree. The interview ends here. Let's meet in the dome. Yoshida immediately stopped the interview and pulled Gary out of the back door. Gary, you are really stupid. I told you to be careful when talking. Everyone here is Shinan's fans. You will be cyberbullied if you do this. Yoshida said with a headache. Cyberbullying is cyberbullying. Those who are not cyberbullied are destined to have no future in this life. Gary said indifferently. In the past, which celebrity has not suffered from cyberbullying? Even if you do nothing, as long as you are popular, you are destined to be cyberbullied. It's just a matter of how much or how little. Moreover, as long as Gary defeats Shinan in the match with Shinan, no one can say anything. Then you should prepare well for the next match. Yashida brought Gary to the player lounge. Although the battle is huge, the internal arena is very large, similar to the main venue at the Alliance Conference, and it can accommodate many people to watch. It's finally about to start. Who is today's challenger? Is he qualified to be the rival of Lord Shinan? No matter who it is, Lord Shinan will win. Standing in the player channel, Gary could hear the shouting outside. The next second, the lights of the exit in front went out, and then a voice came. Finally, that man is here. This man won the Winner's Cup in Boy Orange. Starting from Kanto Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference, he participated in many official Alliance conferences and won all of them with a perfect record. He is the most watched trainer in recent years. The host outside began to introduce Gary's information. It must be said that the people from Battle Dome did a background check on Gary and introduced Gary's previous experience in participating in the competition. Now, this man has finally come to Battle Frontier, and defeated 2 pioneering leaders in 3 days with a whirlwind-like attitude. Soon he came here, and his name is Gary. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded in the venue below. In an instant, a beam of light shone down from the ceiling, and a handsome boy was seen standing in the command area of the venue. Oh my god, that's Maoya. AFK, Maoya comes to Battle Frontier, I must support him. Maoya? Who is that guy? You don't even know Maoya, does your home have internet access? Gary's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Maybe winning the Alliance Conference champion once would be a short-lived success, but winning 3 Alliance Conference champions in a row, almost all of which were in a perfect state, and even having legendary Pokémon, it's hard not to be popular. The staff in the Battle Dome didn't expect Gary to be so well known. Most of the people who came here to watch the game were fans of Shinan, and many of them knew Gary. Pokémon battles are like flashy flowers. The artists of the contest dome, people gathered in the Battle Dome, revel in the contest's tricks and clever tactics. The dome megastar, Shinan, has arrived. The audience burst into screams of girls, and the entire dome stadium was immersed in this scream. Growl. The next second, a figure jumped down from the sky guard. Shinan was wearing a brown cloak, with only his head exposed. He was still facing the ground. Just as Shinan was about to hit the ground in the command area, Shinan's body suddenly did a backflip and his feet landed steadily on the command area. Gary was a little confused and immediately looked at the ceiling. LV65 Metagross/Elite. It turned out to be Metagross, I said. Gary was relieved immediately. The sky guard is 20 meters away from the command area. Even if the people in this world are physically strong enough, they will definitely get hurt if they fall from such a high altitude. Shinan jumped down from the ceiling just now. At the last moment, Metagross used confusion to let Shinan turn over, otherwise it would be a tragedy. This Shinan doesn't look simple, Gary thought to himself. Although he could see the trick, Heather was brave enough to do this. If Metagross made a mistake, he would be in trouble. Especially seeing the level of Metagross, it can be seen that Heather's strength is not simple, and the levels of other Pokémon are not low. Of the 2 Pokémon prepared by Gary this time, only one has reached the elite level, and the remaining Pokémon is at the peak of the quasi-elite level. Although it can assist and carry props to fight with the elite level, there is still a gap. Lord Heather? So handsome. So handsome, I want to have a baby for you. Get lost? You are a man, why do you have a baby? I am LGBT, and my gender will be defined by myself. I want to be a mother. The appearance of Heather directly detonated the audience. Heather waved to the audience, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said to Gary, Gary, I hope you can show a performance that lives up to the symbol of tactics today. Of course, I will definitely beat you. Gary said, haha, that's great, I like your fighting spirit. You are like the normal of the wind to challenge the frontier, so today's lineup to meet you is the raging and roaring wind. After saying that, Heather threw 2 Pokeballs. Great, great. 2 bright figures, one red and one blue, appeared. Duh. Roar. 2 dragon roars sounded. The 2 Pokémon sent by Heather were Charizard and Salamence, both of which have flying type, which is in line with the wind combination that Heather said. LV62 Charizard 3/Elite LV62 Salamence 3/Elite. Both Pokémon have elite level strength. Ding! Obtain tactical symbol/reward, 4 high-level rare candies, 1 silver crown, 1 ability enhancement stone, 1 self-selected permanent skill learning device. The system also issued a task, which is no different from the task issued by the previous challenge to the Pioneer Leader. The only difference is the number of high-level rare candies. The number of high-level rare candies rewarded by the task seems to be determined by how many Pokémon the Pioneer Leader uses, and 2 high-level rare candies are rewarded for 1. This doubles match is 2v2, and there are no replaceable Pokémon, so 4 high-level rare candies are rewarded. Gary also silently took out 2 Pokeballs from his waist. Both sides are ready. Today's match is a doubles match. When both Pokémon of either side lose their ability to fight, the match ends. After the host introduced the rules on the flying device, he came to Gary and told him, the Pioneer Leader has decided which Pokémon to use. Now it's your turn to send Pokémon. If necessary, you can teleport Pokémon on the spot. As he spoke, a Pokémon teleporter rose behind Gary. Gary was surprised. You are so nice that you have prepared a Pokémon teleporter now. I don't need to replace Pokémon. Gary said. Okay, Then please send out the Pokémon. The flower fell, and the Pokémon teleporter behind Gary descended. This is the first time you two have cooperated. It's up to you. Gary threw out 2 Pokeball 770. Great! Roar! Kui. The Pokémon sent by Gary were Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Magnezone. LV62 Super Iron Tyrannosaurus 3/Champion. LV58 Magnezone/Champion. What a wonderful combination of electric and rock. Shi Nanshan praised. The referee saw that both sides had sent out Pokémon immediately announced ready, go. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus uses Rock Slide. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus immediately created a large piece of rock and threw it at Charizard and Salamence. Fan beat up, then let's use Dual Hurricane to play Rock Slide. Shi Nan ordered. Charizard and Salamence immediately rushed to the sky, and the dual wing beat fanned, and a huge storm quickly formed, and it was about to collide with Rock Slide. But at this moment, Gary spoke. Now, Magnezone, use gravity. Kui. Blue electricity burst out from Magnezone's body, and a strong magnetic force covered the entire arena. A heavy pressure descended, and in addition to Magnezone, Charizard and Salamence felt their bodies sink, falling rapidly toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The rock thrown by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was also affected by gravity and fell to the ground, so it did not attack rival. Bang, bang. Salamence and Charizard all fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were in full contest condition, so they didn't suffer too much damage after falling like this. But now, Shi Nan's situation is not good. If Salamence and Charizard can't fly, they will be greatly restricted, especially when facing the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus that restrains them. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, ground. Gary ordered. Roar. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus raised its foot and prepared to stomp the ground. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Salamence, Flamethrower to attack Magnezone. Shi Lan knew that she couldn't dodge, so she immediately locked the target on Magnezone. Magnezone is a steel type and is restrained by fire skills. As long as Magnezone is eliminated, the gravity field will almost disappear. Magnezone, rush to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and use Light Screen. Gary ordered. Kui. Magnezone rushed to the front of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and a blue transparent energy barrier appeared in front of it, blocking all the Heat Wave and Flamethrower. With Light Screen and Magnezone's own X-Solid ability, it was no problem to block the attacks of Charizard and Salamence. At the same time, the Earthquake Wave caused by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus also spread out, and Salamence and Charizard were affected by the Earthquake Wave, and their bodies kept shaking. DFL. Charizard showed a painful expression. Ground-type skills restrain Fire-type Pokémon. If he can't fly, he will definitely be hit by Earthquake. Attack Charizard with all your strength. Gary immediately chased. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus uses Stone Edge. Magnezone uses Thunderbolt. Roar. Kui. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus stomped on the ground, and thick stone blades broke out of the ground and went towards Charizard Rock. Magnet on Magnezone flashed golden arcs, and shot a lightning snake towards Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Salamence, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard and Salamence used their skills one after another, and the skills of both sides intersected together. The stone blade continued to extend without fear of the burning of the flames. Thunderbolt's powerful electric current, with extremely strong penetrating power, tore the dragon-shaped wave into pieces and quickly fell towards Charizard. Boom! The two skills met on Charizard's body and exploded. Charizard was blown away and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Charizard has lost his ability to fight. Not good. Salamence is the only one left in Heathland. Host exclaimed. What? How could this happen? He defeated Lord Shi Nan's Charizard so quickly. As expected of Mr. Mao, even the head of the battle cannot defeat him. Within 3 minutes of the start, Gary defeated Shi Nan's Charizard. Now the situation on the field is that Salamence has to fight 2 alone, and Salamence cannot fly due to the influence of gravity. It is too difficult to win. Magnezone, use Lock-On, then Thunder Wave. Gary ordered. Magnezone's blue pupils flashed, and Lock-On prevented him from flying. Salamence, use Dragon Pulse. Shi Nan did not give up and immediately launched an attack. Salamence spit up Dragon Pulse towards Magnezone, but it was useless. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus used Drill Run and rushed forward without hesitation. Rapid Spin's drill tore the Dragon Wave into pieces, and rushed towards Salamence with undiminished power. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Shi Nan ordered. Roar. Salamence wanted to use Dragon Claw, but a Thunder Wave came and paralyzed him instantly. He couldn't move his claws just halfway up. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus attacked. Drill Run. Bang. With a muffled sound, Salamence was knocked out of the arena by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and fell to the ground outside the arena. The arena in the Battle Dome is placed in an open field with no walls around it. Being knocked out is equivalent to falling off the ring. You know, there is still gravity on the field, and the flying dragon can't fly back to the field now. Referee, how do you calculate this? Gary asked. Now Gary has the advantage. If he lets Salamence come up, he will have to cancel gravity, which will be a big loss for him. Cancel gravity first and let Salamence come up first. Then you let Magnezone continue to use gravity, and I will announce the start of the game. What do you think? Host suggested. Okay. Gary nodded and said, Magnezone, remove the replay. No need, I lost this game. At this moment, Shi Nan suddenly spoke. Host was also confused, not expecting Shinan to admit defeat. Hurry up and announce it. Shinan urged. Shinan, the leader of the battle, took the initiative to admit defeat, and the winner of this game is Gary. In this way, Gary successfully won the third game in the pioneering zone. Thank you for your hard work. Gary also took back Magnezone and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The outcome of this game was doomed from the moment Charizard lost. Salamence could not beat Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and Magnezone, especially with gravity on the field. And Magnezone can manipulate magnetism to fight gravity, and can fly even in the gravity field. Salamence, who can't fly, has a hard time dealing with Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, not to mention that there is a Magnezone staring at him. Although they won the game, there was no cheering in the audience. Those girls all looked sad. As fans of Heather, they naturally didn't want to see Heather lose, especially since Heather took the initiative to admit defeat. But there was no way. Heather was too confident and chose to release Pokemon first, which made it easy to be targeted. Heather sent Charizard and Salamence to play and was targeted by Magnezone. If Heather sent Arcanine and Swampert, Dino, to fight Ash, it would be difficult for Gary to win. Swampert is immune to electric skills, and its water skills can restrain Tyranitar 4 times, so Gary will fall into a passive state. It was a good battle. Your tactics were quite targeted at me. Congratulations. Shinan came over and congratulated him. From his words, it can be heard that Shinan knew that he was being targeted, otherwise he would not have played this game so uncomfortably. Mr. Shinan, I actually decided to use Magnezone, Tyranitar, and Weevil at the beginning. Weevil and Magnezone were backups, but you sent out Pokemon first. You can't blame me, Gary said. Originally, Gary was going to use Weevil to try out the X-Suppression ability, but Shinan sent out Charizard and Salamence. Although Weevil restrains Salamence, it is obviously more fun to send out Magnezone. Preventing a Pokemon that can fly from flying is equivalent to cutting this Pokemon in half, and its strength cannot be exerted even half. It seems that I was careless, Heather said. Of course, the trainers invited by Yoshida are all strong. I don't think you need to let them go, Gary said. Haha, I was lectured, but what you said makes sense. However, this kind of battle is boring. But after fighting with you today, I decided not to send out 2 flying-type Pokemon in the future, Heather said. Every failure makes you wiser. Especially because Heather's game will be broadcasted, so some trainers will notice Heather's weakness. As long as Heather sends out 2 flying Pokemon, the challenger can send out a Pokemon with gravity skills, and Heather can be targeted well. This is the tactical symbol, take it. Heather also handed the Battle Dome symbol to Gary. Ding! Mission completed, the reward has been sent to the space backpack. Thank you, I'm leaving. Gary didn't stay for long. After getting the symbol, he left quickly. After all, this is Heather's territory, and Heather's pink is everywhere. Heather can afford to lose, but that doesn't mean his fans can afford to lose. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gary went out and released Charizard to run away. System, exchange the Protect skill for me. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Gary decided to use a self-selected skill learning device to exchange for the Protect skill. The Protect skill is quite invincible and can perfectly resist rivals' attack twice, which means there are 2 chances to make mistakes. The key is, almost all Pokemon can master the Protect skill, only Wobbuffet and Unknown cannot learn it. Ding! Skill exchange successful. Gary immediately went outside, released the Pokemon on his body, and taught them the Protect skill. The next battle facility is the Battle Gym, which is Little Thistle. Gary said to himself. Zyagi is the pioneer of the Battle Gym and a mature queen. Gary has a deep impression of Zyagi because she is the only woman in the series who can be conquered by Xiaogang. This is mainly because Zyagi likes Squinty Eyes and has captured a lot of Squinty Eyes Pokemon as pets. Xiaogang happens to have Squinty Eyes and is Zyagi's favorite. To be honest, Gary can beat Zyagi. Xiaogang's off-field interference has contributed a lot. In the battle, he used a lot of sweet words to interfere with Zyagi's thoughts, and Zyagi was frequently hit degree. After the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Magnezone were treated, Yoshida also drove here. Gary, today's game was very good, but it was a pity that it was not very exciting, Yoshida said. Yoshida founded the pioneering area to see evenly matched battles, but in today's game, due to the lineup problem, Heather was completely suppressed, and there was no back-and-forth tug-of-war, which was really boring to watch. It's not my fault. Who made Heather too confident? The key is that he always wants to perform, likes to make some fancy combo skills, and sends Pokemon out first. He deserves to be targeted, Gary complained. Gary doesn't think much of Heather. You said you are a coordination trainer, so you should coordinate well and integrate coordination into Pokemon battles. The goal of the battle is to win. Who will mess with you? Except for Ash, the fool, most trainers will not deliberately fight against the wind unless they have no choice. Okay, then the next match will be put on next Monday, Yoshida said. Why next Monday? Gary asked in confusion. He was still thinking about challenging the battle pipeline tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Saturday and Sunday, the battle facilities are closed, Yoshida said. Can't you make some concessions? Gary asked. This, you can only ask them yourself. I can't do anything, Yoshida said. Gary thought about it. Zyagi agreed to the battle only because of Xiaogang's face. If he asked, he would probably be rejected, so he might as well wait until Monday. It's just that Ash is estimated, Jfei, to have almost reached the battle pyramid, but Gary is thinking about collecting the symbols of the 7 frontiers before Gary conquers the battle pyramid. By the way, has Ash finished the battle frontier? Gary asked. No, Ash has defeated 6 frontier leaders so far, and now only the battle pyramid is left. He has challenged it once before, but lost, and he will probably challenge it again soon, Yoshida said. Calculating the time, Ash has spent more than 2 months challenging the frontier, and it is almost over. If Gary remembered correctly, Ash challenged Brandon 3 times before defeating him. Then I have to work harder, Mr. Ashida, let's go to Fuchsia City. Gary said. Okay, then I'll go first. After that, Ashida drove away in a sports car. Gary had a full meal at the Pokémon Center, and then took Charizard to Fuchsia City. The battle channel is in the suburbs of Fuchsia City, which is still in the city, but few people go there. After all, it is not a gym. The city will not provide a good location for battle facilities. The training of trainers in each region alliance is mainly focused on rookie trainers, and only 2 events, Alliance Conference and World Championship, are held. There are no mid-range and high-end competitions. Mid-range and high-end competitions are all contracted out to private contractors. Battle Frontier was actually founded by Ashida himself, and it has little to do with Alliance. Each battle leader was found by Ashida himself. 3 days later, Gary came to the battle channel. Looking at the building in front of him, Gary felt it was very abrupt, especially the huge sea viper decorate on the roof. If those who were afraid of poisonous insects saw it, they would definitely stay away from it. Gary walked to the door of the battle facility and could see the situation inside through the transparent glass window. There were some women inside, but these women were very social, all dressed like junior college girls. And Yoshida was also inside. Before coming, Gary had contacted Yoshida, and Yoshida said that he would wait for him at the battle channel. Gary pushed the door open directly. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the people inside. Except for Yoshida, the girls inside looked at Gary with surprise. Gary, you are here. Yoshida greeted. Mr. Yoshida, good morning. I am here to challenge the battle channel. Gary said. What did you say, kid? A girl with short blonde hair and wearing a white windbreaker walked up to Gary angrily, holding a baseball bat in her hand, looking unruly. Gary, what's wrong? Gary asked in confusion. I didn't say anything excessive. Nothing? I just think you are too power trip. Do you know that my big sister is very strong? A third-rate trainer like you should speak respectfully to her, understand? The blonde girl warned. Gary was speechless. This is just a street urchin who thinks that God is the boss and he is the second. Anyone who sees him must bow and scrape. Gary, you mind, she has no ill intentions. Yoshida also felt that the blonde was not polite, and immediately stepped forward to rescue her. It's okay, when can I challenge you? Gary asked. Hey, you haven't replied to me yet. Seeing that Gary ignored her, the blonde was very angry, but she was just angry and didn't dare to attack Gary. Okay, Barbara. Let him in. The companions around the blonde immediately stopped Barbara. Don't stop me, if you don't stop me, I will definitely beat him. Barbara pretended to fight, but was stopped by her companions. He only started when his companions stopped him. It was obvious that he was a tiger-eating tiger. He could only argue verbally and didn't dare to help. Come with me. Ashida was also very troubled. In order to avoid continuing to argue, he quickly took Gary to the battlefield at the back. Battle Pike was not big, but the corridor was a bit long. It took almost 1 minute to walk to the back of the competition field. When I arrived at the competition field, I saw a black-haired queen with long hair down to her waist. This person was Xiao Fan, the thick queen of the water pipe. Xiaoji, the challenger is here, Yoshida said. Xiaoji nodded calmly and said, Hello, I am Xiaoji, the pioneer of the battle pipeline. Hello, my name is Gary, can we start the battle? Gary asked. Of course. Xiaoji didn't say anything nonsense and immediately asked people to prepare. 3 minutes later, both of them stood in the command area. The competition field was not an ordinary field. In the half of the field on Xiaoji's side, there was a pool in the shape of a swimming ring, which meant that Xiaoji had a water system. At this time, Barbara, who had previously power-tripped in front of Gary, stood in the command area and complained, Big sister, this brat is not polite at all, you have to teach him a lesson. Xiaoji looked at Barbara, shook her head helplessly and said, Hurry up and announce the start. Barbara nodded and announced, the next game will be between the Gym Queen Barbara and the challenger Gary. There are 3 Pokemon that can be used, and neither side can replace Pokemon. Now, please send out Pokemon. Gary was a little confused. He remembered that Ash and Zyagi were in a 2v2 battle, but how come it was 3v3 for him? The non-replaceable Pokemon is the feature of the battle pipeline. Because Zyagi's ability is only for attack and not for defense, the challenger is prohibited from replacing Pokemon. Ding! Task released, get the symbol of luck/reward, advanced rare candy X6, silver crown X1, ability breakthrough stone X1, self-selected permanent skill learning device X1. The system also released the task. Go, Seaviper. Xiaoji recognized the Pokeball without hesitation. Great! LV65 Seaviper female sign/champion. A large snake with a black belt and yellow patterns and a bunch of scarlet fangs exposed appeared. This is Xiaoji's trump card, Seaviper. This Xiaoji is a little special. He likes to use snake and insect-type Pokémon, but he also captured a bunch of squinty-eyed Pokémon as pets. Especially, this Seviper has a high potential, reaching the champion level. It is difficult for Pokémon with low normal species strength to have high potential. Seviper has only more than 400 species strength, which is definitely not a high species Pokémon. It is only one level higher than Butterfree and Beautifly. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, leave it to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great! The huge Iron Tyrannosaurus appeared. Hiss! Seeing the Iron Tyrannosaurus, Seviper straightened his snake body and his height was higher than the Iron Tyrannosaurus. What a big body! Gary then realized that the Seviper in front of him was much thicker than the ordinary Seviper, and could be called an eye python. Seeing that both sides had sent out Pokemon, Barbara announced, "Ready, go. Seviper, use flamethrower." Barbara took the initiative. Seviper opened his mouth and spit up flames. The flying speed of the flames was extremely fast. In 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, it was close to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. When Gary wanted to open his mouth to fight back, the flames had already swallowed the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Gary quickly ordered, "Earthquake." DF. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus endured the burning of the flames and raised its feet to stomp on the ground. "Please give me 0 flowers." Dag. The earthquake wave spread. "Jump up and use flamethrower." Little Thistle ordered. Seviper interrupted the flames, raised its tail and whipped it on the ground. With a whoosh, with the reaction force of the collision, its body lightly splashed and successfully jumped into the sky, and then spit up the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Up flame. Stone Edge. The Iron Tyrannosaurus gathered the stone blade, but the flames came first and hit the body of the Iron Tyrannosaurus. The Iron Tyrannosaurus ignored the flames and waved his hands. The condensed stone blades shot rapidly towards soaring in the sky. Bang, 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 deuterium. Seviper was hit by the stone blade, interrupted the flames in pain, and flew backwards. 0. Go over and catch up with it with Drill Run. Gary took advantage of the victory to pursue. The horns on the head of the Iron Tyrannosaurus began to rotate and chased after Seviper. It was a little slow, but it was okay. At least it could catch up before Seviper fell to the ground. Looking at the charging Iron Tyrannosaurus, Xiaoji had a calm face, glanced at the falling Seviper, and ordered, after falling, use Iron Tail to counterattack. The words fell. Seviper's blade-like tail was covered with silver energy. After approaching the ground, it lashed the ground fiercely. Assist hit the reaction force of the ground, stabilized its body, and prevented falling damage. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was approaching. Seviper did not hesitate at all. After stabilizing its body, it swung its tail forward and lashed. Whoosh! Iron Tail collided with the horn of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The huge impact force compressed Seviper's snake body like a spring. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus relied on its own gravity and superpower to knock Seviper out. Gary took the opportunity to issue an order, Stone Edge. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus punched the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was broken, and sharp stone blades emerged from the ground, like swords of the earth, constantly coming up from the underground sucker punch. Bang, dauf. As Seviper fell, a stone blade broke out of the ground and hit Seviper. Bang, Seviper fell to the ground, his eyes swirling around. What? Big Sister Seviper was defeated. This Gary is not simple. When Xiaoji's apprentices saw Seviper defeated, they were all very surprised. Xiaoji's Seviper is usually very arrogant, only attacking and not defending, and there are not many challengers who can defeat Seviper head-on. Since the establishment of Battle Frontier for such a long time, there are only a handful of challengers who can defeat Xiaoji's Seviper head-on. Seviper loses his ability to fight, and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus wins. Barbara announced reluctantly. Seeing Gary beat Seviper, Barbara felt very depressed. Xiaoji calmly took back Seviper. Melodic, it's your turn next. Xiaoji threw the Pokemon towards the pool. Great! A beautiful Pokemon that looks like a sea snake appeared and fell into the pool. 643 LV66 Melodic/Elite. This is a Pokemon that Melodic has only elite potential. According to the level, it must be a Pokemon that Xiaoji has bred for a long time. Because Pokemon with elite potential can level up once a year after reaching level 60, and it takes at least 6 years to go from level 60 to 66, or even longer. Gary knew that the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus would definitely lose, because the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has the Lightning Rod ability. If it is hit by a Water-type special attack skill, it will be killed instantly. And because of the rules, Gary cannot replace Pokemon. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Since it cannot be replaced, then play the last roll and steal as much damage as possible. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus used Stone Edge and punched the ground. Bang! Rock blades broke out and stretched out to Melodic. Melodic, use Surf. Xiaoji ordered. Ugh. Melodic swung his tail and slapped the water, creating a wave more than 10 meters high. Melodic rode the wave to avoid Stone Edge. Splash! The huge impact of the wave pushed the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus back several meters. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was severely injured, but it was not killed instantly. However, Melodic did not give it a chance. After Surf repelled the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, he immediately sprayed Hydro Pump. Bang! The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was repelled out of the field by Hydro Pump. Roar! With a wail, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus fell. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has lost its ability to fight. Melodic wins. Barbara announced quickly. Gary originally thought that the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus could cause some damage to Melodic, but Melodic walked on the waves with one hand, not only avoiding the rock blade, but also hitting the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus 10 times. You've worked hard, come back, and rest. Gary took back the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and then sent out the second Pokémon. Electivire, I leave it to you. Great. LV63 Electivire 3/champion. Wow, Electivire is here. Compared to before, Electivire's level has increased by 1, and it was upgraded yesterday, so its strength has increased slightly. Melodic, use Hydro Pump. Electivire, use Thunderbolt. Both sides issued commands one after another. Melodic spit up a powerful Hydro Pump. Electivire also fired a Golden Thunderbolt. The two skills intersected without any conflict. The Thunderbolt directly merged into the Hydro Pump and continued to rush out along the water flow. Electivire also ignored it and continued to rush forward. Bang! Electivire was hit by the Hydro Pump. Ugh. Similarly, Melodic wailed, and his body was bathed in golden current. Since you want to switch, then come on, use Thunder. Gary ordered. Okay, use Hydro Pump. Xiaoji said. Xiaoji's fighting style is only attacking and not defending. She is not afraid of exchanging injuries. Wow, ugh. The two Pokémon began to exchange injuries. Electivire kept using Thunder, and Melodic kept attacking with Hydro Pump. Let's see who can't hold on first. Even if Melodic's special defense is very high, but it is restrained by the electric type, so it will definitely suffer a little. When the two sides exchanged injuries for the 5th time, Melodic finally couldn't hold on and fell into the water. Wow. Although Electivire didn't fall, he was hit by Hydro Pump 5 times in a row, and his physical strength was gradually running out. At this time, contest condition was also at its end. Oh, it's really interesting. Ashida was quite excited watching the battle of exchanging injuries. This kind of head-on battle is most likely to arouse the wildness in people's hearts. Melodic has lost his ability to fight, and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus wins. Barbara announced. Now Thistle has only one Pokémon left. Gary didn't know what it was. He thought it was a 2v2 battle before, but it turned out to be 3v3. Steelix, I'll leave it to you in the end. Xiaoji sent out the last Pokémon. Great. A flash of white light passed by, and Steelix, who was nearly 10 meters tall, appeared. Steelix looked down at Electivire from a high position. Because his front teeth were exposed, it felt like he was smiling. Coupled with his ferocious expression, his unruly smile was revealed. LV64 Steelix/champion. As expected of the battle leader, the Pokémon in his hands have very high potential. If they are given enough time, they will grow to the Elite Four level sooner or later. The Elite Four does not mean that they are the strongest trainers in the region except for the champion. There are also many powerful trainers in the folk. They are not inferior to the Elite Four in strength. The only difference is that they do not have the title. Even some gym leaders have the strength of the Elite Four, such as Norman and Denji from the Sinnoh region. Denji ranked 27th in the World Championship. This is already on par with the Elite Four. And Shabana from the Galar region, who has entered the 8 Masters, which is the 8th of the world's mightiest trainer. Naturally, his strength is at the champion level. Gary looked at Steelix, who has a ground type, and Electivire's electric skills are ineffective, so he can only fight in close combat. Electivire, get close to Steelix. Gary ordered. Wow. Electivire rushed out quickly, and the yellow figure ran quickly on the field. 1.5 Don't let Electivire get close, use Earthquake. Xiaoji ordered. Steelix swung his tail at ground, triggering an earthquake wave, but it was useless. Wow. When Electivire saw Steelix's tail whipping ground, he immediately jumped up and jumped 10 meters high, level with Steelix's head. Iron Head. Steelix exerted his strength and rammed Electivire head first. Seeing that he was about to hit, Gary immediately ordered use Protect. Electivire blocked with both hands in front of him, and a spherical green barrier surrounded Electivire. 67. Steelix tackled on the barrier, Protect blocked Steelix's attack, and Electivire landed safely. The two sides were now only more than 2 meters apart. Okay, Dynamic Punch. Gary made a killing move. Wow. Electivire rushed out in one step, swung his arms, and hit Steelix's Orberg-like body with an explosive fist. Dang, dang. Steelix showed a look of pain, and closed his eyes in pain. When he opened his eyes again, the pupils in his eyes became empty and fell into confusion. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Zygi continued to order. Although Pokémon was confused, they would attack when they heard the command. Even if they attacked randomly, it was better than doing nothing. Dang. Steelix did not use Iron Tail, but drilled into the ground beside him and drilled into the ground. Hurry up and stand on the ground in the middle of the pool. Gary ordered hurriedly. Electivire immediately ran towards the direction of the pool, and soon came to the edge of the pool and jumped up, but at this moment, the ground under Electivire was broken, and an Orberg head broke out of the ground and hit the jumping Electivire. Wow. Bang! Electivire was attacked by Dig, and his body was knocked out and fell to the ground. Barrera immediately announced, Electivire lost its ability to fight. Steelix won. It really hit it. Gary frowned. When he saw Steelix dig before, Gary was worried that Electivire would be defeated. Because Pokémon fall into the chaotic contest condition, the body's sensing will have problems and it can't distinguish the direction, but Steelix is different. Steelix lives underground all year round. There is no light and sound underground. Steelix can only sense the surrounding conditions by vibration. So even if Steelix falls into the chaotic contest condition, it can still sense the surrounding conditions by vibration when it is underground. Pokémon under the chaotic contest condition are said to act randomly, but if the trainer does not give any instructions, the chaotic Pokémon will act according to its own instincts. When Steelix was underground, it sensed Electivirs running, so it launched an attack according to its own instincts. However, this was also the good luck of Zyagi and Steelix. The command was clearly Iron Head, but Dig was used. Gary decided to change to Earthquake after this game. Although Earthquake is a useless move, it can deal with underground Pokémon, and there are many Pokémon that can learn Earthquake, even Charizard can master it. Come back and have a good rest. Gary took back Electivire and threw the Pokeball while Steelix was still in confusion. Go, Charizard. Great. LV70 Charizard 3/champion. Roar. Charizard appeared. Charizard. Yoshida exclaimed. Gary used Charizard when he challenged Battle Factory and fought against Stadium before, but he didn't use it in Battle Dome, but that was a doubles match. Except for the doubles in Battle Dome, Charizard was used in the rest of the games. There was no other way. Gary only had Ultraman and Electivire as elite Pokémon. The rest of the Pokémon were not suitable for dealing with Steelix. There was only Charizard or Moltres. Charizard, use Inferno. Gary ordered. Hearing this, Gary said, Steelix, use Destruction Beam. Steelix did not use Destruction Beam, but opened his mouth and sprayed a silver beam towards the ground. It was a flash cannon. In soaring in the sky, Charizard spit up red flames, and the flames rushed, turning into several long strips of flames, rushing towards Steelix, interweaving around Steelix, forming a flame cage to trap it. DNI. Even Steelix, who was in chaos, was in pain. After the flames dissipated, Steelix's originally empty eyes became bright, and the chaotic contest condition was lifted, but unfortunately, he fell into burns again, and his physical attack was reduced by half, which was really fatal. Steelix, use the Destruction Beam. Xiaoji still chose to attack, not afraid of Charizard's strength at all. Blast Burn. Since he chose to attack head-on, he would use his strongest skills to fight back. DNA. Steelix condensed an orange energy ball in front of his mouth. It took 2 seconds to condense, and the energy ball turned into an orange beam and shot towards Charizard. Charizard was surrounded by blue flames. He punched the ground, and the violent flame energy moved along the ground and came to Steelix, and the flames rose up to the sky. Boom, boom, both sides' moves hit each other, and 2 black mushroom clouds rose. Xiaoji's apprentices covered their mouths and watched the situation on the field. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of the 2 Pokémon were revealed. Charizard was still standing on the field, with some scars on his body, but he was fine. On the other hand, Steelix was already lying on the field, and his Orberg-like body was now covered with burnt marks. The winner has been decided. Barbara announced unwillingly, Steelix has lost the ability to fight. Charizard wins? The winner of this game is Gary. Thank you for your hard work. Gary took Charizard back to the Pokeball. After the game, Zyagi walked to Gary and stretched out his hand and said, it's been a long time since I've had such a passionate battle like this. You are very strong. Me too. Gary also stretched out his hand to shake hands with Zyagi to express his friendship. This is the proof of winning the battle channel, the symbol of luck. Zyagi then took out the battle facility symbol and handed it to Gary. Thank you. 020 Gary immediately took the symbol. Like other symbols, they were all made of gold. If these symbols were collected as a set, they would be very valuable for collection. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. After getting the symbol, Gary also left with Yoshida and came to the Pokémon Center in Fuchsia City, handing the 3 Pokémon he had fought to Joy for treatment. You played really well in today's game. It can be seen that Gary is much stronger than Zyagi. Yoshida commented. Yes, Zyagi is very strong. Gary did not deny that the leaders of Battle Frontier are stronger than each other. The next Pioneer leader will be stronger. As for the strongest Brandon and Annabelle, their strength may even be similar to the champion. Annabelle may be a little worse, but Brandon is definitely very strong. The level of his captured Regis, Regirock, and Registeel must have reached the elite level. Among them, Regirock and Regigigas are close to the champion. When Ash fought against Brandon, he lost to Bolt Strike Rock and Regigigas in succession. In the end, Brandon let him go and send out the newly captured Regis, plus 3 ordinary Pokémon, otherwise Ash would not be able to clear Battle Frontier. As for Annabelle, in the game and the special comics, she has legendary Pokémon like Brandon, but Annabelle in the animation is a bit lame. The next battle facility is the Battle Palace. When do you plan to challenge it? Asked Yoshida. The Battle Palace is on an island north of Waterway 20, called Natural Island. Natural Island has not been developed yet, but it occasionally sells some wood. The island keeper is the head of the Battle Palace, an old man named Eugene. Tomorrow. Gary calculated the time and saw that he could reach Natural Island in the afternoon and fight tomorrow morning. Gary, why are you in such a hurry to challenge? Are you in a hurry? Asked Yoshida. Because there are 2 people in the Battle Frontier this time. Compared with Ash, Gary's speed is simply extreme speed. In the time that Ash takes one symbol, Gary can get about 3 or 4, which is too fast. About the same. I want to travel to Sinnoh region later and participate in the Lily of the Valley conference by the way, said Gary. The Lily of the Valley conference just ended not long ago. With your strength, Gary, you can definitely catch up, and the level of the Alliance conference is not suitable for you, Gary, Yoshida said. The Alliance conference is, after all, for rookie and elite trainer, and Gary's current strength is obviously beyond the level of the Alliance conference. I don't know how to use the main Pokemon, Gary said. Main Pokemon. Hearing the main Pokemon, Yoshida asked curiously, Gary, which Pokemon do you have now, can you tell me? In addition to Blastoise and Charizard, there is also Banjira, Gary said. As for Zapdos and Latios, Gary didn't intend to say it, fearing to scare Yoshida. Moltres can't be considered your main Pokemon, Yoshida asked in surprise. Last time at the Battle Factory Gate, Yoshida saw Gary release Moltres, but since then, Gary has never used Moltres to fight, always using Charizard. Yoshida was very curious about Moltres' experience. Moltres can fight in Battle Frontier and is also a main Pokemon, but it is not the strongest. The Pokemon I mentioned can all fight against the champion, Gary said. Yoshida was quite shocked. Gary was so young, but he already had 3 Pokemon that could fight against the champion. Yoshida believed what Gary said very much, because he had seen the battle between Gary and Agatha with his own eyes. At this moment, Namaki seemed to see a champion that was opening again and again. The Kanto region is finally going to have a champion. Since you guys want to challenge me, I'll go there by boat to help you make the contact. If possible, I'd like to see the strength of your other main Pokemon, Gary. Yoshida. I'll try my best. Gary thought about it and agreed. Gary originally wanted to train the Pokemon in the Sinnoh region, but it turned out that these pioneers were not simple at all, and the strength of the Pokemon in their hands reached the elite level. Among the Pokemon in the Sinnoh region, only the Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus and Magnezone can be used, and the other Pokemon are not very good. Okay, then goodbye. Yoshida left after saying that, because the natural island is on the sea, Yoshida still needs to take a boat to get there. After Ashida left, Gary went to the Pokemon transporter area and transported all the Pokemon except Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Magnezone, and Charizard back to Professor Oak's laboratory, and then sent 10 more Pokemon to his side. Because the leaders of the next battle facility are relatively strong, the Pokemon levels in their hands are estimated to be between level 65 and 70. There are 7 pioneering leaders in the Kanto region. Although the Pokemon levels in their hands have reached the elite level, there are also differences in strength, which can be divided into top 3 and bottom 4. The 4 leaders that Gary has defeated so far are naturally the bottom 4, and the remaining 3 are the 3 strongest among all pioneering leaders. After having lunch at the Pokemon Center and resting for an hour, Gary left Fuchsia City on Charizard. The south of Fuchsia City is the sea area of the Kanto region. The natural island is in the north of the number 20 waterway, which is quite far away and takes several hours by boat. Just if you fly, you can reach the natural island in 1 hour. Because of the climate, this area has a tropical climate and the sun is still very strong. There is only one small town on the natural island. It is called a town, but it is more like a village. There is only one Pokemon. Let's go to the forest for a walk. After settling down at the Pokemon Center, Gary decided to go to the forest to see what Pokemon this natural island had. After all, it had been almost 3 years since the system announced that 10 shiny Pokemon could be captured, and Gary had only captured 7 shiny Pokemon, which was actually a lot. Look at Ash, who had only captured 1 Flash Noctowl, and Gary being able to capture 7 was already pretty good. Gary estimated that the Pokemon he had seen recently were close to 1,000, so he could try his luck in the forest. The area of human activity on the natural island was not large, and 90% of the area was undeveloped, still maintaining the contest condition of the trackless forest. The people on the island simply opened a road in the forest to facilitate the collection of supplies in the forest, and the rest was not developed. Entering the forest, Gary looked around, not missing any Pokemon, so as not to miss any shiny Pokemon. LV8 Metapod 3/normal, LV12 Rattata/normal, LV15 Abe Snake/elite. Because it is the Kanto region, the Pokemon on the natural island are all Pokemon from the Kanto region, and they are all ordinary Pokemon that Gary often sees. Because the natural island is an isolated island, the Pokemon on the island have no outside Pokemon entering, so they are left to fight each other, there are fewer disputes, and the territory is basically divided. With less struggle, the strength of the Pokemon on the island will naturally not be too strong, and the level will not be too high. After watching for half an hour, I didn't even see a level 20 elf. Go back. Gary looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He didn't encounter any shiny Pokemon, so he had to go back. Gary returned the same way. As he walked, Gary heard a collision sound from the woods beside him. Are there wild Pokemon fighting? Gary was confused and walked quietly into the woods. After passing through the dense woods more than 10 meters away, he saw a small open grass behind the woods. 10 groups of Pokemon gathered here. LV10 Nidoran female sign/elite. LV8 Nidoran female sign/normal. LV7 Nidoran female sign/normal. LV10 Nidoran male sign/normal. LV10 Nidoran male sign 3/elite. LV12 Nidoran male sign 3/gym. There were a total of 6 Pokemon, Nidoran female sign and Nidoran male sign, and they seemed to be doing a team activity. Lang, lang lang, lang. The Nidoran male sign S showed off their strong bodies one after another, trying to attract the favor of Nidoran female sign. Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign are the same kind of Pokemon. They will pair up with each other from childhood and walk hand in hand for the rest of their lives. Gary also stared at one of the Nidoran male sign S, the one with the best gym potential. Why stared at it? Of course it was not because this Nidoran male sign had the highest potential, but because this Nidoran male sign was blue all over, with the same skin color as Nidoran female sign. Standing with the other 2 Nidoran male sign S, it looked very abrupt. But it was obvious that this heterochromatic Nidoran male sign had a higher level than the other 2 Nidoran male sign S because of its high potential. It was also the boss among them and had the right to be chosen by Nidoran female sign first. This Nidoran male sign was standing proudly in front of the giant Nidoran female sign. The 3 Nidoran female sign S looked at the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign, and their originally friendly eyes turned into disgust. They all bypassed the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign and ran to find the 2 Nidoran male sign S with increased skin color behind them. Each of them chose a Nidoran male sign and left. Lang, lang. The heterochromatic Nidoran male sign saw that there was still a Nidoran female sign that had not been paired with a team, so he immediately went over to show his courtesy, but Nidoran female sign was very disgusted, cursed, and ran away. The heterochromatic Nidoran male sign, lang. Nidoran male sign was sad for a while. He was obviously the strongest Nidoran male sign. Why was he abandoned? Gary was also a little curious when he saw this scene. Although love is about fate, wild Pokemon are all about strength. No matter how you look at it, the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign is the strongest, so the Nidoran female sign S should give priority to the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign. Seeing that only the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign was left, Gary also walked out of the woods. Lang. Nidoran male sign felt the movement behind him and immediately turned around. When he saw Gary, his face suddenly fell. He thought that the Nidoran female sign had changed his mind, but a bip came out. What bad luck. Nidoran male sign, have you been abandoned? Gary asked. Lang. Nidoran male sign was furious and shouted angrily, can you speak? What does it mean to be abandoned? It's Nidoran female sign who has no vision. You kid, can you speak? I want to teach you well, right? Don't be angry, I just know the reason why you can't find a partner. Bzhat, do you want to know? Gary said. Lang. Nidoran male sign looked suspicious. Why did he say that? I have to say that your potential is higher than the other 2 Nidoran male sign, and your strength is also the strongest. Gary said. Nidoran male sign 0, add. Lang. Good, good. Say more of this kind of thing. I am indeed the strongest Nidoran male sign. Logically speaking, with your talent, there should be a Nidoran female sign who will take the initiative to be your partner, but you came here with a group of inferior Nidoran male sign to be selected by Nidoran female sign, and even failed to be selected. Didn't you look for the reason in yourself? Gary said. Nidoran male sign? Nidoran male sign was very angry when Gary exposed his shortcomings, but Gary was telling the truth. It was indeed reduced to such a situation, but it would not be selected. What else can it do? Lang. Nidoran male sign shouted loudly. If Gary didn't give in, he would definitely let him know what it felt like to have horns. The reason is actually very simple, it's your skin color. Gary said. BB. After hearing this, Nidoran male sign immediately looked at his paws. The skin on them was blue, which was indeed a little different from other Nidoran male sign, but this had nothing to do with it not being able to find a partner. Look. Gary took out a mirror and placed it in front of Nidoran male sign, and then took out the Pokédex and called up the picture of Nidoran female sign for Nidoran male sign to see. Lang. Nidoran male sign looked at himself in the mirror and was immediately shocked. Because he was in the wild forest, Nidoran male sign had never seen his full appearance before. Even when drinking water, he might not be able to see it clearly. This was the first time he saw it so clearly. Seeing that Nidoran male sign hadn't noticed what was going on, Gary reminded him, see, your skin color is exactly the same as Nidoran female sign. Lang. Nidoran male sign was shocked, looked left and right, and found that his skin color was exactly the same as Nidoran female sign. But what was wrong with being the same? He thought it was pretty good looking. Even after being reminded to this extent, Nidoran male sign still didn't notice the problem. Gary said bluntly, your skin color will make Nidoran female sign think you are not masculine and think you are a female Nidoran male sign. Nidoran male sign, QAQ. Lang. Impossible? I am very strong. Being strong is useless. People's first impression of you is your face, and then your strength. If you don't have a good impression, you will not be favored by most temples even if you are strong. Gary said. The problem that Nidoran male sign can't find a partner is that its own color is very similar to Nidoran female sign, which is the same as a little boy girl to Nidoran female sign. In the human world, some people with special fetishes will like it, but in the eyes of Pokemon, Zionin girl means losing the right to mate for life. Think about it, is it that Nidoran male sign and you have a very good relationship at ordinary times and are unwilling to fight with you? Gary said. Lang. Nidoran male sign nodded. It was true, Nidoran male sign was a fighting Pokemon, but every time it fought with other Nidoran male sign, they would give into it, or even be unwilling to fight it. It's because of your skin color, Nidoran male sign will subconsciously think that you are related to Nidoran female sign, and they are unwilling to fight you? Gary said. Even if Nidoran male sign didn't have any relationship with the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign, the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign looked like Nidoran female sign, so Nidoran male sign naturally wouldn't fight with the heterochromatic Nidoran male sign seriously. This is why this heterochromatic Nidoran male sign is only higher than the other two Nidoran male sign. No matter how high the potential of Pokemon is, if you slack off and don't train, the level growth will naturally be very slow. Nidoran male sign, Lang, carrot. Unwilling tears flowed from Nidoran male sign's eyes, and sadness came back. The reason why Nidoran female sign rejected him from birth to now has finally been found, but this reason cannot be solved. You can't just peel off your skin. Lang. Nidoran female sign looked at Gary. The problem was discovered by Gary, so Gary must have a solution. Don't look at me. I can't help you solve this problem unless you are willing to find a female other than Nidoran female sign Pokemon as a companion, otherwise this problem cannot be solved. Gary said. Nidoran male sign, Lang. QAQ. Thinking of the appearance of other Pokemon on the island, Nidoran male sign felt that he really couldn't eat. Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign are Pokemon that are naturally paired. Although Nidoran male sign's egg group is a monster and land group, there are many Pokemon that can mate. But Nidoran male sign naturally likes Nidoran female sign, as if it was destined. I could have endured the darkness, but I saw the light. If Nidoran male sign had not seen Nidoran female sign, it could still endure it, but it has already seen it, and it is too difficult for Nidoran male sign to accept other female Pokemon. B. Nidoran male sign suddenly deflated like a deflated air balloon, looking listless. Seeing Nidoran male sign so sad, Gary comforted him. Don't be sad, you may not get Nidoran female sign, but I think you will definitely get the favor of Nidoqueen when you evolve into Nidoking. Lang. Nidoran male sign tilted his head, looking puzzled, saying that he didn't know who Nidoking and Nidoqueen were. I forgot that you live on the island, it's normal not to know. Gary said. The natural island is not very big. Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign need moonstones to evolve to their final form, and there are definitely no moonstones on the natural island. Let me show you. Gary used Pokédex to bring up the picture of Nidoking for Nidoran male sign to watch. Lang. Nidoran male sign was shocked. It was the first time it had seen such a strong Pokemon since it grew up, much stronger than its father Nidorino. This is your final evolution form, but you can't evolve here. If you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee that you will evolve into this form. Gary said. EB. Nidoran male sign looked hesitant. It had lived on the island for so long and was a little hesitant about whether to leave. Seeing that Nidoran male sign was still hesitating, Gary didn't waste any words and brought up the picture of Nidoqueen for Nidoran male sign to appreciate. Lang. Seeing Nidoqueen's appearance, Nidoran male sign's eyes widened and he was very shocked. Nidoqueen's appearance was much more beautiful than its mother Hudna. Nidoqueen's beautiful skin, sexy back thorns, and hot belly vest almost drew Nidoran male sign's soul out. Lang. Nidoran male sign immediately shouted that he wanted to follow Gary. He wanted to evolve into Nidoking and find Nidoqueen as his wife. Gary was sweating profusely. He was just trying it out, but he didn't expect Nidoran male sign to really crave Nidoqueen. Seeing Nidoran male sign's small stature, he actually liked Nidoqueen. Is this considered a small horse pulling a big cart? No matter what, he captured one more shiny Pokemon, which was one step closer to completing the task. Do you want to tell your parents? Gary asked. Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign are both social Pokemon. Nidoran male sign will not be driven out before it evolves into Nidorino. If Nidoran male sign is found missing, its parents will be very sad. BB. Nidoran male sign nodded and took Gary home. Nidoran male sign's home is not far from here, in a cave 100 meters away. With the arrival of Nidoran male sign, a Nidorino and a Nidorina came out of the cave. LV30 Nidorino/Gym. LV28 Nidorina female sign/Elite. From the perspective of their levels, they should be Nidoran male sign's parents. Lang. Seeing his parents, Nidoran male sign immediately stepped forward to explain, telling them that Gary was not a bad person, and also told them that he was leaving with Gary. Nidorina was very reluctant to hear that Nidoran male sign was leaving with Gary, but she knew that Nidoran male sign would have to leave this family sooner or later after evolving, and actually leaving with Gary was a good destination. Nino. Nidorino was different, and sent a taunt to Gary, obviously to confirm Gary's strength and see if Gary was qualified to protect Nidoran male sign. Nidorino was a very responsible Pokemon, and he had to confirm whether Gary had the strength to protect Nidoran male sign. Then let you take a look at my Pokemon first, and then consider whether to fight. Gary casually showed a Pokeball. Charizard appeared. Nidorino was shocked when he saw the tall Charizard. This was his first time fighting a Charizard. He didn't even need to fight to know that the Charizard in front of him was definitely a very powerful Pokemon. Nino. Although he knew that Charizard was very strong, Nidorino also took a fighting stance. He had his own children behind him and couldn't lose face in front of them. Forget about the battle. It would be bad if you get hurt. You still have to protect your wife and children. Gary reminded him and gave Nidorino a way out. Nino. Nidorino nodded and agreed to Gary's proposal, recognizing Gary's strength. Then Nidoran male sign, say goodbye to your parents. Gary said. Lang. Nidoran male sign said goodbye to his parents and ran to Gary happily. Here, this is the Pokeball, come in. Gary took out a Pokeball, squatted down, and gently touched Nidoran male sign with the Pokeball. Great! The Pokeball opened and took Nidoran male sign in. The Pokeball shook slightly in Gary's hand for a few times, then stopped shaking, and successfully captured it. In this way, Gary captured the 8th shiny Pokemon, and there are 2 left to complete the task issued by the system. 0. Gary also checked Nidoran male sign S data by the way. Pokemon, Nidoran male sign 3, Flash. Attribute, Poison. Level, 1-2. Potential, Gym. Ability, Fighting Spirit. When rival is the same gender as the player, the power of the move increases by 25%. When the gender is different, the power decreases by 25%. Skills, Leer, Poison Barb, Pecking, Focus Energy. Intimacy, 120, max value 255. Fighting Spirit ability, it's okay, but it's a pity that Nidoran male sign is a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, otherwise it would be suitable for expanding ability. Gary commented in his heart. Nidoking has 3 abilities. In addition to Fighting Spirit, there are also Poison Sting and Hide ability. The Poison Sting ability requires that the rival that touches the player has a 30% chance of being poisoned. Refer to Breloom's X-Spore ability. Strengthening it will definitely increase the probability to 60%. Forced ability makes the additional effect of the skill disappear, and the skill power increases by 30%. It can be imagined that after strengthening, the power should be further increased, up to 50%, or even 60%. In this way, except for the combat ability, Nidoking's other 2 abilities are effective, and the combat ability depends on what gender Pokemon rival will send out. If it is a male Pokemon, combat is a positive effect. For genderless Pokemon, combat ability is not triggered. For female Pokemon, combat is a negative effect. Normal trainer fights with breeder male Pokemon, so combat ability is still easier to trigger positive effects. You too, I will take good care of Nidoran male sign and let him start a family outside. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Nidorino and Nidorina, Gary flew out of the forest on Charizard and came to the Pokemon Center. Nidoran male sign, come out. Gary released Nidoran male sign in the Pokemon Center and introduced the Pokemon Center to Nidoran male sign. After all, Nidoran male sign is a wild Pokemon and does not know how Pokemon can survive in human society. A brief introduction to the Pokemon Center is needed. Anyway, the Pokemon Center is a rescue center for trainer Pokemon. If you get lost in the city or encounter anything, you can come to the Pokemon Center to take refuge. Trainers who lost Pokemon in the city would normally inquire about the news at the police station and the Pokemon Center. If a Pokemon was lost and they knew the Pokemon Center existed, they would take the initiative to run to the Pokemon 700 Center for help. BB. Nidoran male sign nodded, indicating that he would accept Joy's treatment obediently and would not resist. Let's go eat. After introducing the role of the Pokemon Center, Gary took Nidoran male sign to the cafeteria for dinner. Gary. Mr. Yoshida. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Gary saw Yoshida wearing sunglasses, and they both called each other's name at the same time. So, after Gary got the food, he shared the table with Yoshida, and also took a portion of Pokemon feed for Nidoran male sign, so that Nidoran male sign could get used to the food provided by humans to Pokemon. Oh, a different colored Nidoran male sign. Ashida didn't notice it at first, but when she saw Gary feeding Nidoran male sign, she realized that Nidoran male sign had a different color. Yes, I caught it on the island. Gary said. You're so lucky to have caught it on the island. I remember your Magnezone was also a different colored Pokemon, right? Ashida said. Yes. Ashida was amazed. Gary's luck is too good. He can get 2 different colored Pokemon. The probability of this kind of different colored Pokemon is 1 in 1,000. Ashida was so surprised by just 2 different colored Pokemon. If he knew that Gary had 6 different colored Pokemon, he would be even more surprised. Gary, when do you plan to challenge the Battle Palace tomorrow? Yoshida also started to ask about business. Is it okay in the morning? Gary asked. The head of the Battle Palace, Eugen, is an old man. Old people don't sleep much. It's completely possible to challenge early in the morning. Then how about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? No problem. The next day, Gary got up and went to the Battle Palace, but he didn't go with Ashida, because Ashida had gone to the Battle Palace early in the morning. According to Ashida, he wanted to see how strong Gary was, and to inform Eugen in advance, so that Eugen could put pressure on Gary in this competition. Gary rode the Origin bike to the stairs under the Battle Palace, walked up the stairs step by step, and came to the platform, and saw Ashida and Eugen were also outside. Eugen was hunched over, with a long white beard hanging on his chin, holding a cane with a super ancient a pattern. Gary has always been curious whether Eugen has any special identity. The A mark represents Kyogre, and he doesn't know if this pattern was made by chance, or if it has something to do with Kyogre. Oh, is this the Ash that Mr. Ashida mentioned? Eugen saw Ash and took the initiative to ask Ashida. Yes, this is Gary, a very strong young trainer. Eugen Sr., you have to be careful, Yoshida said. Gary was far away and couldn't hear the 2 people's conversation clearly. He walked over quickly and greeted, Hello, Senior Eugen, my name is Gary, and I came here specially to challenge the Battle Palace. I know, Yoshida told me specifically, but the weather is good today, let's fight outside, what do you think? Eugen said. Gary knew that Eugen liked to stay in the wild. When fighting with Ash, He stayed outside, running and fighting. If trainer didn't have enough physical strength and couldn't keep up, he couldn't give the correct instructions. What do you mean? Are you fighting while running? Gary asked. Forget about the running battle. I'm old. Let's fight at the beach. The venue is the beach and the ocean, Yujin said. Gary was a little surprised. He was ready to run, but he didn't expect Jin to choose the location directly. It seems that the old man Yujin has also realized that he is too old to run anymore. Okay, no problem. Gary doesn't like running to fight either, because it's troublesome to fight in the forest, especially with a cunning tensei in his hand. Shiftry, like Septal, is their home ground. They are almost invincible in the forest. If they fight in the forest, Gary can only find a way to destroy the terrain, otherwise it will be difficult to hit Shiftry hiding in the forest. Although Gary has Septal, he doesn't bring it with him. According to Gary's original tactical thinking, he intends to let Charizard use a large-scale beat-up attack to defeat Shiftry. Okay. Yujin nodded, took out a Pokeball and opened it. Great. A majestic large dog Pokemon appeared. LV63 Arcanine 3/Elite. Gary looked at Yujin's Arcanine, which was about the same size as his own, but Gary's Arcanine was a little lower in level than the Arcanine in front of him. Yujin touched Arcanine's back, exerted force with his legs, and jumped directly onto Arcanine's back, then said to the two, "Come on, let Arcanine take us to the beach." Gary looked at Yujin in surprise. The set of actions just now was not something that an elderly person could do. He was really afraid that Yujin would sprain his waist. Especially in his previous life, he saw so many disrespectful old dangs who fell down and blackmailed passersby, which made Gary a little scared when he saw the elderly messing around. 0.8 Gary, let's get on. Yashida also jumped onto Arcanine's back, and Gary followed suit. Arcanine, let's go to the beach. Yujin ordered. Ouch. Arcanine jumped down the hillside lightly, running all the way, and the sound of the wind could be heard faintly in his ears. In just about 2 minutes, he arrived at the beach. Now that we are here, let's choose this place as the battlefield, Yujin said. Hearing this, Gary and Yashida jumped off Arcanine's back, and Yujin also jumped off, taking Arcanine back to the Pokeball. Then, Gary and Yunjin opened up a distance of 20 meters, and a Pokeball-style drone flew over at some point. This drone is the referee, the latest machine referee developed by the Trainer Association, which is prepared for the future National World Championship. In the current World Championship, excluding the Elite Four and the champion, only the Alliance Conference champion and the gym owner are eligible to participate, and the total number of people does not exceed 100. The organizers also felt that there were too few people, but wanted to expand the number of people and prepare a ranking system, but the key is how to accurately rank, so they thought of machine referees to supervise the competition. At present, these mechanical referees have been initially developed and are being put into use and tested. However, as people discovered that Totem can be integrated into electronic products, the machine referee was directly replaced by the aerial shot Rotom. Now, the pioneering battle between the challenger Gary and the Palace Guardian Yujin will be held. 3 Pokemon can be used in this game. The game will end when all 3 Pokemon of one player are defeated. The referee robot announced. Ding! Release task. Get Spirit Symbol / Reward, Advanced Rare Candy X6, Ability Strengthening Stone X1, Silver Crown X1, Self-Selected Permanent Skill Learning Device X1. The system also released tasks. Gary found that the system has become more and more intelligent recently, and will only start issuing tasks after determining the rules of the game. Then the first Pokemon I use is. Come out, Venusaur. Yujin threw Pokeball 19. Great! A crawling green bullfrog with a huge body that walks on 4 legs appeared. LV65 Venusaur 3/Elite. Yujin directly sent out Venusaur. This Venusaur is not low in level. It can be confirmed that it is one of Yujin's main Pokemon. In the battle with Ash, Ash can only defeat it with Bug Swallow. Venusaur. Then I leave it to you. Go, Earclawed Mantis. Gary threw a Pokeball. Great. A Scizor covered with red armor appeared. LV65 Scizor 3/Quasi Legend. Gary actually has Scizor, which is very advantageous in attribute, Ashiwo thought. Scizor is a steel type that is immune to poison and has a high resistance to grass, making it a good choice for dealing with Venusaur. After detecting that both sides have sent out Pokemon, the robot referee announced, EAD, go. Venusaur, use Razor Leaf. Scizor, go hard. Both sides continue to issue commands at the same time. Ujin played very conservatively, using Razor Leaf, obviously trying to test Scizor's strength. Right. Venusaur shook his body, and leaves flew from both sides of his body, rushing forward quickly. Scizor directly lunged out, turning into a red phantom and galloping on the beach, ignoring the attacks of Razor Leaf, which could not hurt Scizor at all. Bana. Scizor hit Venusaur's forehead head-on, and the huge tackle force forced Venusaur's body to retreat. It was forced by superpower. What? Yujin was horrified. He didn't expect Scizor's power to be so terrifying that he could easily repel Venusaur. Yashida was also shocked. Bullet Punch. Gary chased after him. Swoosh. Scizor assisted the skill to speed up, flashed in front of Venusaur, and covered his 2 pincers with silver energy. The 2 pincers danced back and forth, and countless bullet punch fist shadows blasted Venusaur's forehead. Venusaur was beaten so hard that he couldn't open his eyes, because Caesar's fist was too heavy, and it felt like being pressed by a 80-level sledgehammer. The body wanted to move, but found that the body seemed to lose consciousness. Normal. Venusaur, use stun spore. Yujin ordered hurriedly. Venusaur's Kerala immediately spit up a ball of ephedra powder, which floated around, but Caesar did not dodge and continued to swing bullet punch. Seeing stun spore falling, Gary immediately changed the command and said, Aerial Ace. Caesar stopped bullet punch, covered his body with wind power, and rammed into Venusaur. Barna. Venusaur's body was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles. Venusaur loses the ability to fight. Caesar wins, the machine referee announced. Yujin and Yoshida looked at the defeated Venusaur and were deeply moved. Caesar was too fierce, and a series of continuous blows beat Venusaur without any resistance. If it weren't for stun spore, Venusaur would have made no contribution to this battle, equivalent to giving it away in vain. Caesar was also in paralysis contest condition at this moment, but Venusaur was killed, and it was not a loss to fall into the paralysis contest condition. It was a really unexpected battle. It seems that we can't be lax when dealing with this Gary, Yujin thought to himself. Yujin took back the defeated Venusaur and then sent out the second Pokemon. Come out, Arcanine. Great. Yujin sent out the Arcanine that he had just used for transportation. Although he had just used Arcanine for transportation, the physical consumption was nothing to Arcanine. Awa. Arcanine appeared and immediately exuded his intimidation, staring at Caesar with unfriendly eyes. Caesar was also frightened. It naturally knew that it was restrained by Arcanine and was now in the paralysis contest condition. It was definitely not Arcanine's rival. Come back. Gary did not hesitate at all. The moment he saw Arcanine, he took out the Pokeball and took back the Caesar. Sure enough, Yoshida felt a little sorry when she saw Gary taking back the Caesar, but she was not surprised. Because Yoshida wanted to see if Gary could defeat Arcanine with the giant 813 clawed mantis under the paralysis contest condition. Even if he couldn't win, it would be fine if he fought more excitingly. Gary didn't know that Yoshida thought so. If he knew, he would definitely give him a wall bag. Is this something a human can say? I haven't used you for a long time. Show your best. Come out, Bangala. Gary looked indifferent and threw the Pokeball casually. Great. A tyrant Bangala covered with a green armor shell appeared. LV71 Bangala / Quasi Legend. Ban. Bangala looked at Arcanine and murmured softly. The surrounding environment changed instantly. Sand grains flew into the air, and soon the whole venue was covered with sandstorm. This is because Bangala did not launch the full power ability, otherwise the entire coastline would be covered in sandstorm. XOS. Arcanine's mane was blown to one side. If it weren't for the thick hair, the sand in the wind would have caused some damage to Arcanine. Such a strong sandstorm. Yujin was also surprised. Although he had never lived in a desert, he could see that the power of this sandstorm was not simple. This is Gary's Banjira, it's really extraordinary, Yoshida exclaimed. It was also the first time he saw such a strong sandstorm. Even the machine referee was a little confused because the sandstorm completely blocked his camera. Arcanine, attack with play rough. Yujin had no intention of taking back Arcanine, and wanted Arcanine to test Bangala's strength. Ouch. Arcanine immediately ran towards Arcanine, but the closer he got to Bangala, the stronger the wind resistance he felt. But Arcanine was called Arcanine, so how could he be stopped by a mere sandstorm? The flame energy in his body burst out, breaking through the obstruction of sandstorm and rushing towards Bangala quickly. Dynamic punch. Bangala looked at Arcanine rushing towards him, and his body was covered with pink energy. Bang. Take my punch. Pa. Bang. Bangala punched out, and the air was filled with a cracking sound. The powerful dynamic punch hit Arcanine's head, knocking Arcanine back several meters with one punch, and 4 deep scratches appeared on the ground. Champion's posture. Seeing Bangala knock Arcanine back with one punch, Yoshida was sure that Gary's Bangala had reached the champion level and could compete with the champion's main Pokemon. This showed that Gary had not deceived him at the beginning. The strength of this Bangala was similar to Gary's Blastoise. Blastoise? What do you mean similar? Bangala was captured by me for Gary. XOS. The repelled Arcanine immediately stood up and barked at Bangala. It looked like it was about to attack, but it could be seen that Arcanine was also afraid. It felt Bangala's terrifying superpower. Arcanine, come back and rest. Gary was still waiting for Yujin to continue attacking, but Yujin took out the Pokeball and took Arcanine away. Gary was disdainful in his heart. Is it necessary to take it back? Even if your Pokemon comes out, it is still not a rival of Banjira. It is better to have a good fight, end it early, and go home to take a shower and sleep. Gary, you are really an unexpected challenger. Your Banjira is really strong, Yujin commented. Yes, Banjira is one of the strongest Pokemon in my hand. Gary nodded and admitted. Banjira raised its head and put on an arrogant attitude. It is indeed one of Gary's strongest Pokemon. However, it would be better if it could remove the one because it can't beat Blastoise at present. Seeing Gary's generous admission, Yujin smiled, took out a Pokeball, and said, it seems that I have to be serious too. My third Pokemon. Come on. Yujin threw the Pokeball in his hand into the sea. Great. Plop. A blue Pokemon fell into the sea. After entering the sea, the Pokemon immediately surfaced and revealed its true appearance. LV66 Lapras 3/champion. Eugen's third Pokemon is a Lapras, and it has the potential to be a champion. Oh my god, no wonder he chose such a venue. Seeing Lapras, Gary understood why Eugen chose the beach and the ocean for the battle. This ocean was specially prepared for Lapras. Gary didn't have any electric Pokemon in his hand, but he did have a grass Pokemon, but it was unfortunate that it was not suitable for fighting Lapras in such an environment. Lapras, use Hydro Pump. Eugen launched a fierce attack and came up with a water-type ultimate move. Bangala, use Dark Pulse. Gary countered. The water ball condensed in front of Lapras' mouth turned into a rushing water column and rushed towards Bangala on the beach. Black light came out of Bangala's mouth, and a dark beam of light was spitted up. The two skills intersected, and Dark Pulse stopped Hydro Pump's attack with an extremely strong momentum, and forced Hydro Pump back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bangala is a physical attacker, but his special attack ability is not low. The special attack species strength reaches 95, which is higher than Lapras. Lapras's main feature is high physical strength, and other aspects are mediocre. The main feature is that he has a lot of health and can withstand attacks. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose from the sea. Although Dark Pulse suppressed Hydro Pump, it did not completely repel Hydro Pump. In the end, it exploded due to energy conflict. However, because Lapras stayed in the sea, the impact of the explosion could not hurt Lapras, and Bangala could not do anything to him. Lapras, use Sheer Cold. Eugen suddenly ordered. The next moment, Lapras poked his head out of the water and spit up a cold air towards Bangala. Without Gary's command, Bangala waved his hand and manipulated the sandstorm in front of him to form a sand shield to resist all the cold air. The sand shield was instantly frozen and turned into an ice shield. Sheer Cold, a one-hit kill skill, is not like in the game. It will not be invalid if the level is higher than the opponent. Although it will not be killed instantly, the damage will still be taken, and this damage is real damage, so it cannot be taken casually. Only Pokemon with solid ability can be completely immune to one-hit kill. Using Sandstorm for defense. Awesome. Yoshida was also impressed by Bangala's trick. She never thought that Sandstorm could be used in this way. Bangala, use Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Ban. Bangala condensed rock blades around his body and shot them quickly towards Lapras. Lapras was not afraid at all and dived directly into the underwater. The rock blade fell into the water, splashing water, but it could not hurt Lapras. Even if it happened to hit Lapras, it would most likely just hit Lapras' shell and cause no damage. Bangala has the ability to change mountains and rivers, but it cannot change the sea. This Eugen is determined to use a dirty tactic, and Gary and Bangala are helpless for a while. Bangala, stop Sandstorm. Gary said. Eugen, huh. Hearing Gary's words, Eugen was confused. Dino's sandstorm weather can increase the special defense of rock Pokemon, which is good for Bangala. There is no need to stop Sandstorm. But why did Gary do this suddenly? Ban. Bangala waved his hand, and the sandstorm on the field quickly subsided. Eugen also saw Gary holding a Pokeball against Bangala. Come back. Gary pressed the switch and Banjira was taken back. Seeing Gary take Banjira back, Eugen's expression became nervous. After seeing such a strong Banjira, Gary might have a Pokemon as strong as Banjira. Anyway, Gary will definitely not send Scizor again, so there is only the third Pokemon Gary prepared. Who will it be? Old buddy, I didn't want to trouble you, but now I can't help it. Please. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Kami. LV72 Blastoise 3/Legend. Blastoise. Ashita was shocked. This was the first time she had seen Blastoise since she saw it more than 2 months ago. This is the Blastoise that Yoshida said defeated Lady Agatha Jengar. It looks really strong. Jin thought to himself. This morning, Yoshida came to inform Eugen that the challenger this time was very strong. She even revealed which Pokemon Gary had used and that Gary had a very strong Blastoise. However, Yoshida said that Gary would not use Blastoise under normal circumstances and had not used it in the previous 4 Pioneer battles. He did not expect that he would use it against him this time. Eugen looked at Lapras in the sea and immediately realized that the only Pokemon Gary had that could go into the sea was Blastoise. He just happened to force Blastoise out. Lapras, be careful. This Blastoise is very strong. Eugen reminded. Lapras nodded, indicating that he would pay attention. Rival, who could make his trainer remind him to be careful, must be strong. Blastoise, use high-speed water blade. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise jumped into the sea, but did not enter the sea. He floated in the air with rapid spin. At the same time, several water elements were covered around him, forming water 483 blades, and rushed towards Lapras quickly. Seeing Blastoise attacking from the front, Eugen was not at all prepared, and immediately counterattacked. Lapras, use Ice Beam. Lapras' mouth flashed coldly, and spit up a cold beam of light. Ice Beam hit Blastoise, instantly freezing Blastoise and the surrounding water blades. But it was just freezing, and it did not stop Blastoise from moving forward. Moreover, due to the freezing of Ice Beam, the high-speed water blade was upgraded to a high-speed ice blade. Bang! Lapras wailed as he was hit by the high-speed ice blade, which shattered. Blastoise's head and limbs immediately emerged from the tortoise shell. Good opportunity, punch. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise was only a meter away from Lapras, and his fist covered with violent fighting spirit exploded and attacked. Bang! The fist landed on Lapra's neck, and Lapras retreated violently, and was blasted more than 1,000 meters away. La la hiss. Lapras, who was hit by dynamic punch, immediately fell into a chaotic contest condition. Gary naturally would not miss this opportunity to hit rival hard, and immediately ordered, Aura Sphere. Blastoise moved the barrel down, without any aiming, and ejected 2 blue energy balls. Lapras, use Protect quickly. Yujin shouted loudly. But Lapras did not use Protect, but instead spit up an ice beam at soaring in the sky. With the help of Blastoise's launcher, the 2 aura spheres moved forward at an extremely fast speed, and with automatic aiming, they flew in front of Lapras in 2 blinks of an eye. Boom! With a blast, Lapras was blown away again. Bang! Lapras fell on the beach, his eyes spinning. Lapras loses his ability to fight. Blastoise wins, the machine referee announced. Yujin now only has Arcanine left. This Arcanine had also suffered a certain degree of damage in the previous battle with Banjira, and the gap in strength between him and Blastoise is definitely not a match for Blastoise. Yujin already had a premonition that he was going to lose. It can only be said that this time, Yoshida found a monster trainer to challenge Battle Frontier. It is estimated that among the pioneering leaders of the entire Kanto region, only Brandon can compete with Gary. Arcanine, please come on stage again. Yujin sent out Arcanine again. Ouch. Arcanine came out and immediately activated the Intimidate ability. Unfortunately, Blastoise was a dual-blade player, and there was almost no difference between physical attack and special attack. The physical attack was reduced, so he just had to use special attack skills. Gary waved his hand and ordered, use Water Pulse. Kami. Blastoise's barrel continuously sprayed water balls, like a cannonball normal attacking Arcanine. Use Extreme Speed to dodge. Yujin was still resisting. Arcanine showed his agility and dodged Water Pulse. No water ball could hit Arcanine. Arcanine dodged while gradually approaching Blastoise. Aura Sphere. Gary immediately changed the order. Blastoise stopped firing Water Pulse, and Yujin also issued a command at this moment. Now, Wild Charge. Ouch. Arcanine Assist accelerated and rushed to the sea quickly, and a large number of golden sparks burst out of its body, covering Arcanine's whole body, and walked on all fours in the water, because the speed was fast enough to run on the water. Kami. Blastoise's barrel fired a blue aura sphere, which flew quickly towards Arcanine. After touching Arcanine, it was bounced off by Arcanine's lightning coat. Boom! Arcanine hit Blastoise head-on, and a cloud of black smoke exploded. It actually hit. It's worthy of Yujin Sr. Yoshida looked at the sea in surprise, and saw Arcanine swimming towards the beach. After hitting Blastoise, Arcanine also fell into the water, and endured the backlash of Wild Charge, and swam towards the beach in a doggy paddle. Arcanine is now just a small boat, swimming in the water at a very slow speed, not even worthy of the word wind speed. Good performance, then we will respond to you with our strongest moves. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. Gary ordered. Blastoise poked his head out of the sea, more than 10 meters away from Arcanine, and a transparent blue energy wave condensed at the muzzle of the shoulder cannon. Arcanine, stop swimming, turn back and use flamethrower. Yujin ordered hurriedly. Arcanine immediately turned around and spit up a flame. The flame was like a fire snake, passing through the sea surface, and white smoke would appear on the sea surface wherever it passed, which showed that the temperature of this flame was quite high. Kami. Blastoise's barrel sprayed out 2 thick hydro pumps, and the sea surface was retreating to both sides, forming a vacuum zone. The terrifying hydro cannon instantly extinguished the flame and impacted Arcanine. Ouch! Arcanine screamed in pain and was hit by the hydro cannon and thrown to the shore. He broke several trees before stopping. The referee machine immediately flew over to check Arcanine's contest condition. After confirming Arcanine's contest condition, it immediately announced, Arcanine has lost his ability to fight. The 3 Pokémon of the Palace Guardian Yujin were all defeated. The winner of this game is Gary. Blastoise, come back and rest. Gary took Blastoise back. Yoshida looked at the winner Ash and said in distress, the 5th fortress of the Battle Frontier was also breached by him. Although Yoshida often invites powerful trainers to challenge Battle Frontier, he doesn't really hope that the challengers can clear Battle Frontier, otherwise Battle Frontier will seem easy to challenge. Currently, the number of trainers invited by Yoshida to challenge is no more than 20, but none of them can clear Battle Frontier. Even Ash had to challenge several times before he could clear Battle Frontier, especially the last 2 battle facilities were the most difficult. Battle Tower, Ash challenged twice before he could clear it. Battle Pyramid, Ash challenged B times before he could clear it. I lost, this is the proof of the winner, the spiritual symbol. After the battle, Yujin also handed the golden symbol to Gary. Thank you. Gary thanked him and took the symbol in his hand. Ding! Mission completed, the reward has been distributed to the space backpack. Gary, the next step is Battle Tower, when are you going to go? Yoshida asked. I'll go in the afternoon. Gary said. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I rushed back to the Pokémon Center on the island, treated the Pokémon, had a meal, and then rushed to the Battle Tower in the afternoon. I can challenge tomorrow. You just finished fighting with me. Are you sure you don't want to rest? The other 2 pioneers are much stronger than you. Yujin reminded. No need. I still have other Pokémon to fight. Gary shook his head. Yujin had nothing to say. Why did it feel like Gary had fought a game with me, as if there was no consumption? This pioneer leader was such a failure. I really don't know where Yashida found the monster. After the battle with Eugene, Gary, and Yashida returned to the Pokémon Center. Yashida didn't eat on the island. She sent me the address of the battle tower, bought a lunchbox, and left by boat in advance. Because Yashida had to be present at every challenge, Yashida had to go there in advance. After Gary handed the Pokémon he had fought today to Joy for treatment, he began to prepare lunch for his Pokémon. It was time to rest after a good meal. System, exchange it for Earthquake for me. Ding. Skill exchanged. When he challenged Zyagi before, Gary planned to exchange it for Earthquake, but he didn't exchange it because he was in a hurry. He was about to challenge the Battle Tower. Before that, he had to improve the skill pool of Pokémon. The Battle Lord of the Battle Tower is Annabelle. Although Annabelle in the animation looks normal, don't be fooled by her. Being able to serve as the leader of the Battle Tower means that her strength is infinitely close to the champion. In particular, Yashida didn't like Gary's ability to break through the battle frontier, so she would definitely inform Annabelle in advance and let Annabelle use the main Pokémon, so Gary had to deal with it cautiously. Gary stood up, walked to the Pokémon, and began to teach the Earthquake skill one by one. There are many Pokémon that can learn Earthquake. All the Pokémon Gary has with him can learn it. Only Nidoran male sign cannot learn it for the time being, but it can learn it after Nidoran male sign evolves into Nidoking. After teaching the Pokémon Earthquake, at 1:30 p.m., Gary rode Charizard back to the mainland and headed for the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower is located in the central area of the Kanto region, on the southern outskirts of Celadon City. The distance is quite far. If you walk, it will take at least half a month to get there. Gary rode Charizard and arrived at Celadon City in just 1 hour. Charizard, you've worked hard. After landing, Gary put Charizard back into the Pokeball and prepared to enter the Pokémon Center, but the door suddenly opened automatically. 10 women wearing glasses appeared at the door. The women were shocked when they saw Gary. Gary was also very surprised, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Isn't this the lobby manager of the arcade? Why is she here? Gary asked. The woman is not a good person. She is Itaki's secretary, Mantori. When Gary first became a trainer, he once tricked 2 EVs from Team Rocket in the arcade in Celadon City. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I could see Mantori again. But Mantori is really brave. As Itaki's secretary, she must know a lot about Itaki. She came to the Pokémon Center openly without fear of being caught. And Mantori's heart is beating constantly at this moment, because she knows what Gary has done in recent years. Not to mention the results of the game, Mantori knows everything about Zygen. At that time, Team Rocket sent an executive to cooperate with the Zygen company, but it was easily destroyed by Gary. Please give me flowers. More importantly, according to the information sent by the people below, Gary fought against Rayquaza alone. That's Rayquaza. Even if Team Rocket dares to do it, it's because of the high technology in their hands. Team Rocket doesn't dare to fight against legendary Pokémon with Pokémon alone. But Gary dares to do it. From this point, it can be seen that Gary is definitely a person who hates evil. If he knows that there is a secret book base of Team Rocket in Celadon City, it will definitely be destroyed. Mr. Gary, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you want to play in the game hall again? I can give you 100,000 chips for free, Geniao said with a friendly smile. Seeing Geniao's friendly attitude, Gary was also stunned. 0. When Geniao cheated them in the game hall, his face was very ugly. It seems that there is no executive in the underground base of the game hall at present, so Geniao is so kind. However, Gary thought carefully. With his current strength, none of the executives in Team Rocket are rival, and the other party should be afraid of him. No need, I'll go first. Gary said that he was not interested in defending the game hall. I went to the arcade to play Pua Pokemon, and I had Sabrina as a cheat at the time, so I didn't have to worry about losing. If Gary went to play, he would lose all his money. 9 out of 10 people lose when gambling, and not gambling is the best way to win. If you want to get rich overnight by gambling, you are dreaming. Haha, then Mr. Gary, come and play often when you are free. I'll leave first. Geniao smiled and left. What's the situation with Geniao? Gary asked in confusion. It can be seen that Geniao was changing his face just now, but as for why he changed his face, it is unknown. Gary decided to ask Joy. Walking into the Pokémon Center, Gary came to the counter. Excuse me, how can I help you? Han Yi asked with a smile. This is my Pokémon, I need to restore its performance. Gary put a Pokeball on the counter. Okay, please give it to me. Joy put the Pokeball on the cart next to her, then pressed the button next to her. A Chansey came out from behind the door and pushed the cart into the treatment room. Your Pokémon will recover soon, you can go to the rest area and wait. Joy reminded. But Gary did not leave. Seeing that Gary did not leave, Joy asked in confusion, is there anything else? Nurse Joy, I have a question for you. Gary said. Excuse me? Joy is not only responsible for treating trainers' Pokémon, but also provides some coaching work. Some Joy is even the prosecutor of Pokémon Alliance. Joy's identity is quite extraordinary. Excuse me, what is the woman wearing round frame glasses doing here? Gary asked. Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, are you talking about Ms. Geniao? Yes, that's her. Geniao is the name that Geniao said to the outside world. Ms. Geniao said that the prize Pokémon in the game hall was lost, so she came to ask if anyone could send the lost Pokémon 017 here. Nurse Joy said. Gary, what? Pokémon is lost? This is really rare. Team Rocket has always let others lose Pokémon. Why did they lose Pokémon this time? Losing Pokémon is fine, but the key is that Maya came to the Pokémon Center to ask, and you, a member of Team Rocket, went to the Alliance to look for Pokémon. No matter how you look at it, this risk is a bit high. May I ask what Pokémon was lost? Gary asked. The only Pokémon that Team Rocket cares about is legendary Pokémon, but if it is really a legendary Pokémon, there is no need to come to the Pokémon Center to find it. Wouldn't that be a trap? It's an Eevee, Joy said. Eevee. Gary was surprised. What's wrong? Seeing Gary so surprised, Joy looked confused. Eevee is not a very rare Pokémon. Many people keep Eevee as a pet. If the lost Pokémon is very rare, there is still a possibility of finding it, but if it is an Eevee, it is really hard to find in the city, especially Eevee is very popular among children, and most of them take Eevee home. Besides, Pokémon are so smart, Eevee also knows that it is exchanged as a commodity in the game hall. Eevee must know who can stay in the game hall. Instead of being exchanged in the game hall, it is better to find a child as the owner. At least there will be no worries about food and drink in the future, which is much better than staying in the game hall. It's okay, I just feel that if I lose Eevee, it is basically impossible to find it. It will definitely go with someone else, Gary said. Indeed, after all, it is a prize in the game hall. Joy sighed helplessly, because she was from Celadon City, and she knew very well that most of the Pokémon that were used as prizes in the arcade did not have a good ending. They were either resold by the arcade or sold cheaply by gamblers. By the way, when did Miss Janayo start looking for Eevee? Gary said. In the past 2 or 3 days, I don't remember the exact time. Joy said. Thank you Nurse Joy for telling me, I won't bother you anymore. Knowing what he wanted to know, Gary also left the counter. Eevee? Is it an Eevee that has undergone some experiment? Gary wondered in his heart. The Rockets will never go out to search for one with great fanfare. That Eevee must have something special. Since Janayo is still looking, it means that the Eevee has not been found yet. At the speed of Eevee, it should not be able to leave Celadon City in 2 or 3 days. Gary analyzed it and immediately went to the teleporter to have the little warrior Alakazam, Gardevoir, and Eevee teleported over. After getting the 3 Pokémon, Gary waited for Charizard to recover and came to the public area outside the Pokémon Center. Huh. What? Chai. The 3 Pokémon were very happy to see Gary. Eevee immediately rushed to Gary, followed Gary's legs, jumped onto Gary's shoulders, and rubbed Gary's cheek with his furry face. Gary touched Eevee's head and said seriously, I called you here this time because there is something I need you to do. Huh. Alakazam said that if you have any requests, just say it quickly, and it will use its 4-digit IQ to think. What? Bye. Gardevoir and Eevee nodded in agreement. I want you to help me find an Eevee. Gary said. Huh. What? Alakazam and Gardevoir all looked at the Eevee on Gary's shoulder. Eevee is on your shoulder. Eevee? Chai? Surprised face? Eevee was a little confused. He was right here, why was he looking for him? The Eevee I'm talking about is the other one, not this one. Gary said. Eevee, bye. You are a fickle trainer. You already have 2 Eevees. Why do you want Eevee? Am I not good enough? Seeing that Eevee was unhappy, Gary smiled and explained, don't worry, I don't plan to capture this Eevee. I haven't even seen it. Chai. What? Who? The 3 Pokémon were very confused and couldn't figure out what the Eevee Gary was looking for looked like. I don't know what kind of Eevee it is, but it should be special. But I can be sure that this Eevee is currently in Celadon City. I need you to help me find it. Gary said. The 3 Pokémon looked at each other and were all confused. Celadon City is so big that it is almost as difficult to find an Eevee as to find a needle in a lake. Another thing is that this Eevee should be in a panic. Alakazam and Gardevoir, you two can look for it in this direction. Alakazam and Gardevoir can both feel the emotions of living things. Alakazam may be a little worse, but Gardevoir's perception ability is sharp. Huh. What? Alakazam and Gardevoir nodded to show that they understood. Okay, next Alakazam, Gardevoir, each of you will search in the city in a group, and I will search with Eevee in a group. If you two find it, come directly to me. Gary said. 0.0 The 3 Pokémon nodded and agreed to Gary's assignment. Then let's start looking now. It's 5 p.m. now. We'll meet at the entrance of the Pokémon Center at 8 p.m. Gary said. What? Huh. Gardevoir and Alakazam disappeared on the spot. Gary followed Eevee to look for it. The Eevee ran out of the arcade. First of all, it certainly wouldn't run out of the front door, which is guarded by security personnel. Eevee is most likely to run from this door. The back door of the arcade faces north, so it's natural to go north. Gary took Eevee to the north, and the search task was mainly given to Eevee. Eevee has the danger perception ability, and the perception is also very strong. In addition, it is looking for its own kind. If there are any of its own kind nearby, it will be easy to find them. Eevee, have you found it? Gary asked. Chai. Eevee shook his head, indicating that he had not found any other Eevee. An hour had passed, and Gary and Eevee had walked 10 kilometers. They did meet 2 Eevee along the way, but both had owners. The 2 Eevee were of very low level, with only ordinary potential, and they were obviously kept as pets. Gary looked at Eevee, wondering if strengthening Eevee's ability would improve Eevee's perception. Eevee, wait a minute. Gary said. Chai. Evie tilted his head, not knowing why Gary asked him to stop. Gary squatted down, put his hand on Evie's head, and used an ability strengthening stone on it. Ding! The ability strengthening stone was used successfully. Chai. After the danger prediction ability was strengthened, Evie suddenly found that his perception was different, the perception of his hair became more acute, and his senses were multiplied. Seeing Evie's reaction, Gary also looked at Evie's data 19 times. Pokémon, Eevee 3. Attribute, Normal. Level, 64. Potential, Quasi-Legend. Ability, X Danger Premonition, can detect danger within a certain range, dodge rate increased by 60%. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Swing, Help, Quick Attack, Swift, Bite, Copy, Baton Pass. Teacher's Skills, Water Burst, Thunderbolt, Dream Eater, Fire Blast, Sunlight, Psychic, Dig, Waterfall, Rest, Destruction, Gravity, Body Slam, Iron Tail, Risk It All, Endeavor, Reflect, Protect. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Carried item, Eviolite. Gary, oh my god, 60% dodge rate, higher than the dodge rate of X telepathy. Chai. Evie looked at Gary in surprise, not knowing what Gary had done to him. He didn't improve his strength or master new skills, but his senses had changed a lot. Don't be surprised, it just strengthened your ability and improved your senses. Gary said. Chai. Evie was surprised. He didn't expect that he could even improve his ability. Evie now felt like he was fighting with the Pokémon in Professor Oak's backyard. He could dodge their attacks more easily. Let's go, let's keep looking. Gary said. Chai. Evie instantly turned into a police dog and began to search seriously. Because he was strengthened, Evie searched very hard at this time, which made Gary doubt that Evie didn't look seriously just now. Time passed by minute by minute. The sun gradually set, night fell, and the street lights on the road also lit up automatically. Gary and Evie have walked more than 40 kilometers. There is no one around. There is only the road and some jungle around. That Evie should not run that far. Gary decided not to move forward. Evie does not run that fast. After all, not every Evie is the same as Gary's Evie. Evie, let's go back. Gary released Charizard, took Evie, and jumped on Charizard, and began to fly back. It was too conspicuous during the day, so Gary planned to search in the sky at night, borrowing Charizard's speed, so that the search would be faster. Charizard gently waved dual wing beat and returned to the city center. With flying Pokémon, the speed is fast. Gary and Evie walked 40 kilometers, and Charizard flew back in 7 or 8 minutes. Chi-yi. Just as Charizard approached the Pokémon Center, Evie suddenly called out. Charizard stopped immediately. Evie, did you find anything? Gary asked. Chai. Evie jumped off Charizard's back, floating in the air and flying in one direction. Let's follow. Charizard immediately followed Evie. Chai. Evie took Gary to a park close to the Pokémon Center. It was dark at this time, and there were not many people in the park, but the street lights on the roadside were all on. Gary looked down and saw a little fat boy sitting on the seat next to the street lamp, holding the brown-haired Evie in his arms. Because Gary was in the sky, the little fat boy did not notice Gary. LV40 EV3/Gym. Level 40? Gary was shocked. The little fat boy looked only about 7 or 8 years old. It was impossible for a child of this age to have such a high-level Pokémon. Little fat boy, hand over that Evie. Just when Gary was about to go down, a voice came. Then, 2 dark figures appeared a few meters in front of the little fat man. LV40 Mytaina 3/Gym. LV42 Sabai/Quasi-Elite. Mytaina? Sabai. Gary was shocked. This is the Kanto region, Mytaina and Sabai rarely appear here, but when he saw 2 people coming out from behind Mytaina and Sabai, he was not surprised. A man and a woman with 1 blonde and 1 green hair came out. They were wearing the Rocket Team's black uniforms. They were naturally Cassidy and Butch. Evie in the little fat man's arms seemed to sense danger and woke up immediately. When he saw Cassidy and others, Evie jumped out of the little fat man's arms with a fierce expression. Chi-yi. 633. Evie warned Growl and wanted to scare Mytaina and Sabai away. Unfortunately, Mytaina and Sabai were not afraid of Evie at all. Since you are not afraid of us, you are indeed the number 3 experiment subject. Do you want to follow us on your own initiative, or do you want us to do it? Cassidy said. Chi-yi. Evie was very dissatisfied and sprayed Swift out of his mouth. Dark Pulse. Seeing Evie attack, Cassidy and Butch said in unison. Ouch. Swallow. Mytaina and Sabai fired Dark Pulse at the same time, and 2 black beams instantly crushed Evie's Swift and hit Evie. Chi-yi. Evie screamed in pain, but did not fall down, with a determined look on his face. Evie. When the fat man saw Evie injured, he immediately rushed to Evie and protected Evie behind him with his body. Fatty, get out of my way, or I will attack you too. Butch warned. Hurting someone in the city would cause a lot of trouble, but this time the mission is to bring the experimental subject back, so hurting someone is not a big deal, but if you can avoid hurting someone, try not to hurt them. After all, if there is a hurting incident, the police will definitely deal with it, and it will inevitably affect the business of the Rockets. I won't let you. The little fat guy is also a stubborn person, and he vowed to protect Evie.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.